Ding, your mirror has gained 1 evolution points, evolving into a magic mirror. Ding, your quill pen has gained 1 evolution points, evolving into the pen of destiny. Ding, your pocket watch has gained 1 evolution points, evolving into the clock of time. As the gods awaken and the divine realm reemerges, Qin Nan finds himself in a world of guns and steel, embarking on an extraordinary journey, empowered by the ability of infinite evolution. Chapter 1. Magic Mirror, tell me. Beneath the dim glow of the gaslight, Qin Nan's expression appeared somewhat rigid. He vigorously rubbed his face, the torment of a sleepless night weighing heavily upon him. What kind of lamp is this? What manner of table is this? This is a quill pen, and this is... The peculiar scene before him led Qin Nan to believe he was ensnared in some sort of simulation set in the Steam Age. Having merely dozed off, he wondered which trickster had transported him to this place. What on earth is this bizarre locale? A piercing pain suddenly coursed through him, and under the sting of this sensation, Qin Nan felt on the brink of collapse. Images flooded into his mind. One after another was astonished to discover lifeless bodies scattered throughout the room. He beheld a golden-haired, blue-eyed youth who had met his demise in a state of terror. What is happening? Why am I? In a mix of fear and astonishment, Qin Nan noticed a silvered glass mirror resting on the table, and in its reflection, he was struck by the visage of the deceased youth. Is that my face? Have I already perished? Qin Nan gasped in shock. Still reeling from the revelation, Qin Nan hurriedly scanned his surrounding sand-ablaze fireplace, an ancient clock with a visible crack, and a parchment inscribed with text. He had crossed over. The realization surged through him, and his spirits plummeted. He did not wish to traverse realms. He was enjoying life. Why would he want to switch realities? After a cursory glance around, his foremost desire was to fling open the window and escape. He hoped this was merely a dream. The heavy oak window featured dark green glass, and as he peered outside, Qin Nan nearly lost control of himself. He witnessed a figure drifting in the void. This silhouette was elusive, lingering 100 meters away, its white garments appearing increasingly sinister beneath the moonlight. Ah! Help! Yule is dead! Yule is dead! The frantic cries pierced through the window. At that moment, the ethereal figure abruptly turned its gaze toward Qin Nan. It was a face as pale as parchment, with hollow eyes that glimmered with droplets of crimson light. In that instant, Qin Nan felt an unsettling sensation, as if the figure was smiling at him. Indeed, she was smiling. After merely a second of eye contact, Qin Nan felt as though a frigid serpent had slithered through his heart. He dared not look any longer. His instinctive response was to flee from this eerie world. What manner of place is this? It is utterly terrifying. I must escape. Thoughts swirled chaotically in Qin Nan's mind as the anguished cries echoed once more from outside the window. Yule is dead. The coachman Yule is dead. Listening to the piercing wails, Qin Nan's mind conjured the first image that had flooded in earlier. A man with a red beard, his skeletal frame resembling a desiccated husk, lay lifeless upon a bed of straw. In that scene, he heard someone lamenting, "How pitiful Yule is." Qin Nan could not discern who had uttered those words, yet upon hearing of Yule's demise, a chill ran down his spine. According to the vision that had formed in his mind, 10 days hence, it would be the youth he had just embodied. The heir of Sheffield Manor, Alton Harden Solenho, would meet a similar fate. There were 267 souls in the manor, and each one was destined to perish. As the haunting images swirled in his thoughts, contemplating the inevitable demise of the youth, Qin Nan's heart grew heavy with despair. Though he was mentally superior to the youth, he was still an ordinary individual compared to him. What should I do? What can I possibly do? In a state of panic, Qin Nan instinctively began to search the room for any weapon to defend himself, but all he could find were books, pens, and mirrors. Then he spotted a stone that shimmered with an inky glow. Having never encountered such a stone before, Qin Nan picked it up, but as he prepared to examine it closely, he felt it slip from his grasp, vanishing silently into the void. At the instant the stone disappeared, a surge of power coursed through him. You now possess 1 evolution point. Please choose an item to evolve. A line of text appeared silently in Qin Nan's mind. 1 evolution point, an item to evolve. What is this situation? Almost instinctively, Qin Nan's finger pressed against the silvered glass mirror. Silver glass mirror evolution 1. Transforming into a magic mirror, capable of observing all movements within a radius of 100 meters. As these words manifested in his mind, an inscription appeared upon the mirror. Esteemed master, your servant is at your service. Upon reading this line, Qin Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. No matter the circumstances, he now had something to converse with. What just transpired? Oh, great master. Was this a test from you? The recent incident involving a lowly malevolent spirit slaying the coachman could hardly elude your all-seeing gaze. Golden letters reappeared upon the mercury mirror. Malevolent spirit. What on earth is that? As Qin Nan pondered this, the mirror displayed another line of text. Oh, great master. As my creator, please bestow upon me a name. Let's call you the Magic Mirror. Qin Nan thought of other matters and casually responded. Magic Mirror, what a splendid name. Deeply meaningful, yet easily comprehensible. Understated, yet grand. Within the ordinary lies the extraordinary. Master, you are truly a paragon of genius. Only someone of your caliber could conceive of me. Gazing at the colorful script, Qin Nan inwardly questioned, how is it possible that I did not realize my own exceptional nature? Am I not clever enough to be evident? After a moment of self-deprecation, he turned to the magic mirror and inquired, can you combat malevolent spirits? Oh, great master, to send a refined and wise magic mirror into battle would be an utter waste. It is akin to using a priceless masterpiece as a mere carpet. Reading through the lines, Qin Nan felt a wave of exasperation, wishing to shatter this insufferable mirror. This creature is far too verbose. Just tell me plainly, can you, or can you not? The magic mirror seemed to sense Qin Nan's irritation and cautiously replied, Master, I cannot engage in combat. From now on, answer directly. Just as Qin Nan was about to ask another question, the magic mirror revealed another line of text. Someone is coming. Before Qin Nan could react, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Drawing upon the memories he had integrated, he called out, Come in. A maid clad in a gray dress, with a patched apron tied around her waist, entered. My lord, Butler Cheestein requests your presence. Upon seeing the freckles on the maid's face, a disturbing image flashed through Qin Nan's mind. The manor's second casualty after Yule. Chapter 2. The extraordinary one's Kizading was a man in his 50s, of modest stature, with a back that resembled a bow drawn taut. His eyes sparkled like luminous pearls set within their sockets. Exuding vitality and spirit. It had been 7 years since Anduin's parents had passed away, and this steward, Kizading, was, in fact, Anduin's guardian and the true overseer of Sheffield Manor. Anduin Hardensoren still had a year to wait before he could celebrate his coming of age and officially take charge of Sheffield Manor. The groom, Yule, has drunk himself to oblivion and has gone to the Hall of Thunder. We require a new groom, Kizading announced, placing his left hand over his heart and bowing slightly, before addressing with utmost respect. Qin Nan had a vivid recollection of how Yule had met his end. That emaciated, bloodless corpse could not possibly be the result of excessive drinking. Kizading knew the truth, but was not inclined to disclose it to him. Perhaps it was out of kindness, a desire to shield the young lord from witnessing what he ought not to see. However, what Qin Nan sought was not such obfuscation. Gazing at the solemn-faced Kizading, Qin Nan stated calmly, Yule has toiled his entire life at the manor. I must go and pay my respects. Kizading's demeanor shifted to one of alarm, though he quickly regained his composure. Why, lord? The deceased has not received the prayers of a priest, and there may be a plague lurking. It would be best if you refrained from visiting. His tone, though advisory, carried an undeniable authority in Qin Nan's mind. Information about Kizading surged rapidly. This servant, who had been with the Hardensoren family for many years, wielded considerable influence within Sheffield Manor, and the words of the steward were typically hard for the underage Anduin to defy. Would it be useful for him to visit Yule? Reflecting on the fact that the manor could muster a force of over 40 armed men, Qin Nan shook his head inwardly. The manor's defenses might suffice against ordinary thieves, but against those sinister spirits. With that thought, Qin Nan changed his mind and nodded, saying, in that case, I shall not visit Yule. Uncle Kizading, please offer Yule's family some compensation and ensure that his funeral is conducted with dignity. Qin Nan's words relieved Kizading, who felt a sense of dread regarding Yule's death and wished to avoid frightening the young lord. Rest assured, my lord. I know what must be done. Qin Nan glanced at the unchanged silvered mirror and feigned nonchalance. I seem to have misplaced the black stone I used to weight down my desk. Could you assist me in finding another, Uncle Kizading? Kizading shook his head. The black stone was an accidental purchase by your father, the Baron. There was only that one piece. I shall have someone find a similar stone and bring it to you shortly. Having exchanged a few hurried words with Qin Nan, Kizading took his leave, and the vast room was left with only Qin Nan and the silvered mirror. Magic mirror, what is Kizading up to? Qin Nan whispered quietly after confirming Kizading's departure. Great master, Kizading is arranging for a warrior to summon Priest Pro. Golden letters reappeared in the mirror. Kaziding summoned someone to fetch the priest, which led Qin Nan to believe that Kaziding was not entirely confused. However, according to the images etched in his memory, summoning priest Pulu seemed to serve little purpose. Otherwise, those memories would not have resurfaced. A multitude of thoughts surged within him, and Qin Nan felt his vision darken, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Esteemed master, your mental strength is exceedingly frail. Excessive use of the magic mirror will result in the depletion of your mental energy. Swiftly, a line of text appeared on the lustrous silver mirror, only to dissipate just as rapidly. Weak mental strength? Overexertion of the magic mirror. Qin Nan inhaled deeply and slowly seated himself. His head throbbed painfully, yet he could not suppress the urge to inquire, how can I enhance my mental strength? Esteemed master, should you manage to become an extraordinary being, your mental capacity will naturally expand. The silver mirror revealed a cascade of golden letters. For a great master such as yourself, becoming extraordinary is a trivial endeavor. Once you achieve this status, the magic mirror shall always be at your service. Gazing at the lines of text, Qin Nan felt a twinge of headache as the words began to blur. Closing his eyes, he rested his forehead upon the table for a considerable time, only to feel a significant alleviation afterward. He lifted a glass adorned with roses and took a sip of water, then redirected his gaze to the magic mirror. What constitutes an extraordinary being? How does one attain such a status? These two thoughts incessantly stirred in Qin Nan's mind, yet at that moment, he hesitated to pose any questions to the mirror. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping at the door snapped Qin Nan's attention away from the mirror. Come in, he called out, as a freckled maid entered, carrying an oak tray. Upon the tray rested an exquisite double-headed eagle candlestick, with butter-crafted candles illuminating the surroundings, a serving of pan-fried beef, a bowl of dark soup, and a long loaf of white bread adorned with 2 slices of onion and half a glass of wine completed the meal. The aroma of the beef wafted through the air, stirring Qin Nan's throat. It was then that he realized just how hungry he was. Damwai lord, your dinner is prepared, the freckled maid announced, arranging the dishes on a small table near Qin Nan's desk. Observing the flickering candles, a sudden change enveloped Qin Nan's expression. He turned to glance outside, only to find that darkness had fallen. Night had descended, and according to Qin Nan's recollections, this very maid met her demise after sunset. The steward had mentioned he had other matters to attend to and would not join him for dinner. Should he require anything, he could summon him. The maid spoke softly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Nan waved her off. You may leave. Once the freckled maid departed, Qin Nan took a generous gulp of wine, his heart brimming with turmoil. He could not afford to remain idle. He absolutely must take action. Everything could be altered, and he resolved to initiate this change with the maid. How effectuate such a transformation? Qin Nan believed his only ally was the magic mirror. As his gaze fell upon the mirror, the tranquil silver surface began to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors. Accompanied by a dazzling array of colors, Qin Nan beheld a line of text. Master, a malevolent spirit has entered your residence. Upon reading these words, a chill ran down Qin Nan's spine. Although he was aware that the individual he had replaced would meet his demise in 10 days' time, and that the one to perish today was the freckled maid, his heart still quivered with unease. How could he vanquish the malevolent spirit? Qin Nan gulped down the wine from his cup and anxiously inquired. Chapter 3. The spirit within the painting. Qin Nan fixated intently on the enchanted mirror, fervently hoping it would provide him with a definitive answer. Golden letters swiftly materialized. Great master, dealing with a mere petty spirit is a trivial matter. It can be dispatched in no time. Qin Nan was left both amused and exasperated. This accursed mirror was exceedingly self-absorbed. It never missed an opportunity to boast about itself, fully aware of Qin Nan's insufficient spiritual power, yet wasting precious time with its incessant chatter. Get to the point, Qin Nan exclaimed, grasping a ruler and tapping it irritably against his palm. Master, the spirit that has visited this time is a lowly, vengeful soul. It is currently concealed within the second oil painting on the left side of the hall. Simply douse the painting with holy water, and the spirit will perish instantly. Holy water? What holy water? Qin Nan asked, bewildered, before recalling the holy water he had seen in his childhood while watching Journey to the West. However, that particular holy water, which had an unpleasant odor reminiscent of urine, seemed rather dubious. Do I even possess any holy water? Qin Nan felt a throbbing in his head and hastily pressed for an answer. None has been detected thus far. However, can a living person be vanquished by mere urine? If this route proves fruitless, the enchanted mirror has other methods. Master, you could resort to fire. If you ignite the painting within 3 seconds, The spirit will also meet its end. This was the simplest solution the mirror could conceive that Qin Nan could accomplish. Of course, there existed a superior method. Using a sword imbued with holy light to pierce the painting. The flood of words rendered Qin Nan's head buzzing. Should the mirror continue its incessant prattle, he might very well faint. What a loquacious entity! Silence! If I'm not seeking your counsel, consider yourself mute. He scolded the mirror before shifting his gaze to the steaming food before him. Fresh bread, a perfectly cooked piece of beef, onions, and an unidentifiable soup emanated a rich aroma that successfully stimulated Qin Nan's appetite. Forget it, I shall eat first, he declared, seizing the prepared silver knife and fork and eagerly devouring a piece of beef. Yet, as soon as he took a bite, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His stomach churned violently, inducing a gag reflex. The pan-seared beef possessed an odd flavor that was neither sweet nor sour. Where was the salt? The pepper? Could this be the infamous dark cuisine? Despite his reluctance to consume this oddly flavored dish, Qin Nan ultimately capitulated. He was far too hungry, and discarding the beef would be a shame. Moreover, the soul inhabiting his body, little Anderton, seemed to have a particular fondness for such pan-seared beef. Tio suddenly refused to eat would undoubtedly raise suspicion. With the seared beef, fresh bread, and wine, Qin Nan soon cleared his plate, devouring everything in sight. As Qin Nan poured the wine into his mouth, he felt a renewed vigor coursing through him. It seemed that even this bland and insipid meal could invigorate his spirit. His gaze once again fell upon the enchanted mirror, and he began to silently contemplate the suggestions it had provided. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Nan formulated a plan. He gently shook the ancient bronze bell resting on the table, and shortly thereafter, the freckled maid hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing the impeccably clean tray, she exhibited a brief look of surprise, yet respectfully inquired, "My lord, what are your commands?" At that moment, Qin Nan had little time to ponder the maid's expression and decisively ordered, "It is too cold here, bring me a brazier." The maid acknowledged the request and turned to leave, but Qin Nan called out after her, "Place the brazier in the hall first. I wish to admire the oil painting left by my ancestors." The maid nodded and swiftly departed. 5 minutes later, as Qin Nan emerged from the study, he found a dark brazier already set in the living room. The firewood within crackled with warmth, and on the silver candlestick, 3 candles, thick as a finger, barely illuminated the structure of the hall. A row of black, high-backed chairs lined the main area, where hung a striking mural measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, depicting the thunder god saving the world. The deity, commanding a chariot drawn by 3 dragons, brandished his staff, while torrents of lightning engulfed the heavens and the earth. A giant lion with a human form, coiled like a mountain snake, and a loathsome creature with ram's horns wielding a massive hammer quaked beneath the tempest of thunder, some being utterly overwhelmed by the storm. According to Alton's original memories, this mural was a standard feature in the parlors of imperial nobility, with nearly every noble household displaying such a piece. At that moment, Qin Nan found little inclination to admire the oil paintings. His thoughts were fixated on the second painting to the left of the hall. Measuring over 2 meters in length and more than a meter in width, it was a half-portrait of a woman. This woman was likely an elder from the Hardensoren family, a painting that young Alton had often seen. Previously lifeless, the mural now seemed to come alive, as Qin Nan felt the eyes of the portrait gently blink in his direction. Were it not for the mirror's warning, he would have dismissed it as a mere illusion. Yet now, he understood the mirror's assertion was indeed accurate. This painting harbored a problem. The malevolent spirit was contained within it. What if he could completely ignite the painting within 3 seconds? Qin Nan's mind raced. Though candles were within reach, igniting the entire painting in such a short span was an insurmountable task. Should the spirit escape, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. "Amy, Amy." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nan called out loudly. The freckled maid hurried back in, respectfully stating, "My lord, what are your commands? What is the meaning of this painting? Why is it covered in so much dust? Such a fine piece has been ruined by you." Qin Nan reprimanded in a tone mimicking young Alton's, looking down from his elevated position. Amy pouted in silent indignation, wishing to defend herself but lacking the courage to do so. Her head bowed as she nervously picked at her other hand. "Hasten and bring me a basin of water. I wish to clean the oil painting," commanded Qin Nan. Yet, feeling it inappropriate, he quickly amended, "Water will not suffice, as it may ruin the colors of the painting. Instead, fetch the bottle of rum from my study. It will enhance the vibrancy of the artwork." Amy hesitated momentarily before dashing off to the study, in the now desolate hall. Only Qin Nan remained, accompanied by the flickering candles and the malevolent spirit lurking within the half-portrait. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Nan. What if this malevolent spirit decided to attack him? This contemplation sent a chill surging through his feet, ultimately permeating his entire being, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Just then, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through, causing the candlelight to tremble precariously before extinguishing entirely. In the enveloping darkness, it felt as if danger lurked at every corner, with a pair of eyes watching him intently. Qin Nan's heart raced, cold sweat cascading down his brow, rendering him unable to breathe. Chapter 4. The second black stone peril loomed, with the malevolent spirit nearby. To his astonishment, the snuffed candleholder flickered back to life, igniting a small flame. This eerie scene sent shivers down Qin Nan's spine. At that moment, he felt as though his legs were paralyzed, unable to move. How reckless he had been. So preoccupied with the notion that the spirit intended to harm Amy, he had unwittingly placed himself in peril. Just as terror gripped Qin Nan's heart, the sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. "My lord, here is the rum you requested." Amy burst into the room, her presence a great relief to Qin Nan. Thankfully, the malevolent spirit had not turned its wrath upon him. "Pour the rum onto the cloth, ensuring it is a clean rag," Qin Nan instructed, gesturing towards the half-portrait. "After using the rum to clean it, the painting will appear even more brilliant." Amy quickly handed him a cloth soaked in rum. As Qin Nan inhaled the pungent aroma of the liquor, he deemed it satisfactory. Though he longed to finish cleaning the painting swiftly, he knew that raising the spirit's awareness could lead to further complications. Thus, he engaged in idle chatter with Amy about the preservation of oil paintings. Despite his utter ignorance on the subject, his advice was entirely fabricated. After thoroughly wiping the painting with rum, Qin Nan held up the half-portrait and said, "Amy, do you not think this painting looks much fresher?" As he spoke, he extended the artwork towards her. Before Amy could grasp it, Qin Nan's hand slipped, and the painting fell directly into the roaring flames of the fire pit. In that instant, Qin Nan's heart leapt into his throat. He understood that failure would unleash the spirit, and he might very well be the first to perish. Yet, he could not simply resign himself to fate. The feeling of inaction was unbearable. He refused to succumb to despair. Amy witnessed a crimson fireball erupt, momentarily illuminating the entire hall. Fortunately, the fiery orb dissipated swiftly. However, she then heard a chillingly piercing scream. Though not loud, it reverberated in her ears, sending chills down her spine. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground, trembling like a frightened quail. When Amy regained consciousness, she beheld the astonished visage of the young lord, who sighed repeatedly, "I forgot that wine ignites when it meets fire." What a splendid mural it was! Such a pity, my lord. What transpired? Several soldiers clad in leather armor, brandishing long spears, burst in. They were the estate's night watchmen, patrolling the vicinity, and upon noticing the bright glow, they hurried over. "A painting has just been set ablaze." Qin Nan interjected. The artwork fell into the brazier, startling Amy. The foremost soldier, gazing at the ashes within the brazier, relaxed his stance and glanced at Amy, remarking, "Do refrain from such melodrama in the future. Your scream was rather chilling." Amy was taken aback. She too had heard the wailing, yet it was not her own voice that had produced it. Just as she was about to argue, Qin Nan chuckled. That painting was quite valuable, which is why Amy lost her composure in a moment of excitement. Upon hearing Qin Nan's explanation, an illusion took hold of Amy. Could it be that the scream had indeed escaped her lips? Qin Nan gestured dismissively to the patrolling soldiers. "You may return to your duties." As the soldiers departed, Qin Nan leisurely made his way to his study, leaving Amy in the hall, staring blankly at the vacancy left by the missing oil painting. Had that spine-chilling scream truly been her own? In a moment of emotional upheaval, such a cry could indeed be terrifying. Sitting in the rigid oak chair, Qin Nan exhaled a sigh of relief, clutching a stone the size of a finger. This small stone had fallen when the half-length painting was reduced to ashes. Its hue differed slightly from the stone that had remained on the table. Yet as Qin Nan touched it, he felt an unusual warmth. In Qin Nan's estimation, the emergence of this stone was likely connected to the malevolent spirit that had been incinerated. Should he absorb it? A phrase silently surfaced in his mind. Absorb. Without hesitation, Qin Nan made his decision. The stone vanished quietly from his hand, and another phrase materialized in his thoughts. "You have an evolution point? Please select an object for its application." Recalling his previous use of an evolution point on the silvered mirror, transforming it into a magical mirror, he pondered what to enhance this time. Attack power. That is what I lack. Qin Nan thought of the malevolent spirit, his gaze drifting towards the items in his study. Books, pins, a diary, an ancient clock, a paper cutter. The paper cutter seemed to possess some degree of attack power. Yet what transformation would occur if he were to bestow an evolution point upon it? Would he wield the paper cutter against an unknown peril? In a moment of hesitation, Qin Nan suddenly recalled a treasured item belonging to the host, a revolver gifted by a distant relative on his 15th birthday. Would the evolution of this revolver prove more beneficial against the malevolent spirit? Almost instantaneously, he approached his desk. Grabbing the quill that had fallen to the ground, a phrase instantly appeared in his mind. The quill has successfully evolved. Its written content can manifest for 30 seconds without contravening any rules. Side effects. With each use, the wielder is subjected to a prank. Being pranked once. This attribute is indeed quite extraordinary in a scenario that does not contravene any rules. Achieving it in 30 seconds is utterly pointless. It neither possesses offensive capabilities nor defensive ones. Qin Nan gazed at the revolver, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, a pang of regret stirring within him. If even a diminutive quill could evolve, how much more advantageous it would be if the revolver could undergo a transformation, granting him an enhanced means of self-preservation. Alas, it is his own impulsiveness that led him to pick up something that had fallen to the ground. This is obsessive-compulsive disorder. Indeed, it is a malady that must be addressed. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the multitude of mistakes he might commit in the future. Amidst his inner lament, Qin Nan picked up the quill and casually inscribed, "In 5 minutes, Amy will arrive at the study," then hurriedly walk out. Upon completing this line, he felt a familiar throb in his head. Having gained some experience, he recognized that he was now overextending his mental faculties. Hastily setting down the quill, Qin Nan turned his gaze back to the magic mirror. Both items possessed some utility, yet his mental capacity was insufficient for frequent utilization. Observing the quill, which seemed to show no noticeable change, he could not help but inquire, "Can you communicate with me?" The quill offered no response, which, while disappointing, also provided Qin Nan with a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was unlike the loquacious magic mirror. Just as he felt fortunate, time slipped by rapidly, and before he knew it, 5 minutes had elapsed. Chapter 5. Sequence of magical potions. Knock, knock, knock. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from downstairs, and soon after, Amy entered. Visibly flustered upon seeing Qin Nan, "My lord, you are still in the study," she exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Having posed the question, she immediately felt awkward. What was amiss today? She was fully aware that the lord typically retired after 10 o'clock. So why had she inexplicably come to tidy the room before 8? "I have yet to finish my reading," Qin Nan remarked nonchalantly, holding the quill. Internally, he was somewhat taken aback. Despite her freckles, Amy, as a maid, was exceptionally diligent and would never commit such a crude blunder. She usually would not come to organize the study at this hour, yet her presence now seemed connected to the evolved quill. "My lord, you are busy. I shall take my leave," Amy said apologetically as she made her way out, inadvertently knocking over an oak stool positioned behind the door. Arriving 5 minutes late and leaving in a flurry, everything unfolded exactly as he had inscribed. Qin Nan observed Amy, flustered as she righted the stool, and a secret delight swelled within him. It appeared that this evolved quill was even more effective than the magic mirror. In his moment of pride, he found himself rising involuntarily, and in just a few strides, he stood before Amy, seemingly desiring to embrace her. Suddenly, Qin Nan realized. His body seemed to be acting independently. A prank? The aftereffects of using this quill. Just as frustration surged, he heard his own voice declare, "The long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. A moment of bliss is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Let us converse." As those words escaped his lips, he felt a mix of embarrassment and urgency. A gentleman possesses a heart that is broad and untroubled, while a petty person is filled with filth and deceit. As for Qin Nan, he was entirely devoid of such sentiments. Fortunately, he soon felt that the authority over his own body had returned to him. At that moment, he longed to hurl the quill made of goose feathers out of the study. "My lord, the steward has informed me that I must not serve you in your bedchamber until you reach adulthood. If I do, he would surely take my life," Amy stammered, her face flushed, as she hurriedly explained before darting away. Yet, she returned shortly, her head bowed, softly offering Qin Nan a tender promise. "My lord, please do not be distressed. Once you come of age, with that, Amy departed, leaving Qin Nan to shake his head in resignation. He approached the quill, contemplating breaking it, but ultimately placed it gently back on the desk. Compared to the mischief, addressing the impending threat was of far greater importance. "Magic mirror, how can I ascend to become an extraordinary being?" The The calm surface of the magic mirror shimmered with a golden light, revealing a line of text. Great Master, becoming extraordinary is but a trivial matter for you. As long as you desire, you may pursue various paths to achieve this. Various paths to greatness. Although a vague ache began to throb in his head, Qin Nan patiently inquired, "Which path do you believe suits me best?" "Great Master, it is not for someone of my humble stature to determine which path is fitting for you. That choice lies solely with you to make." As he read the incessant stream of text, an overwhelming urge to shatter the mirror surged within him. Each redundant sentence drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. "Get to the point." Qin Nan gritted his teeth and commanded. Sensing his frustration, the magic mirror responded. "You may choose to join the church, which could grant you a potion of thunder mastery. Alternatively, you could join the Royal Knight Order, which may lead to." Qin Nan felt overwhelmed, nearly roaring. "Are potions easily obtained?" "Potions seem to possibly have limitations. Joining either of these factions does not guarantee the acquisition of a potion." The golden text abruptly shifted to blue, culminating in an image of a pleading figure. Qin Nan refrained from further inquiries, as his head throbbed painfully. The mental toll of using the magic mirror was excessive. After resting for a full half-hour, he managed to regain much of his strength. Gazing at the silent mirror and the quill, he pondered the potions the mirror had mentioned. To become extraordinary, one must consume a potion, which seemingly lies in the hands of the church and the royal family. Only by joining one of these entities could he hope to obtain it. Yet, the greater likelihood remained that joining either would not guarantee access to a potion. Just as Qin Nan contemplated his next course of action, the sound of a bell echoed through the AI. It was the ancient clock in the study, which chimed once every night at 10 o'clock to remind him to rest. Looking at the weathered clock, memories surged within him, hinting at events that would unfold the following morning. Tomorrow morning, someone would discover Amy's demise. As the crowd stood in a state of shock, the gardener Link found his heart wrenched from his chest by an unknown entity. The mysterious demise of Link and Amy cast a pall of terror over the entire estate. With the malevolent spirit that had tormented Amy now vanquished, only the insidious specter that had surreptitiously extracted Link's heart remained. What to do? Should he confide in Kizading? Yet, the prospect of convincing him seemed almost impossible. Alternatively, could he usurp Kizading's authority? Qin Nan pondered the difficulty of such an endeavor. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the quill, and after a moment's hesitation, he seized it and inscribed in his notebook. "Tomorrow morning, Link shall kindle a fire. The malevolent spirit, seeking to approach him, will inhabit a withered leaf, which, along with branches, will be cast into the flames, resulting in the spirit's destruction." After penning this line, Qin Nan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, prompting him to hastily set down the quill. Once this task was complete, he retreated to his chamber. Reclining on the spring bed fashioned from oak, Qin Nan began to contemplate the matter of potions. Should he join the Thunder Church or become a member of the Royal Knights, thereby acquiring a potion? Once he ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary, he would no longer be at the mercy of such circumstances, nor would he be defenseless against the looming dangers. This line of thought left Qin Nan feeling somewhat dejected. As his spirits waned, he recalled the words he had written. Would they truly come to fruition? If so, would there be an emergence of the black stone? If not, then the quill's abilities were indeed questionable. As night descended, burdened by his thoughts, Qin Nan unknowingly drifted into slumber. His sleep was deep and restorative. Chapter 6. A script beyond control at dawn. A sliver of sunlight streamed through the window into Qin Nan's chamber. Snugging the somewhat worn floral velvet quilt tighter around him, he contemplated indulging in a bit more sleep. However, before he could savor even 2 minutes of this luxury, a series of urgent knocks jolted him awake. Accompanying the commotion was a hoarse voice. "My lord, your training time has elapsed by 15 minutes. Please rise immediately." Upon hearing this raspy voice, a visage flashed through Qin Nan's mind. A towering man with a scarred face and fiery red hair. The head of security at Sheffield Manor, please, a warrior who had fought in 3 holy wars. Had he been the master, he would undoubtedly have curled up within the velvet quilt, awaiting pleas to drag him out. Yet, Qin Nan could not afford such shamelessness, so he quickly donned his attire and stepped outside. "My lord, today's training task is to swing the sword 100 times. Please was somewhat taken aback by Qin Nan's promptness. Qin Nan nodded, but thoughts of Please's demise lingered in his mind. In his recollections, Please had swung his great sword in a frenzy, only to be engulfed by a dozen mechanical bodies. However, Please's death remained the most valiant of all, for he had fought until the very end. The double-handed sword, weighing no less than 30 pounds, felt burdensome even for Qin Nan to lift, let alone swing 100 times. This was no trivial undertaking. In Qin Nan's recollection, the finest achievement of young Dun was merely 30 strikes. Although Please had persistently elevated his expectations for Dun, the latter's performance had never progressed. 1, 2, 3. Qin Nan fervently swung the heavy sword in his grasp. By the time he reached the 20th strike, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion began to envelop him. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Despite his uncertainty regarding the future utility of the heavy sword, Qin Nan believed that augmenting his strength, even slightly, could only serve him well. As he pushed through to 35 strikes, Qin Nan felt as though his arms were on the verge of collapse, and he truly believed he could endure no longer. Just as he contemplated surrender, Please's voice rang out. Inhale, exhale, inhale, breathe as I have instructed. At that moment, Qin Nan's mind was a blank slate, and instinctively, he complied with Please's directive, breathing fervently. Inhale, exhale, inhale. Time became an abstract notion, and Qin Nan sensed a peculiar dullness overcoming him. Yet, amidst this haze, a surge of power erupted from within his being. With this newfound strength, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease, even teetering on the brink of levitation. Swing the heavy sword once more, again swing the heavy sword. Halt! With Please's commanding voice, Qin Nan lowered the heavy sword. Drenched in sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked. My lord, today was commendable. If you continue this regimen, there will come a day when you surpass me, Please remarked, a rare smile gracing his features. Qin Nan stole a glance. He noted that Mr. Please looked more grotesque when smiling than when frowning. In that fleeting moment, he felt an urge to offer a piece of advice. If one cannot smile gracefully, it is better not to force it. Mr. Please, do you believe that if I persist in my training, I can become extraordinary? Qin Nan gazed at Please, feigning a sense of longing. Unbeknownst to Please, the noble he served had transformed entirely. Upon hearing Qin Nan mention the extraordinary, Please's face lit up with a look of rapture before he replied, training alone cannot lead to the extraordinary. This statement left Qin Nan in a state of surprise. He had steeled himself for a benevolent deception. Yet Please's candidness was unexpected. To become extraordinary, one requires potions, Please stated with utmost seriousness, but the formulas for such potions are held by only a select few. Can we purchase them? Qin Nan inquired with curiosity. Purchase? Well, that should be feasible, Please replied, shaking his head. However, the value of a single potion is exorbitantly high. This estate might be able to procure one. Moreover, consuming a potion does not guarantee one will become extraordinary, for the outcome may very well be transformation or even death. Just as Qin Nan was about to inquire about the nature of transformation, he suddenly noticed a plume of black smoke ascending towards the heavens. Link was once again burning dry branches. Ji Si-ting had already admonished him numerous times, yet he remained oblivious. It appeared he was due for a thrashing, Please remarked, casting his gaze towards the ominous smoke. Qin Nan gazed at the solemn Kizading, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Let us go and teach Link a lesson, he exclaimed eagerly, striding towards the direction of the billowing black smoke without waiting for Prillies to respond. Observing Qin Nan's retreating figure, Prillies' eyes momentarily sparkled with amusement, though that mirth swiftly transformed into concern. The death of the coachman Yule had made him acutely aware of an extraordinary force lurking in the shadows, a force that rendered him utterly powerless. Thunder rumbled above, and he fervently hoped for a favorable turn of events. As he murmured to himself, Prillies' unease deepened. Link was merrily burning twigs, relishing the crackling sounds that accompanied the flames. However, upon catching sight of Qin Nan, his jubilant expression instantly morphed into one of dismay. I have sworn not to burn twigs anymore. What has happened today that I find myself igniting them once more? He lamented, chiding himself while pleading, My lord, it was not intentional. Please spare me this once. Gazing at the innocent visage of Link, Qin Nan was suddenly reminded of that magnificent quill. It was indeed remarkably effective. Just as Link rose to extinguish the fire, Qin Nan raised his hand to halt him. He has already caught fire. Let it burn itself out. We shall excuse this instance, but let it be a lesson for the future. The twigs crackled cheerfully as they consumed themselves, and in the blink of an eye, more than half had been reduced to ashes. Cries of anguish filled the air. Yet Qin Nan's attention was drawn to a small black stone amidst the remnants. Without hesitation, he swiftly scooped up the obsidian fragment, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. This time, he vowed to utilize his resources wisely. Yet, in the very moment he grasped the stone, a piercing scream erupted from the direction of the kitchen. Something terrible has happened. The cook Lilia is dead. The cook Lilia is dead. Upon hearing the anguished cry, both Link and Prillies dashed towards the source, while Qin Nan stood frozen, as if an inexplicable force had anchored his feet to the ground, rendering him immobile. Although the cook Lilies was bound to meet her end eventually, it was supposed to occur on the 4th day. How could she have perished on the 2nd? Clearly, events had spiraled beyond his control. Chapter 7. The extermination of evil. The cook Lilies was a plump woman. Her culinary skills may not have been exceptional, yet her demeanor was always kind-hearted. In Little Anderton's memories, she was a person who greeted everyone with a smile. But now, she lay lifeless, her already rotund figure having swollen to the size of a balloon, rendering her head and legs strikingly grotesque. Why, Lord, Lilies has died from overeating. She consumed far too much. Prillies remarked to Qin Nan, "My lord, let the steward Kizading handle this. You should find a place to rest." Kizading was a competent steward, yet he was ill-equipped to manage this mysterious occurrence. Otherwise, the 10-day sequence of events from Qin Nan's recollections would not have transpired. Yet how could he wrest control from Kizading? Surrounded by several estate servants, Qin Nan departed from the kitchen, feeling as though the specter of danger loomed ever closer. Originally, the chef was destined to perish on the 4th day. Yet her untimely demise now signifies that I too am in peril. Perhaps, the end that was meant to come on the 10th day may befall me today. I can no longer afford to wait. I must summon all the strength within my grasp. Why, Lord? Amy gazed at Qin Nan with trepidation, her voice tinged with a quiver of impending tears. Qin Nan felt an urge to offer her words of comfort, sensing that this young maid needed reassurance, but ultimately, he returned to his study with an impassive expression. Amy followed closely behind, her countenance heavy with concern. As she approached, Qin Nan prepared to dismiss her. Alas, it was too late. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his body slipping beyond his control. This is the after-effect of the quill. Tonight, come find me in my dormitory. I shall await you." The words escaped him, utterly beyond his command. Amy, upon hearing this, momentarily froze before darting away like a frightened rabbit. Watching the maid flee in disarray, Qin Nan shook his head. It appeared that the after-effects of the quill manifested only in proximity to it. Distance rendered them dormant. Silently committing this crucial information to memory, Qin Nan's gaze fell upon the magic mirror. Magic mirror. How did the chef Lilith meet her end? Feeling mentally alert, he posed the question to the mirror. "Esteemed master, your inquiry surpasses the humble capabilities of this magic mirror. In simpler terms, your question exceeds my capacity to answer." If lines of golden text swiftly appeared, and Qin Nan felt a surge of irritation. "Cursed mirror, must you be so verbose? Magic mirror, how can I avert the after-effects of the quill?" He hastily shifted the subject, wishing to avoid further entanglement with the mirror. "Great master, we are all creations of yours, loyal to you. Thus please do not let us harm one another." As he read the lines of golden text, impatience washed over him. He realized that if he continued on this path, the mirror might conjure more vexatious responses. "Speak plainly, or I shall shatter you." "Master, the quill is a tyrant. I cannot contend with it. If I were to disclose its faults, it would crush me." A line of grim green text swiftly replaced the golden script. Those lofty justifications had proven to be mere pretexts. Unwilling to squander any more of his mental energy on such futile inquiries, he pressed on. "I have acquired another evolution point. Can you evolve with it?" "Great master, I have completed my initial evolution, and your basic evolution points hold no significance for me now." The purple text materialized rapidly, and Qin Nan sensed that the mirror regarded him with a haughty demeanor. Initial evolution points. Perplexed by the content of this text, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "To whom do you believe this evolution point would be most beneficial?" "Master, you already have a plan in mind. Why must you test me further?" The font shifted to green, appearing rather aggrieved. "Well, these words belong to the realm of Little Anderton and are not particularly endearing." Qin Nan chose to disregard the magic mirror. Conversing with that entity was far too draining. He retrieved the revolver, glimmering with silver light, and gently wiped it with the velvet cloth beneath the barrel. This 6-chambered revolver, with an effective range of less than 100 meters, was a gift from a relative of Little Anderton. However, this revolver had not yet been utilized by the possessed Little Anderton. He hoped that this firearm could provide him with a means to resolve his dilemmas. Resolutely, Qin Nan quickly absorbed the stone he held in his hand. When the message "You have an evolution point, please select an item to use" appeared, he swiftly pointed his finger at the silver revolver. The evolution of the revolver was successful. The bullets fired from this revolver possessed the ability to vanquish evil, a handgun with the power to vanquish evil. How delightful! This is precisely what I need at this moment. Qin Nan rejoiced, yet the subsequent message that flashed in his mind diminished his elation considerably. Side effect. The second shot will absolutely miss the target. What sort of side effect is this? Does it mean the gun can only fire once? Qin Nan gazed at the now slightly more compact revolver, wishing to communicate with it. Unfortunately, the only entity capable of conversing with him was the incessantly chattering silver mirror. With this revolver in hand, he finally possessed some offensive capability against malevolent spirits. As for everything else, that could wait for another time. After comforting himself, just as Qin Nan was about to stow away the revolver, he heard a voice say, "My lord, may I enter?" It was Qin, whose weathered face bore a grave expression. Upon entering and noticing the box containing the revolver, Qin remarked, "My lord, it would be best not to handle the firearm carelessly." In the past, Qin would have lectured him at length, but this time, the butler had more pressing matters at hand. "Why, lord, there has been some unfortunate occurrences at the manor. I have already sent for the priest. I believe the situation will be resolved shortly. For the next couple of days, you should refrain from leaving the study. I will have Mr. Pulleys and his men guard the premises." Although Qin was the butler, his words left no room for Qin Nan's dissent. Qin Nan looked at the magic mirror and quill pen, thinking to himself that he had prepared everything, yet he was left waiting idly, which was intolerable. To resist? Qin Nan was not little Anerton. He would not express his dissatisfaction through roaring. He nodded obediently at the troubled Qin. Once Qin took his leave, Qin Nan picked up the quill pen and wrote in his notebook. 30 seconds later, Qin, lost in thought, descends the stairs, missteps, and falls unconscious. Chapter 8. What did you see? Qin, deep in thought, descended the wooden staircase. He had traversed this staircase for many years and was quite familiar with it. Yet at this moment, his mind was somewhat distracted. The reason for his preoccupation stemmed from the deaths of the cook and the stableman. He acutely realized that Sheffield Manor had attracted a significant trouble. However, as the steward of the estate, Qin found himself at a loss for what to do. In fact, he was feeling rather flustered at that moment. He had sent someone to fetch the priest yesterday, who should have arrived by now, yet there was still not a whisper of news. This left him with an ominous premonition. Amidst his anxious turmoil, he suddenly felt a void beneath his feet, as if he were soaring through the clouds, only to plummet to the ground. Before he could react, Qin felt his head strike the earth first, and then everything went black as he collapsed. Hearing the commotion, Qin Nan emerged from his room. Upon seeing Qin sprawled on the floor, he shook his head. This loyal old servant did not deserve such a fate, yet there was no other recourse. If he did not relinquish his authority, the entire estate would face ruin. For the sake of the manor, he could only hope that old Qin would take the opportunity to rest. As Qin Nan silently contemplated, he soon saw Amy rushing out. The flustered young woman first noticed Qin on the ground, and then caught sight of Qin Nan on the staircase. Just as Qin Nan was about to instruct Amy to help Qin up, the words caught in his throat, his mouth losing control once more. The aftereffects of that ill-fated incident had returned. With a devilish smile directed at Amy, Qin Nan asked, "What did you just see?" "I doubt I didn't see anything at all," Amy stammered, visibly flustered. Qin Nan suddenly wondered if Amy believed that Qin's fall down the stairs had anything to do with him. This insidious quill was truly detestable. "You assist Qin to rest, at the command of the Lord." Amy dared not hesitate. Though she appeared delicate, aiding the elderly steward was not an insurmountable task. News of Qin's fall quickly summoned the estate's overseers, among whom the most esteemed was Prilles, a former soldier. He was responsible for the estate's defenses. While Qin was present, Prilles held a position just beneath him, and now, with Qin fallen, all eyes were anxiously upon him. The steward merely stumbled. After assessing Qin's condition, Prilles stated, "Everyone should return to their duties. The steward will awaken shortly." Prilles' words somewhat calmed the crowd, yet the specter of fear still loomed over the estate following the deaths of the cook and the stableman. "Mr. Prilles, I believe we cannot proceed in this manner." Qin Nan stepped forward resolutely, declaring, "At this moment, the most crucial matter for the entire estate is to reassure everyone in the past. Qin was able to achieve this, and now that he is injured, I feel it is imperative to demonstrate that the estate can protect them." Prilles paused, acutely aware of the dangers of a panicked populace from his time on the battlefield. Yet in this situation, all he could do was ensure that everyone attended to their respective duties. While he had contemplated the need for calming the hearts of the people, his position and authority made it challenging to effect change swiftly. "My lord, are you suggesting? Summon the guard and let us patrol the entire estate," Qin Nan arranged without hesitation. Prilles hesitated momentarily before respectfully acquiescing. "As you wish, esteemed lord." 5 minutes later, Qin Nan mounted a rather unimpressive horse that reached his shoulder, wielding a walnut wood cane in one hand and a sophisticated revolver at his waist. Accompanied by 10 burly men clad in tattered garments and brandishing flintlock firearms, he commenced a grand inspection of the estate. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Qin Nan mounted, he had concealed the silvered magic mirror within his hat, which stood a full foot tall. To this moment, the estate was awash in the vibrant hues of spring, with a myriad of unknown flowers competing for attention, bestowing the expansive grounds with an exuberant vitality. Although the buildings within the estate predominantly featured wooden structures with gabled roofs, everything appeared remarkably orderly. However, the servants displayed a palpable air of anxiety, evidently unsettled by the peculiar demise of the cook. The sight of Qin Nan and his fully armed entourage ignited a flicker of hope in many eyes, with some daringly approaching Qin Nan to pay their respects. "Greetings, my lord." As Qin Nan surveyed his surroundings, he responded to the greetings with a faint smile. Yet, as time passed, the magic mirror hidden beneath his hat began to weigh heavily upon him. The estate, encompassing an area of 1 square kilometer, saw Qin Nan complete his circuit in half an hour. My lord, this survey has proven beneficial. Most individuals appear considerably more at ease, Prilles remarked, brandishing a hunting rifle, his demeanor exuding a menacing aura. Qin Nan nodded in agreement, stating, "Our immediate priority is not only to soothe the populace, but also to unearth the truth behind these events." Prilles' expression shifted dramatically. He could not bear the thought of the esteemed lord facing danger. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately advised, "My lord, perhaps this is merely an unfortunate accident." Qin Nan remained silent, ascending to the second floor upon returning to his quarters. Although Prilles seemed to adhere to his directives, his demeanor led Qin Nan to question his complete trustworthiness. "Magic mirror, have you detected any enemies?" Qin Nan lifted a glass adorned with floral patterns to his lips, retrieving the magic mirror from his hat. "Great master, your decision to carry the mirror outdoors is undoubtedly your most sagacious choice thus far. Within the woods on the western side of the estate resides a death wizard, who is preparing for an ascension. The malevolent spirits are summoned by him. In the past, Qin Nan had found the mirror's incessant prattling to be quite irksome, but at this moment, as he gazed upon the lines of text on the mirror, his expression grew solemn. "A death wizard, one on the verge of ascension." While Qin Nan himself harbored no particular impressions of such a figure, little Anderton seemed only to recall tales from his childhood regarding the terrifying existence of death wizards. Just how formidable could a death wizard be in combat? As Qin Nan was about to inquire further, a middle-aged man clad in black, his pallid visage strikingly pale, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes amidst the woods on the western side of the estate. "Someone is watching me." Chapter 9. The ascension ceremony hidden beneath the earth, traversing through the darkness. "I require your assistance." A voice devoid of any emotion emanated from the gaunt middle-aged man, and with the incantation, phantoms began to silently manifest in the woods. Some of these apparitions had particularly large mouths, others were merely upper bodies, and some appeared as if they had been cleaved in two, yet 2 were still missing. The middle-aged man scrutinized these phantoms for a moment, his expression grave. Initially, he had not placed much importance on this task. A mere small estate, in his eyes, was easily within his grasp. His reluctance to annihilate it outright stemmed from his intention to leverage its destruction to complete his ascension ritual. Once he became a 7th-level death summoner, he would no longer need to cower in the shadows. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he fiercely rubbed the dark ring on his finger. In an instant, a figure clad in a black tailcoat and adorned with a tall, rounded top hat materialized at his left side. Simultaneously, his own form began to fade, swiftly transforming into a specter. After accomplishing this, the man languidly remarked, "Let us depart after nightfall. I am eager to uncover the dangers that lurk within this estate." Although 3 days seemed rather hasty to reach the zenith of the ritual, with death looming, completing it sooner would not be amiss. Qin Nan, oblivious to the man's intentions, was consumed by thoughts of taking the initiative. Despite lacking certainty, he believed that striking first was preferable to remaining in a perpetual state of passive defense. What was the weakness of a death wizard? Qin Nan felt his mind clouded, yet he diligently inquired of the magic mirror. The death wizard was an 8th-tier necromancer, capable of summoning numerous lesser undead and concealing his true location through a death substitute. "Great master, though your intellect is unparalleled and the envy of the divine, your loyal subordinate still advises against provoking this necromancer at this time. The disparity between you is simply too vast. He is an 8th-tier extraordinary being, while you have yet to attain such status. 8th tier. Although Qin Nan possessed only a vague understanding of extraordinary beings, He was acutely aware that even the lowest tier of such beings was formidable, let alone an 8th-tier death wizard. Yet, if he did not eliminate this death wizard, the wizard would assuredly seek his demise. Qin Nan pondered the peculiar deaths of the coachman and cook, recalling the grim fate that awaited all the estate's inhabitants within 10 days. And a chill ran through him. He understood that he had no avenue for retreat. What tier should you and the quill belong to? Qin Nan calculated the resources at his disposal and once more turned to the magic mirror. Esteemed master, I, the magic mirror, am a unique treasure of unparalleled worth, both celestial and terrestrial. To compare me to a quill is an affront. While the great master is undoubtedly correct, my wounded heart yearns for solace. I beseech you. Qin Nan furrowed his brow, beset by a headache and a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. That detestable magic mirror, with its incessant prattle, cannot you spare a moment of self-admiration and speak with some seriousness? I warn you once more, get to the point. Qin Nan, disregarding decorum, uttered with fierce intensity. Upon hearing Qin Nan's threat, the golden letters on the mirror instantly transformed into a ghastly white. Great master, please temporarily extinguish your thunderous wrath. I shall provide you with the answer you seek forthwith. The little goose and the small gun possess limited abilities, belonging to the 9th tier. Master, you must not place excessive hopes upon them, for they are destined to transform your expectations into disillusionment, leaving your heart ice-cold. 9th tier? His 3 possessions, all relegated to the 9th tier. A flicker of madness crossed Qin Nan's eyes. Although a significant disparity exists among extraordinary beings, the probability of success remains high if one approaches with intent rather than indifference. To passively await fate could very well culminate in demise during the wait. Retrieving the silver revolver, Qin Nan caressed its cold surface. Enveloping himself in a state of calm, he set the pistol down, then picked up a quill, pondering for a moment before inscribing a line in his notebook. Upon completing this task, Qin Nan shook the silver bell on the table, and soon, Amy timidly entered. Her bashful demeanor resembled that of a pure white rabbit approaching a great gray wolf. My lord, it is noon. Before Qin Nan could utter a word, Amy whispered nervously. Hearing this, Qin Nan felt a twinge of helplessness. Alas, my illustrious reputation tarnished by this quill. Am I truly the sort who accepts anything that comes my way? This is a grave underestimation of my taste. With a stern countenance, he reprimanded. What does your little mind ponder daily? From now on, recite the Thunder Salvation scripture several times each day to purify your tainted thoughts. Amy was taken aback, her small face flushed with embarrassment, casting a reproachful glance at Qin Nan before lowering her head. Whose thoughts truly require purification, my lord? Are you not aware? However, upon recalling how butler Christine had tumbled down the stairs, she wisely chose to remain silent. Summon Mr. Priss to my presence. Amy, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited the study, her demeanor akin to one escaping from the jaws of death. A quarter of an hour later, Priss, with 2 revolvers at his waist, stood before Qin Nan. Amy informed me that she spotted a stranger in the woods to the west of the estate yesterday. Gather the patrol and accompany me to investigate. Qin Nan offered no elaborate explanations to Priss, his directive straightforward. Priss, upon hearing Qin Nan's orders, furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, my lord, venturing out so recklessly may lead to complications. I am aware that such impulsive outings are ill-advised. Yet shall we merely linger here and await our demise? Qin Nan responded, gazing intently at Priss. Those malevolent spirits await our arrival by mere chance. Our sole recourse now is to ascertain whether the weapons at our disposal can eliminate the orchestrator of this sinister plot. If you fear for your life, remain here. Qin Nan's words were delivered with such conviction that they instantly caused Priss's face to flush with embarrassment. As the second most authoritative figure in the estate after Kizading, Priss found himself at a loss for words in the face of Qin Nan's incisive rebuttal. Moreover, as the individual responsible for the estate's security, failing to take action at this juncture would undoubtedly strip him of any dignity he had left to remain in the manor. My lord, as you wish, but I believe that the person Amy saw may have long since departed, Priss remarked, bowing slightly before proceeding to summon the estate's patrol team. Watching Priss leave, Qin Nan shook his head. He understood all too well that this impending offensive would not be in vain. Chapter 10. A proactive strike. The patrol members, each armed with flintlock rifles, appeared palpably tense. The mysterious deaths of the groom, Yule, and the cook had cast a shadow of deep dread over the entire estate. Although these patrolmen were formidable within the manor, they were distinctly wary of the unknown. Why, lord, there is nothing here. I suggest we return at once, proclaimed a burly middle-aged man with a red beard and murky gaze. In Qin Nan's hand was a silver mutated revolver, and he too was feeling an intense trepidation. The magic mirror remained concealed beneath his tall cylindrical hat, and clad in his hunting attire. Qin Nan exuded an air of gallant vigor. As the red-bearded man spoke, nearly all eyes turned toward Pris. Despite Qin Nan's incarnation of Earl Anton, he was still relatively young, inexperienced, and prone to impulsive actions. Pris remained silent, coerced into this situation by Qin Nan, and internally, he did not wholly endorse such reckless behavior. Now that someone had stepped forward, he hoped that young Anton might reconsider, as this course of action was indeed perilous. Noticing Pris's reticence, the crowd's gaze shifted back to Qin Nan, who realized that he must take decisive action at this critical moment. Rudin, the last to perish, was the cook, and the one before that was Yule. "Are you certain that you will not be the next to meet your demise?" Qin Nan inquired slowly, casting a glance at the red-bearded man. "If those eerie spirits come for you, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed?" Rudin's facial muscles twitched. Although brash, he was not devoid of fear. He had personally interred Yule and was acutely aware of the latter's formidable strength. If someone of Yule's caliber could fall, what chance did he have against the malevolent spirits? And you, and all of you. Do you think that by hiding, the spirits will leave you be? What a ludicrous notion. Our only option now is to confront these spirits while we still possess the strength to do so. If we wait until we are significantly weakened, we will be truly doomed. Rudin took a step back, rendered speechless, while those who had previously wavered wore expressions of deep conflict. It was indeed time to strike against the malevolent spirits. Otherwise, waiting for them to come for them would be akin to tossing bricks from the other side of a wall, leaving whoever was hit to bear the brunt of misfortune. Prilles gazed at Erdun, who was mounted on a steed of lesser stature, feeling somewhat dazed. He perceived that the youthful lord before him seemed to have suddenly matured. Qin Nan observed his subordinate, who had regained his composure, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to take decisive action. Although the current empire had begun to elevate the status of servants, as a lord, he still wielded significant authority. Should these individuals continue to act without regard for their station, he would have no choice but to resort to extreme measures. While such actions were not his preference, in the face of danger, he had to seize every ounce of power at his disposal. The maple trees, thick as a bowl's rim, had begun to display their verdant hues, and amidst the layers of lush grass, the tricolor velvet grass appeared increasingly resplendent. Under ordinary circumstances, Qin Nan would have found the scenery picturesque. However, at this moment, he had no inclination to appreciate it. "Have you made any discoveries?" Qin Nan communicated with the magic mirror through his mind. After taking the mirror on a brief circuit of the estate, he realized another remarkable feature. He did not need to constantly watch the mirror. As long as he thought of it, the mirror could engage with him. This form of communication manifested in his consciousness, but it consumed more mental energy than typical exchanges. "Great Master, you have only just arrived at the edge of the woods. My range of exploration is still quite limited. However, I have already sensed the presence of devouring malevolence. I am confident that such lowly fiends cannot conceal themselves from your greatness." The golden script appeared line by line in his mind, causing Qin Nan's temples to throb painfully. The magic mirror was commendable in many respects, yet its incessant chatter was a vexation. If only it could amend this annoying habit, it would be perfect. "Silence!" Qin Nan mentally reprimanded the golden text and then commanded, "Advance further. No one is permitted to lag behind. Search the entire forest." Though Prilles disagreed with Qin Nan's orders, he presently acted as a dutiful executor, leading the way with the red-bearded Rudy while frequently scanning their surroundings. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. After traversing 1,000 meters into the woods, a line of text suddenly surfaced in Qin Nan's mind. "Great Master, be cautious. They are just ahead." Upon seeing this line, Qin Nan gestured for them to halt. This distance was not particularly taxing for Prilles and the others, but due to the heightened tension, nearly all of them prepared to sit as soon as Qin Nan issued his command. "Someone is ahead. Remain vigilant." Qin Nan warned loudly. At that very moment, a half-formed apparition, lacking feet, eerily drifted into view. He did not immediately strike but remained suspended in the air, creating a bizarre tableau. Even for seasoned veterans like Prilles, who had weathered numerous battles, a sense of fear began to creep in. "Fire! Shoot at the malevolence." Although Qin Nan was unsure of the efficacy of gunfire, he promptly instructed the soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the gunshots reverberated in the void, a terrified scream erupted not far from Qin Nan. Before Rudin, who was in the midst of pulling the gun's bolt, A ghostly apparition materialized, reduced to nothing but a head, its mouth agape as it lunged toward him. Flee! In an instant, Rudin nearly hurled his firearm to the ground, sprinting away with all his might. Simultaneously, the other patrol members scattered in a frenzy. Pri fired a shot at the spectral figure that was only half formed. The moment the gun fired, a fist-sized gash appeared in the specter's abdomen. Yet, the half-ghost continued to lunge towards him. Fear not. We must gather and shoot together. Only then do we stand a chance of survival. Pri's exhortation was indeed sound, yet the patrol members, now like panicked birds, paid him no heed. They fled in all directions, but amidst the chaos, some had already succumbed to hands reaching from the ground, snapping their necks. Others appeared dazed, as if struck by a sudden folly. Qin Nan had never harbored high hopes for this patrol, but their collapse was alarmingly swift. Urging his weary steed onward, Qin Nan gripped his silver revolver tightly, just as a figure emerged from the depths of the woods. Chapter 11. The substitute draped in a black tailcoat, adorned with a cylindrical black top hat and wielding a black cane. The approaching figure resembled a gentleman. Yet, this presence, which ought to be found at a soiree, wandered ominously in this desolate setting, causing Qin Nan's expression to shift. Could this be the necromancer? Qin Nan immediately directed his thoughts toward the enchanted mirror in his heart. However, before the mirror could respond, the figure leapt forward, gliding close to Qin Nan, accompanied by a wave of decaying odor that assailed his senses. In such dire circumstances, Qin Nan found himself bereft of options. Initially, he had planned to wait until the necromancer revealed himself before firing, but the present situation left no room for hesitation. Shoot, fire immediately. Should he delay, he risked being seized and killed by the advancing specter. Bang! Although the accuracy of the silver revolver was not particularly high, the proximity of the necromancer rendered it nearly impossible to miss. Just one shot, and it struck the necromancer with unerring precision. Yet, Qin Nan felt no certainty about this shot. It was, after all, his first time wielding this silver revolver, and he was uncertain of its efficacy against evil forces. Nevertheless, he understood all too well that should this attempt fail, a grim fate awaited him. The advancing figure was upon him in an instant, a foul stench provoking an urge to retch that very moment. A burst of white light erupted from the encroaching dark form. In the radiance, the specter disintegrated into a cloud of ashes. Exorcism. This was true exorcism. Accompanied by the white glow, the malevolent spirits that had been surging toward Pri and the other patrol members halted abruptly in midair. As Pri and his companions gazed in astonishment at the suddenly blossoming radiance, though they were unaware of the events unfolding, they recognized that the current circumstances were exceedingly favorable to them. Quickly, gather around the Lord, Pri bellowed, swiftly charging towards Qin Nan. Just as Pri spoke, the previously dormant evil spirits began to surge once more towards him and his companions. Great Master, your initial strike is executed with such decisiveness. I must concede. You are the most magnificent marksman in the world, the most formidable gunman I have ever encountered. A vibrant array of words materialized instantaneously in Qin Nan's mind. At that moment, Qin Nan felt his spirit sway, wishing fervently to shatter the cursed mirror resting atop his head. This detestable mirror was now flaunting its own demise before him. Did it not comprehend the limitations of his mental energy? Did it not realize that communicating through mental channels was far more excruciating than through divine thoughts? While muttering to himself, he barked, "Get to the point. Is that necromancer dead or not? Great Master, your admonition is indeed correct. I shall amend my ways henceforth. What I must convey to you is that you did not slay the necromancer. You merely vanquished a decoy." As he beheld the words gradually dimming, a wave of despondency washed over Qin Nan. Alas, having only dispatched a mere substitute, the necromancer proved to be quite a formidable adversary. A chilling howl reverberated through the void, and the evil spirits, previously halted by Qin Nan's shot, once again charged wildly towards Pri and the others. One malevolent spirit, left with only its upper half, another brandishing an axe with a single arm, and yet another consisting solely of a head. All lunged towards Qin Nan in unison. Faced with these advancing malevolence, an instinctive dread welled up within him, further compounded by an arm reaching out from the void. This arm was twice the girth of an ordinary man's. Its dark green palm covered in dreadful bony spikes, and in the center of that arm, a single eye stood erect, the eye blinked, glowing with an eerie green luminescence. Beneath that arm, Qin Nan felt death creeping ever closer. Master, that is the tentacle of death. You cannot withstand it. Quickly evade. The mirror within Qin Nan's mind swiftly conjured a line of text. This time, It was devoid of any superfluous words, clearly sensing that Qin Nan was in an extraordinarily perilous moment. Yet, at that instant, Qin Nan had no time to heed the mirror, for the arm had ominously traversed the void, reaching out towards him. 0.5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. "Lord, evade!" Pri shouted, his hunting rifle aimed at the hand of death, panic evident in his eyes. The bullet from the rifle sliced through the void rapidly, but as it approached the deathly tentacle, it inexplicably distorted without a sound. The trajectory of the bullet altered, albeit slightly, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon the tentacle of death. As for those subordinates, they are either scattering in panic or grappling with their own adversaries. While the life of the Lord holds significance, the paramount concern remains their own survival. The notion of serving their master with unwavering dedication until death is merely a hollow slogan. Positioned 20 meters to the left of Qin Nan, the malevolent spirit, manifested by the death sorcerer, coldly confronted him. The shot that had dispatched his doppelganger instilled a sense of dread within Qin Nan. Although his true self was slightly stronger than the substitute, one thing was unequivocally clear. Should he be struck by such a bullet, he would likely meet his demise as well. This moment of caution proved to be exceedingly prudent. Otherwise, all his previous efforts might have been in vain. By slaying this youthful lord, transforming this modest estate into a banquet of death, he could not only fulfill his mission but also ascend to the rank of Sequence 7. Achieving the status of a Sequence 7 death summoner would liberate him from the current predicament. A mere estate, should he so desire, could easily be turned into a realm of desolation through alternative means. Caressing the glass vial concealed within his sleeve, a flicker of yearning emerged in the death sorcerer's gaze. At that moment, Qin Nan raised the silver handgun once more. Upon sighting the gleaming firearm, the death sorcerer felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he possessed ample confidence in his deathly tendrils, the bullet imbued with purifying power exerted an equal measure of pressure upon him. Fortunately, he had other preparations in place. Beneath Qin Nan's feet, a bone spear slowly emerged from the ground. This was the death sorcerer's ultimate strike prepared for Qin Nan. The deathly tendrils were merely a prelude. Of course, if Qin Nan failed to fire in time, the death tendrils could just as easily claim his life. 2 assaults converged simultaneously. At that very instant, Qin Nan's silver revolver discharged once more. "Master, quickly, there's a bone spear attacking from below. Master, that bone spear is the most lethal threat. You must evade it." The silvery magic mirror within Qin Nan's mind formed a series of warnings. Yet, regrettably, he was oblivious to them at that moment. His mind was consumed with the necessity of firing at the deathly tendril reaching for him. The silver revolver possessed the power to vanquish evil, but its aftereffect rendered the second shot inaccurate. Now, as Qin Nan aimed for the death tendril, he unleashed his second shot. The silver bullet veered sharply away from the tendril, deviating from its intended target the moment it exited the chamber. Soaring towards Qin Nan's left side, the instant the bullet was fired, Qin Nan felt an utter depletion of strength enveloping him. That moment, he beheld a multitude of bony spikes rushing toward him. Engulfed by an unprecedented terror, 0.5 meter, 20 centimeters, 5 centimeters. 0.5 centimeters is a remarkably brief distance, one that effectively sealed Qin Nan's fate of impending death. Should he perish this time, he would indeed be Qin Nan. If he survived, he would dutifully accept the role of Anderton. This was the final thought that lingered in Qin Nan's mind. He fervently wished that upon awakening from this nightmare, everything would prove to be a mere illusion, allowing him to return to his modern life, replete with its myriad comforts. The bony protrusions drew perilously close to him, and Qin Nan became acutely aware of an ominous presence encroaching upon his face. In that moment, he dared not open his eyes, for he feared that what lay before him would be a sight he could not bear to witness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a piercing, anguished cry, almost inhuman in its despair, jolted Qin Nan from his paralyzing fear. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a singular, upright eye, fixated upon him, devoid of any semblance of life. A profound terror enveloped him, causing beads of cold sweat to form and saturate his back. Just as his dread reached its zenith, the eye began to recede, and in the blink of an eye, it, along with the arm to which it was attached, vanished into the void. From that eye, Qin Nan sensed a memory, one that was far from benevolent. As the arm dissipated, the vengeful spirits that had been lunging towards him began to dissolve into nothingness. To his left, a figure emerged, enveloped in a radiant white light. "Great and unparalleled master, your humble servant wishes to extend the most loyal of respects. You are the offspring of the god of fate." "No, I misspoke. You are the divine child of the god of fate. No, that too falls short. You are the earthly embodiment of the god of fate. Golden letters swiftly materialized in Qin Nan's consciousness, igniting within him an overwhelming urge to roar in frustration. How dare you squander my mental energy with your flattery? Get to the point. Qin Nan barked in irritation. In response, the enchanted mirror promptly displayed a line of golden text. The deathly necromancer has been slain by the second bullet you fired. He is hiding to your left, transformed into a vengeful spirit. Great master, it is not that your humble servant wishes to overlook him. Rather, his rank supersedes mine, and to discern his presence requires appropriate time. Ignoring the mirror's words, Qin Nan tightened his grip on the silver revolver in his hand, his mind racing with the final words pinned by a quill. Why second shot missed the target. He changed direction and eliminated the lurking necromancer. These words, inscribed with the quill, represented a mere 30 seconds, yet within that fleeting moment, they had miraculously saved his life. Since the error could not be undone, he resolved to embrace it. As long as it was utilized wisely, the outcome could still be immensely gratifying. The malevolent spirit has fled. The malevolent spirit has fled, shouted a patrol officer. Initially cornered, they suddenly discovered that the deadly spirit had bizarrely vanished. This miraculous turn of events filled them with overwhelming joy, bringing them to tears. The horrors of the preceding moments had been too intense to bear. Pliss let out a sigh of relief. Though unscathed, he felt utterly disheveled. The spirit that had charged at him had made him acutely aware of death's beckoning hand. As a seasoned veteran who had endured the trials of battle, he swiftly regained his composure and, after surveying his surroundings to ascertain that no danger lurked nearby, bellowed to those around him, "Gather around the Lord." At this moment, Qin Nan had approached the death wizard, now reduced to mere ashes, yet his garments remained unscathed. The first thing that caught Qin Nan's eye was a black stone, roughly the size of an infant's fist, which was significantly larger than any black stone he had previously acquired. Upon spotting this stone, Qin Nan instinctively grasped it. In an instant, the black stone transformed into energy, surging into Qin Nan's body. In that fleeting moment, a message materialized in his mind. You possess a level 2 evolution point. Please select your target for evolution. The first thought that crossed Qin Nan's mind regarding the level 2 evolution point was the feather quill. Were it not for the quill's intervention, he would have surely perished this time. He resolved to consider it further as he silently contemplated. The message faded into the ether. Just then, Qin Nan's attention was drawn to a glass vial concealed beneath the death wizard's robes. The vial contained a viscous, inky liquid that had not spilled despite the vial being overturned. The moment Qin Nan's gaze fell upon it, the black liquid erupted into flames. In an instant, the flames consumed the glass, reducing it to nothingness. As the black fire blazed, Qin Nan felt the temperature around him plummet by at least 10 degrees. Reacting instinctively, he took 2 steps back, and from the swirling flames emerged a figure clad in a black robe, its face obscured. Since you have ingested this potion, your death should have occurred, yet you live. This disjointed utterance stirred a reaction in Qin Nan, igniting a profound intuition within him. This shadowy figure was the mastermind behind the entire affair. Cursed filly, incapable of handling even such a trivial matter, yet foolishly aspiring to ascend as a death summoner. He mused as if sensing his thoughts. The figure cast a sidelong glance at Qin Nan and remarked, "Why do you not succumb to death, little one? It would be the finest of fates for you." Accompanying these words, the black flames extinguished silently, and the figure that had emerged from the fire vanished without a trace. Chapter 13. The sovereign of space within the black vial, a diminutive stone, no larger than an infant's fingertip, remained, its crimson hue pulsating as if it were on the brink of life. Qin Nan gazed at the stone, a chill coursing through him. Although he had yet to discern the vial's purpose, one thing was certain. The death wizard named Philly was destined for silencing. The assassination of a minor noble, followed by the elimination of the assassin, struck Qin Nan as profoundly anomalous, bordering on illogical. After all, according to the memories of Little Anderton, far too many minor nobles had fallen victim to such necromancers. Beyond the Thunder Church, scarcely anyone paid heed to such matters. On the body of young Tun lies an array of secrets unbeknownst to him, and it is precisely these enigmas that have attracted unexpected figures intent on his demise. In a bid to eradicate all evidence, the spectral sorcerer who orchestrated this endeavor must be eliminated post-haste, once the plan reaches fruition. Contemplating this, Qin Nan's mood grew increasingly somber, for in his estimation, this matter was far from over. Those who sought to eliminate him would undoubtedly persist, and the individuals they dispatched would likely become ever more formidable. If a mere necromancer could render him so beleaguered, what manner of being might descend from the liquid within the vial? The great master, the recently manifested entity, was perhaps a necromancer nearing demigod status. Indeed, one could not help but marvel at the extraordinary adversaries he attracted. A cascade of colorful words rapidly materialized in the mirror of Qin Nan's mind, an obsequious flattery that left him both amused and exasperated. With no time to indulge the mirror's musings, he turned to the approaching Prillies and others, inquiring about the casualties. Prillies cast a glance toward Qin Nan, his expression tinged with surprise. He had never anticipated that the young master, whom they were meant to protect, could single-handedly reverse what seemed an inevitable and fatal predicament. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the potential of the younger generation. Jean Lifu and Joseph had perished, their bodies marred by the malevolent spirit's assault. Qin Nan nodded, following Prillies' gaze to the two lifeless forms sprawled upon the ground. They were robust men in their 30s, now silent and still, one with a gaping void where his heart once resided, while the other appeared as though he had been ravaged, his body diminished by half. The power of the malevolent spirit, truly extraordinary. Bring them back to the manor for a proper burial. Qin Nan continued. Both men died in service to the manor. Ensure their families are compensated. Prillies acknowledged his command and arranged for 4 patrolling guards to carry the 2 bodies back to the manor alongside Qin Nan. Their return sent shockwaves through the estate. The residents were already fraught with anxiety due to the suspicious deaths of the coachman and cook, and the demise of the 2 patrolling guards only compounded their distress. Fortunately, when Prillies and the others reported that the necromancer manipulating the malevolent spirit had been slain by the Lord, the crowd's spirits were somewhat assuaged. However, the relatives of the deceased guards wept and lamented, their grief palpable and heart-wrenching. Qin Nan had little inclination to address these matters. For him, the pressing urgency lay in uncovering the identity of the individual plotting against him. He felt uncertain about the true strength of a necromancer approaching demigod status. Yet the myriad means employed by the slain necromancer suggested that facing such a being would likely spell his doom. Resignation and passivity were not options that Qin Nan would entertain. Thus, he felt an intense urgency to augment his own power. No one shall disturb me without my command. Upon returning to his study, Qin Nan's demeanor was akin to one who had emerged from an icy cavern. Following closely behind, Amy felt a shiver run through her entire being. Just a moment ago, he had been a gentle young man inviting her, yet now he seemed so cold and unfeeling. With a look of grievance, Amy gazed at Qin Nan, who ignored her completely, engrossed in the tattered garments of the deceased necromancer as he entered the room. Within the garments lay a pouch the size of a book, housing the belongings of the fallen sorcerer. Among these items were a diary, various materials that Qin Nan had never even contemplated, a palm-sized silver sheet, and a silver box. The black hardcover of the diary bore the name Fili Yulian. As Qin Nan prepared to leaf through the diary, he was suddenly struck with the realization that he could not open it. The diary was bound by an invisible force, rendering him unable to turn even a single page. Although he had the magic mirror to consult, his attention was drawn instead to the 2 small black stones. These stones, originating from the pouch of the necromancer Fili, piqued Qin Nan's interest as much as the dark diary itself. Upon picking up the 2 stones, a line of text materialized in his mind. Do you wish to absorb? Without hesitation, Qin Nan opted for absorption, as the stones transformed into energy and flowed into his body. Another line of text appeared in his consciousness. You have 2 level 1 evolution points. Please select the object for evolution. Having reaped considerable benefits from the magic mirror, quill, and silver pistol, Qin Nan instinctively cast his gaze upon the objects in the room. What should he evolve? There stood an ancient clock towering 3 feet high, a notebook for writing, a scythe, and various other items. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nan decided against making a choice for the time being. What mattered most was locating something useful for himself. The silver sheet was adorned with numerous characters, yet, having absorbed Little and Dun's memories, Qin Nan found himself unable to recognize any of them. What language was this? And why did he not comprehend it? Rubbing his forehead, Qin Nan endeavored to recall Little and Dun's memories, suddenly sensing that he had encountered these characters in a book before. However, he could not recollect which book it was. In frustration, he retrieved the magic mirror and inquired, "What does this say? My esteemed and supreme master, you are once again testing this poor wretch. The questions you pose may appear simple, yet they have caused the little mirror much toil and trouble in its quest for answers." Qin Nan felt a throbbing in his forehead. That wretched magic mirror was wasting his time. He reiterated emphatically, "Get to the point. Otherwise, I shall shatter you and allocate the evolution points to another mirror."
I refuse to believe it would be as verbose as you. Upon hearing Qin Nan's threat, the text upon the magic mirror shifted instantly, the black characters now appearing exceedingly formal. Master, this page of silver paper bears the inscription Master of Space. Chapter 14. I add a touch to the potion upon hearing the term Master of Space. Qin Nan's eyes lit up with excitement. Tio speak of nothing else. The mere title of the Master of Space is sufficiently impressive. Could it be that the means to confront that demigod-level necromancer lies within this silver parchment? Just as Qin Nan was caught up in his exhilaration, a line of text reappeared on the shimmering surface of the magical mirror. Great Master, this is the potion formula for the space patron of Sequence 9. A path for those aspiring to become apprentices of space. Should you wish to embark on this journey, you will require space crystals, 5 marchless fruit, and 100 grams of the blood of the void bird. A plethora of materials was listed, leaving Qin Nan somewhat overwhelmed. Aside from the void bird, which he had vaguely heard of, he was entirely unfamiliar with the rest. What precisely is a space crystal? Where am I to procure marchless fruit? Where could such a thing possibly be found? As Qin Nan's frustration grew, the words on the mirror suddenly froze. This occurrence left him with the impression that the magical mirror had, akin to a computer from a previous life, inexplicably crashed. What has transpired? Qin Nan inquired tentatively. Esteemed Master, I regret to inform you of a sorrowful truth. The potion formula for the Apprentice of Space has inexplicably lost its last 2 components. I have endeavored through numerous methods, yet none have proven effective. Witnessing the dreadful might of the necromancer, Qin Nan was now fervently yearning to transcend to an extraordinary existence. For him, the specific sequence of that extraordinary state mattered little. His primary desire was to peruse the diary of the necromancer, chiefly to seek out potion formulas. Yet now, a formula for such an extraordinary potion lay before him, albeit regrettably incomplete. They say where there's a will, there's a way, yet here I am, facing a dead end. Qin Nan gazed at the magical mirror and asked, is there any method to restore this potion formula? As long as one's thoughts do not wane, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. Your esteemed and magnificent self, there are indeed 2 methods to restore this potion formula, both of which I believe will be trivial for you. The magical mirror actually proposed 2 solutions. Ignoring the urge to berate the mirror for its verbosity, Qin Nan felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. However, as he scrutinized the subsequent words displayed on the mirror, his composure began to falter. The first method, dear Master, involves employing the magic of time reversal to revert the formula to its original, unaltered state. I see that rather nonsensical. Qin Nan felt an overwhelming impulse to shatter the insufferable mirror into 1,000 pieces. Time reversal magic? If I possessed such magic, I would return to the era I am familiar with, rather than engaging in this conversation. Suppressing his annoyance, Qin Nan continued to gaze at the mirror, where the silver text transformed into blue. The second method is even simpler for the esteemed Master. Capture a powerful entity of the space controller sequence and compel them to complete the potion formula. What a brilliant suggestion. I find myself utterly speechless. Qin Nan had grown weary of bickering with the magic mirror, casting a resigned glance at it before opening the silver box. Inside the box lay a glass vial, measuring over half a foot in length, filled with a sinister green potion. Upon seeing this dreadful green concoction, Qin Nan's instinctive reaction was to wonder if this was indeed the potion of the Death Wizard. Although he harbored some aversion towards the Death Wizard, at that moment, he felt he could afford no reservations. Was this truly the potion of the Death Wizard? Battling a throbbing headache, Qin Nan directed another inquiry at the mirror. The mirror first showcased a radiant smile, followed by a cascade of colorful words. Great Master, you are once again testing your most loyal servant with such trivial matters. How could this possibly be the potion of the Death Wizard? It is clearly a defective potion of the space benefactor. That unfortunate Death Wizard attempted to concoct a potion without the necessary ingredients. That poor wretch, having omitted 2 essential components, created something even he would dare not consume. This is nothing but refuse. With high hopes, Qin Nan's expression darkened. He had anticipated this to be the potion of the Death Wizard, only to discover that it was, in fact, a flawed potion of the space benefactor. Could a potion lacking 1 or 2 ingredients be consumed? Although Qin Nan was not an extraordinary being and had limited knowledge of the extraordinary, he understood well that one should not haphazardly ingest potions. Moreover, this potion had the potential to grant extraordinary abilities, yet it also posed a significant risk of spiraling out of control. Consuming a complete potion required caution, and who would dare to ingest one that was defective? Is there truly no other option? Qin Nan asked, his reluctance palpable. A crying face materialized on the mirror, conveying a clear message. This servant is unable to comply. Staring blankly at the potion, an idea suddenly struck Qin Nan. If he had enhanced the mirror with a point, transforming it into a magic mirror, what would happen if he were to bestow a point upon this flawed potion? As this thought emerged, an uncontrollable impulse surged within him. He currently possessed 2 evolution points. Granting one to this potion, even if it resulted in wastage, seemed inconsequential, and a surge of excitement. Qin Nan retrieved the vial containing the potion and, with a finger, tapped it gently. Ding! Defective Space Benefactor Potion has successfully evolved, transforming into the perfect Space Benefactor Potion. Ingredients: Space Crystal, 5 marchless fruits, 100 grams of Skybird's blood. 1 feather of the Quilluo sparrow, 1 petal of the 9 skyflower, half a sky ludi.as. He surveyed the potion's recipe. Qin Nan's heart sank. According to the mirror's earlier assertion, 2 ingredients had been omitted. Yet the formula now presented before him included an additional ingredient. Was it the mirror that had erred, or was there some other issue at play? Perhaps someone had deliberately omitted a potion ingredient. Just as Qin Nan grappled with this perplexity, another line of text appeared in his mind. Side effects: during consumption, there is a 50% chance of triggering the user's bloodline, potentially leading to a loss of control due to the conflict between the potion and the bloodline. Ignite the potion. With a 50% risk of losing control, was this truly a potion or a poison? Qin Nan held the glass vial, hesitating with uncertainty. The potion seemed to be complete, yet the probability of failure in its consumption was alarmingly high. After much deliberation, he ultimately set the vial aside. For him, this potion was not a final recourse. Magic Mirror, do you possess a means to unlock Feely's diary? Esteemed Master, my current abilities are insufficient. Perhaps you could try using a quill? As the green ink flowed, it gradually transformed into red, casting doubt in Qin Nan's mind regarding the soundness of the mirror's suggestion. Chapter 15. The Sealed Tome. A minute later, Qin Nan opened Feely's diary. Words swiftly flowed from the quill, but just as the final character was inscribed, the entire line vanished without a trace. This occurrence caused Qin Nan to furrow his brow. What is happening? Just as confusion enveloped him, the quill inscribed another line upon the paper. Violation of rules, exceeding the quill's capacity. Staring at the quill lying still, Qin Nan felt an intensifying headache, not from anger, but from the excessive drain on his mental energy. The utilization of the silver pistol, the magic mirror, and the quill all demanded considerable mental fortitude. Such substantial depletion was the source of his discomfort. To enhance his mental prowess, there was but one path: to become an extraordinary being. His gaze fell once more upon the potion bestowed by the Space Guardian. Consuming it could very well lead to self-destruction. Qin Nan had no desire to perish, yet without partaking in this potion, what were his chances of survival against the nearly demigod-level necromancer? After much contemplation, he remembered he still possessed a single evolution point. He wondered if it could bring about a transformation in Feely's diary. In an instant, he pointed his finger towards the diary. The diary evolved to 1, transforming into the Sealed Tome, capable of sealing 3 9th-level evil spirits and 1 8th-level evil spirit. The user of the Sealed Tome could summon the sealed evil spirits to battle for 1 minute. The Sealed Tome, allowing for the sealing and summoning of evil spirits in combat. This was quite remarkable. Just as joy flooded Qin Nan's heart, another line appeared in his mind. Side effect: after using the Sealed Tome in battle, indirect memory loss will occur. Indirect memory loss? What was that? The side effect did not seem overly severe. He picked up the now more exquisite and compact Feely's diary, gently flipping through its pages, and to his astonishment, the diary, which had remained locked, was now able to be opened. In that moment, upon unveiling Feely's diary, the pallid visage of a middle-aged man came into view. This man was none other than the necromancer Feely, whom he had slain. As Qin Nan's gaze settled upon the spirit, he noticed that Feely's image blinked at him. What is this? Could it be that Feely has transformed into an evil spirit? Magic Mirror. What is the meaning of this? Qin Nan, trembling with trepidation, cautiously regarded the sealed spirit of Feely while inquiring of the mirror. Great Master, you are indeed omnipotent. Your brilliance shines brightly enough to illuminate the entire manor. Golden letters appeared upon the mirror's surface. Qin Nan harbored the belief that one day, this insufferable magic mirror would infuriate him to the point of smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. How could the flattery be incessant? Suppressing his frustration, he addressed the mirror. Get to the point. I wish to know the current state of the Sealing Tome. O great Master, the mirror replied, I am of the same rank as the Sealing Tome. Thus I am unaware of its condition. Just as Qin Nan was about to respond, a sycophantic smile appeared on the mirror, accompanied by a line of text that was a ghastly green, seemingly drenched in infinite grievance. Master, the mirror believes you possess the capability to enable its further evolution. It not unreasonable to let the horse run without allowing it to graze. Your devoted little mirror has served you with unwavering loyalty from the beginning. For this reason, I implore you to grant this opportunity for evolution to me. Upon reading those words, Qin Nan furrowed his brow. He currently possessed one secondary evolution point and one tertiary evolution point, which constituted his greatest reward from vanquishing Fei Li. Upon returning, while contemplating how to become an extraordinary being, he was also deliberating whom to bestow this secondary evolution point upon. The silver revolver, the feather quill, and the magic mirror each held their own significance. In his heart, Qin Nan felt that the feather quill and the silver revolver provided him with immense reassurance, and he pondered transforming one of them into a tertiary evolution item. The mirror lacked combat prowess. However, it could sense dangers in advance and assist him in numerous tasks. Allowing the mirror to evolve was not out of the question, yet this creature was excessively loquacious. Although it bore no side effects, whenever Qin Nan was impatiently awaiting answers, it would dawdle, rambling incessantly until his head felt ready to split, stirring within him an impulse to shatter it. Nevertheless, when faced with the enigmatic, near-demigod necromancer, the mirror undeniably played an irreplaceable role. Very well, though this fellow was verbose, it could still be modified. Granting it a chance was not entirely unwarranted. Having made his decision, Qin Nan did not immediately allocate the secondary evolution point to the mirror, but instead turned his attention to the necromancer within the sealing tome. The necromancer seemed to have revived, albeit confined to the pages of that tome. Just as Qin Nan's mind began to form the words, Fei Li's figure burst forth from the sealing tome. Simultaneously, two pieces of information emerged in Qin Nan's mind. Summon the malevolent spirit, Deathbone Spear. These were skills mastered by the sealed Fei Li, and should Qin Nan desire, he could wield these two abilities through Fei Li. Gazing at the airborne Fei Li, Qin Nan's heart felt not a semblance of relief. Rather, it grew more somber. At present, Fei Li was merely a 9th-level malevolent spirit, yet he possessed two extraordinary abilities. What of the near-demigod necromancer? Would he not be able to extinguish Qin Nan's life with a mere thought? Such contemplation deepened Qin Nan's trepidation, making him feel as though his head might fracture. Clearly, summoning malevolent spirits posed a substantial burden on his mental faculties. To possess treasures yet be unable to wield them, that encapsulated Qin Nan's current state. With a self-deprecating thought, he activated the sealing tome, retracting Fei Li's malevolent spirit back within its confines. After accomplishing this, Qin Nan let out a profound sigh of relief. With the aid of the enchanted mirror, he discovered that his visage was even more pallid than that of the deathly sorcerer, Fei Li, which was certainly not a favorable sign. After greedily inhaling, Qin Nan's gaze fell upon the test tube containing the potion of the spatial benefactor. With a single enhancement, the potion had achieved perfection. Although he remained uncertain about the subsequent advancement potions after becoming a spatial benefactor, addressing his mental fortitude was paramount. The instant this thought arose, Qin Nan seized the glass vial and promptly swallowed the potion within. The potion of the spatial benefactor coursed through his body. An unsettling sensation stirred within his heart. It felt as though he had forgotten something. What precisely had he forgotten? Why did it seem that what he had overlooked was of utmost significance? Just as Qin Nan strained to recall what it was that had slipped his mind, a surge of warmth began to rise rapidly from his stomach. The potion was reacting. Suddenly, it struck Qin Nan. This potion bore side effects. Chapter 16. The Spatial Benefactor. The potion had side effects. Yet he had forgotten what they were. Consuming the potion left Qin Nan in a state of turmoil. Simultaneously, he came to a profound realization. When utilizing these items evolved through enhancements, no amount of caution could be deemed excessive. What side effects might manifest? Qin Nan felt a gnawing anxiety regarding the impending crisis he would face. Waves of warmth surged rapidly from his stomach outward, yet as he became aware of these warm currents, he felt as though his very blood was on the verge of boiling. An intense, unbridled heat ravaged his body. If the heat emanating from his stomach was a consequence of the potion, then what of the sudden boiling of his blood? What was happening? Two energies surged within Qin Nan, and he felt as though his body were about to be torn apart. A piercing pain threatened to overwhelm him. Yet he was acutely aware that if he succumbed to unconsciousness, it could very well spell his demise. The most crucial aspect of potion consumption was to maintain composure. Help me. Help me, that a chorus of voices suddenly resonated in Qin Nan's ears, and at that moment, he felt his arms swell to nearly double their size. His body twisted, his features contorted into a grotesque visage. What was this voice, and why did such an eerie sound echo in my ears? As Qin Nan endured this torment, he suddenly perceived a light before him, a light that was utterly incomprehensible. This light was omnipresent, blotting out the sun. This light. Alongside the emergence of this illumination, Qin Nan felt akin to a moth drawn irresistibly toward the flame. I am losing control. I am on the brink of losing control. In the midst of this mental void, Qin Nan endeavored to cling to the last vestige of clarity, yet he found himself utterly incapable. To die from mistakenly consuming a potion. How lamentable that would be. Just as Qin Nan lamented his fate, the all-encompassing radiance vanished without a trace, and the murmurs that had recently filled his ears dissipated into silence. With the disappearance of these two elements, Qin Nan's mind suddenly cleared significantly. It was at this moment that he realized his entire body was drenched in sweat. Although the heat within his stomach continued to surge, it was no longer as ferocious as before, and the burning sensation in his veins had also subsided considerably. Accompanying this, two distinct pieces of information emerged in Qin Nan's consciousness. One of these originated from the potion of the space benefactor. The other stemmed from his own bloodline. The space benefactor, also known as a space apprentice, possessed powers that were doubled compared to an ordinary individual, with agility and speed increased fivefold, capable of creating a cubic meter of dimensional space in the void. Conversely, the information from his bloodline conveyed an entirely different essence. The fire spirit warrior boasted a fivefold increase in strength, and upon entering a combat state, would enter a frenzied condition, endowed with remarkable aptitude for martial arts. Having successfully consumed the potion, he had ascended to the status of an extraordinary being. As Qin Nan reflected upon his current state, he felt an inexplicable blend of amusement and exasperation. All he had sought was to elevate himself to an extraordinary being, yet he had unexpectedly ascended to two distinct forms of transcendence. Was it a blessing or a curse to become an extraordinary being through two divergent paths? Qin Nan was uncertain, for he lacked systematic knowledge of the arcane. Even this elevation had come about by sheer happenstance. However, at this moment, he recalled what he had forgotten. The potion of the space benefactor, enhanced with evolution points, not only increased the likelihood of failure but also activated the bloodline within him. He possessed the bloodline of an extraordinary being, one that belonged to the ancestor of Xiao Anduin. Why, during his ascension, had he heard someone whispering peculiar words of plea in his ear? Who was this person imploring for salvation? Amidst the flurry of thoughts, Qin Nan cast aside these perplexing uncertainties. What was most pressing for him now was to test his newfound abilities. His strength had augmented, his physical capabilities had surged, and his agility had likewise improved. The combination of the two distinct potions rendered Qin Nan's power and speed significantly greater than that of an ordinary space benefactor or fire spirit warrior. For instance, his physical prowess had escalated to 7 times that of an average person. Compared to the transformations in his physique and strength, what captivated Qin Nan's attention the most was a particular ability of the space benefactor, the dimensional space. Without the need for incantations, merely by becoming a dimensional benefactor, he could possess a cubic meter of exclusive dimensional space. Even other spatial warriors of the same path would find it challenging to breach Qin Nan's dimensional domain. In a moment of focused concentration, Qin Nan felt a mysterious connection form between his heart and a pitch-black space measuring 1 square meter. He casually grasped the silver mirror and, with a mere thought, the mirror in his hand vanished into the dimensional space. Following the evolution of his silver revolver, Qin Nan faced an urgent dilemma: where to appropriately store the increasingly numerous evolved items. Now, with this dimensional space, albeit small, it proved to be exceedingly convenient, as he could store the majority of his possessions within it. Reaching into the void, the magical mirror materialized once more in Qin Nan's grasp. Congratulations, esteemed master, on becoming the guardian of the cosmos. Alas, from this moment forth, we shall deplete your mental energy without the slightest caution, expressing ourselves as we please. The golden script transforms into a vibrant tapestry of colors, and the surface of the magical mirror radiates with an unparalleled brilliance, as if only this could convey the mirror's elation. Qin Nan perceives that this mirror is nothing short of a reckless fool, having previously squandered its own mental energy. Even now, as each character materializes, he keenly senses his mental strength waning at an alarming rate. This insufferable entity truly deserves a stern reprimand. Just as these thoughts flicker through Qin Nan's mind, the previously motionless quill suddenly springs to life. Witnessing the quill poised above the blank sheet, an eerie sensation creeps over him. He had always believed that the quill could only inscribe under his command, yet it astonishingly demonstrates the ability to write independently. Congratulations, Master, on your ascension as both a guardian of the cosmos and a fire spirit warrior. However, this is not a favorable revelation. Tio traversed two paths simultaneously as an extraordinary being is tantamount to self-destruction. Qin Nan's countenance darkens, realizing that, compared to the magical mirror, the quill is the true harbinger of folly. It simply chooses not to reveal its nature until now. He shall confront it in 2 days. Chapter 17. The Ascendant Mirror. This quill is capable of autonomous movement. The words it inscribes are already unsettling, but the final phrase chills him to the bone. Is it a prophecy or an impending reality? A sense of dread begins to creep into Qin Nan's heart. He gazes intently at the quill, his emotions swirling. The joy of recently becoming extraordinary has dissipated significantly. The magical mirror possesses its own consciousness, and the quill has its own will. Could it be that this silver revolver and the sealed tome also harbor self-awareness? In this moment of uncertainty, Qin Nan's focus intensifies upon the quill. He now harbors doubts. Does the quill serve as a warning, or is it preparing to seal his fate? Drawing a deep breath, he directs his gaze toward the magical mirror, having made his resolution, unwavering despite any unforeseen developments. Thus, as the mirror's surface shimmers with a kaleidoscope of colors, Qin Nan points his finger toward it. The silver glass mirror undergoes a secondary evolution, allowing observation of all activities within a radius of 1,000 meters. The already exquisite mirror becomes even more refined, its surface dazzling, captivating the beholder. Great Master, your affection for the mirror is unparalleled. From henceforth, I shall serve you with utmost dedication, to the very end. A line of script composed of starlight swiftly emerges in Qin Nan's mind. As these celestial words materialize, he feels a sudden jolt in his spirit, realizing that this cursed entity seems to be further taxing his mental energy. Gazing at the triumphant magical mirror, he recalls that he still possesses a point for a third-level evolution. At present, it would be prudent to refrain from bestowing the 3-level evolution points upon the magic mirror, for I remain uncertain of the challenges that lie ahead. It is wise to retain a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Magic Mirror, what has transpired throughout the estate? With a resolute demeanor, Qin Nan shifted the conversation. The magic mirror, pleased with its expanded range of inquiry, swiftly reflected lines of text upon its surface. Amy was engaged in discussion with the baker. Eliza, deliberating on how to prepare for your summons this evening. Eliza advised Amy against resistance, suggesting that perhaps the master, in his benevolence, merely wished to express his sentiments. Farmer Triss animatedly recounted to his wife the tale of your vanquishing the malevolent spirit, having heard it from others. In his eyes, you had transformed into a towering giant. Sistan has awakened. Priss is currently briefing him on your defeat of the Death Sorcerer. Observing the ceaselessly flashing content, Qin Nan's appreciation for the mirror's evolution deepened. After all, with this mirror, he could ascertain all he desired without stepping outside his abode. Sistan has awakened. If Qin Nan had harbored any trepidation towards Sistan upon his initial revival, such concerns had now dissipated. Should Qin Nan so choose, he possessed ample means to ensure Sistan would remain forever silent. Nevertheless, Qin Nan felt it prudent to seek counsel from Sistan. Although his own power had far surpassed that of Sistan, he humbly acknowledged his inadequacies in navigating the affairs of this world. Gently shaking a silver bell, the bashful Amy hurried over. Qin Nan perceived a peculiar glimmer in her gaze, and he even sensed the muscles in her arms slightly tense. Since ascending to the ranks of the extraordinary, his sensory perception had significantly heightened. Amy, heed not Eliza's words, he softly instructed, gazing at the delicate maid. Amy appeared taken aback, her cheeks reddening further as she timidly replied, "Yes, my master." Qin Nan disregarded Amy's reaction. His foremost concern lay with the unknown entity that might come to claim his life. Whether Amy felt disappointment at this moment was of little consequence to him. "I've heard the steward has awakened. I shall pay him a visit. Prepare some gifts for me." Qin Nan had fully assimilated the memories of Anderton. In truth, it was now more fitting to refer to him as Anderton, in accordance with his own promise. Amy, flustered, responded, "Yes, my lord, I shall prepare them for you at once." Though Amy appeared somewhat flustered, she promptly gathered what Qin Nan required. He cared not for the nature of the gifts. He only wished to avoid arriving empty-handed. Sistan, the long-serving steward of the estate, resided merely 100 meters from the 2-story building where Qin Nan dwelt. The small courtyard, adorned with 3 main rooms, boasted a gabled roof crowned with a divine emblem of thunder, lending an aura of mystique to the locale. "My lord, what brings you here?" Upon Qin Nan's entrance into the courtyard, a youth of about 14 or 15 swiftly approached him, his gaze imbued with both reverence and trepidation. According to Xiao Anduin's recollections, Qin Nan recognized that the attendant serving Kizadin was Bobby Lu. As for the youth, Xiao Anduin harbored neither affection nor disdain. And thus, Qin Nan paid him little heed. He calmly stated, I have heard that Qin has awoken. I have come to pay him a visit, my lord. Please proceed inside. I shall inform him immediately, Bobble replied as he hastened towards the chamber. In less than half a minute, Prillies and Bobble swiftly approached. Upon Qin Nan's unexpected arrival, Prillies exhibited no signs of surprise. He regarded Qin Nan and explained, My lord, the old steward is unable to welcome you in person and has entrusted me with the task. Qin Nan smiled and replied, The old steward is far too courteous. Prillies had been carefully scrutinizing Qin Nan. Previously, his respect for this nobleman had been superficial, but after Qin Nan vanquished the Death Wizard, he could not help but view him with newfound regard. Yet now, as he observed Qin Nan, he felt an undeniable pressure, a weight that signified the dominance of one in power over another. Beneath this pressure, though he maintained a facade of calm, his inner turmoil raged. For whatever actions he undertook, he felt an inescapable sense of oppression, almost as if every move he made was a misstep. Qin Nan sensed Prillies' unease, recognizing it as a reflection of his own ascendance. Xiao Anduin had once felt a similar constraint in Prillies' presence, but now, the tides had turned, and fortune had smiled upon him. My lord, I have heard from Prillies that you accompanied them to slay that necromancer, Qin remarked, reclining on his bed, the dim light obscuring the features of his countenance. I have already reproached Prillies for allowing you to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Those necromancers are not to be trifled with. Encountering them is exceedingly dangerous. Once Qin finished speaking, Qin Nan drew out a sturdy oak chair and seated himself. No harm done. No harm done. I am quite well. As you can see, today, I wish to inquire about the notable figures from my ancestral lineage. Chapter 18. The ordinary family tree, my lord. For a nobleman, the most crucial aspect is to commit one's family tree to memory. Qin admonished with exasperation. Qin Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment at this remark. He had indeed not paid much attention to the family tree of the Anduin Hohenzollern lineage. Although he had inherited Xiao Anduin's memories, he was not well versed in the specifics of this genealogical record. As for the magical mirror, while he was aware of the existence of the family tree, he had found no useful information. Leading him to seek Qizin's insights, he aimed to confirm whether the Hohenzollern family he had inherited indeed concealed any significant figures. I am familiar with my family tree. What I inquire about are those ancestors who are not recorded within it. Are there any notable individuals among them? Qin, with a resigned glance at Qin Nan, replied, My lord, there are none. Your family's estate was bestowed upon your seventh ancestor, who perished heroically to save the then heir apparent during the Battle of the Two-Colored Tulips. Prior to that, your forebears were commoners of the land. Qin Nan understood that the old butler had no reason to deceive him. However, the extraordinary blood coursing through his veins rendered this explanation untenable. Awakening the bloodline of a fire spirit warrior without the aid of potions, along with the radiant light reminiscent of a blazing sun witnessed during his ascension, all indicated that his lineage was indeed remarkable. Old butler, do not be hasty. Ponder carefully, and perhaps you might recall something else. Qin sighed and remarked, My lord, while your ancestry may not be particularly illustrious, it is imperative that we do not harbor any misguided intentions regarding our family history. Otherwise, should word get out, the Hohenzollern family would become the laughingstock of the entire empire, and he swallowed the remainder of his words. It is vital to possess self-awareness. A nobleman who respects himself demonstrates refinement. Should one fail to understand their own worth and deliver a sermon, it would be a grave transgression. Old butler, I merely inquired out of curiosity to understand why this necromancer would target us. What lies at the heart of this matter? After all, the appearance of this necromancer was utterly unforeseen. Upon hearing the mention of the necromancer, Qin's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. My lord, I heard from Please that it was you who personally vanquished that necromancer. I cannot ascertain the specifics, Qin Nan replied. At that moment, the necromancer sought to take my life. You can imagine my panic when faced with death. In a moment of desperation, I fired, and to my astonishment, I struck him down. Could it be that my bullets, being pure silver, were the reason? Qin scrutinized Qin Nan with his murky gaze, gradually accepting his account. After all, this young lord had grown under his watchful eye, and he did not possess any particularly exceptional qualities. As for extraordinary powers, they were utterly implausible. The only explanation for his slaying of the necromancer was sheer luck. Perhaps that is indeed the case, Qin murmured. Thank the heavens that the necromancer is dead. Our estate may now return to tranquility. Old butler, I perused the diary left by the necromancer. He was merely the beginning. Even more formidable necromancers will come after us. Qin Nan intended to utilize Qin to deepen his understanding of this world. Thus speaking candidly, Qin's expression immediately turned grim, and Please smile began to falter. My lord, is what you say true? Qin asked. His voice trembling. It should be accurate. Otherwise, I would not have inquired whether my ancestors left behind anything that might have attracted the attention of necromancers. Qin shook his head. No, your ancestors truly left nothing that would pique the interest of extraordinary beings. With these malevolent superhumans fixated upon us, our only recourse is to seek assistance from the Thunder Church, hoping they can eradicate these wicked necromancers. Please interjected, the messenger we dispatched for aid has been gone for a day, yet has not returned. According to the journey, he should reach Quickluodun City in merely 2 hours. Quickluodun, the county town situated 100 miles from the Sheffield Manor, boasts a population exceeding 100,000 and houses the largest thunder sanctuary in the province of Kuwait. With a journey of merely 2 hours yielding no response over the course of 2 days, it is evident that either the individuals seeking aid have encountered difficulties, or the thunder sanctuary itself is in disarray. Qin Nan exchanged glances with Cheese Ding, who then asserted, it must be our people who are in trouble. Our utmost priority now is to seek assistance from Quickluodun. Perhaps we should send Prillies personally, accompanied by a few more individuals. Prillies, though visibly anxious, solemnly assured, my lord, Prillies is at your service. Observing Prillies, Qin Nan contemplated, what level of personnel from the Thunder Sanctuary can you engage with? I should be able to meet with the priest of the sanctuary. Prillies hesitated, but considering the bishops are exceedingly busy, my status may not afford me an audience. Cheese Ding furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the efficiency with which the Thunder Sanctuary operates. If Prillies merely conveys information to an ordinary priest, the arrival of aid could be indefinitely delayed. The destruction of a lord's manor is a significant matter for individuals like themselves, yet to the influential figures, it is merely a trifling incident. He had heard of no fewer than 7 or 8 similar occurrences. I shall go, Qin Nan declared, addressing Cheese Ding, the necromancer's target should be me. If I travel to Quickluodun, the death sorcerers will likely divert their attention from you, perhaps ensuring the safety of the manor. Cheese Ding attempted to dissuade him, but Qin Nan continued, moreover, should I venture to Quickluodun, the necromancers will likely regard the Thunder Sanctuary with caution and refrain from reckless actions. With these words, Qin Nan's determination quelled Cheese Ding's objections. In that fleeting moment, Cheese Ding perceived that the young lord, who had long been under his protection, had matured. Not only was his analysis astute, but his decision-making was also coherent and reasonable. Very well, let us have Mr. Prillies accompany you with the patrol team. After offering a few words of comfort, Qin Nan departed from Cheese Ding's chamber. With the blazing sun high in the sky, Qin Nan felt an unexpected affinity towards the radiant orb. Lords too appreciate the sun. I have heard that our sovereign gazes at the sun for a few moments each noon. Perhaps this is why he is often referred to as the Sun King, Prillies remarked, following Qin Nan out. Chapter 19. Whispers in the secret chamber. Previously, Qin Nan had not held an appreciation for the sun. However, after ascending to the rank of flame fighter, he had developed an affinity for it. What could possibly compel His Majesty, the Emperor of the Holy Yuanlu Empire, to admire the sun? Could it be a desire to elevate himself above all, showering blessings upon the populace like the blazing sun? As Qin Nan pondered the exalted sovereign, an odd thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this emperor also be an extraordinary being? Casting that notion aside, Qin Nan returned to his quarters. Although venturing to Quickluodun may not guarantee assistance, it is certainly safer than remaining within the confines of the manor, especially with the impending arrival of the death sorcerer in merely 2 days. Nevertheless, as Qin Nan prepared to depart, a sense of reluctance washed over him, for he had yet to uncover the reason behind the relentless pursuit by the death sorcerer. A demigod-level death sorcerer would undoubtedly not chase him without just cause. Furthermore, the potion he consumed to ascend to the status of a space favorer, which awakened the bloodline of the fire spirit warrior, must have some origin. The likelihood that Qin lied about this matter seems minimal, leaving Qin Nan to ponder the true source of this bloodline. Had the Mirror of Magic or the Hardensoren family truly never produced any significant figures? The Mirror of Magic swiftly displayed a line of black script. Great Master, I have thoroughly examined all the materials in the study. Your family has indeed never produced any notable figures. However, I believe that one day, with your intelligence, the Hardensoren family shall shine for eternity. In response to such flattery, Qin Nan curtly dismissed the mirror with a command to depart. Just as he intended to ignore it, another line of text appeared. Great Master, are you aware that beneath your bedroom lies a hidden chamber? Qin Nan was taken aback. A secret chamber beneath his bedroom. Having inherited young Anderton's memories, he knew that Anderton was unaware of such a chamber's existence. Did Qin know of this hidden room? With his nerves taut, Qin Nan instinctively made his way towards the bedroom, driven by a strong premonition that the answers to his suspicions might lie within the secret chamber. Lord, Amy exclaimed, hurriedly approaching as Qin Nan headed for the bedroom. I am feeling a bit unwell and wish to rest. Please do not disturb me. Simply say I am asleep. Qin Nan, preoccupied and lacking the inclination to jest with the maid, firmly instructed her. Yes, upon hearing that she need not accompany him, Amy seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, though disappointment quickly flickered across her face. After closing the bedroom door, Qin Nan summoned the mirror of magic from his dimensional space with a wave of his hand. How do I access the secret chamber? Master, beneath the wooden board at your bedside lies a movable plank, intricately carved with a thunder angel. Simply shift this thunder angel to the left 3 times to unveil the entrance to the hidden chamber. Golden letters emerged on the mirror, accompanied by a series of rather insipid compliments. Great Master, such a rudimentary method could hardly elude your perceptive gaze. You merely disdain to acknowledge as the incessant flattery continued to flood forth. Qin Nan unceremoniously cast the mirror into his dimensional space. This creature was far too excessive in its sycophancy. The heavy oak bed, reputed to have served 3 lords of Harden Soren, was practically an antiquity. Upon seeing the bed, a thought sparked in Qin Nan's mind. What transformation might occur if he were to enhance this wooden bed with a touch of his own? However, his peculiar penchant for the macabre could only be imagined. After all, in his current state, he certainly lacked any surplus evolution points to invest in the wooden bed. Following the guidance of the magic mirror, Qin Nan swiftly located the statue of the Thunder Angel, which appeared more as an ornament than a significant object. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the left side of the statue exhibited an extraordinary smoothness. This smoothness was undoubtedly the result of frequent use. Who could be the habitual visitor to this secret chamber? Was it little Anderton's father, or perhaps his grandfather? Gently, he prodded the Thunder Angel 3 times, and a series of clicking sounds, akin to the whirring of gears, resonated from below. The bed's seamless planks gradually parted, revealing an opening before Qin Nan, a secret chamber, concealed within the estate. Though Qin Nan had ascended to the status of an extraordinary being, his strength and other abilities significantly surpassing those of ordinary individuals, a flicker of hesitation surged within him at the sight of this concealed space. Was there danger lurking within? With a swift motion, he summoned the magic mirror from the void, its resplendent surface once again presenting itself before him. Was there peril inside? The golden script within the mirror reappeared. My supreme master, it brings me immense joy to serve you once more. Though you continually test your subordinates, I shall diligently fulfill every task you assign to me. Qin Nan's lips twitched. This being was indeed a master of self-sabotage, meandering around the point, and he mused that he might shatter it in frustration, seeking a more obedient alternative. Fear not, my master, proceed with confidence. There lies no danger ahead. After reading the final line, Qin Nan waved his hand, casting the magic mirror into his dimensional space. Despite the mirror's assurances, Qin Nan clutched a dagger in his left hand and a silver revolver in his right. One of the advantages of becoming extraordinary was that darkness no longer posed an obstacle. Qin Nan's vision pierced through the shadows as though it were daylight. The entrance, tall enough for a person, felt far from constricting. After traversing over 10 meters, he arrived at an expansive stone chamber. The moment he stepped into this chamber, he was met with utter chaos. The furniture lay shattered, and upon the walls, he observed handprints of various sizes, some charred and blackened. Qin Nan surmised that this charring was likely the result of fire. Handprints singed by flames. What could this possibly signify? Having become extraordinary, Qin Nan's composure deepened. He surveyed his surroundings and noted wild inscriptions scrawled on the walls in a language he had just begun to comprehend. Who are you? Do not speak. Do not speak any further. Save you. How can I save you? Who are you? No. Do not torment me any longer. Light, you are light. What is your light? Disjointed phrases spilled forth, reminiscent of a madman's outcry. Yet as Qin Nan scrutinized these words, a sudden realization dawned upon him. His back was instantly drenched in sweat. Chapter 20. The fierce son of man has succumbed to madness, driven to the brink by the incessant cries for help echoing in his ears. What manner of distress could unravel an extraordinary being? Observing the charred handprint, Qin Nan surmised that this deranged individual was of a rank even superior to his own as a fire spirit warrior. When his own bloodline awakened to that of a fire spirit warrior, he too had been besieged by pleas for salvation. Amidst the flurry of thoughts, Qin Nan became acutely aware of a terrifying possibility. Would he be doomed to repeat the past? With a swift motion, He sliced his palm through the air, summoning the magic mirror once more. Gazing at it, he inquired, "Are you aware of the events transpiring here?" "Great Master, the magic mirror is only capable of perceiving the present. The occurrences within this secret chamber are long past, and thus remain unknown to me," it replied. "Esteemed Master, this is not a reflection of the inadequacy of your beloved subordinate, but rather beyond my capacity to comprehend. Master, your ingenuity is unparalleled. Perhaps you might scrutinize the painting at the heart of this chamber more closely. It may hold a clue." The incessant prattle of the magic mirror often induced a headache for Qin Nan. Despite a notable increase in his mental acuity, the mirror's consumption of his mental fortitude had similarly escalated. Each line of text sent shivers down his spine. This time, however, Qin Nan did not retract the mirror but instead directed his gaze towards the painting it indicated. The artwork lay carelessly discarded upon a shattered stone table, depicting a singular blazing sun, a celestial orb illuminating the world. The fierce sun blazed overhead, scorching all beneath it. Upon beholding this radiant sun, Qin Nan felt a sudden tightening in his chest, followed by the emergence of a blazing orb within his own heart. Under its searing intensity, he experienced a profound elevation of spirit. Yet, this blazing sun manifested swiftly and shattered just as rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it crumbled in his heart. Nevertheless, within that fleeting moment of formation and dissolution, Qin Nan sensed a significant enhancement. This sensation was no mere illusion. Once more, he directed his gaze towards the painting of the blazing sun, but as he did, an odd voice resonated within him. "Save me, save me." Listening to the voice, Qin Nan felt his blood boil, and he perceived a golden figure, radiant and illuminating, materializing in his heart. He swiftly averted his gaze, causing the apparition to vanish, yet this experience intensified his unease. The fire spirit warrior rank was perilous. Qin Nan dared not gaze upon the sun in the painting, instead focusing on the craftsmanship of the artwork. Upon closer examination, he discovered that the medium was neither paper, nor fabric, nor hide. The substance that bore this painting was entirely unfamiliar to both him and Xiao and Dun. It was neither cloth, nor paper, nor leather, yet it felt soft to the touch, seamlessly blending with the image of the blazing sun. After a few more careful observations, and confirming that he had never encountered this material before, Qin Nan resolved to store the painting within his dimensional space. Although the dimensional space is not vast, it is quite convenient for storing various materials. In the disheveled secret chamber, Qin Nan found nothing else, and with a tinge of disappointment, he departed from the room. Lying on the freshly made bed, Qin Nan began to ponder the history of the Hardensoren family. Judging by this secret chamber and the automatically activated bloodline, the Hardensoren family is certainly not as simple as Old Kisting suggested. Perhaps, Old Kisting is entirely unaware of the true history of the Hardensoren lineage. However, it seems illogical that he knows nothing. Especially as the heir to the family, one would expect some remnants of knowledge to be preserved. The previous head of the Hardensoren family, namely Little Anderton's father, passed away when Little Anderton was merely 6 years old. According to Little Anderton's sporadic memories, this baron appeared to possess no extraordinary traits. If one were to identify anything unique, it would be his penchant for watching the sun. The phrase "watching the sun" struck Qin Nan like a bolt of lightning, awakening Little Anderton from a dreamlike state. The Sun King adored gazing at the sun. The Baron too had a fondness for it, and each time Qin Nan beheld the sun, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Could it be that? Struggling to recall the scant memories of the Baron, Qin Nan sensed that the Baron's story might not be as he had initially perceived. According to Little Anderton's recollections, whenever the Baron watched the sun, he seemed to drift into reverie. Who was Little Anderton's mother? Did she truly perish during childbirth, as the legends of the estate suggest? Thoughts surged within Qin Nan's mind like an explosion, yet he could not ascertain any of them. Feeling as if his mind were on the verge of bursting, Qin Nan forcefully suppressed all his thoughts, striving to clear the clutter from his mind. However, as he cast aside all distractions, the blazing sun depicted in the painting resurfaced in his consciousness. This time, the brilliance of the sun was not as blinding in that moment. When the sun appeared, Qin Nan subdued his initial resistance, allowing the image of the sun to fill his heart. He could not tell how long he had been lost in this state, but when he finally awoke from his slumber, he felt invigorated, his mind remarkably clear. Could it be that visualizing the blazing sun aids in enhancing one's mental fortitude? This notion flitted through Qin Nan's mind, bringing with it both joy and apprehension. Ding dong. A crisp knock echoed as Amy entered, her gaze towards Qin Nan imbued with an unusual intensity. The instant their eyes met, it was as though she had been scalded. hastily diverting her gaze away from him. Her awkward demeanor suggested that Qin Nan was akin to a small furnace, with a mere glance capable of igniting her. She quickly offered an embarrassed explanation. "My lord, you were exceedingly fatigued last night. When I arrived as promised, you had already fallen asleep." For a moment, Qin Nan felt a pang of breathlessness. Was it truly the case that a person of my stature and grandeur was now being regarded with such affection by a mere maid? Alas, it is all the wretched Quill's doing, tarnishing my illustrious reputation. "Breakfast has been prepared for you, Mr. Please, and they are awaiting your departure, my lord." Amy's words reminded Qin Nan of the discussions from yesterday, and it was only at this moment that he realized he had inadvertently slept from the afternoon until the following dawn. Exhausted from the previous day, he decided to freshen up and set off with Please and the others immediately. Although Qin Nan was capable of rising without assistance, the habits of young and heir done made it difficult for him to alter his routine abruptly. Half an hour later, rejuvenated and with the cane handed to him by Amy, Qin Nan appeared before Please and the others. Please and the 10 patrollers were either seated or standing, some of them even smoking pipes. Upon seeing Qin Nan emerge, they hastily rose to their feet. From their actions, Qin Nan could distinctly sense that a majority of the patrolmen regarded him with a newfound trepidation. This marked a promising beginning. Chapter 21. The diviner 2 horses pulled the carriage, galloping along the unyielding road, the numerous potholes causing the carriage to jolt as if it were on a roller coaster. Surrounding the carriage, Please and the others rode on their sturdy steeds, each holding a hunting rifle, vigilantly surveying the area. An hour into their journey, fatigue began to show on their faces, yet none dared to ease their vigilance. Prior to their departure, Please had already warned that they might encounter ambushes from the companions of that necromancer. Anyone who carelessly lost their life would merely have to accept their misfortune. Having endured 2 harrowing encounters during the estate patrol, the team remained on edge, not daring to relax their watchful gaze. Peering through the carriage window, Qin Nan observed the scenery, so starkly different from his past life. Towering trees, dense thickets, and the occasional sight of vast vineyards all conveyed to Qin Nan that this was indeed a different world. Here, assuming the identity of an heir dun seemed far more favorable. Under normal circumstances, the jolting carriage would have made Qin Nan nauseous, yet after ascending to the extraordinary, he remained remarkably composed throughout the journey. Were it not for that cursed murmuring and the inexplicable pursuit by the necromancer, becoming an extraordinary being might not be such a bad fate. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound shattered the tranquility of the road. Qin Nan turned to the source of the noise and beheld a black steam locomotive, approximately 20 meters long, billowing thick clouds of smoke as it sped forth. A steam train. This world has already embraced the advent of steam locomotion. Observing the train, which was only slightly faster than the carriage, Qin Nan shook his head gently. The dawn of mechanical civilization had begun, yet extraordinary beings continued to emerge. "Why, Lord, there is a tavern ahead. Should we take a moment to rest?" Please rode alongside the carriage, inquiring. At that moment, Qin Nan still felt invigorated, but could distinctly sense that the 2 horses pulling the carriage had reached their limits. Furthermore, he noticed that the patrolmen were not in their prime condition. Their heightened state of tension throughout the journey necessitated a break. Upon reaching the tavern, "Let us each enjoy a mug of oat beer." Qin Nan, now gradually acclimating to this world, instructed, "A single cup of oat beer requires 3 copper coins. Although the majority of the patrol members can afford it, it remains a luxury. After all, these coins could suffice for a meal for a family of 3. Thus, Qin Nan's arrangement is indeed a delight to the heart. Pri, however, harbors some reservations. Although he longs to indulge in a beer to unwind, he knows there remains half the journey to Quickluidon, and he cannot afford to be negligent. Instinctively wishing to voice his opposition, he glanced at Qin Nan seated in the carriage, but found himself lacking the courage to speak. Since it was the Lord who had proposed it, so be it. The tavern was modest, merely 2 structures built of cedar wood. By the time Qin Nan and his companions arrived, there were already a dozen patrons inside. Most of them were enjoying their 3 copper oat beer, some drinking in solitude while others engaged in lively discussions. The arrival of Qin Nan's group prompted the proprietor, who was busy polishing glasses, to briefly lift his gaze, but he merely glanced at the newcomers before returning to his task. "Ross, a round of oat beer for everyone, and bring the Lord the finest white wine," Pri called out to the rotund barkeeper. Upon hearing the title of Lord, the patrons who had previously been engrossed in conversation began to focus their attention on Qin Nan. Although the Holy Tianluo Empire had declared that all men are equal, the social hierarchy represented by noble titles remained inaccessible to ordinary folk. A lord signifies ownership of an estate, the master of a territory spanning several dozen miles. Qin Nan shook his head in resignation. He was not fond of wine, preferring beer instead. Yet, under the collective gaze of others, it was difficult for him to alter what Pri had already proclaimed. After all, the elite primarily consumed wine. Coming right up, the barkeeper named Ross, with his beady eyes, glanced at Qin Nan before retrieving a crystal glass, carefully pouring a serving of white wine, and placing it on the elongated counter. Qin Nan took the crystal glass, sipped gently, finding the taste agreeable. Just as he prepared to savor it further, a voice echoed in his ear. "Esteemed lord, since you find yourself at leisure, might I offer you a divination?" Instinctively, Qin Nan turned his gaze toward the speaker. Not only Qin Nan but also Pri and the others followed suit. Though their firearms rested on their backs, the simultaneous turn of their heads still sent a shiver through many onlookers. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, resembling a wandering magician. Qin Nan had noticed him upon entering the tavern, as his attire starkly contrasted with that of the other patrons. The diviner, an ancient profession within the Holy Tianluo Empire, is often rumored to possess uncanny magical powers, while others allege they are mere charlatans. Qin Nan's perceptive abilities far surpassed those of the average individual. He sensed that although this diviner appeared frail, an undercurrent of vitality coursed within him. Could this man be an extraordinary being? With curiosity, Qin Nan readily agreed, "Very well, please tell me whether the matter I am undertaking will proceed smoothly." "As you wish." The diviner retrieved a pendulum from his pocket and began to sway it gently as he did so. His eyes slowly closed, as if attuning to some unseen force. When the pendulum finally came to a halt, it rested in a peculiar position, slightly to the right of the vertical drop, an occurrence that seemed anything but ordinary. "My lord, I must inform you that this time, you may find it difficult to achieve your desires." Pri and the other patrollers abruptly stood up, some casting furious glances at the diviner. "My lord, he is nothing but a charlatan. Pay him no mind." Pri was the first to speak. "You may leave now. Our lord does not welcome you." The diviner, unfazed by Pri's reaction, cast a casual glance at Qin Nan and prepared to depart. Qin Nan gestured dismissively. "Regardless of the accuracy of your reading, I thank you for your divination. Your drink is on my account," he continued solemnly. "Judging by your appearance, you must also be heading to Quickladun. If I wish to seek your counsel again, how might I find you?" The diviner looked intently at Qin Nan and replied, "My lord, should you wish to locate me, you may visit the diviner's house on Iron Ship Street in Quickladun. I typically reside there on Fridays." Chapter 22. The Thunder Sanctum. 5 silver nails and 11 copper coins. This was the extent of Qin Nan and his companions' expenditures at the tavern. Upon Pri handing over the silver nails and copper coins, Qin Nan truly grasped the currency of this world. 1 gold marlin equated to 8 silver nails, and 1 silver NAL was worth 12 copper coins. By the gold marlin's measure, as a lord, Qin Nan's total assets should approximate 3,000 gold marlin. Naturally, within that sum, his territory alone accounted for over 2,000 gold marlin. Thus, as a lord, Qin Nan could only access a few hundred gold marlin. For this journey to Quickladun, in order to ensure success, Qin had sent 100 gold marlin, along with a bank draft for 300 gold marlin from the Sacred Poolin Bank to Qin Nan. After finishing the wine in his cup, Qin Nan resumed his journey. This time, he did not continue to admire the scenery but instead summoned the magic mirror from the dimensional space, inquiring, "What is the background of that diviner?" "Great master, you are the son of fortune, the ruler of the age. Whenever you appear, it is sure to be a spectacle, igniting sparks and attracting attention. Nothing extraordinary." Qin Nan's expression darkened at the flattery. Regrettably, he still depended on this magic mirror and had to endure its lengthy prattle. After what felt like an eternity of verbosity, he finally received the answer he sought. "Master, the credentials of the diviner state that his name is Ashen Glufu, a second-tier diviner of the Diviners Association. Based on my observations, his movements are quite agile, suggesting he is an extraordinary being. However, judging by his tone, he likely stumbled upon you by chance, hoping to employ his silver tongue to earn a bit of drinking money. He just expressed fear at the prospect of reading for you. Aoxing Luofu, an extraordinary diviner endowed with remarkable powers, raises the question, are his divinations truly effective? What further revelations might one glean from him?" Qin Nan inquired of the magic mirror. "Great master, your discerning eye is unparalleled and sets you apart. Even amidst the most ordinary of souls, you possess the ability to unearth their brilliance. Alas, I am but a voyeur, privy only to the surrounding circumstances, devoid of knowledge regarding his past foundations. Moreover, my scope is limited, and Aoxing Luofu has already transcended the reach of my understanding." The magic mirror incessantly lamented its grievances, and indeed, it was Qin Nan, its master, who had rendered it powerless by failing to bestow upon it greater abilities. Qin Nan gazed at the words inscribed upon the mirror, rendered speechless. The mirror had evolved too swiftly, even learning to solicit benefits for itself. After casting the lamenting mirror into the dimensional space, Qin Nan began to contemplate whether to allocate the 3 evolution points to it. Presently, the only item he could enhance was the magic mirror, which he deemed useless to retain for himself. It would be more prudent to bestow the points upon the mirror. However, that mouthy mirror, which had earned a reprimand, would need to endure a period of admonishment to instill some decorum in it. An hour swiftly passed, and as the carriage glided without any tumult, Qin Nan beheld a city shrouded in black smoke. Towering chimneys exhaled dark plumes, and at the mouths of the chimneys, he could even discern flickering crimson flames. "My lord, the ironworks in Quill have expanded by 2 more establishments," Please remarked with evident disdain. "I can scarcely bear to come here." Before Qin Nan could respond, they had already reached the city gates, where a tax official clad in a blue coat, upon seeing the family crest on Qin Nan's carriage, greeted him with a smile. "Esteemed lord, welcome to Quill. You are required to pay a tax of 11 copper coins." 11 copper coins was a trifling sum, yet Please appeared as though he had been insulted. "We are accompanying Lord Qin Nan." The decree issued by His Majesty the Emperor a few days prior stated that nobles entering the city were naturally exempt from taxation, yet the retainers of nobles were still subject to fees. The tax official chuckled slyly. "My lord, you wouldn't dare to defy the Emperor's command, would you?" Qin Nan regarded the tax official, whose smile concealed malice, and calmly instructed, "Pay the 11 copper coins." Qin Nan had no time to provoke the solar monarch. The presence of a near demigod necromancer had already caused him considerable distress, and he lacked the courage to confront a sovereign of such exalted stature. After settling the 11 copper coins, the patrolling guards accompanying Qin Nan became increasingly cautious, sensing that they were no longer within the familiar confines of their estate. "My lord, shall we proceed to the church or to the villa?" Please inquired solemnly, glancing at the passers-by. Although an heir dun was merely a minor lord, he possessed a villa with a garden in Qin Nan, a property acquired by young and heir dun's grandfather, originally intended for hosting banquets in the city, but now serving as a refuge for young and heir dun and his companions. The church. Filled with trepidation towards the deathly sorcerer, Qin Nan made a swift decision. The Thunder Sanctuary, situated at the very heart of Quill, boasted a grand purple edifice before which lay an expansive square. A multitude of pure white doves meandered gracefully, foraging and fluttering about, bestowing an aura of tranquility upon the entire sanctuary. The capital of the region, Quill housed the Thunder Sanctuary, a significant site for the Thunder Church, presided over by a bishop. Prior to his arrival, Qin Nan had already familiarized himself with the bishop's credentials. Thus, upon entering the sanctuary's hall along the path of purple cobblestones, he approached the attending priest and stated, "I wish to see Bishop Middleton." The priest cast a fleeting glance at Qin Nan and gently replied, "My lord, the bishop is currently engaged in prayer and cannot receive you." "Then I would like to meet Priest Ludden," Qin Nan continued, fixing his gaze upon the priest. "I have matters of utmost importance to relay to him." After a moment's contemplation, the priest responded, "Very well, my lord, I shall seek permission. 5 minutes later, the priest returned at a measured pace, regarding Qin Nan with a solemn expression. "Priest Ludden is unable to attend. My lord, if you have matters to discuss, I can convey them on your behalf." Though Qin Nan felt a flicker of irritation at this predicament, he recognized it stemmed from his insufficient standing. Having dealt with the deathly sorcerer, he understood that the Thunder Sanctuary possessed power beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Here, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. "Reverend," he began earnestly, "there have been sightings of a deathly sorcerer within my territory, and a formidable one is approaching, intent on hunting me and my estate. Therefore, I beseech the sanctuary to eradicate these sorcerers." His demeanor was sincere as he added, "I am willing to donate 1,000 golden marlang to the sanctuary." At this, a flicker of a smile graced the priest's countenance. "My lord, have you perhaps been lacking in rest these past few days?" In Qin Nan's recollection, he had anticipated that mentioning the deathly sorcerers would provoke a thunderous response from the Thunder Sanctuary, given their stance against darkness as the enemy of thunder. To his surprise, however, the priest's inquiry about his sleep seemed almost incredulous. The gravity of the situation was life-threatening, yet he questioned whether Qin Nan was merely daydreaming. Burning with indignation at such an attitude, Qin Nan felt compelled to temper his emotions under the circumstances. "Reverend, I understand your implications, but I assure you, my sleep has been quite restful and not a mere illusion. Moreover, in the past 2 days, 2 of my subordinates have perished at the hands of the deathly sorcerers. I implore you to promptly inform the bishop and priest Ludden, urging them to ensure the safety of Quickluidun and its surroundings. Qin Nan's words were delivered with fervent sincerity, emphasizing that safeguarding Quickluidun was indeed the responsibility of the Thunder Sanctuary. The countenance of the Thunder Priest shifted dramatically as he regarded Qin Nan with a condescending gaze, stating, "My lord, I shall convey your inquiries. If there are no further matters, I suggest you take your leave and rest. It seems you are in need of some respite." Qin Nan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you for your concern. Priest, I bid you farewell." This visit to the Thunder Sanctuary left Qin Nan with a lingering sense of distrust towards the establishment. The sanctuary remained eerily quiet, and upon returning to the square, he observed the serene pigeons, feeling an even greater chill within his heart. "Why, lord, what are your thoughts?" Please inquired eagerly. For someone of Please stature, the sanctuary was hallowed ground, and he believed that with the sanctuary's intervention, all issues could be resolved. "I did not meet with the esteemed bishop," Qin Nan responded, shaking his head. The priest indicated that he would relay my concerns to Bishop Middleton. A flicker of disappointment crossed Please's features. This was not the favorable news he had anticipated, yet he refrained from expressing his discontent in Qin Nan's presence. "Why, lord, I believe that in addition to reporting to the bishop, you should also communicate your concerns to Count Qin." The Count Qin mentioned by Please was the leader of the Quickluidun nobility, a figure of considerable influence within the Holy Tianlu Empire, and one of the 100 members of the upper house with substantial clout. Qin Nan nodded. Though uncertain of how Count Qin would address his concerns, he recognized that seeking additional allies could offer a glimmer of hope. Understood. Upon uttering this, Qin Nan entered the carriage, though he did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered to observe the pigeons in the square. It was only half an hour later that he instructed Please to drive away. In Please's perspective, the lord's lingering outside the Thunder Sanctuary was indicative of a reluctance born from frustration, yet he was unaware that Qin Nan's delay was merely to afford the magic mirror some time. After the carriage had traveled 1,000 meters from the sanctuary, a line of text appeared within the silent, darkened mirror. "I shall never return to this wretched place. The thunder above is utterly stifling." Upon seeing these words, Qin Nan realized the magic mirror was now capable of communication, and he promptly inquired, "Has the priest conveyed my message?" "Oh, great master, your wisdom is as rare in the heavens as it is unparalleled on earth." This line of text prompted Qin Nan to furrow his brow. He had grown accustomed to the mirror's habitual flattery, which he deemed inconsequential, and awaited its subsequent remarks. "Great master, after your departure, the priest did not maintain the calm demeanor he portrayed. He sought out an individual named Ludden to relay his report. Ludden remarked, 'Necromancers are all useless.' The statement seemed to be a disparagement of necromancers, yet from this, Qin Nan discerned an underlying implication. Did he truly utter such words? The magical mirror seemed to sense Qin Nan's solemnity, and the characters displayed upon its surface instantaneously transformed into a dismal shade of green. "Great Master, Supreme Sovereign, the magical mirror is your most loyal subordinate. It would dare deceive anyone but you?" Observing the mirror's woefully aggrieved demeanor, Qin Nan replied, "I naturally trust you. However, given the gravity of the matter, I wish to confirm." "What did Lu Dan say next?" The priest inquired if Lu Dan intended to report to the esteemed bishop, to which Lu Dan replied that it was a matter to be resolved by tomorrow, and there was no need to disturb the bishop again. At this juncture, the text upon the mirror gradually shifted to a fiery crimson, as if a blaze were igniting upon its surface. "Master, Lu Dan also mentioned that in a few days, he would bestow your estate to that priest. How utterly abhorrent! Do they not fear the wrath of the heavens, striking them down?" As Qin Nan read the words of the mirror, the gravity in his gaze intensified further. His initial hope for assistance upon visiting the Thunder Sacred Hall had begun to wane. Yet now, judging by Lu Dan's reaction, the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Not to mention, the ties between the Thunder Sacred Hall of Quickluidun and the necromancer appeared to be profoundly deep. Who, after all, sought the demise of little Andon? "Master, ahead lies the residence of Count Qin. I shall inform him forthwith," came the voice of Prilles from outside the carriage. Qin Nan instructed, "Proceed, and convey that I have pressing matters to discuss with the Count." 5 minutes later, Prilles returned, his expression one of dejection. "My lord, Count Qin is preoccupied these days. He requests that you return in 3 days." Upon hearing this appointed time, Qin Nan's countenance grew even colder, and he gestured to Prilles, "Let us depart." This time, Qin Nan did not linger, not because he was uninterested in gauging Count Qin's reaction, but rather because the distance from Quickluidun to the Count's residence was not insurmountable. Although the two properties differed vastly in size and intricacy, They were nevertheless within a mere 1,000 meters of one another. The carriage wheels glided briskly over the cobblestone path, while above the magical mirror, lines of text swiftly unfurled. Great Master, most respected sovereign, Quick has no pressing matters at hand. After instructing his steward to meet with you in 3 days, he resumed his enjoyment of fine wine. However, after a sip, he remarked that necromancers are utterly worthless. Reading the words akin to those of Lu Dan, a chill crept into Qin Nan's palms. He understood that this issue was far more severe than he had imagined. Chapter 24. The last descendant Qin Nan's residence in Quickleoden was a modest 3-story building of dark azure, comprised of a dozen rooms that were rather unremarkable. However, the garden, spanning half an acre, was a vibrant spectacle of fragrant blooms, competing for beauty, which lent an enchanting charm to the entire estate. This property had been acquired by little Andon's grandfather, at a staggering cost of 500 gold marlangs. However, young Anerton spent the majority of his time residing in the manor, leaving the 3-story cottage in a state of neglect. 2 servants tasked with overseeing the estate respectfully ushered Qin Nan into the villa. Sitting in the armchair of the grand hall, admiring the elegantly appointed living room, one would ordinarily find it to be a most comfortable experience. Yet, at this moment, Qin Nan was far from at ease. He felt a twinge of impatience. Upon arriving at his residence, Please had inquired of the 2 overseeing servants, only to discover that the individual sent for help by Kizading had not arrived at all. Such a peculiar turn of events suggested that the one seeking assistance was likely in grave peril. The Thunder Sanctuary of Quickleoden wielded extraordinary powers, while Count Qin represented its worldly influence. Presently, both the Thunder Sanctuary, embodying the extraordinary, and Count Qin, embodying the mundane, regarded young Anerton with a dismissive attitude, which spoke volumes. Yet, Qin Nan felt it was difficult to seek counsel. Despite Please being a figure of some importance within the manor, the current circumstances were beyond his purview. Having slain the necromancer Philip, Qin Nan believed he had unraveled the situation, only to realize that a far more formidable necromancer lurked behind Philip. Arriving at Quickleoden, he had anticipated receiving aid from the Thunder Sanctuary, but their current demeanor suggested that the necromancer nearing demigod status was likely not a solitary threat. I shall return to my study. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary, Qin Nan instructed Please before making his way to the study located on the villa's 2nd floor. The study was modest in size, with furnishings not dissimilar to those in the manor, save for the absence of a certain black stone. With a graceful flick of his hand, Qin Nan retrieved the magic mirror from his dimensional space. He gazed at the mirror, which bore no distinction from an ordinary silvered glass, and solemnly inquired, "Tell me, what has been the Thunder Sanctuary's stance towards necromancers?" "Great Master, to subject me to such a query is truly too kind. I am deeply grateful." Lines of vibrant, multicolored text materialized anew upon the surface of the magic mirror. Observing these words, Qin Nan could only shake his head in resignation, patiently waiting as the text transformed 3 or 4 times before he scrutinized it closely. It boldly proclaimed, "The Thunder Sanctuary has consistently targeted necromancers. Nearly every tome in the Thunder Church's archives mentions the need to eradicate them. Throughout the sacred Heavenly Luo Empire, it is widely known that the Thunder Sanctuary is the sworn enemy of necromancers." Contemplating this information, a wild thought suddenly surged within Qin Nan's mind. Though this notion seemed audacious, he felt it was the sole avenue for salvation at this moment. While undertaking such a course carried inherent risks, it paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Resolute in his decision, Qin Nan waved his hand through the air, summoning a quill from the ether. Although using the quill might entail certain repercussions, he believed he could endure the mischievous aftermath. Holding a goose feather quill, Qin Nan inscribed upon the parchment, "At 10 o'clock tonight, the slightly inebriated owner of the print shop has just departed." Inadvertently dropping his keys at the threshold in the hallowed halls of the Thunder Sanctuary, the air resonated with sacred hymns, exuding an air of solemnity and gravitas. Deep within a secluded chamber of the sanctuary, a dignified middle-aged man, with piercing azure eyes and silver hair, fervently closed his eyes in prayer. Draped in a flowing black robe adorned with symbols of thunder at its edges, he remained engulfed in contemplation. Time slipped away unnoticed until he finally opened his eyes, letting out a soft hum. Before him, a towering specter of bone materialized silently. The skeletal figure cast a glance filled with trepidation towards the middle-aged man, then gracefully presented a letter from its grasp. Upon receiving the missive, the middle-aged man swiftly unfolded it, scanning its contents before uttering, "Inform Fei Er Luo that his time is running short. The lord of the hardened Soren family has arrived at Quickleoden, and I wish for his affairs to attract minimal attention. The skeletal figure acknowledged with a nod and vanished into the void in the blink of an eye, observing the departing messenger. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Though they were allies, he held a disdain for such messengers. A full quarter of an hour passed before the imposing skeletal figure reappeared in the ether, this time bearing a beautifully crafted parchment. The ancient scroll bore the marks of age, devoid of any inscription until the moment it was presented before the middle-aged man. His gaze fell upon the parchment. Lines of text materialized rapidly. Your information is inaccurate. There exists an extraordinary being within the hardened Soren family. Gazing at the accusatory script, the authoritative man coldly retorted, "It is your failure to execute your duties that has led to this predicament. Do not seek excuses in my presence." And no sooner had he spoken than identical words appeared upon the parchment. The formidable man understood that his remarks would soon reach the distant necromancer holding an identical scroll. "Very well, Your Excellency. I see no need to persist in this dispute. A mere lord can be easily dealt with. His death today is no different from his demise tomorrow." As these words emerged, the fury etched upon the middle-aged man's face diminished significantly. He gazed at the parchment, where further lines of text materialized. "To my knowledge, he is the last descendant of that family. Upon his death, all matters pertaining to our Lord will proceed with utmost ease. All for the Lord." As this final line illuminated the parchment, the ancient scroll was silently ignited, instantly turning to ash. The skeletal messenger disappeared without a sound into the void. Everything appeared as if it had never transpired, yet in truth, all that was meant to occur had already unfolded. Pushing open the window, the dignified middle-aged man's expression softened considerably. He offered a gentle nod to the distant priests and thunder apprentices who bowed respectfully towards him. His demeanor now imbued with warmth. No one knows what thoughts linger within his mind as he nods amiably. Chapter 25. The fury of Midolin, 85 in the morning. Quickluidun remains shrouded in darkness. Pylok strides along the desolate streets, silently cursing his superior, that inhumane wretch, who, for the sake of his own pride, has compelled him to commence work 3 hours early. How can one be so inconsiderate, so detestable? As he indulges in a tirade of invective, his feet do not dare to falter, for he desperately needs this job that affords him a steady income each week. This occupation grants him the dignity to present himself before family and friends, allows him to reside in a townhouse in Quickluidun, and enables his family to enjoy a middle-class lifestyle. Imagining delectable dishes such as smoked meat, fried fish, and honey bread, Pylok's pace involuntarily quickens. There appears to be another person ahead, perhaps equally unfortunate, burdened with extra hours. Pylok, a gentleman fond of making acquaintances, swiftly approaches the figure. "My friend, where might you be heading?" he inquires, playfully patting the stranger's shoulder. Yet, when the figure turns to face him, Pylok feels his consciousness freeze in an instant. Before him stands a skeleton, its eye sockets ablaze with 2 piercing green flames. What is happening? What have I just encountered? Pylok longs to flee, but finds himself unable to move. "I am the necromancer Filro," the eerie voice intones, "and it is a privilege for you to meet me. Know this. Death looms over the earth, the thunder shall be consumed, and only through surrender can one achieve eternity." Amidst his paralysis, the chilling voice resonates in Pylok's ears, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The necromancer, the terrifying necromancer Filro, is coming to Quickluidun. This thought fills him with dread. Yet, amidst the fear, his mind races with one pressing question. What shall I do? Time becomes an abstract concept as Pylok eventually rouses from his shock. He glances around, realizing that he is alone. In that moment, panic propels him toward the Temple of Thunder. Upon his arrival, he discovers he is not the first. A gathering of 20 or 30 individuals has already assembled outside the temple. They chatter anxiously, recounting their experiences, with the imminent arrival of the necromancer being the predominant topic of conversation. Death looms over the earth. The thunder shall be consumed, and only through surrender can one achieve eternity. The usually composed priest, who often exudes an air of tranquility, now beads with sweat. Yet, all he can do is urge the crowd to remain calm and wait for the bishop's decree. The back hall of the Temple of Thunder feels overwhelmingly oppressive. The attending servants move about stealthily, not daring to make a sound. In times past, whether it was the bishop or the priest, they were always gentle and kind, and even when mistakes were made, they would not pursue matters too rigorously. However, at this moment, they felt the impending chill of winter's approach. Ludden's countenance was far from favorable. Yet it was not the time for him to unleash his fury. He cautiously regarded the voice imbued with authority, awaiting the arrival of retribution. "Have you discovered who was responsible?" the voice calm and serene, concealed within it a tempestuous wrath that Ludin could distinctly sense. The ability to render thunder as beautiful as poetry, that was the gift of the thunder poet of the fifth sequence. Confronted with this being, who was perilously close to demigod status, Ludin's voice trembled with trepidation. The assailant is quite cunning. He chose the moment just before dawn, when our punisher is most vulnerable. As Ludin spoke, the gaze of Bishop Middelin had already fixed upon him. Accompanying that gaze was a chilling aura of pressure. Beneath this weight, he felt akin to a defenseless mountain sparrow, quaking in fear. My Lord Bishop, I have already requested the temple to borrow a sealing artifact to recreate the events of last night. Whoever the perpetrator may be, he cannot escape. Ludin's words elicited but 2 syllables in response. Foolish. Is it truly necessary to borrow artifacts from the temple for such matters? You need only grasp one truth. Whoever benefits from this affair is the instigator. Middelin's frustration was palpable. Surely, you cannot be so oblivious. Though his voice was not raised, it resonated with authority and weight. My lord, it was my oversight. I did not anticipate that a mere lord would dare to commit such an audacious act. As Ludin spoke, he suddenly rose, declaring, I shall summon the Punisher to apprehend him at once. By what authority will you seize him? Are you certain that such an action will not arouse the suspicions of those in the temple? Middelin regarded Ludin with a cool demeanor, urging, calm yourself. Remember the first tenet of our thunder scriptures. We revere thunder. We must devote ourselves sincerely to its worship. Sincerely. Do you understand? Gradually, Ludin's expression returned to one of composure as he stated solemnly, My lord, I comprehend. Since that lord has not yet revealed himself, we can entirely regard this incident as a provocation by a necromancer. Indeed, I shall personally intervene to expel Filro. Middelin replied coldly, rest assured. Soon the news of his disgraceful flight will echo throughout the sacred Tianlu Empire. Ludin nodded, yet he could not suppress his dissatisfaction. While your approach may be the best choice, the thought of allowing that child to watch the spectacle unsettles me. Middelin smirked icily. A spectacle? Ha, you overthink. It is now your turn to act, to ensure that child understands that many matters cannot be resolved merely by conceiving ideas. Power is the most effective means of resolution. Ludin hesitated for a moment. Just earlier, Middelin had chosen to act personally to disguise his connection with the necromancer, yet he now sought to eliminate Anderton. Was this not somewhat contradictory? Remember, amidst the chaos, numerous events transpire. It is quite ordinary for some insignificant creatures to perish in the storm. Upon uttering this, Middelin gently closed his eyes. The carriage ambled along the bustling streets of Quickluidun, while Qin Nan remained en route to visit Bishop Middelin. Observing the peculiar passers-by engaged in hushed whispers, Qin Nan discerned that his plans had indeed borne fruit. Yet, at this moment, his heart was far from tranquil. Instead of reveling in the success of his scheme, he felt a sense of oppression. Middelin and the others would undoubtedly cast their suspicions upon him, for they were well aware of the necromancer's intent to take his life. What would their next course of action be? Qin Nan did not regret his decisions. He had no alternative. Rather than resigning himself to fate, it was better to take a gamble. Where was this place? Arriving at the entrance of a lively street, Qin Nan casually inquired of the coachman, What is this place? This is Iron Ship Street, replied the servant respectfully. Upon hearing the name Iron Ship Street, Qin Nan felt a flicker of amusement and said, Stop the carriage. I wish to pay a visit to a friend. Chapter 26. A grim prognosis. Iron Ship Street has no ships. Qin Nan chuckled inwardly, pondering whether this bore the same absurdity as a wife cake lacking a wife or fish-flavored shredded pork devoid of fish. Why, in a street brimming with the essence of an inland city, was it named Iron Ship Street? As he traversed the not overly wide thoroughfare, inhaling the fragrant aromas of smoked fish and fried meat, Qin Nan finally located his destination. The House of Diviners, a young man clad in black trousers and a white shirt, cast his striking gray eyes upon Qin Nan as he approached. Sir, may I inquire if you have an appointment? The young man, dressed as a servant, asked respectfully. Qin Nan nodded. I seek a diviner who mentioned he would be present at the House of Diviners on Friday. Upon hearing the word Friday, the young servant smiled and said, You must be looking for Mr. Roldo. Please follow me. The House of Diviners appeared somewhat antiquated and unremarkable from the outside, yet upon entering, it revealed a world of its own. Notably, the opulent woolen carpet infused with maritime charm was a luxury beyond the means of ordinary establishments. Do you prefer black tea or coffee? The young servant inquired courteously after inviting Qin Nan to take a seat. Black tea, Qin Nan responded, as he had always had a penchant for tea in his former life. Please bring this gentleman a cup of black tea, The young servant called out to a corner tea station before ascending the grand staircase of the hall. As Qin Nan surveyed the tranquil house of diviners, his mind surged with myriad thoughts. His entrance into this establishment was purely serendipitous, of course. He harbored no illusions about receiving any assistance within the house of diviners. Sir, Mr. Roldo is in room 5. He currently has no clients, so you may proceed to see him. The young servant soon returned to inform him. Qin Nan nodded, retrieved his cylindrical top hat, and followed the young servant into a room adorned in shades of blue. Yesterday, I encountered a diviner at a quaint tavern, who was now seated before an antiquated writing desk adorned with a pendulum and 2 tomes that appear to be for divination purposes. My lord, I presumed you would not seek me out, yet here you are so soon, Roldo remarked as he rose from his seat with a smile. Qin Nan, aware that Roldo was an extraordinary being, spoke candidly, my recent endeavors have not borne fruit, hence I seek your counsel on what steps I should take next. Divination is not infallible, Roldo replied sincerely, adopting a serious demeanor. Many matters require your own discretion. Thank you, Lord Roldo. Qin Nan was somewhat taken aback that the diviner did not attempt to exploit his predicament with convoluted persuasion. His esteem for Roldo increased considerably. He earnestly inquired, I still wish to see what your divination might reveal to guide me. Roldo chuckled lightly, very well, please specify your query so that I may proceed with the divination. What would be the outcome if I were to leave Quickluidon? Roldo took up the pendulum and gently swayed it twice before closing his eyes. The pendulum oscillated in the air for a considerable time before eventually coming to a halt. This time, its position was once again to the right of the vertical drop. My lord, I must inform you that departing from Quickluidon at this juncture would not be a prudent choice. Such a decision bears peril. If leaving is fraught with danger, then what of remaining? Might you elucidate what it would mean for me to stay in Quickluidon? Roldo furrowed his brow. If leaving was ominous, then staying must naturally be auspicious. Despite his reservations, he noted the solemn expression on Qin Nan's face and decided to sway the pendulum once more. The pendulum's position remained to the right of the downward vertical. This indicated that the outcome of this inquiry was similarly foreboding. Roldo abruptly rose and regarded Qin Nan, shaking his head, my lord, I shall not charge you for this divination. If you have no further matters to discuss, I kindly suggest you take your leave. Qin Nan had initially held a skeptical view towards divination, but now he found himself increasingly convinced. Regardless, Roldo's recent divinatory results provided Qin Nan with considerable insight into his current situation. My lord, I hope to receive your assistance, Qin Nan expressed, uncertain of how much help Roldo could offer. Yet in his desperation, he felt compelled to cast a wide net in search of solutions. Roldo hesitated momentarily before responding, my lord, I am unaware of the difficulties you face, but to suggest I could assist you is flattering. I am but a vessel of intent with limited capacity. He continued, there will soon be a gathering here, where some extraordinary items will be available for purchase. If you are concerned about your fate, perhaps acquiring some of these exceptional artifacts could aid you in navigating your challenges. Though Roldo's words seemed earnest, Qin Nan discerned that he was, in fact, evading a commitment. However, he was filled with curiosity regarding this trading event. After all, since becoming an extraordinary being, he had not garnered much understanding of the world of the extraordinary. The gathering mentioned by Roldo piqued his interest immensely. Thus, he would trouble Lord Roldo. Roldo smiled lightly and said, since the esteemed lord is interested, then please accompany me. However, our gatherings have always maintained the concealment of identities, so I kindly ask that you refrain from inquiring about others' identities, regardless of the circumstances. Furthermore, do not expose your own identity, lest it incite unnecessary troubles. Additionally, during transactions, we utilize gold meringues, and when you find something desirable, please act within your means. At that moment, Qin Nan carried over 300 gold meringues, prepared for his visit to the Thunder Sanctuary. Under Roldo's guidance, Qin Nan traversed several corridors and climbed 7 or 8 flights of stairs until they arrived at a dimly lit passageway. My lord, you are somewhat late, a man clad in a black robe remarked coolly to Roldo. Roldo chuckled lightly. I was engaged in conversation with a friend. Roldo spoke. 2 black cloaks were handed over, and he adeptly donned one of them. This cloak possessed a subtle enchantment capable of obstructing the extraordinary from discerning one's identity. Upon wearing the black cloak, Qin Nan felt a sudden warmth envelop him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he followed Roldo into the shadowy passage. After walking 100 steps, Qin Nan was momentarily blinded by bright light, only to find himself in a stone hall. Chapter 27. The gaze of Medusa, a stone table stretching over 10 meters stood bare, its rugged surface marked with time's passage. Behind the table were more than 30 high-backed chairs, over half of which were already occupied. Despite the varying heights of the attendees, they were all uniformly cloaked in black robes, concealing their forms entirely. Qin Nan took a seat at one of the two positions at the end of the stone table, following Roldo, and silently awaited the proceedings. The stone hall was enveloped in profound silence. Ding, with a soft chime, a figure draped in a black robe, wearing a wooden mask, took the seat at the head of the stone table. Although the man's face was obscured, upon seeing him, Qin Nan felt a strong sense of oppression, comparable to that of the near-demigod necromancer. Could this individual before him also be a demigod? As he pondered this, the masked figure spoke in a deep voice, "Let us begin." With his words, a stillness enveloped the hall, and after a considerable pause, a figure dressed in black seated in the middle spoke, "I shall go first. I wish to acquire 5 claws of the swift wolf, at 100 gold meringues each." Qin Nan was unaware of what the swift wolf was, but 500 gold meringues was certainly no trifling sum. Although Qin Nan could be considered a modestly affluent individual, procuring 500 gold meringues in one go was indeed a formidable challenge. Presently, I do not possess the claws of a swift wolf, yet I am aware of their whereabouts. A shadow clad in black, seated to the right, rasped, "If you can wait, I can facilitate a transaction in 20 days. Agreed, the first speaker responded without a moment's hesitation. The completion of this initial deal immediately piqued the interest of several onlookers. Soon, a voice rang out, "I seek to purchase the heart of the fire wolf for 3,000 gold meringues." A palpable silence descended, as it was evident that among the traders present, none possessed such an item. Qin Nan was unfamiliar with the heart of the fire wolf, yet the staggering price of 3,000 gold meringues left him astounded. The earlier mention of the swift wolf's claws had already made him feel impoverished, and now this price rendered him utterly ashamed. He felt like nothing more than a pauper. Noticing the hush enveloping the trading floor, the enigmatic embarks spoke up. "I do not have the heart of the fire wolf, but I am aware of its habitat." The prospective buyer's eyes lit up with newfound hope upon hearing Mr. Mu's words, and he respectfully replied, "Thank you, Mr. Mu." Mr. Mu responded nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. Once the trading event concludes, you may seek me out privately." Under Mr. Mu's guidance, the trading continued. The prices of the items exchanged gradually numbed Qin Nan's senses. Several sealed artifacts caught his attention, particularly a weapon known as the Wind Blade, which he believed could significantly enhance his combat prowess if acquired. Regrettably, the sum of 1,000 gold meringues was simply beyond his reach. The damaged Eye of Medusa can be exchanged for a first-level sealed artifact or gold meringues, stated a man seated at the right side of the stone table, his tone grave, as soon as his words fell. A stone sphere, akin to the size of a fist, materialized in his hand, etched with the likeness of a vertical eye. Qin Nan focused on the Eye of Medusa, noticing a slender crack running through the center of the eye. This fissure was not particularly long. It seemed almost negligible unless scrutinized closely. The masked host of the trading event took the stone sphere, examining it intently before declaring, "This Eye of Medusa was originally a 5th-level sealed artifact. If intact, its value would be extraordinarily high. However, due to significant damage, its usability is severely compromised. Externally, it appears merely cracked, yet the severity of the fracture increases the deeper one inspects it." Upon concluding his assessment, embarks placed the Eye of Medusa on the table, stating, "If anyone wishes to take it for their collection, that would not be a poor choice." Mr. Mu's words. An immediate hush fell over the crowd, and a shadow of gloom flickered in the eyes of the trader offering the Eye of Medusa. Nevertheless, he gazed at embarks with a mixture of reverence and trepidation, eventually saying, "This is a recent acquisition from my exploration of ruins. I was unaware of its considerable flaws. If anyone is interested, please feel free to propose a price." Damaged items? Can one's points of evolution be mended? This thought stirred Qin Nan, igniting a restless desire within him. After all, the value of the sequence 5 sealed object is extraordinarily high. 5 golden meringues. I wish to collect them, came a deep voice from beneath the long table. The owner of the Eye of Medusa's expression shifted. As an extraordinary being, 5 golden meringues were hardly considered wealth. The price offered felt less like a genuine purchase and more akin to mockery. How infuriating! 200 golden meringues. If anyone desires them, this is the price. If not, I shall simply keep them for my own amusement. The mention of 200 golden meringues rendered the stone chamber abruptly silent. The extraordinary being who had initially cited 5 golden meringues shook his head, saying, "Forget it, you may keep it. Although I do not care for 200 golden meringues, I also do not wish to spend it on a mere stone trinket." A low chuckle rippled through the crowd, and embarks gently lifted a small hammer, striking the nearby bronze bell. The clear sound instantly hushed the surroundings. Although no words were exchanged, the demeanor of the crowd towards Embarks left Qin Nan increasingly aware of his formidable presence. 200 golden marlangs, I shall take them. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nan finally spoke. He said little more, merely retrieving 200 golden marlangs from his pocket. The somewhat embarrassed seller, upon hearing Qin Nan's declaration, cast a look of gratitude his way. However, adhering to the rules of the trading event, he refrained from saying much further. Under Mr. Mu's witness, the transaction was swiftly completed. With most of his golden marlangs spent, Qin Nan was left as a mere observer. As the trading continued, he grew somewhat numb from watching. Yet just as he believed the event was nearing its conclusion, someone proclaimed, Sequence 5 sealed object, the Staff of Storm, capable of summoning tornadoes, priced at 5,000 golden marlangs, or an equivalent sealed object. The announcement of the 5,000 golden marlangs sent a wave of tranquility across the trading hall. Just when Qin Nan thought the Staff of Storm would be difficult to sell, a man seated to the right of Embarks declared, 5,000 golden marlangs, I shall purchase it. With the completion of their transaction, Qin Nan's understanding of these extraordinary beings deepened further. It appeared that extraordinary beings were quite affluent. Chapter 28. The sealed object restored. Having completed a transaction, Qin Nan remained until the trading concluded, refraining from making a second move. This was not due to caution, but rather the limitations imposed by his own circumstances. Tio summed it up succinctly. Lack of funds? Alas, money is indeed a wondrous thing. Throughout the process, he had set his sights on numerous appealing items, yet found himself unable to act, ultimately left to lament his missed opportunities. Well then, today's trading comes to an end, announced the man wearing the wooden mask. The first to rise. I wish you all well. Thank you, Mr. Mu. The majority of participants responded, standing in acknowledgement as he spoke. Qin Nan remained silent, but stood alongside the others. As the crowd departed from the hall of festivities, Qin Nan and Lord Luo Erdu retraced their steps back to the house of the diviner. The atmosphere within the house of the diviner was tranquil, with scarcely a soul entering or exiting. After returning the black robe to Qin Nan at the exit, Lord Luo Erdu spoke earnestly. My lord, though my words may sting, I feel compelled to remind you that the items you have procured hold no benefit to your current predicament. Thank you, Mr. Luo Erdu, for inviting me to this gathering. Were it not for this occasion, I would remain unaware of the myriad of mysterious artifacts that exist in this world, Qin Nan replied, deliberately choosing to disregard Lord Luo Erdu's earlier remarks, feigning ignorance as he addressed him. With a subtle smile, Lord Luo Erdu remarked, If you so wish, my lord, you may return. We host such gatherings every month. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Nan exited the house of the diviner. Lord Luo Erdu did not accompany him but instead watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in contemplation. I hope my divination is mistaken. Although Qin Nan did not hear Lord Luo Erdu's musings, the magic mirror did. Once seated in his vehicle, Qin Nan retrieved the magic mirror from the dimensional space and inquired, What did you observe at this gathering? O omnipotent master, your humble servant encountered a plethora of intriguing items at the event. The magic mirror responded, its surface rapidly inscribed with colorful characters, the majority of which were mere drivel. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Qin Nan chose to disregard the trivialities. My lord, that Embarks appears to be a formidable individual of Sequence 5. I urge you to avoid provoking him. Upon hearing the magic mirror's confirmation of his suspicions regarding Mr. Mu's strength, Qin Nan's desire to seek assistance from this extraordinary figure intensified. Even if Mr. Mu could not vanquish the undead sorcerer, securing his own life should not pose a challenge in this world. No relationship is eternal, only the interests that bind. Why would Embarks offer his aid? Do you believe Mr. Mu might assist in dealing with the undead sorcerer? Esteemed master, my vision is limited to events occurring within a radius of 1 kilometer. Beyond that, I am truly powerless. I beseech your greatness for mercy, that I may ascend swiftly, so that I may serve you better. Observing the magic mirror's familiar ploy to feign loyalty in exchange for favors, Qin Nan waved his hand dismissively, unceremoniously casting the mirror back into his dimensional space. He then grasped the stone sphere of Medusa's gaze, its weight tenfold that of an ordinary stone. Qin Nan surmised that if hurled, this sphere could indeed prove fatal to a typical adversary. His gaze fell upon the fissure located at the eye of the sphere. From an external perspective, the crack seemed minuscule, nearly negligible. However, the instant he beheld it, Qin Nan felt an instinctive awareness that the severity of the fissure deepened within the stone's core. Mr. Mu's assessment of this Medusa's gaze was undoubtedly accurate. Uncertain whether enhancing this artifact with an evolution point would yield results, Qin Nan pondered his next move. However, He believed that applying the 3 evolution points to the Eye of Medusa was his best course of action at the moment. With the addition of 1 evolution point, the damaged Eye of Medusa evolved into the flawed Eye of Medusa, allowing for the use of the petrification ability once a month, albeit with the side effect of causing the user to experience extreme thirst, potentially leading to death. What on earth does it mean for the user to be at risk of dying from thirst? This side effect is utterly outrageous. Is Qin Nan toyed with the evolved Eye of Medusa? He felt that the cracks on the vertical eye had been significantly mended. Although it could only be used once a month, it was undoubtedly Qin Nan's most crucial weapon at present. The imperfect item of Sequence 5 could unleash energy that was no less than that of a Sequence 4 sealed item. If he were to encounter the necromancer named Phaley again, the battle would not be as arduous as Qin Nan, having stowed away the Eye of Medusa, descended from the carriage at the Thunder Hall. The once tranquil square was now steeped in a chilling atmosphere. Pairs of Thunder Knights clad in shining armor were assembling in the square. My lord, Bishop Middleton wishes to punish the necromancer who dared to challenge the Thunder's authority. He does not have time to meet with you. The priest who had welcomed Qin Nan yesterday now wore a dispassionate expression as he addressed him. Please take your leave. Is the bishop going to take action personally? Feigning surprise, Qin Nan inquired, already aware of the collusion between Middleton and the necromancer. Indeed, the bishop will take action himself, the priest replied coolly. Thus, he will be unavailable for some time. Just as Qin Nan uttered an apology and prepared to depart, he heard someone call out, Lord Hayden Soren, please wait. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Nan saw a middle-aged priest clad in a black robe adorned with lightning patterns striding towards him. The priest who had previously welcomed Qin Nan bowed respectfully and said, I greet you, Priest Liddon. Priest Liddon, a key aide to Bishop Middleton, wielded considerable power within the Thunder Hall of Quickler-Dun. Qin Nan had expressed a desire to meet him yesterday, yet he had not anticipated encountering the priest at this moment. I pay my respects to you, Priest Liddon. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Qin Nan said hastily, my estate has been besieged by necromancers, who killed my stableman and cooked him. My lord. There is no need for alarm. The Thunder shall not permit the undead to invade. The bishop is already preparing to eliminate the necromancer who dares to provoke our Thunder Hall. Rest assured, this will soon pass. As he spoke, a faint glow emanated from Priest Liddon's hand and instantly enveloped Qin Nan. In that fleeting moment, Qin Nan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. Yet his heart was seized by an unsettling chill. My lord, I have bestowed upon you the blessing of the divine. Return and take a good rest. I believe all will be well, Priest Liddon said with a smile, his eyes radiating warmth and compassion. However, Qin Nan could not shake the feeling that he was being observed by a ferocious beast, poised to pounce upon its unsuspecting prey. Chapter 29. The blessing of the divine. The blessing of the divine serves as a source of solace for ordinary individuals, yet it also bears the mark of consequence. As Qin Nan gazed at the beaming face of the Priest Liddon, a chill crept into his heart. Nevertheless, he outwardly expressed his gratitude, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you, Priest Liddon. Liddon gently tapped his chest 5 times, and a symbol of thunder materialized before him. With thunder above, there is no need for the Lord to be so courteous. The priest then strolled away. Once Liddon had departed, Qin Nan ascended the 2-wheeled carriage, directing his words to Please, who had accompanied him. Returned to the villa, a joyful smile adorned Please's face. He perceived that with Priest Liddon's intervention, the necromancer would soon be dealt with. In this light, tranquility would swiftly return to the estate. Why, lord, shall we pay a visit to the count? Please suggested. Qin Nan had initially intended to feign compliance, but Liddon's demeanor indicated a readiness to enforce his obliteration. Though uncertain of Liddon's approach, Qin Nan acutely sensed the perilous nature of his current situation. If only Count Quinn were to extend his assistance, Qin Nan would have readily sought an audience. Alas, he knew the Count would offer him no aid, thereby extinguishing any thoughts of pretense. Let us return. Qin Nan waved his hand, stating, since the bishop intends to confront that wicked necromancer, we shall await good news in peace. The carriage rattled along, and Qin Nan soon found himself back at the villa. Within, a sumptuous luncheon had been prepared. Yet, at that moment, he felt no inclination to partake. Whether in Quickler-Dun or Sheffield Estate, returning would likely lead to a dead end. Though not in Alton, Qin Nan was acutely aware that his adversaries had grown formidable to a degree that rendered victory an impossibility. 2 near-demigod 5th-tier foes against his own pitiful 9th-tier status. In both the mundane and the extraordinary realms, his opponents wielded immense power, while he was left with but the ordinary warriors of the estate. A temporary retreat. Qin Nan surveyed the surroundings of his study, succumbing to deep contemplation. Under the moonlit sky, he stealthily donned a plain black attire and quietly slipped out of his chamber. Despite the presence of guards at the villa, they posed no threat to Qin Nan. The walls of the estate offered him no obstacle. His body, enhanced by the fire spirit warrior and the spatial apprentice's elixirs, allowed him to effortlessly leap atop the 2-meter-high garden wall. Moonlight bathed Qin Nan, casting a long shadow behind him as he gazed upon the villa, valued at 500 or 600 gold meringues. A sense of reluctance washed over him. Yet, despite his sentiments, he could take nothing with him. As long as he could return within 10 years, according to the laws of the sacred heavenly empire, everything would remain his. Traversing the streets and alleys, Qin Nan swiftly made his way to the western city wall of Quickluadan. The city was not particularly large, its walls standing a mere 5 meters high, failing to impede his escape. Like a specter, he leaped from the towering walls of Quickluadan, casting a fleeting glance at the night before vanishing into the shadows. At the very moment when Qin Nan departed from the city walls, a silvery light flickered, and the figure of the priest Ludden materialized upon the ramparts. He gazed at the departing Qin Nan, a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes. Ludden felt no urgency regarding Qin Nan's exit. Like a masterful hunter, he shimmered with silver light, already manifesting 50 meters away in the shadows. Employing the thunderous leap technique, Ludden steadily closed the distance between himself and Qin Nan. However, when the gap shrank to 300 meters, he ceased his deliberate pursuit. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. Upon reaching a pitch-black forest, Qin Nan halted, as if sensing something amiss, and glanced back over his shoulder. At that precise moment, Ludden accelerated, swiftly positioning himself directly before Qin Nan. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it, he quipped, a romantic notion indeed. It seems the Lord possesses some knowledge of poetry. With a feigned look of surprise, Qin Nan exclaimed, "Priest, what brings you here?" "Ha, that question ought to be directed at you. My lord, are you not aware of your own actions?" Ludden replied, his gaze steady upon Qin Nan. "The bishop is quite displeased with your conduct. You must return with me to make amends." His demeanor was one of authority, leaving no room for dissent. Qin Nan, apprehension flashing in his eyes, responded, "Priest, I was left with no choice. The necromancer sought to kill me, and I had no alternative but to act as I did. I understand. Yet wrongdoing must be addressed. Come with me. I will intercede on your behalf," Ludden said, gesturing for Qin Nan to follow. In that instant, a silver revolver appeared in Qin Nan's hand. Bang! The gun fired, a bullet imbued with the power to vanquish evil, racing towards Ludden. Yet, as the projectile neared, Ludden's figure had already vanished into the void. Thunder roared, allowing for unrestricted leaps within the designated space. Undeterred by his failure to strike, Qin Nan launched himself skyward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Ludden, the fire spirit warrior, truly awakened by bloodline. Ludden remarked, observing Qin Nan's approach with a calm demeanor. Just as Qin Nan drew near, Ludden had already positioned himself 20 meters away and snorted. "Thunderclap!" The moment those words resonated, Qin Nan felt a deafening roar echo within his mind, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Despite having mentally prepared for Ludden's arrival, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. Ludden proved to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude, the mere thunderclap would have been sufficient to send him sprawling to the ground. Swiftly slicing through the void, Qin Nan retrieved the sealing tome. As he activated its powers, the ethereal figure of Fei materialized in the air, a skeletal spear forming instantaneously in his grasp. Yet, at the very moment when Fei appeared, a mocking smirk crept further across Ludden's face. With a mere flick of his finger, he declared, "Thunder!" A bolt of violet lightning descended with a thunderous roar, crashing heavily into Fei's phantom in an instant. Fei vanished into the void. "My lord, you truly caught me off guard, providing me with quite the surprise. Alas, this time, no one can save you." Chapter 30. The gaze of Medusa. Qin Nan's expression was frosty. The recent utilization of 2 extraordinary artifacts had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, yet he found himself able to endure it. However, witnessing Ludden's effortless demeanor in battle left him feeling quite unsettled. "Ludden, the priest, I do not wish to engage you in a life-and-death struggle, so I implore you not to force my hand." As Qin Nan spoke, a stone sphere materialized in his grasp. The gaze of Medusa. "My esteemed priest, with your keen perception, you must discern what this is. Allow me to enlighten you." This is the gaze of Medusa. "Once I activate it, you shall be utterly unable to withstand its power." Holding the stone sphere with gravity, Qin Nan continued, however, Invoking the gaze of Medusa will also inflict harm upon myself. Therefore, I advise you, dear priest, let us both take a step back and spare one another the burden. A harmonious resolution benefits us all. Luden gazed at the gaze of Medusa in Qin Nan's hand. Chuckling mockingly, he exclaimed, "Go ahead. Unleash the gaze of Medusa, a level 5 combat artifact. I am truly terrified. And Alden, do you believe your trivial tricks can deceive me? Ha! Are you not being overly naive? Shall I remind you that I too attended the gathering of the Diviners clan?" As he spoke, Luden stepped forward, a triumphant smile adorning his face. "Do not come any closer. If you do, I will truly activate the gaze of Medusa." Qin Nan retreated a step, his demeanor one of genuine fear. "Activate it, unleash your abilities to the fullest. Let me witness how you can resurrect an already defunct artifact. It would certainly broaden my horizons. Wait a moment. I will summon the thunder, condemning you, a wretched soul unworthy of the blazing sun." To Eternal-s the word eternal began to escape his lips. A pallid beam of light erupted from the gaze of Medusa, enveloping Luden entirely in its radiance. Under the luminescence, Luden stood motionless, his form rapidly transmuting into stone. Bolts of lightning flickered around Luden, yet their feeble strength was insufficient to shatter the stone encasing him. The moment Qin Nan activated the gaze of Medusa, he felt as though his head had been struck by an explosive force. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to collapse to the ground. Although the gaze of Medusa was not in its optimal state, the energy required to activate it was still considerable. Nevertheless, even amid his suffering, Qin Nan dared not exhibit any sign of negligence. He traced his finger through the air, summoning a colossal two-handed sword into his grasp. This sword, which Qin Nan typically wielded during his martial training, was now raised with all his might as he brought it crashing down towards Luden's petrified form. Luden was taken aback, utterly incredulous at the unfolding events. Regrettably, at that moment, he found himself incapable of moving an inch. The heavy sword cleaved through the petrified form of Luden, accompanied by the resounding clash of metal and a shower of sparks, severing his body into two halves in that fleeting moment as his corporeal form split. The petrification that had ensnared him vanished without a trace. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that his demise could be so abrupt. Alas, he was indeed dead. Qin Nan exhaled deeply, a profound thirst overwhelming his senses. At that moment, he felt that if he did not replenish his fluids, he might succumb to dehydration. The aftereffect of utilizing the eyes of Medusa had left him parched. Prepared for such eventualities, Qin Nan gestured towards his dimensional space, summoning a bottle of water, ample enough to hold a liter. Into his grasp, as he poured the contents down his throat, he felt as though he had been resurrected from the brink of death. Gazing at Luden's lifeless body, whose eyes remained wide open in eternal disbelief, he suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Luden, rise. I believe you can." He repeated this fervently 2 or 3 times, covering Luden's unblinking eyes with a cloth before finally ceasing his uncontrollable antics. A prank, indeed, a whimsical jest with a quill. Observing Luden's remains, Qin Nan inhaled deeply. He had rehearsed this moment countless times, and it had finally come to fruition. After encountering Luden at the Thunder Sanctuary of Quickluidon, the magic mirror had alerted Qin Nan that Luden had attended a gathering at the Diviner's house. Initially, this had been a detail Qin Nan overlooked, but after several iterations of devising an escape plan from Luden, realizing his chances were slim, he suddenly recalled this information. Thus, he resolved to exploit this insight to see if he could vanquish Luden. Within a notebook stored in Qin Nan's dimensional space, a line of text shimmered faintly. When Anardin unveiled the eyes of Medusa, the priest Luden recognized it as a defective item sold by the Diviner's house. The absurdity of being intimidated by such a flawed artifact filled him with amusement. He was more than willing to afford this doomed young lord a moment's respite. He intended to shatter the delusions of the young lord with his own power. Under the gaze of the eyes of Medusa, his form turned to stone, and Anardin dealt the fatal blow with his heavy sword. Gradually, a flicker of purple light began to coalesce around Luden, and in an instant, it formed a small purple stone before him. Without hesitation, Qin Nan seized the purple stone, and as it transformed into energy within his grasp, a message appeared in his mind. "You possess a 3rd-tier evolution point. Please select an item for evolution." Qin Nan did not immediately utilize the evolution point. Instead, he rummaged through Luden's pockets. Having been mocked by Luden for so long, it was time for the tides to turn. Surely he could salvage something from him? What was this? A book of cultivation? From the leather pouch that Luden carried, Qin Nan discovered a notebook adorned with lightning symbols, inscribed with the words Book of Cultivation. As he leafed through the pages, he found them densely filled with numerous writings, too many to absorb at once, prompting him to toss the Book of Cultivation directly into his dimensional space. A blood-red stone, more than 200 gold Malong banknotes, and a staff imbued with the essence of a storm. These were all that Qin Nan had discovered on the body of Ludin. Among these items, the one that Qin Nan valued most was the storm staff, an artifact auctioned by the House of Diviners, capable of summoning a tornado. If Ludin were to wield this staff directly, Qin Nan felt that his chances of survival would be utterly non-existent. Unfortunately, Ludin was overly complacent, deeming Qin Nan unworthy of utilizing the storm staff. Carefully placing the storm staff and the other items into his dimensional space, Qin Nan finally completed his subsequent tasks. As he stood up, applauding, he suddenly froze, for he could not recall why he had ventured outside the city. What exactly was my purpose for coming here? The aftereffects of using the sealing tome had finally revealed themselves. Chapter 31. The storm poet. A frenzied whirlwind engulfed 10 miles of void. Everything caught within the storm was instantaneously torn asunder. A colossal skeletal dragon, measuring over 100 feet in length, thrashed wildly, surrounded by thousands of skeletons struggling against the tempest. This chaotic scene resembled the apocalypse. Onlookers from afar would undoubtedly believe that the two opposing forces were locked in a fierce battle. Yet at the eye of the storm, two individuals sat side by side, engaged in amicable conversation. Thunderclap Archbishop Middelin and the necromancer Philro, two enemies who should have been at each other's throats, were instead seated together in harmony. Philro, you must take responsibility for the commotion you've caused. Middelin's tone carried an air of reproach. Upon hearing this, Philro retorted with displeasure, I will take responsibility for this matter, but you cannot absolve yourself of blame. You claim he is a mere child incapable of anything, yet the truth is he is an extraordinary being. Though Phil is not particularly talented, his demise was unjust. Middelin replied bluntly, a freshly promoted fire spirit warrior, whom your students cannot even defeat. What use is such a person? To live is merely to exist. Originally, eliminating him was a trivial task, yet now it has turned the entire Quickluidon into a chaotic mess. If the Holy Temple sends someone to investigate, not only will I face trouble, but our Lord's grand plans will also be jeopardized. The necromancer Philro snorted, ceasing further argument. Although his cultivation surpassed Middelin's, Middelin held a higher status before their Lord, and this time, it was indeed Philro who had botched the situation. I have heard that the Thunder God Kingdom has begun to awaken. Philro inquired after a moment of silence. Middelin glanced at him, then shook his head, saying, Have you forgotten our rules? Philro paused, as if recalling something. We must not gaze upon the divine, speculate about the divine, nor discuss the divine, but the gods are in slumber. Middelin replied coldly, the state of the divine is beyond our comprehension. If we wish to assist our Lord in achieving great undertakings, we must exercise utmost caution. A mournful cry resonated amidst the howling winds, accompanied by the lamentations as the colossal bone dragon was torn asunder into countless fragments, flung in all directions. The multitude of skeletons that had once withstood the tempest swiftly crumbled, and the realm of the undead seemed on the brink of vanishing in an instant. Philro, evil shall ultimately collapse. Middelin soared into the tempest, embodying the very spirit of the storm. In that moment, he appeared as a deity wielding the fury of the tempest. A colossal thunderous sword, measuring 10 spans in length, rapidly materialized in the void, descending with ferocity upon the disintegrating skeletons. Everything culminated with the fall of the thunderous blade. As the skeletal remains dissipated, Philro coldly remarked, My task is complete. I hope we shall not cross paths in the near future. Middelin responded with a gentle smile. You have accomplished your mission regarding Quickluidon. It is time for you to venture elsewhere and fulfill your duties for our master. The moment the word mission escaped Middelin's lips, his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly retrieved a string of crimson beads from his sleeve, only to find the central bead dimming ominously. Ludin is dead. Middelin was taken aback. Ludin was the one you dispatched to eliminate Anderton. Was he not? Has he also fallen to that young Anderton's hand? Philro was astounded. He had never regarded this lord with much esteem, yet at this moment, he was compelled to reassess him, for the two abnormal occurrences hinted at formidable power concealed in the opponent's circle. Middelin nodded. Indeed, he was the Thunder Priest. The mere mention of the Thunder Priest intensified Philro's gravity of expression. While slaying a Thunder Priest was not an insurmountable challenge, he understood that the Thunder Priest was perched at the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Just a step away lay the threshold of sanctity, and the power of a saint was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. was akin to the chaos wrought by him and Middelin within this 10-mile expanse. Do you suspect that it was young Anderton who struck? Filro inquired, pondering. Middelin replied, we can only ascertain the truth upon investigation. As he spoke, Middelin swept his sleeve, transforming into a bolt of lightning, effortlessly traversing over 100 meters in an instant. Utilizing the same technique, Middelin's speed far surpassed that of Ludden, and he was not engaged in battle but rather employing this lightning technique to hasten his journey. 10 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. In merely half an hour, Middelin arrived at the site of Ludden's demise. As Qin Nan had not buried Ludden's corpse, Middelin quickly located the lifeless form of Ludden, eyes forever closed in death. A single strike, severed in two, without resistance, Filro remarked coolly, observing the deceased Ludian. To Filro, Ludden held little significance. After all, Ludden was not his subordinate, and as a Sequence 7 Thunder Priest, eliminating him was not particularly challenging. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Middelin's gaze as he asked, can you allow Ludden's soul to coalesce, so I may understand what transpired? The extraordinary traits within Ludden had already coalesced, and his soul had been utterly extinguished. In Filro's voice lingered a hint of helplessness as he remarked, I find it exceedingly difficult to consolidate his spirit. Middelin ceased to speak, and at that moment, Filro exhibited no inclination to engage in conversation either. To him, little Anderton was merely an ant. Yet, this diminutive insect had managed to outmaneuver him on several occasions. Ludden is dead, and it is by your hand, Middelin stated after a protracted silence of 5 minutes. He pointed a finger at Filro, adopting an irrefutable tone. You shall ensnare his body with the tendrils of the undead, so I can provide a satisfactory account to the temple. After all, a priest cannot perish without cause. Filro rolled his eyes, bemused by the burden he now bore. However, Middelin's reasoning was sound. To avoid arousing suspicion among the upper echelons of the Thunder Church regarding their activities, implicating Ludden in his demise was the most plausible course of action. It felt as though he were about to ascend a few ranks on the Thunder Church's bounty list. A black hand tore through the void, enveloping Ludden's form, and in an instant, the lifeless Ludden transformed into an entirely jet-black skeleton. Middelin nodded, saying, very well, I shall handle matters here. You must continue your pursuit of little Anderton. The Master's significant affairs must not be delayed, I understand, Filro replied, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a black-feathered eagle soaring by, which halted mid-air in that instant. Ascending into the sky, Filro appeared to be drawn by an invisible thread, hovering behind the black eagle, and in a heartbeat, the two became mere black dots against the sky. A master of spirit control, perhaps, Middelin murmured to himself. Chapter 32. The ninth realm of spirit. On a steadily moving steam train, Qin Nan, donning a cylindrical top hat, sat quietly by the window, leisurely perusing the tome in his hands. Just 30 minutes prior, he had been engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his destination. Fortunately, Qin Nan had anticipated the amnesiac aftereffects caused by the quill pin, and he retrieved a magic mirror from the dimensional space. This exquisite silver-mirrored glass provided him with intricate details regarding his whereabouts. The free city of Vidalia, located 500 kilometers from the headquarters of the Thunder Church, was also the most prosperous city within the Holy Tianlu Empire. In truth, Qin Nan's knowledge of Vidalia was limited to one fact. It was the place where the Emperor's influence was least felt. Although he could not yet ascertain who aimed to eliminate little Anderton, one thing was certain. This individual wielded an unfathomable power that instilled fear. Otherwise, they would not have summoned the near-demigod necromancer Filro, nor the Archbishop of the Thunder Cathedral, Middelin, causing even the noble leader, Count Qin, to tremble in trepidation. All of this was telling in its implications. Moreover, the sporadic revelations from Ludden made Qin Nan increasingly aware that the figure known as the Sun King was becoming a prime suspect. Although the Holy Tianlu Empire comprised hundreds of duchies, the Sun King, as the Emperor, still held immense authority. His status as a lord was utterly inconsequential. Prior to amassing strength, steering clear of the Emperor's sphere of influence was one of the safest choices available. In Qin Nan's hands lay a book filled with the scholarly notes of Ludden. From these notes, Qin Nan discerned that the priest Ludden was an individual fervently devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. From acquiring potions to ascending as an extraordinary being, Qin Nan felt a profound confusion enveloping him. Even in his current state, the nuances of advancing and enhancing one's prowess as an extraordinary being remained shrouded in ambiguity. According to Ludden's meticulous records, the greatest adversary of an extraordinary being is, in fact, oneself. Should one lose control, the peril of transforming into a monster looms, and, in the direst of circumstances, even death may ensue. The singular most effective means to temper such potential loss of control is the augmentation of mental fortitude. The stronger the mental prowess of an extraordinary being, the greater their control over their own body. Advancement potions do possess the capacity to enhance mental strength. However, for those striving to ascend, these potions serve as a double-edged sword. They can elevate the user's mental power, yet the abrupt surge of energy is ferociously volatile. Should the user fail to restrain this sudden influx of mental strength, they risk spiraling into chaos. The Thunder Church has meticulously categorized the mental strength of extraordinary beings into 9 distinct ranks, classified into 3 realms of solidification, 3 realms of sigil convergence, and 3 realms of divine ascendance. Solidification entails the transformation of one's spirit into the essence represented by the potion consumed. For instance, the solidification of a Thunder Church extraordinary being manifests as a tempestuous embodiment of thunder itself. The most arduous of these realms is the initial stage. According to Ludin, after 3 long years of consuming the 9th tier potion of the Thunder Controller series, he finally succeeded in evolving his spirit into a shadow of thunder through relentless recitation and arduous training. The stages of solidification are designated as shadow, form, and crystallization. Without the requisite mental strength, one should not venture to consume advancement potions. This admonition is emphatically inscribed in crimson ink within Ludin's notebook. Classifying the significance of content using various colors is a commendable habit of Ludin's, thus imbuing his notes with an air of scholarly superiority. Alas, I have slain a scholar. Besides the fundamental black ink, the hue most frequently employed by Ludin is a deep purple, predominantly utilized for his sardonic remarks. Why? Why does Kref, who is as foolish as a pig, gain entry into the ISAT Academy of Asceticism while I am relegated to being an ordinary priest in a rural sanctuary? I do not accept this. I do not yield. Is it not merely because he has an uncle who is a high bishop? Is he not relying on his uncle? My attempts at solidification have once again failed. How infuriating. Kref has already solidified his shadow using the Thunder Genesis diagram from the ISAT Academy, and I find myself unable to even catch up to him. How utterly vexing. The Thunder Genesis diagram, painstakingly illustrated by the saints, belongs to the entire church. Why am I denied access, while only those within the ISAT Academy may gaze upon it? If I were to behold the Thunder Genesis diagram, I would surely surpass Kref 100-fold. The deep purple ink serves as a medium for his grievances, while the bright yellow ink signifies joy in a later passage. Ludin exuberantly exclaims in bright yellow ink, "Ha ha! I have finally persuaded Kref to take me to see the Thunder Genesis diagram. Upon viewing it, I feel as though I have gained clarity regarding the path I must tread. I shall endeavor to replicate the Thunder Genesis diagram." Beneath the vibrant yellow text lies an illustration of thunder that occupies nearly half a sheet of paper. Regrettably, Qin Nan finds this depiction of thunder to be rather awkward. He senses that there might be some profound meaning concealed within the image. Yet upon scrutinizing it closely, he experiences a peculiar sense of distortion. The essence of a saint is beyond my comprehension. Dark purple characters appear chaotically beneath the illustration. Lu Dan's notes have always been impeccably neat, with nearly every line imbued with a sense of enforced beauty. However, the Lu Dan who penned these words seems to be on the brink of collapse. Gazing at the distorted thunder, Qin Nan is reminded of the blazing sun illustration he had encountered in the secret chamber. As he observed the sun, its form arose within his heart. Could it be that this illustration of the sun bears a striking resemblance to the thunder transformation illustration spoken of by Lu Dan, both originating from a saint? Just as Qin Nan pondered this, he suddenly sensed the air around him growing somewhat dense. This feeling caused a change in his expression. He swiftly retrieved the magic mirror. Feigning the appearance of admiring his own reflection, "Why, dear master, that unfortunate soul who has forgotten where he is seated seems to have found his ticket. Perhaps you should have the Mischief Maker cause him to misplace it again." The Mischief Maker is the name the magic mirror has bestowed upon the quill, and upon seeing this moniker, Qin Nan found it rather appealing. The reason he could brazenly occupy first class without purchasing a ticket was, of course, thanks to the quill's ingenuity. It had caused a passenger heading to the restroom to forget their seat and inexplicably lose their ticket. This act was, in essence, a prank, and thus bore no adverse effects. Glancing into the distance, Qin Nan spotted a middle-aged man wearing a wig, approaching with evident agitation. At once, he drew forth the quill, but just as he prepared to write, a line of crimson text materialized on the surface of the magic mirror. The necromancer Filro is approaching. Chapter 33. The Mischief Maker. The necromancer Filro. Upon seeing the blood-red inscription, Qin Nan instinctively rubbed his nose. After boarding the train, he had allocated the third-grade evolution points he received from Lu Dan to the magic mirror. After all, he was on the run. In the course of his escape, an expanded range of the mirror's detection capabilities would undoubtedly allow him to anticipate potential dangers. With the third-grade evolution points, the magic mirror's detection range now extended to 10,000 meters, and its surveillance had become increasingly discreet. Even if Philro sensed he was being observed, he would find it challenging to ascertain the source. In other words, probing within a radius of 10 kilometers was now a trivial matter for the magic mirror. Although 10 kilometers is not a short distance, it is hardly sufficient. For if Philro were to move swiftly, he could easily catch up to Qin Nan in just a matter of minutes. Is there any force around us capable of obstructing Philro? My esteemed master, you are truly brilliant. Your fresh ideas flow like an unceasing river. I have just checked, and 2 kilometers to our left, a troop of 200 cavalry is advancing. 200 cavalry? Qin Nan furrowed his brow. According to the route described by the magic mirror, Philro and this cavalry should not cross paths. What to do? Do you know who leads the cavalry unit? The magic mirror displayed golden letters. All-knowing and all-powerful master, such a trivial test for the magic mirror is nothing but a trifle. The leader of this cavalry is Lord Sergei, in his 30s. Qin Nan pretended to rummage through his pocket, discreetly retrieving a quill from his storage space. Just as he was about to inscribe on paper, a thought struck him. He reached into his pocket once more, feigning a grasp, and the blood-red stone he had acquired from the deer-like creature fell into Qin Nan's hand. As Qin Nan's mind stirred, the blood-red stone transformed into energy and vanished from his grasp. Simultaneously, a line of prompts arose in Qin Nan's mind. You have 1 second-tier evolution point. Please select the item to evolve. This prompt was already familiar territory for Qin Nan, so he promptly chose the quill. The exquisitely crafted quill now bore additional blood-red patterns, making it even more remarkably refined. The content you inscribe can influence individuals of sequence 8 or below for a duration of 1 minute, with the side effect of a single prank when utilizing the quill. Observing that the side effect remained unchanged, Qin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. He swiftly wrote, Lord Sergei will fall from his horse in half a minute, breaking his bones. Upon completing this line, Qin Nan paused, feeling that it was sufficient. After all, with the commander's bones broken, the entire unit would likely be halted for at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes would align perfectly with the encounter with the necromancer field. Who rode the flying eagle? Excuse me, sir, but that seat is mine. A middle-aged man wearing a wig finally squeezed beside Qin Nan. Qin Nan looked perplexed and inquired, Do you have a ticket? The middle-aged man raised his hand, exclaiming, Why est it? That moment, he suddenly realized that his hand was empty, which left him astounded. Where is it? I distinctly had it in my hand just now. Little did he know. In the instant he spoke, Qin Nan had utilized his extraordinary speed, 5 times that of an ordinary person, to deftly snatch the ticket away. The swiftness was such that the middle-aged man failed to react in time. My dear sir, have you been feeling overly fatigued of late? Qin Nan stated earnestly. Such exhaustion can easily lead to hallucinations. Hallucinations? Was everything that just transpired merely a figment of his imagination? The notion was difficult for the middle-aged man to accept, yet as he glanced around, he indeed found no trace of the ticket. When in a state of extreme fatigue, one is prone to auditory and visual illusions. Qin Nan continued to counsel, I have pursued studies in psychology at Meiding University, hence I understand you exceedingly well. To combat fatigue and depression, one might seek a spacious area to yell and scream. Such a remedy tends to be quite effective. Under the patient guidance of such a young and erudite individual, the middle-aged man felt a wave of shame wash over him. Surely, I must have been ensnared by a delusion. For how else could one commit such an embarrassing act? Fortunately, this young man is magnanimous and does not hold it against me. Overwhelmed with shame, I express my gratitude. Thank you, kind sir, for your guidance. I shall certainly seek the counsel of a psychologist upon my return. I had not anticipated that my delusions had escalated to such severity. Observing the middle-aged man, still disheartened and searching for a seat, Qin Nan shook his head, pondering whether it was somewhat excessive to toy with such an earnest individual. It is all the fault of those wretched pranksters. Had it not been for him, I would never have orchestrated such a farce in the wilderness. Lord Sergei struggled to rise to his feet. At that moment, he felt a piercing pain emanating from his left leg, despite having galloped for hundreds of miles without incident. This time, after merely traversing a few dozen miles, the commander of the cavalry had suffered a broken leg just half an hour away from their encampment. What a disgrace, my lord, you cannot ride again. Should you attempt it, your injuries may well force you to leave the cavalry for good, remarked the medic responsible for the cavalry's injuries. Very well, then I must trouble you to issue the command. All personnel shall rest for 10 minutes, Lord Sergei decisively instructed his troops. As a competent leader, he swiftly relayed the order. The soldiers dismounted in small groups. Some sat on the ground while others engaged in lighthearted banter, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the desolate landscape. "What is that?" a soldier suddenly exclaimed. Sergei, tending to his wounds, also looked up into the void and beheld an eagle soaring above, accompanied by a figure floating behind it, racing alongside the bird. The bizarre sight startled Sergei, and before he could issue a command, a soldier had already fired at the silhouette in the sky. The gunfire made it clear to Sergei that there was no retreat. Regardless of whether this mysterious figure bore ill intent, he knew he must act preemptively. "Form a three-tiered formation and fire continuously," Sergei commanded, turning to his aide. "Send someone to the nearest thunder sanctuary for assistance." "Understood." The aide, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly complied. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Philro, who, positioned beneath the soaring eagle, deftly twisted his body, allowing the projectiles to whiz past him. Nevertheless, confronted by over 100 armed soldiers continuing their assault, Philro ultimately redirected the eagle's flight. There was no need for him to squander time with these foolish soldiers. Chapter 34. The abyss. Philro has already departed. The inscription on the magic mirror brought a profound sense of relief to Qin Nan. Simultaneously, he realized that when faced with an opponent nearing semi-divine status, he was not entirely devoid of the capacity to resist. Provided he adeptly utilized the items at his disposal, he could surreptitiously alter many circumstances without arousing suspicion. Feeling unburdened, Qin Nan savored a cup of premium black coffee, complimentary and first class, before closing his eyes to rest. The clattering steam locomotive would not arrive in Vidalia until tomorrow morning, leaving Qin Nan with an overwhelming nostalgia for the speeds of several hundred kilometers per hour from his past life. Would augmenting this train with an evolution point render it swifter? This almost mad thought flashed through Qin Nan's mind, startling him and simultaneously igniting a restless desire. However, he ultimately cast this notion aside. Attracting attention amidst a sea of trees could easily lead to becoming a target, and more importantly, he had no evolution points left. The items required for evolution points were all acquired from vanquishing extraordinary beings. And according to Luden's notes, these items possessed extraordinary traits. If a person ingests such traits, they might become an extraordinary being themselves. Of course, the greater likelihood was direct loss of control. At this moment, my foremost priority is to enhance my own abilities while acquiring more extraordinary traits to ensure my survival. As the night deepened, at first, I would stealthily use the magic mirror to survey the surroundings every 10 minutes, assessing whether Philro was in pursuit. By the latter half of the night, I relaxed my vigilance, extending the interval to half an hour. Awakening once more from slumber, Qin Nan retrieved the magic mirror and quietly inquired, "Is Philro approaching?" "Great Master, the foolish Philro is utterly lost. His intellect is absent, a complete buffoon, utterly doomed in comparison to your unparalleled brilliance." The golden script resembled a sycophantic face, winking at him, and Qin Nan found himself devoid of the initial aversion to such flattery. Proximity breeds affinity. Indeed, sweet words are far more pleasant to the ear. As the saying goes, a well-placed compliment brings a life free of worries. Qin Nan prepared to stow away the magic mirror, reassured that he had distanced himself significantly from Philro, believing that he should not be able to locate him in the near future. But what of others? Qin Nan remained uncertain whether the entity he suspected could discern his whereabouts through some arcane means. Yet for now, at least, he felt secure. "Great Master, someone in the adjacent compartment is performing a malevolent spirit ritual. According to him, our entire train will become offerings to the abyss." A line of dark green text materialized on the magic mirror, sending a chill down his spine. "Go offer the entire steam train as a sacrifice was utterly. I boarded this steam locomotive arbitrarily to evade my enemies, my sole intention being to reach Bolivia. How could there be a sacrificial ceremony taking place aboard the train? They say that where the road leads to the mountain, a path will emerge, yet even a path may lead to a dead end. Is my life truly this burdensome?" With a sigh of lamentation, another line of text swiftly appeared before Qin Nan's eyes, stating, "Great Master, you still have time to depart. Leaving would undoubtedly be a prudent choice. After the sacrifice of this steam locomotive, fewer would know of its whereabouts, potentially rendering it safer. However, gazing at the middle-aged man beside him, sound asleep with his belongings, and then at the young girl on his right, clutching a rag doll, as well as the unfamiliar yet vibrant faces surrounding him, Qin Nan ultimately resolved his course. If he possessed not the slightest ability to alter this fate, then he would undoubtedly depart without a second thought. However, at this moment, he feels he cannot. Is it still possible to stop now? Kind master, why trouble yourself? The one who set the formation is a sequence 9 extraordinary being, just like you. Based on my observations, he should be adept at summoning abyssal entities. A sequence 9 should have no trouble dealing with him. Nevertheless, even so, Qin Nan resolved to give his all. After inquiring meticulously, Qin Nan took out a quill and gently inscribed on the paper, "In 1 minute, I will." Having completed all these preparations, Qin Nan made his way toward the adjacent carriage. The neighboring carriage was a first-class compartment, where each passenger enjoyed a private space of 2 square meters. Though the area was small, compared to the train seats, this private space was exceedingly comfortable, as it could accommodate a bed. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Nan softly tapped on the door of the compartment, only to hear an impatient voice from within. "What is it? Did I not say, do not disturb me unless it is urgent? Sir, I apologize, but Mr. Ford has the ticket and claims you have taken his compartment." "The conductor asked me to verify," Qin Nan replied loudly. Following the script he had devised, "My compartment was booked long ago. I have no time to concern myself with Ford. Tell him to leave at once," the occupant of the compartment angrily retorted. Qin Nan's tone grew equally stern. "It seems you have chosen to be unreasonable. If you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to summon the security team to resolve this matter." "Humph, let me show you my ticket." A rustling sound emanated from within the compartment, and soon the doors swung open. A pale yet strikingly sinister handsome man leaned out, extending a ticket toward Qin Nan. In that fleeting moment when the ticket was handed over, Qin Nan struck, utilizing the boxing techniques he had learned from Little Anderton, delivering a powerful blow to the sinister man's face. A sequence 9. The sinister man's reflexes were not slow, however. Now, facing another sequence 9, who was both a spatial favored and a fire spirit warrior, he had no time to react. More importantly, the sinister man was completely unprepared. The punch landed forcefully against his cheek, sending him crashing against the wall of the steam train. Stepping into the room, Qin Nan now held a silver revolver. After eliminating Ludin, he understood that one must never let their guard down against any extraordinary being. Although sequence levels held great significance, they often did not dictate the outcome. A lower sequence extraordinary being, with proper planning and certain methods, could indeed slay a higher sequence extraordinary being. Thus, seizing the moment of advantage, Qin Nan pulled the trigger. Chapter 35. Soul Calming Liquid. Proclaiming guilt and pointing out flaws, none of this existed in Qin Nan's realm. The instant the bullet imbued with the power to exorcise the malevolent was fired, a pure white flame appeared at the center of the sinister man's forehead. Exorcism. The silver revolver, to an ordinary individual, is merely a firearm. However, when wielded against malevolent spirits adept in nefarious practices, it reveals its formidable power to vanquish evil. As the sinister figure began to dissolve rapidly, Qin Nan finally discerned the scene within the chamber. An intricate ritual, composed of stones in a myriad of hues, had commenced its operation, and above this ritual, a bizarre portal flickered into view. Through this uncanny gateway, Qin Nan perceived a cacophony akin to a tumultuous tide, and glimpsed writhing appendages brimming with malevolence surging within the portal. At the very moment Qin Nan's attention was drawn to the portal, he observed a tentacle adorned with vertical eyes abruptly advancing towards it. This tentacle resembled a lengthy whip, yet what lay behind it remained a mystery to Qin Nan. He sensed that should this eerie appendage breach the threshold, his only recourse would be to flee for his life. "Quickly, remove these stones," a frantic voice echoed within the carriage. With no time to spare for the speaker's identity, Qin Nan forcefully kicked several of the oddly colored stones aside. As these peculiar stones flew forth, the enigmatic portal silently dissipated, and the tentacles that had surged into this void ultimately cast a reluctant glance at Qin Nan before retreating. However, that single gaze sent a chill down Qin Nan's spine, as if he had been marked by an unknown, formidable entity. Just as one wave receded, another threatened to crash upon him. He refused to be the unfortunate victim. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Nan inwardly lamented the situation. This endeavor was not merely a test of wits and valor, but a challenge of physical endurance as well. "Sir, I am eternally grateful for your rescue. If you could assist me further, I would reward you with 100,000 gold meringues." A gentle voice resonated in Qin Nan's ear. Turning to the source of the voice, he beheld a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown. With raven hair and emerald eyes, her complexion resembled fine jade, and her delicate face exuded an intriguing allure. Her full crimson lips conveyed a sense of resolute determination. Yet, at present, she was bound by ropes, discarded like an object in the corner of the carriage. The moment Qin Nan's gaze met hers, she implored, "Sir, Please do not doubt my promise. Once I reach the free city, I shall fulfill my vow and grant you 100,000 gold meringues. 100,000 gold meringues, a fortune far surpassing that of a noble's estate. Qin Nan initially intended to employ the magic mirror to inquire about the woman's origins, but in the turmoil of his thoughts, his words morphed unexpectedly. Miss, the long night is endless. Solitude is a shameful plight. Shall we converse to ease our hearts? The woman in the purple gown appeared flustered. Though she had not experienced such a scenario, she instinctively understood that a man wishing to share his thoughts with her in the dead of night implied something more. Nevertheless, Qin Nan's earlier demeanor led her to genuinely believe that this opportunity for salvation was one she could not afford to squander, and she must not provoke his ire. Miss, the human heart comprises the left atrium, left ventricle, and right ventricle. Qin Nan's fingers gestured in the air as he spoke earnestly. Now it was the woman's turn to be bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been like a clam, contemplating how to tighten her defenses, only to be unexpectedly subjected to an enlightening revelation. This was simply too absurd. Having orchestrated the entire affair, Qin Nan discreetly retrieved the magic mirror, convinced that it would provide him with an answer regarding the woman. The surface of the mirror soon illuminated with vibrant, multicolored inscriptions. Great Master, you truly are omnipotent. A calamity brought forth by malevolent spirits has dissipated instantaneously at your command. You are the beacon of light in this world, the most. Qin Nan found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He had underestimated the mirror's unabashed flattery. While such praise might alleviate life's burdens, it ought to remain subtle. Just as he was about to prompt the mirror for a more succinct response, a line of text appeared. Master, I too am unaware of this woman's origins, for she scarcely spoke during our journey. The individual who set up the ritual bound her here and proceeded with the preparations. However, they seemed to be acquainted. Gazing at the content displayed on the mirror, Qin Nan shook his head. Judging by the woman's current predicament, she appeared to be a victim. A pale gray stone materialized on the ground after the sinister figure vanished, accompanied by a bronze-hued mask. Qin Nan collected the gray stone and the bronze mask, then addressed the woman. Miss, I believe these ropes shouldn't restrain you for long. Now that I have completed my task, farewell, never to meet again with that. He turned and strode towards the exit of the carriage. His intervention had merely been to prevent the entire carriage from being offered as a sacrifice to the malevolent spirit. As for the 100,000 gold meringues the woman mentioned, Qin Nan had no intention of claiming them. After all, a sum as substantial as that often entailed unpredictable dangers. He was already facing the pursuit of Fei Luo and had no time to squander for the sake of a fortune. Sir, if you do not require the gold meringues, I can offer you something else, such as soul essence, the woman in the purple dress implored, her urgency palpable. Qin Nan's steps halted abruptly. He had encountered references to soul essence in Luden's notebook, where it was described as a rare and coveted substance. According to Luden, even among the Thunder Church, only a select few prodigies were bestowed with soul essence. Its sole purpose was to enhance one's mental prowess. While cultivating mental strength was arduous, soul essence rendered the process remarkably simpler. Unfortunately, it was exceedingly rare. You possess soul essence? Qin Nan inquired, skepticism threading his voice. I do not have it at this moment, but once I reach the free city, I will acquire 10 drops of soul essence. At that time, all 10 drops will be yours, the woman in purple promised, her tone laced with a hint of temptation. Despite perceiving her as a potential hassle, the allure of soul essence stirred Qin Nan's interest profoundly. I killed you. Can I obtain the soul elixir? Qin Nan inquired with a voice as cold as ice. Chapter 36. The disguise mask. You shall not obtain it, the woman retorted, her ire palpable yet brimming with confidence. For it is only by securing the position I rightfully deserve that I can acquire 10 drops of the soul elixir. At this moment, Qin Nan found himself increasingly hesitant. This woman was clearly no ordinary individual. Her composure in the face of life and death was remarkable, something most women could scarcely achieve. Her affairs must be of great significance, and the soul elixir she spoke of could very well be genuine. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Nan stepped out of the carriage, stating, if that is the case, then farewell. Watching her depart, the woman appeared utterly despondent, especially as she remained bound by ropes. Damn you! What kind of creature are you? She spat through gritted teeth, before a new thought crossed her mind, and she murmured, Mother, I did not mean to curse. It is this wretch who is insufferable. He offered me hope, only to ruthlessly shatter it. I shall not be defeated. As a mother lioness, I will not fall. At that moment, Qin Nan's hearing was enhanced to more than tenfold compared to before he became extraordinary. Thus, upon hearing the term Mother Lioness, he nearly stumbled. Was there truly someone who referred to him in such a manner? Could it be that the customs surrounding this woman differed from his own? Or rather, from those of Xiao Dun? Upon returning to his seat, Qin Nan discreetly absorbed the small gray stone into his being. You possess one first-tier evolution point. Please select the item for evolution. Noticing the prompt in his mind, Qin Nan directed his gaze toward the steam train upon which he was seated. Should he allocate this evolution point to it? Though he was curious about the potential changes the steam train might undergo with such an enhancement, he ultimately suppressed his curiosity. It was not that Qin Nan was overly rational. Rather, the steam train was not his property. Even if he were to grant it an evolution point, he could not take it with him. Such a losing proposition was one he would never entertain. The bronze mask shimmered with a metallic sheen. After scrutinizing it closely, Qin Nan was certain that the mask was rather unremarkable. It bore no extraordinary traits. Though its quality was decent, as he caressed the mask, a thought suddenly struck him. What would happen if he allocated an evolution point to this mask? In a fleeting moment of decision, Qin Nan resolved to bestow the evolution point upon the bronze mask, for he was uncertain to whom else he might assign this first-tier evolution point. As his finger touched the gleaming bronze mask, it suddenly felt significantly lighter. Moreover, it appeared more ethereal than before. First-tier evolution point 1. The bronze mask has evolved into a disguise mask. The wearer can envision a single imagined visage, but only one face. And once used, it cannot be altered. Side effect. Prolonged use of the mask may lead to irritability and reckless behavior. Irritability? That seems rather compatible with my fire spirit warrior. What he yearned for most at this moment was to conceal his identity, and the mask, enhanced with an additional level of evolutionary points, served to assist Qin Nan in resolving this dilemma effectively. Gently donning the mask upon his face, Qin Nan began to ponder the question of who he had truly become. Perhaps one of those dashing gentlemen from his past life? Hands tucked into pockets, indifferent to all, with a mischievous heart, he appeared effortlessly cool. Alas, it seemed rather appealing. Yet, he ultimately decided against becoming the epitome of attractiveness. After all, overt flamboyance is easily evaded, while subtle lewdness is much harder to guard against. Considering the potential repercussions, Qin Nan refrained from pursuing a more handsome visage, for he was not seeking a beauty pageant, but rather attempting to escape peril. Having made his choice, Qin Nan retrieved the magic mirror from his dimensional space. When devoid of any inscriptions, the mirror could serve as a reflective surface, and at that moment, it revealed the image of a robust man, seemingly in his 30s, emanating an air of formidable strength. Though his features were rather ordinary, he exuded a vibe that discouraged approach. Great Master, your countenance at this moment resembles that of a world sovereign, radiating an overwhelming aura. I cannot help but marvel. Having confirmed your gaze, I have found the right person. Such flattery, a mere waste of his mental energy, prompted Qin Nan to discard the magic mirror back into the dimensional space. The utility of the evolutionary points afforded Qin Nan an unexpected ease in many matters. However, the increasing presence of extraordinary items also brought him complications. For instance, the toll these extraordinary items took on his mental energy was an unavoidable issue. A couple of items might not be too taxing, but consecutive usage of several would leave Qin Nan with a sense of impending mental collapse. Perhaps 10 drops of soul-soothing liquid could suffice. If all else failed, he could always flee. Should that self-proclaimed lioness learn of Qin Nan's musings, one could only speculate her reaction. After half an hour of arduous effort, the woman in the purple gown finally managed to fray the coarse hemp rope binding her arm. The friction had worn away a layer of skin, leaving her with an uncomfortable sensation, though thankfully, it did not draw blood. Curse it, one day I shall teach you a proper lesson, she seethed, recalling the scoundrel who had turned his back on her, refusing to assist her untie her bonds. Although he had rescued her, why had he not even cast a glance her way, departing after a mere heart-to-heart conversation? Did she truly appear so unappealing in his eyes? At that very moment, as the woman stretched her arms, the door silently swung open, revealing a robust stranger entering the room. Upon sighting this man, who bore the demeanor of a brigand, the self-styled lioness could not suppress an exclamation of surprise. Fortunately, the cacophony of the steam locomotive rendered her cry inaudible. Greetings, I have been sent by my older brother to assist you. 10 drops of soul-soothing liquid, not a drop less. Qin Nan, clad in a bronze mask, spoke in a gruff voice. The woman in the purple gown quickly regained her composure, her gaze drawn to Qin Nan, whose stature, augmented by the mask, towered above the average man. Why hasn't your leader come? She inquired. He has other matters to attend to, Qin Nan replied, glancing at the discarded rope on the ground. Since you have managed to free yourself, I need not intervene further, and my leader also instructed me to assist you in untangling those ropes. The woman clad in a purple dress was on the verge of fury, exclaiming, "Where has your brother been all this time? Despite my best efforts to plead with him, would it truly be such a burden for him to assist me? That wretched fellow, after I finally managed to free myself from the ropes, he sends someone to rescue me at this moment. Isn't that utterly redundant? Sir, may I inquire how I should address you?" With an air of cultivated grace, she patiently posed her question. "Lumbo, you may call me Lembo." Qin Nan nearly burst into laughter at the name that escaped his lips. Chapter 37. I am a barbarian. As the morning sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the carriage, accompanied by the sound of a whistle, the steam train gradually slowed its pace. I have not yet run as swiftly. This instinctive thought crossed Qin Nan's mind, though he would never voice it aloud, for it would be absurd to claim he was racing against a train. The door of the carriage creaked open, revealing Teresa, adorned in a fitted black gown and a black sun hat. At that moment, she appeared tall and fair, her posture regal, and the mithril necklace that draped elegantly around her swan-like neck only accentuated her noble elegance. Yet, as Teresa emerged, Qin Nan sensed that beneath her polished exterior lay a heart brimming with restless ambition. "Mr. Lembo, it is time for us to disembark. Our escort should have been awaiting us at the station," Teresa remarked, her lips curling into a confident smile. Qin Nan nodded in agreement, for his understanding of Teresa was still limited. He merely hoped for the proceedings to be as straightforward as possible. Securing the soul essence and departing would suffice. However, the notion of exchanging 10 drops of soul essence in a transaction was likely far more complex than it appeared. As the steam train came to a gentle halt, the passengers of the first-class carriage began to disembark in succession. At that moment, Qin Nan had little inclination to concern himself with the middle-aged man from whom he had pilfered a ticket. He assumed that the man would find a way to exit, and all he could do was wish him luck. "Esteemed Miss Teresa, learning that you traveled alone on the steam train in the company of a servant has indeed caused us great concern." An elderly gentleman, appearing both aged yet spirited, bowed courteously at the exit. Dressed in a black suit and wielding a gem-studded cane, he was followed by a group of men in formal attire, ranging in age but all exuding an air of affluence. Qin Nan had long suspected that Teresa was no ordinary individual, and it became increasingly evident that she exceeded his initial assumptions. Earlier that morning, he had sought information about Teresa from the magic mirror, but the mischievous entity had only divulged highly confidential details, leaving her true identity shrouded in mystery. Since Teresa had no one to converse with, the magic mirror could not glean her identity. Standing beside Teresa, Qin Nan listened intently to her dialogue with the gathered individuals, as he had no time to consult the magic mirror, necessitating his own observations. From their exchanges, it became apparent that Teresa was likely in attendance to claim her late uncle's inheritance, which seemed to amount to a considerable sum. In a wonder, she confidently asserted that upon arriving here, she would provide him with 10 drops of soul essence. It appeared she was indeed quite affluent. "This is my companion, Lord Lambo." Teresa's gaze suddenly fell upon Qin Nan, and she casually remarked, "Lord Lambo, how does she know I am a lord?" Qin Nan could not help but be taken aback. However, he quickly realized that the title of lord was likely a casual addition by Teresa. It seemed that this title indeed held little value. As Qin Nan pondered this, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, who stood behind the elder, produced a white handkerchief and gently dabbed at his lips before addressing Qin Nan. "Welcome, your lordship." Although the words expressed welcome, there was no semblance of warmth in his demeanor. "Thank you," Qin Nan replied awkwardly. "Lord Lambo, might you share the origin of your surname? My lineage can be traced back to the ancient kingdom era." When the Hertline family was already a prominent name, as the middle-aged man uttered these words, he did so with an air of self-satisfaction, one that seemed to look down upon a distant, impoverished relative. He was subtly conveying to Qin Nan that they were not of the same standing and that he should keep his distance from Miss Teresa. Under normal circumstances, Qin Nan would have easily dismissed such airs. Life is but a play, reliant on skillful performance. Is it not the sense of superiority you crave? I shall play along. But at that moment, he wore a mask prone to fury. "Hertline family? My goodness. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Qin Nan exclaimed, gripping the middle-aged man's hand tightly, exerting considerable force. After consuming a potion, Qin Nan's strength had increased by 6 or 7-fold, and as he applied that strength, the middle-aged man cried out in distress, "I hurts, let go." Completely disregarding his noble demeanor or the honor of his surname, the middle-aged man began to wail like a slaughtered pig. "Your excitement is palpable upon meeting me. Ha ha. I have heard that in the era of the ancient kingdom, the more fervent a person is, the higher their pitch becomes. Qin Nan tightened his grip further, and the middle-aged man's face contorted in pain, his cries growing ever more piercing. Teresa and her entourage were already drawing the attention of passers-by, but now the commotion attracted even more curious glances. I asked that the Hurtline Viscount. What has happened to him? Oh dear, he appears to be overly excited. Ah, is that not Viscount Rod? Why has he come? Who could warrant such personal attention? Surely it cannot be the Lord's heir. Teresa stood elegantly to one side, yet her hands were clenched tightly. The individuals who had come to greet her were primarily supporters she aimed to win over, while Qin Nan, masquerading as Lord Lambeau, had been presented as one of her own. The current embarrassing situation left her feeling somewhat dizzy. However, she mustered her composure and insisted, Lord Lambeau, please release the Hurtline Viscount. Your enthusiasm is somewhat overwhelming for him. With that, she cast an irritated glare at Qin Nan. At this moment, Qin Nan had already expended much of the fury incited by the bronze mask. Upon hearing Teresa's words, he released the esteemed Count Hurtline. Ha ha, my approach is one of traditional greetings from the ancient kingdom. I never anticipated that Count Hurtline would be ill at ease. What a source of amusement, Qin Nan proclaimed, raising his arm. Count, shall we indulge in another greeting from the age of the Central Kingdom? Observing Qin Nan's exuberance, Count Hurtline instinctively recoiled, his hands trembling in trepidation. We are too barbaric. The elder who had welcomed Teresa cast a stern glare at Count Hurtline, then turned to Teresa, saying, Miss Teresa, I suggest you take a brief respite this morning. In the afternoon, we shall pay a visit to Bishop Alastair to determine when we might hold your ceremony of inheritance for the title of Countess. Chapter 38. The Countess Vidalia stands as a free city within the Holy Tianlu Empire, renowned for its prosperity and the wealth it attracts. However, this free city is not without its lords. Throughout the Holy Tianlu Empire, every parcel of land has its own master, and Vidalia belongs to Count Studenberg. It was only through Count Studenberg's consent that Vidalia was recognized as a free city, allowing this once small harbor to flourish into a radiant port metropolis. The wealth generated from this transformation has, of course, drawn the envy of many, yet despite Count Studenberg being one of the empire's wealthiest individuals, he lacks an heir. 3 days prior, Count Studenberg passed away. Before his demise, he sent word to his sister, designating his niece Teresa as his successor. The vast territory encompassing hundreds of miles has already stirred covetous desires, and now, intertwined with that land, lies the flourishing city of Vidalia within the Holy Tianlu Empire. As for why Teresa traveled alone, it is because her father opposed her inheriting the Studenberg title and forbade her from leaving their estate. Yet, possessing a spirited nature and a penchant for freedom, she yearned for the unknown. Thus, with the assistance of her servants, she stealthily boarded a steam train bound for Vidalia. Unfortunately, on the train, she encountered a nefarious individual intent on sacrificing the entire carriage. Seated in an opulent parlor, Qin Nan sipped on black coffee, its value rivaling that of gold, while contemplating the events unearthed by the magic mirror. Should Teresa truly ascend as the new countess, the sum of 100,000 gold meringues would be but a trifle, and acquiring 10 drops of soul liquid would pose no challenge. Yet, would all proceed smoothly? Qin Nan earnestly hoped for a seamless outcome. His greatest desire was to securely obtain the 10 drops of soul liquid and depart without a trace. However, the revelations from the magic mirror indicated that Teresa faced a rival. Although Count Studenberg had no sons, he did have a nephew. Currently, that nephew, also bearing the Studenberg name, had arrived in Vidalia and garnered considerable support. Lord Lambeau, here is your attire. Miss Teresa wishes for you to accompany her to today's soul ceremony. A middle-aged servant clad in black spoke with utmost courtesy. His demeanor suggested that he had undergone rigorous and professional training, with every gesture reflecting the decorum befitting a noble family. Qin Nan nodded toward the servant and said, "Place it there." Initially, Qin Nan contemplated inquiring about the possibility of abstaining, yet he ultimately resolved to observe the proceedings, for he found himself in a state of ennui. The ensemble was entirely black, a dark gift, a black waistcoat, a black hat, and even a polished ebony cane. However, in terms of quality, Qin Nan sensed that the items belonged to a level of refinement that young Anderton had likely never encountered before. Though they were all nobles, the distinction between the ostentatious and the pretentious was indeed palpable. The Thunder Hall of Vidalia, also situated in the heart of the city, featured a square paved with flawless white jade. Dressed in a somber black gown, Teresa appeared both solemn and elegant, flanked by Viscount Rod and Viscount Hetline, along with the other nobles who had extended her a warm welcome. They were attired similarly to Qin Nan. In black garments, though many displayed emblems on their chests that symbolized their familial honor. Qin Nan found himself positioned behind Viscount Hetline, although this title was casually bestowed upon him by Teresa. He remained her trusted confidant, and of course, the depth of their understanding was known only to the two of them. As Teresa and her entourage stepped onto the Jade Square, another group approached. At the forefront was a man appearing to be in his 30s, dressed much like Qin Nan, save for the cane he wielded, which was inlaid with gold and bore the image of a horned falcon. The horned falcon was a peculiar emblem, and those versed in heraldry within the Holy Tianlu Empire would recognize it as the insignia of the Studenberg family. Teresa, it has been quite some time. You have blossomed into a young lady, the man said, adjusting his gold-rimmed spectacles with a flourish. The little girl who once trailed behind me begging for sweets is no more. His condescending tone, reminiscent of nostalgic reminiscence, belied a subtle implication that Teresa remained a naive child unversed in the ways of the world. Qin Nan observed Teresa with a stoic demeanor, curious to witness how this self-proclaimed lioness would respond. Cousin Yope, the last time I saw you was when you were stripped of your inheritance by uncle. I thought him quite heartless. Teresa's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of discomfort over the familial discord, yet her subsequent words bore a sharper edge. However, I believe uncle still holds affection for you. What a fine person Sister Zinnia is. Yet, due to your treachery and betrayal, she sought a tragic end. Was she not the woman you cherished? How could you so casually disregard a life? Her words, though delivered calmly, cut like a knife. Qin Nan regarded Teresa with newfound admiration for her sharp tongue. This diminutive lioness was indeed extraordinary. Without the ferocious roar of the River East lion, he unceremoniously tore away the hypocritical facade of his cousin. This tearing was executed without the slightest regard for sentiment. The expression on Yopu's face darkened. Despite his prior preparation, being publicly exposed in such a manner was akin to a slap in the face. It instilled in him a profound sense of humiliation. My lord, today is the memorial service for the Count. We cannot afford to be late, a middle-aged man standing behind Yopu whispered as he reminded him. This man, though not tall, exuded an invisible pressure, and his words carried an undeniable weight. Yopu nodded, disregarding the presence of Talisha as he strode towards the Thunder Sanctuary, yet Qin Nan sensed that Yopu appeared somewhat intimidated by the middle-aged man. Who was this person? Qin Nan inquired softly of Count Hertline. Hertline, walking ahead of Qin Nan, felt a tumult of emotions within him, harboring a genuine fear of this barbarian. Should this savage, without a moment's hesitation, bestow upon him a greeting reminiscent of the ancient kingdom era, he would indeed be truly terrified. What did you say? Hearing Qin Nan's question, a jolt of fear coursed through him, rendering him unable to comprehend Qin Nan's words. Once Qin Nan repeated his query, he answered tremulously, he is the Viscount Taigilas, Chapter 39. The wall breaker regardless of size, the Thunder Sanctuary possesses designated venues for memorial services. The memorial for the original Lord of Videria, Count Studenberg, was held in the main hall of the sanctuary. A procession of robed clergy from the Thunder Church stood solemnly in their respective places. After Talisha and Viscount Yopu positioned themselves accordingly, a middle-aged man clad in a bishop's robe commenced the eulogy. Qin Nan had already been informed of this man's identity during the memorial service. He was the bishop of the Thunder Church in Videria. Yales, in a deep, resonant voice, Yales recounted the life of Count Studenberg, and from his tone, Qin Nan perceived a unique allure. As Yales reflected, Qin Nan found himself irresistibly immersed in the narrative of Count Studenberg's existence. The heir of a declining noble family who broke free from his confines and became a catalyst for transforming Videria into a city of freedom. Half an hour later, with a prayer wishing for the Count's soul to rest in the depths of thunder, the memorial service concluded. Just as the assembly fell into silence, a sudden flurry of footsteps rapidly approached. The sound that shattered the tranquility drew fierce glares from nearly everyone present, with Viscount Rod declaring angrily, Joan, why are you here instead of at the town hall? The man referred to as Joan was a robust figure, emanating an undeniable strength. His rugged face bore an expression of shock as he exclaimed, the Count's will has been stolen. This revelation instantly transformed the countenances of those present. If there were only one heir to the Count, the theft of the will might not be of great consequence. However, the situation was complicated by the emergence of two heirs. Viscount Rod had always believed he held the upper hand, having seen the Count's will. According to the wishes of Count Studenberg, the rightful successor to the Count's title could only be Talisha. However, at this moment, the will has been stolen. How could the will be stolen? Lord Rod nearly bellowed. Wasn't it your duty to guard it day and night? The man referred to as John wore a look of deep shame, confessing Today, upon entering the vault for inspection, we discovered that the will had been taken. With that, he expressed his profound remorse, saying, "It is my failure to fulfill my responsibilities. Please, my lord, punish me. Indeed, punishment is warranted. As the captain of the Count's Guard, how could you fail to safeguard the will? What use are you to us?" The first to step forward was Lord Yup, his voice sharp and commanding as he addressed John. "The loss of the will cannot be a deliberate act to obstruct my inheritance of the Count's position, can it?" John glared fiercely at Lord Yup, his voice brimming with suppressed rage. "In this world, the one most likely to steal the Count's will is none other than you. Lord Yup, John, mind your rank and your words," interjected Lord Tiglas, stepping forward with a chilling gaze directed at John. Though John was a formidable individual, he found himself unnerved under Tiglas's scrutiny. "Your Excellency, I believe that regardless of how the Count's will was lost, our immediate task is to locate it," Tiglas said, shifting his gaze to Alice. Alice nodded, declaring, "I will enlist the enforcers to assist in the search." Could the thief possibly destroy the will? The look of panic on Teresa's face was swiftly replaced by composure. Lord Rod shook his head, stating, "The Count's will is inscribed in the Book of Inheritance. If it were to be destroyed, a new will would manifest in the family's burial grounds. Furthermore, according to the rules of the Book of Inheritance, should the will leave the territory, a new one would also appear in the family's burial grounds. Thus, the will must still be within the Count's domain. Therefore, our mission is to locate the will." Teresa continued, her gaze fixed on Yup. "I firmly believe that if one wishes to conceal something, they must first refrain from wrongdoing. The thief will certainly leave behind traces." Her words were articulated with clarity, even carrying an unmistakable hint of menace. Yup was utterly taken aback to find himself threatened by a mere woman. Coupled with his guilty conscience, his countenance shifted dramatically. Just as he was at a loss for words, Lord Tiglas remarked coolly, "By the thunder above, we too hope to find it swiftly." He then bowed slightly to Teresa, adding, "Miss Teresa, our urgency in locating the will surpasses yours, for Lord Yup is the rightful heir of the Studenberg family." When Tiglas spoke the name Studenberg, his tone was resolute, tinged with an implication that she was merely an outsider. Qin Nan observed the intricate web of intrigue among the group and shook his head. He knew that the 10 drops of soul essence would not be easily obtained. If Teresa were unable to become the Count's heir, what then would he do? Return empty-handed? Truthfully, Qin Nan felt that returning empty-handed might actually work in his favor, yet the thought of the benefits of the soul essence left him feeling discontented. Upon departing from the Hall of Thunder, Teresa commenced discussions with Viscount Rod and others regarding the search for the will. Qin Nan, the Viscount of Lambois, could only return to his residence. "Mirror, who has stolen the will?" he inquired in a hushed tone after securely closing the door. "Great Master, matters such as the will are trivial for you," the mirror replied, golden letters swiftly materializing before Qin Nan's eyes. He gazed upon the shimmering script. A flicker of delight graced Qin Nan's countenance. It seemed the magic mirror was about to bestow upon him a pleasant surprise. However, his good spirits were abruptly dashed by the subsequent revelation from the mirror. "Your humble servant can merely perceive ordinary circumstances. The one who absconded with the will employed special means. Thus I did not witness it." The mirror's inability to discern the thief caused Qin Nan's heart to plummet. From the outset, he had sensed that the individual responsible for the theft was extraordinary, and it appeared he had underestimated their capabilities. These individuals were far more adept than he had imagined, particularly given the presence of extraordinary beings within the Count's Guard. If the magic mirror could not uncover their whereabouts, he doubted he could be of any assistance. Just as thoughts swirled in his mind, the mirror swiftly revealed another line of text. "According to the recent intel garnered by your humble servant, there are 3 types of extraordinary beings capable of silently stealing the will from the heavily guarded secret chamber, with the most likely being the wallbreaker." The golden letters caused Qin Nan's expression to shift dramatically. The wallbreaker, a rank 8 spatial manipulator. Could it be that the thief of the will was indeed a wallbreaker? His heart surged with excitement. Chapter 40. The search for the will for the extraordinary beings in this world. Although there are numerous avenues to enhance combat prowess, there exists but a singular foundational path. This foundational path involves the consumption of new magical potions. After arriving in Vidalia, Qin Nan utilized the magic mirror to scour the library, uncovering various records pertaining to extraordinary beings. From these accounts, Qin Nan learned that the path of spatial manipulators had seemingly begun to scatter far and wide during the era of the Ancient Kingdom. In the post-Kingdom era, known as the legendary Third Season, even the most formidable spatial powers vanished without a trace. Following the post-Kingdom era, the extraordinary forces throughout the realm began to wane, with their resurgence occurring only in recent decades. Qin Nan had neither the inclination nor the capacity to ponder why these extraordinary powers had disappeared during the post-kingdom era or why they had returned. Presently, he recognized two crucial tasks before him. One was to enhance his mental fortitude. The other was to seek the formula for rank potions. A rank 8 wallbreaker was of utmost significance to Qin Nan. Even if this wallbreaker lacked any other formulas for spatial manipulator potions, possessing the rank 8 potion formula would suffice. Can you ascertain the location of the wallbreaker? Qin Nan gazed at the magic mirror, his heart brimming with anticipation. Why, most revered master, you are the sole blazing sun in my heart. Fulfilling your needs is my greatest honor. As Qin Nan gazed upon the lines of golden script, a frown creased his brow. The sycophancy you display is thunderous, yet your actions ought to resonate just as robustly. The current magic mirror has ascended to a third-tier enchanted object, its observational range now extending to a radius of 10 kilometers, consuming an even greater amount of energy. Consequently, Qin Nan typically refrained from consulting the mirror, for the repercussions of excessive mental strain are far from pleasant. Without further ado, respond to my inquiries with utmost honesty, my master. I am at a loss regarding the appearance of the wallbreaker, and thus, I cannot locate him at present, the magic mirror lamented. As the adage goes, the more one sees, the more one knows. Should you take me on a leisurely stroll through this city, perhaps I might uncover the wallbreaker's whereabouts. Qin Nan's fingers lightly tapped on the table, contemplating this suggestion. After all, the magic mirror's probing range of 10,000 meters is not to be taken lightly. Lord Limbo, where are you headed? The station soldier caught sight of him before he could exit his lodgings. I am in pursuit of the Will's trail. The guarding soldiers exchanged glances, and ultimately, the one who had inquired of Qin Nan remarked, in that case, I wish you good fortune. However, my lord, Vidalia is vast. Should you find yourself lost, it would be prudent to seek a guide. Qin Nan paid little heed to such admonitions, grasping his black cane and strolling leisurely down the thoroughfare, a mere quarter of an hour. He had boarded a public carriage. Despite being in the most advanced city of the sacred heavenly Luo Empire, its inhabitants still relied on carriages for transportation. Public carriages serve as an essential means for the middle class in Vidalia. The bustling throngs of pedestrians, the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, and the crisp calls of newsboys amalgamated to create a vibrant urban tableau. As the public carriage halted at a station, various vendors surged forth, some peddling information, while others merely sought to rent themselves out for a time. Come and see. The Count's will has gone missing. Which of the two heirs shall ultimately prevail? The banker brings you the latest news. Viscount Tigris declares that the territory of Studenberg shall forever belong to the Studenberg family. Viscount Rod declares, as the Count's most loyal subordinate, regardless of whether the will is recoverable or not, he will not allow the Count's wishes to be trampled upon. The Traveler's Gazette interviews Viscount Rod for the first time. Dressed in shorts and a jacket, with a felt hat atop his head, the newsboy enthusiastically shouted while swiftly handing out newspapers to the passengers in the public carriage, earning himself gleaming copper coins in return. Qin Nan pretended to purchase a newspaper, and upon unfolding it, he discovered it was titled Old Friend's Gazette. Truly, they dare to name it anything. However, upon perusing the contents, Qin Nan's brow furrowed in irritation. He was not one prone to temper, yet the material before him ignited a fury within him. The front page of the newspaper boldly declared, The Ancient Affairs of Lord Limbo. The subtitle bore several names evidently belonging to women, each a plaintive accusation. Clearly, this is an attempt to tarnish Qin Nan's reputation. As Teresa's attendant, Qin Nan, transformed into Rambo, is unjustly slandered, and the target of this malice is undoubtedly Teresa herself. Why did you not inform me of the report in that newspaper? Qin Nan inquired softly as he retrieved the magic mirror from the dimensional space. Concealed by the newspaper, no one noticed the characters beginning to materialize on the mirror's surface. In a woefully aggrieved shade of green, the mirror expressed, Great Master, you have previously imparted to me that throughout history, those who achieve great deeds do not concern themselves with trifles, and those who aspire to grand enterprises are not fixated on minor gains. How can such trivial rumors consume your precious energy? Moreover, the content presented by that old acquaintance is nothing but fabrications, having no substantial impact on you. Hence I have automatically filtered out this worthless information. Observing the mirror's words, which seemed to seek praise, Qin Nan felt an overwhelming surge of anger. This detestable creature remained silent when it should have spoken, yet now it chattered incessantly as Qin Nan pondered how to deal with this insufferable mirror. A line of text suddenly appeared. Great Master, you are being followed, be cautious. The one tracking you possesses formidable strength, likely a being of sequence 8. The though I am uncertain of their specific rank. Sequence 8. Generally, Sequence 8 holds a decisive advantage over Sequence 9, yet Qin Nan is no ordinary Sequence 9. He wields both space and fire sequences, and after 2 enhancements from magical potions, his capabilities far exceed those of a typical Sequence 9. Furthermore, he currently possesses the magic mirror and a silver revolver among other means. After a moment's reflection, Qin Nan quietly instructed, "Understood, continue observing, and perform your duties diligently." At the entrance of a narrow alley, Qin Nan disembarked from a public carriage. Just as he stepped into the alley, a towering figure, resembling a small mountain, firmly blocked his path. "Rambo, I deeply regret to inform you that today you shall meet your demise." Chapter 41. The moonlit werewolf. Though Qin Nan had anticipated this encounter, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath upon facing the formidable presence before him. "Powerful, we share no enmity. Why do you seek to kill me?" Despite his suspicions, Qin Nan chose to inquire. After all, some matters cannot be resolved through violence alone. The immensely strong man replied coldly, "Rambo, since you have set foot in Vidalia, prepare yourself for death. I in Vidalia. Death may not necessarily pertain to you." As he spoke, the muscular man leaped into the air, delivering a thunderous punch towards Qin Nan. This blow carried an explosive sound, hurtling towards him with ferocity, direct, simple, and savage. Faced with such a punch, Qin Nan dared not hesitate for an instant. Employing the combat techniques taught by Little Andon, he executed a thrusting punch aimed squarely at the man's left rib, delivering a powerful strike. This punch was executed with astonishing speed. In Qin Nan's assessment, the strength of this man was formidable, and thus, his speed would inevitably be affected. In the initial skirmish, victory had to be seized through swiftness. However, at the very moment he aimed to strike the man with a powerful punch, Qin Nan suddenly discerned that the robust man's fist, which was originally directed at him, swiftly altered its trajectory. It was as rapid as lightning, leaving one utterly unprepared. When their fists collided, Qin Nan felt a searing pain as if his bones were about to be torn asunder. The advancement to Fire Spirit Warrior and Space Apprentice had placed Qin Nan in a position of overwhelming strength. He had even given himself the name Rambo, not without a hint of boasting about his power. The Fire Spirit Warrior is not as impressive as one might think," the immensely strong man scoffed, stating, "If I were rank 9, I wouldn't be unable to kill you. Unfortunately, you currently face me at rank 8. As he spoke, the man soared into the air, but in an instant his hand, previously aimed at Qin Nan, transformed into a silver wolf's claw, with razor-sharp talons extending over half a foot in length, resembling daggers as they descended upon Qin Nan. The speed of that strike was blinding. At the very moment the claw descended, Qin Nan swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he drew forth his silver revolver, firing it with remarkable speed. The instant the bullet was discharged, Qin Nan unleashed the sealing tome, rapidly releasing the feely spirit to shield himself. While the revolver was commendable, Qin Nan did not believe it would suffice to vanquish this enigmatic adversary in one blow. Thus, his immediate objective was to fend off the relentless pursuit of this formidable man. The speed of the exorcism bullet was astonishing, swiftly closing the distance to the fierce man. Despite the man's remarkable speed, he could not outrun the bullet, for he lacked the ability to distort the void. Yet, in the face of the incoming bullet, he exhibited no sign of panic. His human form transformed in the blink of an eye into a colossal silver wolf. The exorcism bullet pierced through the wolf's fur, embedding itself in its flesh, but Qin Nan could sense that the bullet had not struck the wolf's vital points. The feely spirit summoned a skeletal spear, thrusting it vehemently towards the silver wolf, but halfway through, the bone spear was seized by its razor-sharp claws. Snap! The skeletal spear was torn apart, and in that fleeting moment, Qin Nan swiftly fired another shot at the silver wolf. The second shot from the silver revolver was inaccurate. Hence, Qin Nan's aim was not directed at the silver wolf's body. Instead, he targeted a stone 5 meters to the left of the silver wolf. This unexpected shooting posture momentarily stunned the silver wolf, which had just shattered the skeletal spear. It could not fathom that someone would act in such a manner. Was it fear of its own might that had startled it? As this thought flickered through the silver wolf's mind, it was unaware that, at that instant, a line of text in Qin Nan's personal space suddenly radiated with brilliance. The text was brief, consisting of only a few words. Qin Nan fired the second shot with the silver revolver, missing the target, inadvertently wounding Elzwalong's right eye. The fierce man's name was Elzwalong, known only to the Mirror of Magic. The silver giant wolf, embodying Elzwalong, surged forward, seemingly poised to reach Qin Nan. However, just as he approached, an overwhelming sense of danger surged towards him. Instinctively, he shook his head, and in that fleeting moment, a silver bullet pierced his right eye. The exorcising bullet, suppressed by the mutations within Elzuolong's muscles, found no restraint within his right eye. A conflagration of silver flames erupted wildly in his eye, igniting a frenzy of agony that drove him to madness. His claws slashed through the air, leaving lethal trails that tore the fabric of reality. In this chaos, the unprepared spirit of Fei Li was instantly rent asunder. Qin Nan continued to retreat, acutely aware that despite Elzuolong's grievous wounds, it was also the most perilous moment for him. A single misstep could lead him to meet the same fate as Fei Li's spirit, being torn apart in a most unfortunate turn of events. With a resounding bang, Qin Nan fired another shot while retreating, this time aimed directly at the colossal head of Elzuolong. Being the third shot, it bore no repercussions from prior shots. Given Elzuolong's swiftness, hitting a vital point would have been nearly impossible had Qin Nan fired while he was lucid. Yet now, the relentless flames searing his right eye rendered him excruciatingly pained, stripping him of his reason. In this dire circumstance, a surging shot struck true, piercing his vital spot and igniting his entire head in the silver, exorcising glow. With a thunderous roar, Elzuolong's voice reverberated across the expanse, propelled entirely by primal instinct, disregarding all else. His frenzied howls radiated an aura of intimidation, causing Qin Nan's heart to tremble. As a transcendent being, Qin Nan had yet to reach the ninth realm of mental fortitude, yet his mental prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, amidst the wolf's howl, he felt a disconcerting sense of his power waning. For an average person, the mere howl would likely render them incapable of resistance. However, as the wolf's roar resonated, Qin Nan swiftly maneuvered to Elzuolong's left rear, his palm slicing through the air as the formidable sword he had wielded for training materialized in his grasp. With a decisive strike, he swung the sword downwards, delivering a heavy blow to the silver wolf. In an instant, the silver giant wolf was cleaved in two. In that moment of slaughter, the wolf's form reverted to that of a fierce man, his visage etched with terror. Though inherently ferocious, he was still gripped by fear in the face of death. His right eye had transformed into a silvery hue, devoid of any discernible pupil. Exhaling deeply, Qin Nan finally felt the weight of fatigue settle upon him. This encounter had nearly exhausted all of his capabilities, proving even more arduous than his previous confrontation with Ludian. In confronting the formidable Elzuolong, he once relied upon the gaze of Medusa, yet this time, he solely depended on his own prowess and a handful of lesser sealing artifacts. The damage inflicted by the silver revolver, the serendipitous misfire of the quill, the seals contained within the tome, and the dimensional space granted by the space benefactor all played their part. Drawing forth his weapon unexpectedly, an ability inherent to the space benefactor, was an aspect that Qin Nan had previously overlooked. As he beheld the figure of Elzuolong, a flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Nan's mind, prompting him to retrieve the sealing tome. This tome possessed the capacity to seal an 8th-level malevolent spirit and 3 9th-level malevolent spirits. The fiendish spirit of Fei Li had materialized during the tome's evolution, and now he wondered if Elzuolong could become the next seal. Activating the tome, a shroud of black light enveloped Elzuolong's form, which was swiftly consumed by the darkness. When an image of Elzuolong appeared within the tome, the black light dissipated entirely, leaving behind only a leather pouch and a ghastly green stone. This stone, a testament to Elzuolong's extraordinary attributes, was promptly absorbed into Qin Nan's being. In that moment, a thought emerged within him. You possess a second-tier evolution point. Please select an evolutionary item. Regarding this second-tier evolution point, Qin Nan refrained from making an immediate decision, as he was burdened with an abundance of first-tier items that required careful contemplation. As for the leather pouch, he seamlessly stored it within his dimensional space. Having completed these actions, Qin Nan turned his gaze behind him, for at that moment, several individuals were rushing toward him from that direction. Sir, someone just reported hearing a wolf's howl nearby. What have you seen? Asked an agent adorned with a black bowler hat and a revolver gleaming with an eerie light at his belt, his demeanor aggressive. Upon seeing this agent, Qin Nan had intended to respond earnestly, but the aftereffects of the quill's usage swiftly manifested. Agent, it is truly terrifying. I witnessed a man transform into a colossal silver wolf. He warned me that wolves were approaching, and then he fled. The agent paused momentarily, and behind him stood 2 similarly attired agents, one of whom appeared older and inquired, Sir, may I ask your name? My name. I'm just a fellow named Anderton, Qin Nan stammered, suddenly recalling that he had been using an alias while in the company of Teresa. Yet, what was that alias? What was going on? Why could he not remember? The fog of forgetfulness, a consequence of utilizing the sealing tome, had set in. What should he do? Should he confess to them that he had lost his identity? Feeling mischievous, he thought, why not continue this charade? The three approaching agents could scarcely believe the shameless reply they received, and in an instant, they found themselves infuriated. For these agents, it was their first encounter with such a situation. Was this not an affront to their dignity? Inspector, we shall take him to number 36. Once we arrive, he will behave, the young agent remarked. Qin Nan was uncertain about what number 36 entailed, yet he was resolute in his desire to avoid it. To sidestep any trouble, he offered a faint smile and said, if you intend to take me away, it would be prudent to inform Miss Teresa, for I am the sole attendant who accompanied the Countess here. The three agents were well aware of Teresa's significance. Although they were somewhat distanced from the Lord's status, they were nonetheless invested in the ongoing lordship conflict, as it directly impacted their futures. Are you the esteemed Lord Limbo who accompanied Miss Teresa? One particularly well-informed agent inquired, astonished. It turns out I've taken the name Limbo for myself. Ha ha. Qin Nan chuckled inwardly at his own lack of creativity, yet he maintained a cheerful facade and replied, congratulations, you are correct, my lord. Please refrain from jesting with us in such a manner in the future. The older agent remarked with a glance at Qin Nan, adding, we are all supporters of the Countess. As they spoke, the three agents swiftly departed. While they sensed that the matter was far from simple, years of experience advised them that when it came to issues concerning the Lord, it was best to remain uninvolved. Once the agents had left, Qin Nan retrieved the magic mirror and inquired, have you uncovered the origins of Irzualong? My omnipotent master, you are indeed the sovereign of time and space, the child of the dimensions. How could a mere Sequence 8 beast be a challenge for your brilliance? In my humble opinion, sending a Sequence 8 to pursue you is nothing short of a slight against your grandeur. You deserve the attention befitting a near-divine entity. Upon seeing the phrase near-divine, Qin Nan felt an urge to discard the insufferable mirror, as there were indeed numerous near-divine beings intent on his demise, such as Philro and that bishop from Cakelodon, who had no intention of letting him off the hook. Enough with the rambling, answer my question. Master, someone did approach the battlefield between you and Irzualong, but he departed swiftly and soon left the range of my detection. Though a radius of 10,000 meters is considerable, it still falls short for someone as great as you. Furthermore, should the space be sealed by another, I would be rendered incapable of perceiving it. Therefore, my esteemed master, please expedite my level up. However, my great master, I have discerned that there are spies from the other side lurking near the lioness Teresa. At this revelation, Qin Nan began to appreciate the mirror's utility. He continued to pose several inquiries regarding Yopu before casting the mirror back into the dimensional space. The mirror's probing was not infallible. It seemed prudent for him to exercise greater caution within Vidalia. Finding the wallbreaker and retrieving the stolen will was the optimal path to acquiring the soul liquid and the wallbreaker potion. As for the notion of stealing the soul liquid, that thought had never crossed Qin Nan's mind, for Vidalia was not to be trifled with, especially under the watch of a near-divine presence. Nevertheless, in the absence of the mirror's guidance, how might he proceed? Chapter 43. I am a diviner. Upon returning to Teresa's residence, Qin Nan eagerly opened the leather pouch acquired from Irzualong, his heart brimming with anticipation. Inside the pouch lay just over 100 golden meringues, an incomplete map, and several potions that appeared to possess unusual colors. Just as disappointment began to wash over him at the sight of the potions, he noticed a small purple stone nestled in the corner of the pouch. Extraordinary properties. Irzualong indeed possessed something remarkable. He had not disappointed me after all. Elated, Qin Nan seized the purple stone, and in an instant, it transformed into energy that surged into his being. A familiar line of text rapidly appeared in his mind. You have one level 1 evolution point. Please select an item to evolve. A level 1 evolution point. Who shall I bestow this upon? Qin Nan surveyed the items around him and casually chose the staff. He opted for the staff because he had observed that, in the sacred Tianluo Empire, the staff seemed to be a quintessential accessory for men. Be they nobles or those of modest accomplishments, nearly all wielded a staff. This staff truly serves multiple purposes. During tranquil times, it can serve as a prop, while in moments of combat, it can function as a weapon. Your staff has gained an evolution point, transforming into a seeking staff, capable of locating the whereabouts of sealed items below level 1 within a 10-mile radius. Locating sealed items below level 1 within a 10-mile radius? This skill is rather impressive. Just as Qin Nan reveled in his newfound ability, another message emerged in his consciousness. Using the seeking staff will lead you astray, to find an item and yet become lost. What a cruel twist of fate. It's like offering a sweet date pit only to subsequently deliver a gentle slap. What kind of rhythm is this? Qin Nan muttered to himself, directing his gaze at the staff, which appeared largely unchanged. Since it is a seeking staff, I wonder if it can help me locate the will. Although the will is inscribed in the Book of Heritage, it itself is continuously a level 1 sealed item. Locate the whereabouts of Count Studenberg's will, Qin Nan declared, releasing his grip on the staff. The upright staff hesitated for just a moment before silently tilting toward the northwest. It seems it truly is effective, however. Upon witnessing the staff's capability, Qin Nan was not inclined to search for the will alone, especially considering the many formidable individuals in Vidalia. Given that he had allies to leverage, why should he venture forth alone? It had been 2 days since he last saw that lioness. He wondered what she might be preoccupied with. Teresa, meanwhile, felt a twinge of impatience. Although she recognized that inheriting the title of count was no simple feat, she never anticipated that the matter would unfold so tumultuously, dragging on until now. The will remained lost, and she had yet to recover it, while Viscount Rod and others continued to support her. Without the will, surpassing Yope seemed an arduous task. After all, Viscount Yope was a direct descendant of the Studenberg family. Though the count had expelled him, in terms of familial lineage, as a male, Viscount Yope possessed greater inheritance rights than she did. Teresa's greatest reliance lay upon the will. 2 days have elapsed, yet not a trace of the will has been uncovered. In such circumstances, should the time of the Earl's interment arrive, it would be only natural for Viscount Yopu to ascend as the Earl. Once the Imperial Emperor's formal endorsement is bestowed, even if I were to discover the will, it would likely be too late. Is there truly no alternative, Viscount Rod? Teresa inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. She was acutely aware that in this unfamiliar city, her only reliance lay with those who sought to elevate her status. Viscount Rod furrowed his brow and replied, Miss Teresa, we have exhausted every avenue. The bounty within the Shadow Association has been raised to 30,000 gold marlangs. Moreover, the punishers of the church have been mobilized entirely, yet no word has emerged. His words filled Teresa with dismay. She was well aware of these efforts, but what she desperately needed was the will. Does anyone possess another solution? Teresa cast a glance at the nobles and affluent merchants surrounding her. I understand that each of you is a loyal supporter of my uncle and would never wish to see his wishes subverted. Naturally, if I fail to become the countess, I shall have no choice but to return to my family and submit to my father's designs, a fate I am most unwilling to accept. Though Teresa spoke with an air of indifference, Viscount Rod and the others comprehended the underlying message. She possessed avenues of retreat, while they were cornered with no alternatives. Miss Teresa, Viscount Hetline said respectfully, we are all hastening our search. I believe no one would desire Viscount Yopu to become the new lord, for we are all well aware of his past actions. The crowd around them fell into hushed discussions, some pledging their loyalty, while others condemned Viscount Yopu's misdeeds. Observing these individuals, Teresa felt a profound melancholy. Although their loyalty was questionable, their fates were nonetheless intertwined with hers. Should she falter, they would equally suffer great losses. Yet mere support was insufficient. She needed to locate the will and garner broader backing. But how to find the will remained a mystery to Teresa. Despite her maturity surpassing that of her peers, she was still at a loss regarding her search. Miss, Lord Limbo requests an audience, announced a maid dressed in a black gown with white trim, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing the name Lord Limbo, Viscount Hetline's expression shifted, filled with apprehension towards this barbarian. The reactions of the others varied, with some displaying astonishment, as if his presence here was altogether unexpected. Enveloped by Viscount Rod and his companions, Teresa had almost forgotten about Qin Nan, the Lord Lumbo. Yet, lacking any reliable means to alter her predicament, she simply said, please, let Lord Limbo enter. As Qin Nan entered the spacious room, which spanned over 100 square meters, he couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of Count Studenberg. Since you have traversed dimensions, why not become a wealthy magnate like the Count of Studenberg, instead of settling for the title of a mere lord? Miss Teresa, adhering to the noble etiquette of the Holy Celestial Empire, Qin Nan impeccably bowed towards Teresa. Good afternoon, my lord. After returning the gesture, Teresa's gaze fell upon Qin Nan's fierce countenance, and for a moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Perhaps I should rely more on this Lord Lambois who has accompanied me. Miss Teresa, I have heard that you are troubled regarding the will, so I came to assist you in resolving this vexing issue. Qin Nan's words drew countless gazes towards him, and Teresa, astonished, exclaimed, my lord, do you have any leads on the will? Not as of yet, but fret not. I am a diviner. Haha. Anything unknown can be revealed through divination. Qin Nan replied with an untroubled smile. Chapter 44. The Punisher. Teresa felt her mind in a tangle. A hulking figure, capable of galloping horses with his arms and lifting towers with a single hand, suddenly declared that his greatest talent lay in divination. This left her questioning her sanity. How could she possibly be hearing such absurd claims? Viscount Rod's heart twitched involuntarily as he instinctively retrieved a small glass vial from his inner pocket and hastily swallowed a heart medication pill. This was too overwhelming. His heart could hardly bear it. Meanwhile, Viscount Hetline's face contorted rapidly. He yearned to maintain his composure, yet no matter how hard he tried, he found himself utterly incapable. This was simply terrifying. "My lord, are you jesting? You excel in divination?" A young man standing beside Viscount Rod laughed heartily. Qin Nan did not recognize the young man and was disinclined to engage with him, his focus solely on Teresa. "Miss, you are aware of my diverse interests. I indulge in a plethora of studies across various realms." Teresa thought to herself, "I know nothing about you. I can hardly even ascertain if your name is genuine." Yet, at that moment, she realized the necessity of supporting Lord Lambois, whom she had ennobled. Otherwise, not only would she lose face, but she also found herself lacking a viable alternative. Could it be that the person behind Lambois has already disclosed the whereabouts of the will? If that were the case, then, the thought flashed through Teresa's mind, and she swiftly made a decision. She smiled gently and said, "Lord Lambois, these past few days have left me so bewildered that I have forgotten your many talents. Since you are proficient in divination, please uncover the location of the will." The young man beside Viscount Rod attempted to interject, but was halted by the Viscount himself. He had been searching for the will for an extended period without any results, and the mounting pressure was already immense. Now that someone was willing to share the burden, it was a most welcome relief for him. Viscount Hertline harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Nan, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, "Lord Lumbo, today we shall put your divination skills to the test. Who knows, we might truly uncover something." A ripple of light laughter emanated from the gathered nobles, for it was imperative that they maintain their aristocratic demeanor at this juncture. "Miss Teresa, since the will has been stolen, it would be prudent to enlist the aid of the Vidalia Guard and the Punishers in its recovery. Otherwise, should we locate the thief and allow them to escape, our efforts would be rendered futile." Qin Nan cast a sidelong glance at Teresa and reiterated his point. Teresa furrowed her brow. If Qin Nan were merely jesting, she could still pivot her course, but should the Punishers and the Guard become involved, the situation would spiral beyond her control. If the outcome yielded nothing, Qin Nan would be met with repercussions. After all, she was not yet a countess, and without the will, she could not even claim to be the heir to the title. Engaging the Vidalia Guard was no trivial matter. "Lord Limbo, are you truly confident in this approach?" After a moment's contemplation, Teresa inquired solemnly. At this point, Viscount Hertline, standing alongside Teresa, interjected sharply, "Miss Teresa, with all due respect, do not act in haste. It is unwise to heed his reckless words. Should we mobilize the Guard and ultimately achieve nothing, the damage to your reputation would be considerable. Moreover, engaging the Punishers would make it difficult to account for such actions to the bishop." With that, Hertline glared at Qin Nan and stated, "Lord Limbo, if your intention is merely to amuse the crowd, you have succeeded. I implore you, do not further complicate matters for Miss Teresa." Qin Nan chose to disregard Hertline's remarks and turned his attention back to Teresa, saying, "Miss Teresa, if there is anyone here who wholeheartedly supports your ascension to the title of Countess, it is I." As she gazed upon Qin Nan's resolute yet untamed visage, Teresa took a deep breath. Although she held reservations about Qin Nan, he spoke a profound truth. She had no avenue of retreat. Returning to her family was not an option she wished to consider. "I am aware of Lord Limbo's character. He is an honest and dependable gentleman, and I trust in his integrity," she conceded. With this, Teresa addressed Viscount Rod. "Viscount, please mobilize the Guard and the Punishers. Should any issues arise, I shall take responsibility." Viscount Rod nodded gently. "Since you are resolute in your decision, we shall comply." He then cast a glance at Viscount Hertline and added, "Viscount, be mindful of your standing. Since the lady has made her decision, our duty now is to obey." Hertline fell silent. Despite their shared title, he could not compare to Rod in strength or influence, and thus he had no choice but to acquiesce to Rod's admonition. A multitude of guards, armed with flintlock pistols, swiftly gathered. Upon the convergence of Qin Nan and the Count's retinue, 10 figures clad in black trench coats and gloves, exuding an aura of lethal intent, advanced towards Teresa with haste. Leading the group was a formidable middle-aged man, towering at an impressive 2 meters, radiating an air of fierceness. His eyes gleamed with a striking purple hue. "I am Arthur Thunderstrike, the Punisher of the Thunder Hall. Here to report to Miss Teresa," he declared upon encountering her. The moment Qin Nan laid eyes upon this man, a chilling sensation surged within him. Despite being an ally, the man's presence instilled in Qin Nan a sense of overwhelming threat, akin to a mountain looming over him. There is no need for excessive formalities, Lord Thunderstrike. We seek your assistance in locating the individual responsible for the theft of the will, Teresa responded calmly, her gaze fixed on Arthur Thunderstrike. A flicker of curiosity danced in his eyes as he inquired, "Has the young lady already discovered the whereabouts of the thief?" Before Teresa could respond, Hurtline interjected, "Lord Arthur, we are still in the dark. However, this Lord Lambeau claims to be adept in divination and can uncover the will's location. Please gather around. I require your collective efforts to assist Lord Lambeau. We must not allow the thief to escape," Arthur commanded. The 9 punishers accompanying him directed their scrutinizing and guarded gazes towards Qin Nan, emanating an air of hostility that he could not ignore. At that moment, Qin Nan felt as though his very essence was being suppressed by a formidable force, akin to a storm gathering from all directions, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, he understood that he could not show any signs of weakness at this juncture. "Miss Teresa, now that everyone is present, let us set forth." Chapter 45. The rod of divination within an opera house steeped in antiquity, elegantly attired young men and women sang the 12th chapter of the hymn to the thunder god in a lyrical crescendo. Viscount Tigellas gently clapped his hands in time with the rhythm, appearing utterly entranced. Across the entirety of Vidalia, it was common knowledge that disturbing Viscount Tigellas while he immersed himself in music was ill-advised. Anyone who dared interrupt his reverie would inevitably face a wrath akin to that of a raging tiger. "Your Excellency, though it pains us to intrude upon your moment, an unforeseen matter compels us to seek your attention," spoke a man of modest stature, yet exuding a robust presence, clad in simple casual attire. Despite his imposing demeanor, he exhibited utmost caution in the presence of Viscount Tigellas. A flash of crimson flickered in Tigellas's eyes. Yet he ultimately managed to suppress his burgeoning ire. "Provide me with a compelling reason," he stated flatly. Though the words were delivered in a calm tone, the intruding man understood the weight of their implication. Should he fail to furnish a satisfactory answer, he would likely find himself facing a dire fate. Despite having steeled himself for the confrontation, he still felt a tremor coursing through his body. A visceral fear that gripped him deeply. "My lord, the Viscount Elzualong is dead." After taking a deep breath, the subordinate finally managed to articulate the news he had been holding back. The expression on Tegraz's face shifted dramatically. The gentle aura he typically exuded transformed into one of ferocity in an instant. In that moment, he resembled a roaring tiger, poised to pounce. "You say Elzualong is dead?" The tone of Viscount Tegraz was calm. Yet the subordinate could sense a tempest brewing, ready to engulf the Viscount. Indeed, Elzualong had gone to assassinate Lord Lambeau and had not returned. According to several officers, they had seen nothing. Tegraz was acutely aware of Elzualong's prowess, yet after the attempt on Lord Lambeau's life, he had vanished without a trace. Such a disappearance in itself indicated a significant issue. The Viscount's features contorted, resembling a tiger on the verge of roaring. However, before unleashing his fury, he maintained the necessary composure. "I understand." The visage of Viscount Tegraz gradually regained its tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Upon receiving the news, Lambeau had instructed Teresa to mobilize the guards and the punishers, claiming he had a means to locate the Count's will. The subordinate continued, "Should we not have someone expedite the transfer of the Count's will?" The expression of Viscount Tegraz shifted slightly. "What method?" "Divination." The messenger claimed that Lord Lambeau professes to be a diviner. The subordinate nearly laughed aloud. The image of diviners in the Holy Celestial Empire was typically one of frail and mysterious figures. The very notion of Lord Lambeau being a diviner seemed ludicrous and utterly unbelievable. This Lambeau must have received some intelligence from Elzualong. Tegraz commanded, "Transfer it to base number 2, understood." The Viscount gazed after his departing subordinate, once again immersing himself in the choir's melodies, though at this moment, his demeanor was far from serene. "Lambeau, no matter who you are, you must die this time." That moment, Qin Nan, under the watchful gaze of hundreds, slowly released his searching staff. He had recited the will he sought in his mind, following the staff's instructions. "This way." With a gesture towards the western door, Qin Nan strode forward confidently. This form of divination resembled a game often played by children. Viscount Rod's face twitched. Having played such games in his youth, he was at a loss for words upon witnessing this divination that mirrored his childhood pastime. "Miss Teresa, this is utterly childish." Viscount Hertaline could no longer contain himself and stepped forward once more. In response to Hertaline's objections, A flicker of determination flashed in Teresa's eyes. Although she too found Lambois' actions rather frivolous, she had no alternative at this juncture. The path had been chosen, and all she could do was persist, even in the face of failure, for that was far preferable to faltering midway and becoming the subject of ridicule. The Viscount should not distrust those he employs, nor should he doubt those he trusts. Before the conclusion of Lammer's performance, we could only place our trust in him. At this juncture, Teresa, boarding the carriage, commanded it to follow Qin Nan's lead. The 100-member guard advanced in an orderly fashion. Although they shared doubts regarding the reliability of this search method, their discipline compelled them to obey Teresa's orders. As for Arthur Thunder and the other enforcers, they appeared remarkably composed, exuding an air of detachment as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to them. Qin Nan, leading the way, would consult his staff for direction at each intersection. With each crossing, a sense of clarity began to dawn upon him, as he felt the will approaching ever closer. Upon reaching the 10th intersection, an hour had elapsed, and this time the staff indicated not a direction to pursue but pointed directly towards an imposing 5-story edifice. This structure exuded an air of authority and grandeur. As Qin Nan approached, the reticent Count Hertlein could no longer contain himself and interjected, "My Lord Lammer, how long do you intend to indulge in this folly? This is the town hall." The town hall of Vidalia was, in essence, the most secure location within the entire region. Historically, it had assisted in the search for the will. Now, to suggest that the will might be located within the town hall itself seemed a case of the thief crying "Stop thief." Qin Nan replied earnestly, "Count Hertlein, the will is indeed here. I ask the guards and enforcers to prepare, for I believe there will be those who attempt to escape once we enter the town hall." Teresa gazed at the vast town hall, her heart filled with uncertainty. This was the most rigorously guarded place in all of Vidalia. Could the will truly be concealed here? "Lord Rod, Mr. Arthur Thunder, please comply with my Lord Lammer's request," Teresa instructed after taking a deep breath. With no retreat available to her, given the magnitude of the undertaking, she felt compelled to provide an explanation. Even if faced with an insurmountable wall, she would attempt to discern the sensation of colliding with it. Chapter 46. Breaking through the walls within the town hall, the encircling Count's guards swiftly became the focal point of attention. Some were astonished, while others wore expressions laden with fury. "Your Excellency, the Count's guards have surrounded our town hall. This is the utmost affront to us," exclaimed a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, sporting a pair of small mustaches and eyes filled with indignation. He shouted in exasperation, "Though we reside within the Count's domain, their audacity represents the greatest provocation to our free city." Steph observed his irate subordinate with a calm demeanor and replied, "Miss Teresa has informed me that she is in search of the Count's will. If it is found, we shall have no objections. However, should it not be located, Miss Teresa will provide us with an explanation." "Sir, do you truly believe in the credibility of their method for finding the will? That burly Lord Lammer, do you think he is a competent diviner?" Upon the mention of the diviner, a flicker of anger flashed across the young assistant's eyes. "I believe we ought to put an end to their nonsense. Drew, mind your position." Stev shot a cold glare at his subordinate, admonishing sternly, "Do not forget, Vidalia is also a part of the Count's domain." Drew fell silent, yet a glimmer of disappointment lingered in his gaze. "Let us proceed, Miss Tricia. They are about to arrive. We should go out to greet them," Stev declared, as he removed the long hat hanging on the coat rack and strode purposefully towards the entrance of the town hall. Drew hesitated for a moment before following suit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Stev and the others began to trail behind Tricia, silently observing Lord Lambois, who had taken on the guise of Qin Nan. Unfazed by the unfriendly stares from Drew and his companions, Qin Nan, gripping his staff, felt an intangible sense beginning to stir within him. Ascending the stairs, he let his staff fall, continuing forward. Soon, he arrived before a closed iron door. "Open it," he commanded Tricia. Her gaze fell upon Stev, signaling him to have the door unlocked. Just as Stev was about to make arrangements, Drew interjected with a smirk. "This is merely the supply room of the town hall. Lord Lambois, are you certain the will resides here?" Several officials standing beside Drew displayed mocking expressions. Qin Nan remained silent, not due to a gentle temperament, but because he had no inclination to engage with Drew. Tricia, too, refrained from speaking. She merely regarded Stev. With a stern countenance, Stev ordered, "Open the door." A servant swiftly produced a key, slowly unlocking the iron door. As it creaked open, a cramped room of merely several square meters was unveiled before the onlookers. The space was cluttered with an assortment of brooms, tin dustpans forged from white iron, and rags of varying sizes, all crammed into the supply room. "Lord Lambois," chuckled Viscount Hertlein, It appears we are at a dead end. You cannot possibly suggest that the will is here. Clutching his seeking staff, Qin Nan sensed an unsettling notion that the will was drifting further from him. Silently reciting the Count's will in his mind, he extended his hand toward the door's exterior. The moment his staff fell, he suddenly caught sight of a servant lurking in the corner, seemingly an onlooker. This servant, by position, should have accompanied their party. Yet upon spotting him, a singular thought surged within Qin Nan's mind. Wallbreaker. Only a wallbreaker could silently slip through walls. Only they could remain hidden within while he searched, then emerge outside upon the door's opening. Seize him! Qin Nan shouted, shoving aside the obstructing Viscount Hurtline and charging towards the servant. That instant, the servant was taken aback. Just as Qin Nan was about to reach him, he suddenly leaned against the wall, vanishing instantaneously within it. Accompanying Qin Nan were primarily the elites of Vidalia, who, upon witnessing the bizarre disappearance of the servant, quickly surmised that this testament was undoubtedly linked to the servant's actions. "Breaker, you cannot escape," proclaimed Arthur Thunderstrike, the leader of the Punishers, as he charged towards the wall of the third room, delivering a powerful punch against it. The purple lightning, accompanying Arthur's strike, swiftly penetrated the wall. Qin Nan, observing Arthur's ferocity, felt a deep admiration. Though his methods were brutal, they were undeniably effective. With the wall crackling with thunder, even if the breaker could traverse through it, the tempestuous lightning would likely impede him. However, Qin Nan did not believe that capturing the breaker would be a simple task. The moment Arthur struck, he once again employed the object-seeking staff. While he could not locate the breaker directly, finding the Count's testament would lead him to the breaker. "Over here!" Qin Nan exclaimed, pointing toward the storage room they had just bypassed, speaking gravely to Arthur Thunderstrike. A few of Arthur's subordinates joined Qin Nan in rushing towards the room, and as they entered, they beheld the breaker, clad in servant's attire, charging once more at the wall. Boom! The towering Punishers leapt into action, their speed akin to lightning as they delivered a powerful kick against the wall just as the breaker's form melded into it. The wall collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing the breaker's figure in the adjoining room, but he seized the moment of the wall's fall to sprint towards another barrier. Whoosh, 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 3 daggers, like bolts of lightning, shot towards the breaker, instantly embedding themselves into the wall. At first glance, it seemed the daggers had struck empty air, but in truth, each was stained with blood. "Secure the perimeter. No one is to leave the town hall." "He won't escape," shouted Arthur Thunderstrike. "This time, he won't get away." The sudden eruption of combat left Teresa and the others in stunned disbelief. Yet Teresa's eyes sparkled with hope, with the breaker who had stolen the testament located. The document itself was surely within reach. If she could attain the testament, she would rise as the Countess of Vidalia, inheriting the immense wealth left by her uncle. The Punishers swiftly dashed into the nearby rooms, but regrettably, there was no sign of the breaker within them. Arthur Thunderstrike's expression turned slightly rigid. While he feared no confrontation with the breaker, the disparity in their abilities when it came to escape was insurmountable. "My lord, I hope you can divine his whereabouts," Arthur said to Qin Nan after a moment's hesitation. Chapter 47. "I will kill you." Lord Lambeau is an extraordinary diviner. This was personally affirmed by Arthur Thunderstrike, captain of the Holy Hall Punishers. Viscount Rod and Teresa, eager with anticipation, gazed at Qin Nan in his guise as Lord Lambeau, for discovering the one capable of traversing walls was of paramount importance to them. Finding that individual would lead them to the testament, Qin Nan grasped the staff, silently reciting the late Lord's will once more, before allowing the staff to fall soundlessly to the ground. The direction indicated by the staff pointed to the left side of the first floor of the town hall, and without hesitation, Qin Nan proceeded in that direction. This time, no one dared to voice any doubts. All eyes were fixed on Lord Lambeau with a sense of anticipation. One should not judge by appearances. The burly Lord Lambeau possessed a mind that was remarkably astute and meticulous, truly an extraordinary diviner. In the future, he might very well require the assistance of this remarkable seer. Despite being the focus of admiration, Qin Nan felt little excitement. The performance of the wallbreaker instilled in him a profound sense of threat and dismay. Should he become the wallbreaker himself, the mere act of escaping would elevate the stakes to an entirely different level. Even someone as powerful as the near-divine Filro would find it no easy task to eliminate him. Without any prompting from Qin Nan, many individuals drew forth their personal weapons. Although most of them were ordinary people, they were prepared to fire upon the wallbreaker if necessary. Without requiring a signal from Qin Nan, a member of the Punishers forcefully kicked open the door, and as the rightful occupants of the space, Steve and his associates displayed no signs of discontent. After all, The most pressing matter at hand was the will. The room lay empty, devoid of any presence. Observing this situation, the crowd felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They did not perceive it as a misstep on Lumbo's part, but rather believed that the wall breaker had already fled. Trisha felt an even greater sense of anxiety. Although the situation had not yet reached its critical juncture, the wall breaker's escape had once again extinguished the flicker of hope in her heart. In that moment, under the gaze of the onlookers, Qin Nan stepped into the room and struck the wall with a powerful fist. Had he done so upon first entering the town hall, Steve and the others would have demanded an explanation from him. However, now they were all anxiously scanning their surroundings. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, revealing a golden box before the astonished crowd. The sight of this golden box. Ecstasy surged in the eyes of Viscount Rod and his companions. It was the Count's will. This golden box contained the very essence of the Count's testament. It must be the will, Qin Nan declared as he held the golden box, addressing Trisha with calm assurance. Trisha's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. The wallbreaker was of little consequence to her, as long as she could locate the will and ascend to the status of Countess. Whether the wallbreaker fled or remained held little practical significance for her. Viscount Rod, would you kindly examine the condition of the will? Trisha inquired, her gaze shifting to Arthur Lolei, and I would also request Lord Arthur Lolei to assist in the inspection. Arthur Lolei nodded and approached the golden box without hesitation, scrutinizing it with great care. Indeed, the will left by the Count appeared untouched. That moment, as Arthur Lolei spoke, Qin Nan spotted a note nestled among the fragments of brick and tile. Lumbo, I will kill you. It read, devoid of any signature, yet brimming with an unmistakable intent to murder. Regarding this note, Qin Nan paid it no heed. He gently shook the paper, allowing it to dissolve silently into fine dust. Thank you, Mr. Lombois. Were it not for you, this endeavor would not have proceeded so smoothly in locating the will. Viscount Rod gazed at Qin Nan with a countenance full of gratitude. Qin Nan smiled and replied, Serving Miss Teresa is my duty. Arthur Thunder's gaze towards Qin Nan grew increasingly grave. Although Qin Nan was not their adversary, he had already regarded this extraordinary lord as an opponent. Why, lord, I believe you should continue divining the wallbreaker. Arthur Thunder's voice carried an undeniable authority. The destructive power of the wallbreaker had already been witnessed by all present, to say nothing of his elusive wall-breaking abilities, which alone were sufficient to rob one of peaceful slumber. As competitors, their foremost desire was to eliminate this adversary outright. Qin Nan shook his head and said, My divination has its limitations. Now that I have found the divination object, I cannot divine again. Are you saying that you are unable to locate the wallbreaker at this time? Arthur Thunder inquired. Lord Lombois, you must understand that every extraordinary being possesses their own pride. You have dealt a significant blow to that wallbreaker. He will not simply let it go. If you cannot find him and eliminate him, you will soon face his relentless assassinations. Your best course of action now is to cooperate with us to uncover his hiding place. Listening to Arthur Thunder's words, Qin Nan felt a stirring in his heart. As a spatial apprentice, he was acutely aware of the wallbreaker's threat. Not only did the wallbreaker possess the ability to traverse walls, but he also wielded dimensional space. The destructive potential of a wallbreaker was beyond that of ordinary individuals. Qin Nan understood that this wallbreaker had not ventured far. If he utilized the magic mirror, he might indeed be able to locate him. However, employing the magic mirror would inevitably expose its secrets. Though Arthur Thunder was currently an ally, there are no eternal collaborations, only perpetual interests. Moreover, collaborating with Arthur Thunder and the other Punishers placed him at a disadvantage. The wallbreaker's potions and other possessions, who could guarantee they would fall into his hands? Should he lose track of this wallbreaker's potion, the search for the next one could take an eternity. It was wiser to deal with this wallbreaker on his own. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Arthur Thunder, but I find myself unable to act at this moment. Qin Nan spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. A diviner is not omnipotent. Arthur Thunder regarded Qin Nan for a considerable time before finally speaking. My lord, should you change your mind, you may contact me at any time. Viscount Rod, who had been standing silently beside them, did not wish to involve himself in their quarrel. Once the two had finished their discourse, he interjected, Lord Arthur Thunder, might it be prudent for the Punishers to temporarily safeguard this will? This would ensure both its fairness and security. Boom! Arthur Thunderstrike swung his fist heavily towards the golden box. As his fist descended, the golden box was enveloped in a violet lightning glow, instantly transforming into a distorted mass of gold. Chapter 48. The royal decree. Arthur Thunderstrike's actions sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. Though each harbored their own thoughts, they maintained a facade of decorum, completely unprepared for such a blunt display from Arthur Thunderstrike, who brazenly struck at the will in plain view of everyone. The golden box morphed into a mound of gold, and the will contained within was, naturally, reduced to ashes. In almost an instant, Count Hurtline bellowed, "My lord Arthur Thunderstrike, what are you doing? You. Arthur Thunderstrike offered no reply. Yet his gaze towards Count Hurtline was rife with derision. It was an unabashed mockery, and under such scorn, Count Hurtline's countenance darkened considerably. He had always held himself in high esteem. When had he ever been subjected to such ridicule? Almost immediately, a flicker of anger ignited upon his face. At that moment, Count Rod spoke up. "My lord Arthur Thunderstrike is correct. With that wall breaker around, we must remain vigilant against his attempts to steal the will. Now that the will within the golden box has been shattered, its contents will once again manifest in the ancestral grounds of the Earl's family. Moreover, this revelation will illuminate the entire territory." As Count Rod spoke, a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. Now, a new will should emerge. Just as Count Rod finished his statement, several individuals hastily dashed towards the town hall, eager to discover what the Earl's will had inscribed. The sun hung high in the sky, and the day was clear. At the moment the crowd arrived outside the town hall, they beheld a series of characters composed of lightning patterns adorning the sky. Though the violet script was not particularly dense, it permeated every corner of the territory. "Upon my death, my niece Teresa Lauren shall inherit my position and become the new Count of Studenberg." This line was succinct, yet its appearance in the void signified the resolution of a dispute that had loomed over the free city of Vidalia. Teresa was to be the new Count of Studenberg. The claims of Count Jop to the inheritance were ruthlessly dismissed. Cheers erupted around Teresa as the crowd gathered around her, pledging their loyalty to the new countess. Among them were Count Rod and others who had steadfastly supported Teresa, as well as neutral figures like Steph. As Teresa basked in the adulation of the crowd, her gaze fell upon Lord Limbo, who was the embodiment of Qin Nan. Though she harbored suspicions regarding Lord Limbo's origins, she could not deny that without him, not only would she have struggled to inherit the title today, but even to leave the territory would have been a formidable challenge. Where there were cheers, there were also those who felt disheartened. At this moment, the one most despondent was undoubtedly Count Jop. He had been confident that victory in this contest for the earldom was assured. He was acutely aware that should he fail to attain the title of earl this time, an unimaginably terrifying fate awaited him. Fortunately, with the disappearance of the will, the scales of victory began to tip increasingly in his favor. However, just as he felt that everything was well within his grasp, fate played a cruel jest upon him. The skies above the entire territory were now filled with the will that had just been unearthed. This document was laid bare before the eyes of all. Under such circumstances, it nearly signified that he had already met with failure. "Tegras, did you not assert that this will would never be discovered? What is the situation now?" In the presence of Viscount Tegras, Yope had previously resembled a docile maiden, yet at this moment, his voice was laced with a roar. He was furious, he was despondent, and he was teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. The expression on Viscount Tegras' face also turned ashen. The current predicament was certainly not to his liking. Although it was Yope who contested the inheritance against Teresa, it was, in fact, Viscount Tegras who had orchestrated the entire affair. Once Yope inherited the title of Earl, the dominion of the territory would rest in the hands of Tegras. Yet now, everything that had seemed so secure had spiraled into chaos. Cursed soothsayer, this seemingly burly fellow truly is a diviner. In my attempt to evade his prophecies, I have already compelled that wallbreaker to change hiding spots. Yet even so, the 8th-ranked wallbreaker, a master of spatial manipulation, has still lost the golden box containing the will. This is utterly unforgivable. Viscount, do not be hasty. All is not yet lost. After taking a deep breath, Viscount Tegras spoke in a subdued tone. Yope had always adhered to Tegras' words without question. However, at this moment, he scoffed and retorted. "Not yet concluded, indeed. I should perform a humble act of submission at the Countess's coronation ceremony to express my fealty to her. Tegras, I should never have heeded your counsel. For now, I find myself unable to remain in Vidalia." Tegras snorted disdainfully through his nostrils, and just as he was preparing to teach the disobedient Yope a lesson, a sudden thought struck him. He retrieved a seemingly ordinary piece of paper from his pocket, only to discover a new line of text inscribed upon it. "His Majesty has decreed the appointment of Yope as the Count of Studenberg." Upon reading the contents of the paper, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tegras' eyes. He had not anticipated such a decisive verdict from His Majesty. Amidst his elation, a wave of concern surged within him. Should the royal decree invalidate the will of the late Count of Studenberg? One could only speculate what turmoil might ensue. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that only a royal decree could elevate Yope to the status of Earl. But was such an action truly warranted? Yope, His Majesty has resolved to elevate you to the title of Count of Studenberg by royal decree. Observing Yope's indecisive demeanor, a hint of derision crept across Tegra's face. This Yope was nothing more than a piece of worthless clay. Utterly pathetic. In the eyes of Viscount Yopu, a sudden spark of ecstatic joy ignited. He swiftly approached Viscount Tage, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "His Majesty the Emperor wishes to appoint me as the Count of Studenberg. But what will become of Teresa? She possesses the Count's will. Will she relinquish it?" Viscount Tage regarded Yopu with a cold stare and replied languidly, "Under royal decree, she has no choice but to comply. Yopu, what you must do now is to reassure those who support you, ensuring they do not lose hope." At this juncture, Tage's gaze fell once more upon the scrap of paper, which now bore a new message. "Seek the whereabouts of an Erdun-hardened Sorin. Filro will enter the free city." Chapter 49. A thunderclap amidst the respectful gazes of Viscount Rod and others, Qin Nan returned to his residence. Initially enveloped in a haze of inebriation, he swiftly regained his composure. Observing the item-finding staff in his hand, a sense of smug satisfaction welled within him. The exhilarating sensation of reversing a dire situation and propping up a crumbling edifice was truly delightful. With Teresa ascending to the rank of Countess, his own benefits would soon materialize. Once he acquired the soul liquid, his mental prowess would burgeon rapidly. The staff side effect of disorientation had little impact on him this time, for with Teresa and others by his side, he need not concern himself with navigation. However, the repeated use of the item-finding staff had taken a toll on his mental energy. Contemplating this, Qin Nan hesitated briefly before retrieving the painting adorned with a blazing sun. Calming his mind as he began to observe it intently in mere moments, Qin Nan felt a radiant sun slowly emerge within his consciousness. As this orb of light appeared, he sensed his mental energy converging upon it like rivers flowing into the sea. The mental fatigue incurred from using the staff was almost entirely restored in that instant. At that moment, Qin Nan experienced a state of profound tranquility, devoid of thought. He felt warmth coursing through his veins, his skin tightening as a surge of heat flowed within him. His mental energy was amplifying, and his body grew stronger alongside it. "Save me. Please save me," a bewildering voice suddenly resonated in Qin Nan's ears. At the instant the voice echoed, the blazing sun within his mind shattered violently, and intense pain assailed him. And in that moment, Qin Nan felt as if his head had been cleaved in twain. The agony was unlike anything he had ever known. He perceived flames erupting from within his being, and when he glanced down at his skin, he beheld fine, crimson scales emerging. Loss of control, the greatest fear of an extraordinary being. Engaging in mental cultivation could lead to such a state of disarray. If this persisted, the prospect of enhancing his mental faculties would be nothing but a delusion. Taking a deep breath, Qin Nan endeavored to calm his racing thoughts, though he could not ascertain how long it took for tranquility to envelop him once more. What exactly was this phenomenon? Why did it incessantly murmur in his ear? Reflecting upon the terrifying scenario that had just transpired, Qin Nan swiftly drew the blazing sun into his own dimensional space. Unable to cultivate his spiritual energy, it appeared that he would have to rely solely on the concentration elixir for enhancement. The thought of Teresa led him to ponder the identity of the nameless wall-breaker. This individual sought his demise, and thus, it was imperative for him to strike preemptively in a fleeting moment. Qin Nan retrieved the magical mirror, gazing at its increasingly exquisite surface as he inquired, "Where is the wall-breaker at this very moment?" "Great Master, the wall-breaker currently rests at the old ship inn, not far from your location. It is truly laughable that he dares to challenge you. How could a weasel ever drive a cart? Your loyal servant believes that one should not show mercy to such a wretched individual, nor should there be any leniency." As he read these lines, a plan swiftly formed in Qin Nan's mind. He then instructed the mirror, "Reveal the visage of that wall-breaker, that I may discern his true appearance." "Great Master, you possess a striking countenance and an imposing presence, which I have grown accustomed to. It is not his fault that this loathsome wretch is ugly, but it is indeed his error to emerge and instill fear. Were it not for your command, your most devoted servant would never permit such a repugnant figure to appear within my mirror." The lines of golden text prompted a silent sigh from Qin Nan. As the magical mirror attained a third-tier seal, the flattery from this entity grew ever more excessive. Enough with the preamble. Focus on the essentials. Quickly, reveal his face. The inscriptions upon the mirror dissipated in haste, unveiling an exceedingly ordinary face, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He appeared to be in his 30s, neither handsome nor ugly, merely unremarkable. In the Holy Tianlu Empire, he was but an ordinary man. Yet, his identity was that of an extraordinary being, a wall breaker capable of traversing barriers at will. Before this wall breaker, any door or wall held little significance, as this visage materialized. Qin Nan felt an intensifying pain in his head, his eyes momentarily suffused with blood vessels. Great Master, your summoning has extended for too long, which is quite taxing for you, especially as you requested the manifestation of this unfortunate soul, Pros. The strain upon you has increased considerably. Before the golden text could conclude, Qin Nan unceremoniously cast the mirror into his dimensional space. While the mirror was undoubtedly useful, its incessant chatter was quite irksome. Now that he had discerned the wall breaker's location and appearance, his next course of action was clear. To eliminate this wall breaker, the simplest and safest method would naturally involve enlisting the Punisher's assistance. Arthur Thunderbolt and his companions would surely relish the opportunity to deal with this Pros fellow. However, if Arthur Thunderbolt were to intervene, Pros would inevitably fall into the Punisher's grasp, making it difficult for Qin Nan to acquire the coveted wall breaker potion and the key to spatial apprentice cultivation. What if he were to confront him alone? A Sequence 8 should not pose too great a challenge. After all, he had already slain several Sequence 8s, including one Sequence 7. Silently seated within the confines of the room, Qin Nan meticulously contemplated his scheme. Once every aspect of his plan was flawlessly arranged, he retrieved a quill fashioned from goose feathers and began inscribing his thoughts upon a notebook. Although the quill's foresight of the future must adhere to the world's established rules, it remained entirely feasible to exploit even the slightest fluctuations within those parameters. Upon completing the final line, Qin Nan set the quill aside. Yet, just as he was about to put it away, the quill abruptly stood upright and continued to write. Fei Er Luo has already set forth towards the free city. Fei Er Luo has arrived. The sight of this line caused a sharp pang to seize Qin Nan's heart. As he pondered how to respond to Fei Er Luo's imminent arrival, the quill inscribed further, "You will ultimately be discovered." Reading these words, Qin Nan felt a chilling sweat drench his back. However, in the wake of his astonishment, his thoughts turned to Teresa. If only she could ascend to the rank of Countess, the resources at his disposal would multiply exponentially. While Fei Er Luo was a nearly demigod-level necromancer, this was not quickly done, for here lay the opposing forces of the Thunder Church's bishop. Assassinating Prolos was imperative, for the threat posed by this individual was far too great. With the quill stowed away, Qin Nan resolutely made his way toward the door. Chapter 50. Assassination. Sipping from his goblet of fine wine, Prolos felt as though he had ingested 25 small rodents, each one scratching at his insides. This mission had ended in utter failure. The ramifications of this debacle were burdens he was loath to bear. Punishment was inevitable. His only recourse now lay in finding a means to redeem himself. Eliminating that Teresa, thereby allowing Mr. Yope to reclaim his title as Count, appeared to be the most effective course of action at present. However, assassinating Teresa would not be a straightforward endeavor. At the very least, the enforcers would act as formidable obstacles. Yet, those simple-minded enforcers, though physically imposing, would find it no easy task to thwart his escape. As a flurry of thoughts coursed through his mind, Prolos envisioned that wild yet powerful visage. Damn that lawn bow, and damn the diviner. Were it not for his predictions, he would not find himself in such a dismal predicament, nor would he have been compelled to discard that will from his possession. Ultimately, it all stemmed from that lawn bow. After dispatching Teresa, he must also eliminate that lawn bow. Downing the contents of his cup, Prolos prepared to depart. Though he was indulging in wine, he found little pleasure in the tavern's atmosphere. "Excuse me, sir, would you care to buy me a drink?" A voluptuous woman, her attire artfully draped over her form, sidled up to Prolos, her eyes glinting with seduction, her movements akin to delicate tofu. Prolos was no stranger to such encounters. However, given his current foul mood, he coldly retorted, "Get lost." The harshness of his command instantly altered the woman's countenance, prompting her to exclaim in a shrill voice, "Mike, someone just told me to get lost." With her shout, a towering figure, bald and clad in a tank top, swaggered toward Prolos. He regarded Pros with a condescending gaze and remarked, "Young man, if you are a dull fellow, you need not invite her for a drink." However, one must respect the lady as he spoke. The muscular man lunged towards Pros with forceful intent. Theo Pros. This assault felt no more than a mere tickle, as a being of Sequence 8. The strength of an ordinary individual was akin to that of an ant. He seized the man's approaching arm and effortlessly hurled him away. With a thunderous crash, the man hit the ground, leaving many astonished onlookers staring at Pross, who was well aware of Mike's formidable strength. Seeing Mike tossed aside like a child was utterly unexpected. "Sir, you are truly formidable. Perhaps I should treat you to a drink." The heavily made-up woman smiled seductively at Pross. He cast her a cold glance before delivering a swift kick in her direction. In his current foul mood, Pross had little desire to maintain decorum. The woman, caught unawares, was rendered powerless against his assault. Like a package kicked through the air, she crashed heavily to the ground. Pross felt a surge of exhilaration at this release of pent-up frustration. How dare this insufferable woman act so brazenly in his presence? He actually hit a woman. "Get him!" Mike bellowed as he regained his footing. With Mike's shout, a group of 7 or 8 burly men surged towards Pross from the bustling tavern. As a Sequence 8 transcendent, Pross had no concern for these mere trash in his eyes. In an instant, he appeared before Mike and delivered a crushing blow. This time, he held nothing back, sending Mike flying. The force of his punch was enough to threaten Mike's very life. As Mike collapsed, Pross, like a tiger amidst sheep, swiftly dispatched the majority of his assailants. At that moment, a short but malicious-looking middle-aged man fired a gun at Pross. The shot was quick, yet Pross remained unfazed. He leapt into the air, evading the bullet by a margin of 3 meters. As the bullet whizzed past, Pross retaliated by launching a flying dagger at the middle-aged man. Though a transcendent, he was still a low-level one, and thus, he recognized the threat posed by firearms. His anger surged. The dagger struck like lightning, embedding itself in the man's chest. Observing the middle-aged man's expression of disbelief, Pross could not help but wear a smirk of derision. Such insignificant beings dared to challenge him. It was truly a death wish. Just as Pross believed he had vanquished all foes and began to relax, an eerie silence enveloped him. In that stillness, he heard the unmistakable sound of a gunshot. The instant he registered the noise, a bullet was already hurtling towards him, fired from a distance alarmingly close. For the low-level extraordinary beings, although they are generally capable of evading bullets, they still find it challenging to escape when confronted by a multitude of assailants firing simultaneously or in close proximity. This is not the case for low-level extraordinary beings of the undead sequence. In the fleeting moment that the bullet approached, Pross merely managed to make a slight adjustment to his body, evading critical areas. His muscles, however, rapidly contracted at the instant the bullet arrived, halting its progress within his flesh. Once this was accomplished, Pross felt a searing sensation igniting at the site of the gunshot wound. Extraordinary bullets. At that moment, a realization dawned upon Pross. Someone was indeed targeting him. Almost instinctively, he charged heavily against the wall behind him. Though unaware of the identity of his assailant, his immediate priority was to vacate the premises. As a wall breaker of unparalleled speed, he could only seize the initiative by transcending the confines of space. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted in rapid succession, accompanied by the whistling of bullets, as Pross propelled himself swiftly toward the wall, merging into it, breaking through the wall. Everything was under his control, however. Just as Pross's eyes caught sight of the scene beyond the wall, he beheld a shadow hovering in the void. In the shadow's grasp was a long spear fashioned from bone, pointed directly at the trajectory of his escape, meaning his body was hurtling straight towards its tip. There was no time to evade. Having employed the wall-breaking technique, he could not come to a halt. As the bone spear pierced through him, a chill enveloped Pross's heart, and with a swift motion of his fingers through the air, an object fell into his grasp. The moment he clutched that item, a frenzied glint filled his eyes. Chapter 51. The singing stone. It was a stone, a grayish-brown stone, seemingly devoid of any remarkable features. Yet, at the instant Pross extracted this stone, madness flooded his gaze. Qin Nan had been closely monitoring Pross. Although he had conducted numerous simulations regarding this assassination, he understood well that Pross was not easily vanquished. After all, each extraordinary being possesses qualities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, and Pross, in particular, wielded the ability to traverse walls. This wall-breaking capability not only afforded him astonishing speed, but also accumulated resources unattainable to the average person. Such an individual is exceedingly perilous. Thus, in the endeavor to eliminate Pross, Qin Nan's true trump card was not the malevolent spirit of Feely, but rather the malevolent spirit of Elzualong. The malevolent spirit of Elzualong had remained motionless in a corner of the wall, appearing as if it did not exist at all. However, the moment Pross emerged beyond the wall clutching the grayish-brown stone, the sharp claws of the wolf lunged fiercely toward his palm. Like knives, in an instant, The hand grasping the gray stone severed and fell to the ground. The malevolent spirit of Elzuolong possessed no consciousness. It functioned merely as a tool, executing Qin Nan's will. The claws struck again, this time aiming for Pros's neck. Were it not for the present moment, Pros would have likely slipped away through the walls long ago. Yet now, he found himself unable to stir. The skeletal spear had immobilized his form, while the pain in his arm rendered him a mere shadow of himself. The wounds within him seared at his very will. He felt as though his body were fracturing, and at this moment, he was filled with a sense of unwillingness, for his true strength had yet to be unveiled. He could not even lay eyes upon his adversary. With a thunderous crash, the wall shattered, and Qin Nan swiftly emerged, casting his gaze upon Pros, who lay on the ground, his eyes brimming with resentment. Qin Nan's own eyes reflected nothing but indifference. At long last, Pros was dead. Although Qin Nan had slain beings of sequence 8 before, he felt a level of caution he had never experienced. This Pros had proven exceedingly difficult to contend with. With a soft thud, a multitude of items suddenly descended from the void. These were the remnants of Pros's dimensional space collapsing. Qin Nan, with no time to discern their nature, waved his hand and directly absorbed them into his own dimensional space. At that moment, a colorless stone appeared beside Pros. It was the extraordinary essence contained within him. Qin Nan, showing no hesitation, swiftly claimed the colorless stone for himself and rose to his feet. At that instant, numerous individuals rushed in from all directions. Among them, Qin Nan spotted the figures of the agents. Just as he prepared to depart, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, stemming from the stone clutched in Pros's severed hand. The brown stone now bore a mouth. Upon witnessing this unsettling sight, an ominous feeling enveloped Qin Nan. He instinctively sensed that should the mouth utter a sound, dire consequences would undoubtedly ensue. Escape? It seemed far too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Nan seized the stone and thrust it into his dimensional space. In the fleeting moment before the stone vanished, he caught a glimpse of the mouth opening, but as the dimensional space sealed shut, the stone was lost within. Cold beads of sweat trickled down Qin Nan's neck. Shaken, he felt as if death had just brushed past him, terrifyingly close. He was uncertain of what would transpire should the stone open its mouth, yet he harbored a foreboding premonition that the outcome would be nothing short of horrific. Surveying his surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, Qin Nan then reached out with his mental energy to sense his dimensional space. It was already brimming, and the stone had now seemingly transformed into an ordinary rock. Its menacing mouth completely vanished. This turn of events allowed Qin Nan to finally relax. Just then, both the agents and the onlookers from the tavern surged forth. 2 agents led the charge, clad in black trench coats, their faces betraying a hint of panic. What is happening? Hasn't the security in the Free City always been exemplary? Qin Nan exclaimed loudly as he observed the agents approaching him. He exclaimed with deep resentment, "I must report to Miss Teresa about the chaos that has unfolded in Vidalia. I believe it is imperative to appoint a lord to restore order." Upon hearing Qin Nan's words, the agent, appearing to be in his 40s, grew increasingly flustered. Approaching Qin Nan cautiously, he inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Lord Limbo, Miss Teresa's guardian." "Look at this situation. How can one indulge in revelry when such a heinous act has occurred?" Qin Nan gestured toward the deceased Pros, lamenting, "This unfortunate gentleman has met his untimely demise. It is truly sorrowful. By the heavens, you must ensure he receives a proper burial, Lord Limbo. Your benevolence touches us profoundly. Rest assured, we shall handle this matter with utmost fairness," the agent replied. Observing the hushed discussions around him, Qin Nan shook his head, stating, "It seems I should find another place to enjoy a drink." After striding away with an air of confidence, Qin Nan swiftly altered his location, returning to his room an hour later. Just as he prepared to examine the items he had acquired from Pros, particularly to see if there was a recipe for the wall-breaker potion, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Lord Lumbo, Miss Teresa requests your immediate presence," announced a maidservant attending to Teresa. Although not one of her closest confidants, this maid held a significant position by Teresa's side. "What does Miss Teresa require of me?" Qin Nan, reluctant to engage, felt compelled to respond as he had yet to obtain the soul liquid. The maid, a girl of 17 or 18, though not a stunning beauty, possessed a certain charm. In a low voice, she remarked, "It is said that a message from the capital has arrived. His Majesty the Emperor has decreed that Jop will inherit the title of Count." The maid's words caused a visceral reaction within Qin Nan. The Emperor of the Holy Tianlu Empire was intervening in the succession of a count, an occurrence that was exceedingly rare in the realm. Yet, it was precisely this scenario that had arisen concerning Teresa. In a wonder, she had urgently summoned Qin Nan, for he was now her trusted aide taken from her own household. Chapter 52. A fateful decision surrounding Teresa were numerous individuals, yet at that moment, they resembled wilted eggplants, their spirits dampened. The emperor's decree felt like a calamity to them. How could he do this? Exclaimed Viscount Hertlein, indignantly asserting, the rights of the count should adhere to his wishes. Such changes cannot be made arbitrarily, One responded to Viscount Hertlein, as the emperor's command cast a pall of oppression over them. Ultimately, Viscount Rod, under the scrutiny of all, spoke up, His Majesty's decree is difficult to contravene. Therefore, our foremost priority now is to secure additional assets for Miss Teresa. Although Lord Rod spoke thus, it was, in essence, tantamount to revealing to all that this time, they could merely be regarded as soft persimmons to be squeezed. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened once more, and the gazes of the crowd converged upon Teresa. Teresa pressed her lips tightly together, for she had not anticipated that victory was within reach, only to be dashed by a royal decree. Within the hallowed realm of the Holy Tianlu Empire, the emperor's edicts are not omnipotent. There are certain entities capable of countermanding imperial commands. However, those who possess such power do not include her. Teresa. Tomorrow, I shall retrieve the Spear of Glory, Teresa exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, her resolve unwavering. The Spear of Glory. Upon hearing Teresa's determination, the countenance of nearly everyone changed dramatically. Baron Hetlian's voice grew grave as he cautioned. Miss Teresa, you must not proceed in this manner. It is far too perilous. Such a reckless gamble is not only unlikely to succeed, but may also exact a grievous toll. Upon uttering these words, Baron Hetlian's visage was marked by profound sorrow. Lord Rod added his voice to the council. Miss Teresa, though the late Count's aspirations are significant, acquiring the Spear of Glory is no trivial endeavor, fraught with unpredictable dangers. According to the annals of the Studenberg family, only one Count has ever retrieved the spear from its confinement. In a somber tone, Lord Rod continued, every heir of the Studenberg family who has attempted to seize the spear and ultimately failed has not lived to see a decade pass. Miss Teresa, you are in the bloom of youth. Even if you cannot ascend to the title of Countess, your future holds boundless promise. I implore you to reconsider this impulsive notion. Qin Nan, unfamiliar with the Spear of Glory, felt the weight of danger in Lord Rod and Baron Hetlian's words. Lord Limbo, you too should counsel Miss Teresa. Retrieving the Spear of Glory is truly not a prudent choice. Baron Hetlian urged Qin Nan, and from his expression, Qin Nan sensed that the Baron genuinely wished for Teresa's welfare. What is the Spear of Glory? Baron Hetlian explained. The Spear of Glory is the battle spear of the first Count of Studenberg, said to be a divine gift. The sacred texts of the Thunder Church contain accounts of the spear, asserting that he who masters it may ascend directly to the title of Count of Studenberg. At this juncture, Baron Hetlian added, however, the chances of success are exceedingly slim. Since the first Count of Studenberg sealed the spear within the glory platform of Vidalia, only one heir has ever drawn forth the spear. It is said that those who fail are doomed to a curse, facing death within a decade. Although Qin Nan yearned for the elixir of souls, he felt a twinge of regret as he listened to Baron Hetlian's words. Alas, it is my misfortune to possess not only striking looks but, more importantly, a compassionate heart. Miss Teresa, I believe you must not pursue this course. Qin Nan indulged in a moment of self-admiration, yet he stepped forward to say, it is merely the position of a count. It is not of great significance. Perhaps in the future, opportunities will abound. Your actions, however, may prove to be a grave mistake. Moreover, your parents and loved ones would surely not wish to see you risk your life for a title. Despite Qin Nan's earnest words, they failed to sway Teresa, who resolutely declared, Lord Rambo, I appreciate your good intentions, but having made my decision regarding this matter, I shall not waver. Go wield the Spear of Glory is the right of every descendant of Studenberg, and even His Majesty the Emperor has no authority to impede it. As she spoke, Teresa's demeanor grew increasingly solemn and unwavering. Observing her steadfastness, Viscount Rod and Viscount Hetlian exchanged anxious glances, yet found themselves at a loss for words to persuade her. Just as their eyes roamed in search of an answer, Teresa's voice rang out, Esteemed guests, I shall be observing a fast today. I kindly ask you to take your leave. The assembly exchanged glances of helplessness, realizing they could only offer counsel, but Teresa was clearly disinclined to heed their words. As Qin Nan prepared to depart alongside Viscount Rod and others, Teresa's voice cut through the air, Lord Rambo, I request that you remain a moment. Under the gaze of the assembled company, Qin Nan halted his steps, while Teresa gestured for the attendants nearby to discreetly withdraw. Do you think I am being too stubborn, my lord? she inquired, her lavender gown accentuating her fair complexion. Although Qin Nan had experienced a growth spurt through the potion, he felt diminutive in Teresa's presence. Miss Teresa, as your partner, I must candidly tell you that this choice of yours is rather unwise. After all, you are quite literally gambling with your life, Qin Nan stated, enunciating each word with care. Teresa offered a self-deprecating smile. If I return home, it may only lead to a reprimand. Yet, there are some things I refuse to do. I do not wish for my destiny to be dictated by others, nor to be used as a pawn. Should I succeed, your soul's elixir will be no issue. However, if I fail, Lord Rambo, please convey to those behind you that I have done my utmost. Qin Nan regarded Teresa's expression and shook his head in resignation. He refrained from further persuasion and strode purposefully out of the expansive reception hall. Teresa remained silent, and as Qin Nan turned away, she too walked in another direction. Chapter 54. The Sovereign of Space and the Potion. Qin Nan had come to a clear understanding of Teresa's background. The second daughter of Marquis Beloria, she had been born with a proverbial silver spoon in her mouth. In comparison, the young Lord Anerton paled in significance beside Teresa. Such a person ought not to gamble her life for a mere title of count. Yet, from Teresa's tone, Qin Nan sensed that her unwavering insistence stemmed from her own reasons. To seize one's own destiny and not be a pawn in another's game. Shaking his head, Qin Nan cast aside the flicker of compassion that had arisen from his agreement. While he found merit in Teresa's words, his paramount concern at present was his own safety. The relentless pursuit by Filro echoed ominously in his ears, each murmur a threat to his very existence. Although the wall breaker Prolos had perished, Qin Nan remained oblivious to whether others in this Vidalia sought his life. In times of adversity, one must cultivate oneself, and in prosperity, extend benevolence to the world. Alas, I am but a clay idol. To pity Teresa is noble, yet foremost, one must possess the requisite strength. With a sweep towards his dimensional space, the majority of Prolos's possessions manifested before Qin Nan. His immediate focus was the stone imbued with extraordinary properties. Prolos's extraordinary trait was encapsulated in a colorless stone, and the instant Qin Nan grasped it, he swiftly absorbed the energy within. You have obtained one secondary evolution point. Please select an evolution target. The mechanical script appeared in Qin Nan's mind following the dissolution of the colorless stone. He did not hastily choose an evolution object. Instead, his gaze fell upon two smaller stones, each no larger than a finger, radiating fiery red and dark green hues. These traits, unbeknownst to Prolos's origins, now belonged to Qin Nan. As he clutched the two small stones, he soon acquired 2 evolution points. Upon completing this, Qin Nan began to search through the items for the spatial pathway potion formula of the wall breaker. In the endeavor to eliminate Prolos, his utmost desire was to obtain the sequence 8 potion formula and the method to enhance mental prowess for the spatial controller. The spatial apprentice formula acquired from Philly was inscribed on a piece of silver paper. Hence Qin Nan hoped to discover another, or perhaps more silver sheets from Prolos's collection. Regrettably, after 2 thorough searches, he found no silver paper. Instead, he encountered a tattered tome riddled with numerous holes. Bolavi. A diary. Even the title was missing 2 words, making this diary rather intriguing. However, anything treasured by Prolos was undoubtedly far from ordinary. As Qin Nan opened the Provi diary, he was greeted by the words on the first page. Potion formula of the spatial sovereign. Upon reading these words, Qin Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sequence 1 spatial sovereign potion. A sequence 1 potion. Though it was of no immediate use, the mere thought was exhilarating. Yet, as he continued to peruse, Qin Nan discovered a series of wormholes, leaving everything else devoid of substance. The sequence 1 potion had been devoured by pests. What a disappointment! Turning to the second page, he was met with the words, Potion Formula and Ascension Ritual of the Dimensional Monarch. The brevity of this page was matched only by the decay of the surrounding material. Drawing from his previous experience, Qin Nan felt little disappointment. After all, such treasures were elusive and seldom found. Flipping through to the 8th page, he finally beheld a complete sheet, on which was boldly inscribed, Potion Formula of the Wall Breaker. A pristine gem, a trio of flawless fruits, 9 drops of the sap from the starry tree spirit, and 2 tails of the root tendrils of the yuan vine. As Qin Nan surveyed the assortment of 7 or 8 items, a frown creased his brow. He realized he was largely unfamiliar with these items. Memorizing the formula for the wallbreaker potion swiftly, Qin Nan turned to the 9th page, where he encountered the formula for the spatial apprentice potion. Upon examining this formula, his frown deepened further, as he discerned that the formula for the spatial apprentice potion was missing 1 ingredient compared to the version he had obtained from the silver page. On that silver sheet, The omitted item was present, yet it was absent from the notebook's formula due to the additional item he had acquired using evolution points. What, then, was the source of this discrepancy? Numerous thoughts flickered through Qin Nan's mind, yet ultimately, he set them aside. He had consumed a potion with an additional ingredient, and presently felt no discomfort. That alone sufficed. After meticulously reviewing the spatial apprentice potion twice more, Qin Nan continued to leaf through the notes, only to be met with a tattered illustration brimming with various luminescent points. Though the image was chaotic, it possessed a peculiar aesthetic allure. Beneath this illustration were inscribed 3 characters: Void Shadow Diagram. The Void Shadow Diagram bore imperfections, yet Qin Nan sensed it should serve a similar purpose to the radiant sunlight he had acquired from the secret chamber. In a moment of inspiration, he flipped further, but was met instead with a series of tattered pages. Among them was a notably thick sheet, upon which only a single character was discernible: emblem, while the adjacent text remained obscured. Bolavi. Despite the numerous shortcomings of the diary, Qin Nan had nonetheless obtained the knowledge he sought. He had acquired the formula for the Wallbreaker potion, and the Void Shadow Diagram revealed the key to enhancing one's mental prowess along the path of the spatial sovereign. In light of these 2 discoveries, he deemed his adventure worthwhile. Carefully placing the Bolavi diary into his dimensional space, Qin Nan resumed examining the other items. A transparent crystal and several unidentified reagents lay before him, which would require further investigation at a later time. After categorizing the majority of his findings into his storage space, he cautiously retrieved the gray-brown stone. Initially, it appeared to be an ordinary rock. However, after gripping it for 10 seconds, Qin Nan was astonished to see a fissure begin to form. This crack widened, gradually morphing into what resembled a mouth. As this transformation unfolded, a profound sense of crisis surged within Qin Nan's heart. Drawing from his previous experience, he hastily cast the stone into his dimensional space. Although he remained unaware of how the gray-brown stone would ultimately manifest its mouth, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. Henceforth, it would be prudent to avoid utilizing this stone. It was far too terrifying. Chapter 54. The Firebearer with 2 first-class evolution points and 1 second-class evolution point at his disposal, Qin Nan pondered which items he ought to augment with these evolution points. His gaze began to wander throughout his chamber, scanning the various objects within. The collection of scrolls, the exquisite quill, the gilded clock. After dismissing numerous items, a sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled the radiant sun painting he had discovered in the secret chamber, which seemed to harbor boundless mystical charm. He wondered what might transpire if he were to allocate an evolution point to this sun painting. The moment this thought crossed his mind, an impulsive excitement surged within him. He retrieved the sun painting and, with a deliberate touch of his finger, infused it with a first-class evolution point. At that very instant, a burst of flames erupted from the painting. Witnessing this conflagration, Qin Nan's expression shifted dramatically. Had his reckless allocation ruined the painting? The potential loss was, just as he wallowed in regret, he noticed the flames swiftly contracting, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, the sun painting remained unscathed, and within it, a vibrant flame appeared to dance with renewed vigor. Your sun visualization painting has evolved into the sun's incineration visualization painting. With the assistance of the sun's incineration visualization painting, you may now possess the capabilities of a firebearer. The firebearer, a being of the 8th sequence of the path of the sun sovereign. Though Qin Nan's knowledge of mysticism was limited, he was aware that the 8th sequence of the path of the sun sovereign was indeed termed the firebearer. The abilities of a firebearer starkly contrasted with those of a fire spirit warrior. While the latter merely enhances strength and speed, granting them unparalleled resilience against flames, they are incapable of wielding fire themselves. In contrast, a competent firebearer can conjure fireballs, fire dragons, and even firewalls. Moreover, firebearers excel in flame leaps, making them far superior to fire spirit warriors in terms of evasion. Qin Nan had always aspired to solidify his mental fortitude to ascend to the rank of firebearer. Yet each time he visualized with the sun painting, his mind would succumb to incoherent murmurs, hindering his progress. Now, with the sun's incineration painting, he could harness the abilities of a firebearer without needing to advance further. Elated, another thought emerged in Qin Nan's mind. If he were to allocate his second-class evolution point to the sun's incineration painting, would it not endow the painting with the capabilities of the 7th sequence of the path of the sun sovereign? The mere prospect of such a possibility sent shivers of excitement through him. Yet, as his thoughts raced, a cautionary message swiftly materialized in his mind. Side effect: burning blood, until blood is entirely consumed. As a modern individual, Qin Nan understood the finite nature of human blood. Initially, a slight burn might be tolerable, but as it progressed, the image of his blood being wholly incinerated caused him to gasp in trepidation, significantly tempering his desire to elevate the sun's incineration painting. Should it ascend once more, not only would its power magnify, but the rate of blood consumption would also escalate, rendering it unusable for him. In a fleeting moment, Qin Nan summoned the blazing sun's void map. At the instant of invocation, he felt the fervor of his blood surging within him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind, and alongside this influx, a spectral flame materialized in his consciousness. The manifestation of this spectral flame, a form he had long sought, now took shape within his heart. Although Qin Nan was uncertain of how long this apparition would last, he sensed that he was perilously close to achieving true spiritual condensation. With a mere flick of his finger towards a distant candlestick, the candles ignited instantaneously in tandem with this fiery emergence. Qin Nan's figure appeared beside the candlestick, traversing the 10-meter distance that would typically require him 1 to 2 seconds, now accomplished in the blink of an eye. The flames danced exuberantly, the fire of the flame wielder leaping forth. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Nan's face had begun to flush, yet he was acutely aware that he must remain vigilant in this moment. Quickly stowing away the blazing sun's void map, he noticed a pallor creeping over his complexion, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. While the blazing sun's void map was indeed a remarkable artifact, its consumption of energy was exorbitant. Suddenly, a crisp knock echoed through the air, causing Qin Nan to pause. Could it be that he had been so engrossed in testing the capabilities of the flame wielder that he had failed to notice a servant approaching his quarters? "Come in," he commanded, waving away most of the concealed items that were not meant for public view. A servant clad in a black waistcoat hurried in and respectfully reported, "My lord, the Viscount Tygilas requests an audience, stating he has matters to discuss with you." The name of Viscount Tygilas resonated deeply with Qin Nan, who recognized him as a formidable adversary. Though he had never witnessed the Viscount in action, an instinctive sense told him that Tygilas was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. What could he possibly want? Though reluctant to meet the Viscount, Qin Nan instructed, "Please escort Viscount Tygilas to the reception room." In the reception room, refreshments were already laid out. During the journey, the attendant had informed Qin Nan about the types of refreshments available. "The Viscount hopes that this white coffee from the southern continent meets your taste," he said. With the memories of little Anderton at his disposal, Qin Nan exuded an effortless aristocratic demeanor. "Thank you for your hospitality, my lord. These refreshments are delightful. I anticipate that before long, I shall indulge in the white coffee of the southern continent here daily," Viscount Tygilas remarked, elegantly stirring his fine porcelain cup with a pure silver spoon, a smile gracing his lips. Qin Nan understood the implication behind those words. The Viscount was subtly insinuating that soon he would be the master of this domain. This thought irked Qin Nan. Though he held disdain for empty rhetoric, he found it challenging to maintain his composure in the face of such vexatious provocation. He pretentiously stirred his cup of white coffee with a pure silver spoon, not bothering to lift his gaze, and with a mocking smile remarked, "Viscount Tygilas, as for myself, I excel at nothing yet am the foremost in divination. In my opinion, you might very well find yourself personally cultivating white coffee in the southern continent. Ha! Savoring coffee grown by your own hands would indeed offer a unique flavor." Qin Nan spoke lightly, but his malicious grin unmistakably conveyed to Tygilas that he might soon be exiled to the southern continent. Going to the southern continent would not be so bad, certainly preferable to meeting an untimely end like that unfortunate wall-breaker in the tavern, lying lifeless in the streets. Viscount Tygilas spoke. His eagle-like eyes coldly scrutinized Qin Nan, and in that moment, he exuded an aura of pressure. Chapter 55. The Jade Shatters. Viscount Tygilas was not a benevolent visitor. Under the intense gaze of Viscount Tygilas, Qin Nan felt his heartbeat quicken. Striving to maintain his composure, at the very least, he needed to present an image of being in control. One may lose a person, but not a battle. And besides, he had yet to be defeated. He lifted his cup of white coffee, took a sip, and remarked, "That wall-breaker was indeed unfortunate to have met his demise at the hands of his own employer. Viscount Tygilas, in this regard, I must concede that you are quite the magnate." The corners of Viscount Tygilas's mouth twitched slightly. He had always perceived Lord L'Amboise as not merely a reckless individual, and indeed, this fellow was subtly casting aspersions upon him while maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Lord L'Amboise, let us not forget that you have made an appearance at that small tavern, witnessed by numerous patrons. You wouldn't claim that this was merely a coincidence, would you? Thus, I reiterate, Viscount Tygilas, you truly are a remarkable figure. having eliminated the wall breaker before I could locate him. At this juncture, Qin Nan grew increasingly confident. After all, both parties were adversaries, and words held little weight. Viscount Tigelas instinctively inhaled deeply. Although he was known for his composure, he felt a surge of impulse to shatter the odious visage before him. What irked him most was this individual's tendency to deviate from the script he had meticulously pinned. However, his purpose for being here extended beyond the misfortunes of Prost. He had far more pressing matters to address. My lord, since that wall breaker is deceased, discussing him further would be of no consequence. I have come bearing the utmost sincerity from Count Yopu. Qin Nan waved his hand dismissively. Nay, one must not speak carelessly. Count Yopu is not yet a count.It will be soon. The royal decree from His Majesty is imminent. With a smile curling at the corners of Tigelas's lips, he added, Count Yopu and Miss Teresa are indeed relatives, and with the issue of inheritance resolved, wouldn't it be splendid for them to unite and jointly govern Vidalia? Of course, should you choose to ally with us, I assure you that the benefits you receive will be bountiful. Qin Nan gazed intently at the Viscount Tigeras, whose initial proposal seemed rather ordinary. However, as the conversation unfolded, his utterance of "we" transformed the entire dynamic. The invitation extended by Viscount Tigeras was not merely an offer to join the ranks of the Duke of Jop, but rather a haughty declaration of "we." The implications of this "we" were profoundly significant. "We?" Qin Nan echoed. The Viscount, however, offered no response, yet his expression spoke volumes. Why? Qin Nan inquired once more. Viscount Tigeras replied nonchalantly. Miss Teresa's ambition for the inheritance compels her to seize the lance of glory. Such a statement hardly conveys a positive impression, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, Count Jop requires a lady, and we are in need of a diviner of your caliber. Despite the eloquence of Viscount Tigeras's words, Qin Nan felt a disquieting sense that joining would inevitably strip him of his freedom. Why do you not discuss this matter with Miss Teresa? She is the most pivotal figure in this decision. Miss Teresa has declined, which is why I seek Lord Lumbo's counsel to persuade her. At this juncture, Viscount Tigeras remarked, some matters are destined to unfold, and further efforts are futile. I believe she will soon receive word from Marquis Beloria regarding her betrothal to Count Jop. The news caused a noticeable change in Qin Nan's demeanor. He perceived that the unseen forces orchestrating these events were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Furthermore, we have a fifth-tier entity arriving in Vidalia on business, who will discreetly deal with certain individuals. I trust even the esteemed bishop would prefer not to pursue this matter, a fifth-tier being nearly divine. The figure of Filro flashed in Qin Nan's mind. According to the warning of the quill pin, this fifth-tier entity was likely to arrive in Vidalia imminently, and Filro's purpose here would likely pertain to him. Although his mask could deceive the average person, Qin Nan did not believe it would fool a half-god. Filro's swift arrival indicated he possessed means unknown to Qin Nan to ascertain his whereabouts. I shall convey Viscount Tigeras's reminder to Miss Teresa, though whether she will acquiesce depends solely on her disposition, he stated. Viscount Tigeras smiled gently. I trust Miss Teresa will make the most rational choice. As he donned his black top hat and toyed with his ebony cane, the Viscount strode away with purpose. Qin Nan watched the vanishing silhouette of Viscount Tigeras, a weighty concern flashing across his eyes. At that moment, he felt it was time to depart from Vidalia. While the soul-soothing liquid was indeed precious, it was paramount to have life to enjoy it. However, before his departure, Qin Nan resolved to meet with Teresa. After all, they had a partnership to consider, and he ought to relay Viscount Tigeras's conditions to her. Approaching Teresa's residence, he found the door firmly shut. After the maid announced his presence, Qin Nan was greeted by Teresa, who was elegantly holding a glass goblet. Upon the arrival of Qin Nan, Teresa set down her wine glass and remarked, Lord Rambo, do you believe that I should now engage in fasting and reflection? Qin Nan placed his tall hat upon the coat rack and nodded in response. It seems Miss Teresa is prepared to relinquish her stance. No, I have not relinquished anything, Teresa replied firmly. Once I have made a decision, I shall not waver. To this juncture, she fixed her gaze upon Qin Nan and inquired, have you come to see me regarding the affairs of Viscount Tigelas? Qin Nan regarded Teresa with a solemn glance. It appeared that she possessed no magical mirror within her abode. The fact that she was aware of his purpose indicated that she had begun to establish her influence within this residence. Otherwise, she would not have been so well informed. Viscount Tigelas instructed me to convey to you that your father, Marquis Beloria, has consented to your becoming the Lady of Pro, thereby allowing the two of you to jointly govern Vidalia. You need not seek the recognition of the Spear of Glory any longer. What a notion of shared governance, Lord Rambo. On the day my mother passed away, I vowed to myself that my destiny would never be held in the hands of another. Otherwise, I would prefer to shatter like this glass. Clink. The glass tumbled from her grasp onto the jade table, shattering into a multitude of fragments. Chapter 56. The Holy Armor. As she watched Qin Nan depart, Teresa silently approached the wine cabinet, pouring the opened Balado red wine into an identical crystal goblet, and gradually made her way to the mirror. The mirror stood at her height, reflecting her form in its entirety. Gazing at her reflection, Teresa slowly raised her glass. Teresa Baroria, never shall I retreat. The two goblets, separated by glass, gently clinked together. Both the Teresa in the mirror and the Teresa outside it wore faint smiles. A smile imbued with unwavering resolve. As Qin Nan exited Teresa's quarters, he remained unaware that she was toasting to herself. He merely sensed that many within this residence no longer exhibited the same loyalty as before. For instance, while conversing with Teresa, Qin Nan became acutely aware that someone was eavesdropping. Fortunately, he deemed their dialogue devoid of any illicit matters, thus refraining from immediate action. However, he felt that this estate was no longer secure. Departing Vidalia at the earliest opportunity seemed to be his wisest course of action. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Nan first surveyed his surroundings for any lurking eyes, and once assured of his safety, he quietly inquired, "Magic Mirror, how many individuals surrounding the estate have betrayed Teresa?" "Great Master, your perception is truly keen. No whisper or rustle escapes your astute gaze. You discern the betrayal of others towards Teresa without even listening to their words. You are indeed extraordinarily intelligent, with a perception as keen as a hawk's gaze, your brilliance akin to the blazing sun, destined to illuminate the endless void." Such verbose flattery seems to have elevated its quality considerably. Qin Nan gazed at the extravagant praises, some of which even resembled lyrical compositions, and could not help but exclaim, "It appears you have made significant progress. That is only natural. Following bees to seek flowers and flies to find lavatories. How could I remain obstinately stubborn while in the presence of a magnificent master? Moreover, you possess a discerning eye, recognizing that I am your most capable subordinate. Should I allow others to take precedence, it would surely undermine your remarkable ability to discern talent. In order to ensure that the great master hears a variety of flattering words, I have scoured the library of Vidalia." Observing the self-adulation and ostentation of the magic mirror, Qin Nan could only respond, "Very well, now let us get to the point. You may answer my question." "Great Master, the majority of individuals here have turned traitor, for Count Tygolas has disseminated orders, declaring that those who align with Count Yopu shall be forgiven for their past transgressions. To all appearances, Miss Teresa is doomed." Qin Nan rubbed his forehead. It seems the situation here is even more dire than he had anticipated, though this is somewhat to be expected. Both he and Teresa are newcomers to the nobility, and it is impossible to expect unwavering loyalty from others at the cost of their lives. How many extraordinary beings are monitoring this place? "Great Master, the presence of extraordinary beings is all but imperceptible to my keen observation. According to my assessment, there are 5 rank 9 extraordinary beings, 2 rank 8 extraordinary beings, and 1 rank 7 extraordinary beings surrounding this estate. Previously, they served to protect Miss Teresa, but now, their task has shifted to surveillance. Indeed, there are numerous extraordinary beings within Vidalia. Regardless of their previous allegiances, they have now become supporters of Count Yopu. Possessing the magic mirror, escaping from this place should still be feasible. However, the thought leaves a bitter taste. After expending so much effort, with the arrival of that Felro, should I find myself without any allies, my fate would be as these thoughts flitted through his mind. Qin Nan turned to the magic mirror and inquired, "Do you know the key to earning the recognition of the Spear of Radiance?" "Master, there exists a wealth of records and speculations regarding the Spear of Radiance within both the church and the library of Vidalia." The magic mirror displayed a line of vibrant, multicolored text, which instantaneously transformed into a large, grinning face, boldly proclaiming, "Only the great master can truly appreciate how capable your magic mirror is. Your humble servant, upon witnessing Miss Teresa's choice, began seeking information about the Spear of Radiance. An act of urgency to align with the master's desires, truly a display of diligence amongst servants." As he perused these self-congratulatory remarks, Qin Nan felt a throbbing pain in his head. Cursed magic mirror. It used to merely flatter itself, but now this wretched being has begun to sing its own praises. This is utterly intolerable. However, contemplating his own predicament, Qin Nan ultimately resolved to allow this individual to continue his incessant prattling. After all, should this fellow become momentarily displeased and decide to cease his efforts, it would indeed be a source of amusement. "Great Master, I have deduced that in order to acquire the Spear of Radiance, one must possess a considerable quantity of the essence of the first Earl of Studenberg. Naturally, this essence predominantly emanates from one's bloodline. That unfortunate Spear of Radiance is likely a high-level sealed artifact, which was sealed away by the Earl of Studenberg at the moment of his demise. Enhancing Teresa's bloodline seems beyond my capabilities. As Qin Nan reflected upon the imagery reflected in the mirror, he suddenly remarked, when you spoke of essence, does that not imply that it could exist independently of bloodline? Indeed, if you, my master, could procure the spirit of the first Earl of Studenberg, the Spear of Radiance would undoubtedly yield without resistance. A line of golden script materialized, only to instantaneously transform into a myriad of colors. Alas, your humble servant is blinded by his own ignorance, pitifully attempting to gauge the greatness of the Supreme Master with his meager abilities. He is utterly overestimating himself, akin to a frog in a well. A barrage of sycophantic flattery surged before Qin Nan once more, and he chose to disregard these shameless compliments entirely. He swiftly returned the magic mirror to the dimensional space. After pacing the room a couple of times, Qin Nan strides into the collection room, recalling that there lay a suit of armor within. This armor, intended as a collectible, belonged to the first Earl of Studenberg. Not only did it bear 2 holes, but it was also stained with the blood of the first Earl. The collection room was unguarded, and Qin Nan had no time to seek someone to unlock the door. With a simple punch, he forcefully opened it. Upon seeing the somewhat worn armor within the collection room, Qin Nan retrieved the magic mirror and inquired, "What is the essence of this armor?" "Oh, my great master, your ability to draw inferences is truly exemplary. I believe that if you maintain such intelligence, I shall never hope to match you, not even in a lifetime, and it is likely I shall never catch up." The mirror displayed a kaleidoscope of nonsensical chatter once more. Just how long is a lifetime? Qin Nan thought to himself, as he desperately wished to question this bothersome mirror. Yet, considering its incessant rambling, he cast aside the thought of inquiry. "However, master, there have been heirs of Studenberg who attempted to don the armor and draw forth the Spear of Radiance, but alas, it proved futile." Chapter 57. The Earl's intimidation having retrieved the armor to his chamber, Qin Nan hesitated briefly before solidifying his resolve. Though evolution points were precious, sacrificing a first-tier evolution point for the sake of breaking the stalemate was still an acceptable risk. After all, one must be willing to part with something dear to ensnare a wolf. With a decisive finger, he tapped the armor, and a line of text swiftly appeared in his mind. The armor has evolved into sacred armor, possessing the power. Intimidation of the Earl of Studenberg. Intimidation of the Earl of Studenberg. Does that mean that by donning this sacred armor, one would embody the essence of Count Studenberg? For Teresa, who seeks to wield the Spear of Glory, this is undoubtedly the most coveted item. Perhaps, one could even consider bestowing a secondary evolution point upon this armor. This fleeting thought crossed Qin Nan's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He would never admit that his refusal stemmed from a reluctance to part with the secondary evolution point. Rather, he feared that Teresa might not be able to bear the power of a second-tier sealed object. After all, she is but a mere mortal. The side effect. Wearing the sacred armor would render the body progressively colder. Upon reading this line, Qin Nan was suddenly reminded of his recently evolved sun-scorching diagram. He pondered what effects might arise if he were to wear this sacred armor while utilizing the diagram. After scrutinizing Count Studenberg's armor once more and ensuring there were no other issues, Qin Nan stored the armor in his storage space. Now was not the time for this armor to make its appearance. A day passed in the blink of an eye for Qin Nan. As night fell and the candles were lit, while he devoured a lavish feast alone, a servant approached, balancing a tray with a bottle of opened wine. "Esteemed lord, this fine wine is a gift from Lord Viscount Tagaras, the golden elixir from the Second Holy War." The servant poured the deep red wine into Qin Nan's glass and whispered, "Currently, in Vidalia, a bottle of this golden elixir is worth 100 gold marlangs." Qin Nan remained silent, yet his heart was profoundly astonished. 100 gold marlangs is no trifling sum. For a middle-class individual, their annual income amounts to 200 gold marlangs. A single bottle of wine equates to half a year's earnings. Let me taste this. It must be extraordinarily expensive. Qin Nan lifted his glass, gently swirling it, projecting an air of nonchalance. "My lord, Mr. Tagaras hopes you will attend the Count's inauguration ceremony tomorrow. If you do, the Viscount assures that an unexpected surprise awaits you." After delivering his message, the servant respectfully placed the golden wine bottle beside Qin Nan and then withdrew. Once the servant had departed, Qin Nan set aside the wine valued at 100 gold marlangs. Although he believed that Viscount Tagaras would not resort to such overt means as poisoning him, it is wise to be cautious. He felt it a waste of mental energy to consult the magic mirror over a mere glass of wine. The night passed without further incident, and the sun rose as usual the following day. For all in Vidalia, this was no ordinary day, as it heralded the emergence of a new count. Viscount Jop was to receive the Emperor's decree, becoming the new generation of count, while the unyielding Miss Teresa would attempt to draw the Spear of Glory. However, the outcome of this endeavor was already predetermined. Standing outside the count's residence, Teresa appeared solitary and forlorn. Upon seeing Qin Nan approach, she offered a wry smile and jested. "I had thought you had already departed. My soul requiem liquid has yet to arrive." "How could I leave?" he replied. "My superior has made it clear. If I do not obtain the soul requiem liquid, there is no need for my return." Teresa playfully tossed her hair and smiled alluringly, saying, "Once I become a countess, the treasures within my treasury shall be yours to choose from." There was a hint of jest in her words, for deep down, she felt that her hopes were dim. Her reluctance to retreat stemmed from the understanding that retreating would lead to an abyss. Rather than awaiting her fate, she preferred to take a daring gamble. However, Qin Nan held a different perspective. After conversing with the magic mirror and having illuminated the sacred armor, he was now 80% confident that Teresa could retrieve the Spear of Glory. With the Spear of Glory in her possession, Teresa would ascend to the title of Countess of Studenberg. The prospect of a countess's treasury was indeed tantalizing. "Very well, let us seal our agreement. Future countess, will you not write me a promise? After all, a written word bears witness." As he spoke, Qin Nan produced paper and a pen, placing them before Teresa. A flicker of apprehension passed through Teresa's heart. It was not the treasures she mourned, for they were never hers to begin with, but rather the thought of a man as steadfast as Lord Limbo, akin to iron, performing such acts merely to please her. Taking the pen and paper, Teresa solemnly inscribed, "If I become the Countess of Studenberg, then all the treasures within my treasury shall belong to Mr. Limbo." Upon completing her statement, she signed her name with an elegant flourish. Satisfied, she glanced at her first ever IOU. Her emotions a complex tapestry, and earnestly declared, "Thank you, Lord Limbo." Qin Nan's expression twitched. Having just retrieved the paper and pen from the dimensional space, he had feared Teresa might retract her words. Yet, seeing her gratitude overflow, he couldn't help but wonder if he had perhaps overstepped. Nevertheless, he accepted the IOU without hesitation. After all, it was a countess's treasury, and any damage incurred would be a significant loss. "Miss, the coachman Horif reports that all 4 horses have fallen ill and cannot carry you to retrieve the Spear of Glory," came the plaintive voice of Teresa's maid. Teresa's smile faltered momentarily, but she soon regained her composure. "It seems we shall have to take the public carriage." At that moment, Qin Nan had no time to engage with a mere coachman. He smiled and replied, "The public carriage is quite acceptable." Just then, a seemingly uncertain butler rushed over, stating, "Miss Teresa, Lord Rod must attend the Count's inauguration today, hence he cannot accompany you." Without waiting for Teresa's response, the butler swiftly departed. Lord Rod had always been a supporter of Teresa, and his absence at such a crucial moment signified that she was now somewhat isolated in Vidalia. Indeed, as the butler vanished from sight, the surroundings felt increasingly desolate. "Let us proceed," Teresa suddenly urged Qin Nan. Chapter 58. What is mine, ultimately remains mine. The Thunder Sanctum stood solemn and imposing. Almost all the clerics were adorned in pristine vestments. Their black hymns elegantly contrasted with silver lightning motifs, bestowing an air of authority upon them. Standing at the entrance of the sanctuary, Viscount Tigelas greeted each guest with a solemn demeanor. His expression remained composed, concealing any inner turmoil. Yet, those present could sense that this Viscount Tigelas was enveloped in a profound sense of triumph, for the individual he sought to elevate was on the verge of ascension to the title of Count. Viscount Rod, too, bore a smile, his black overcoat and tall top hat, complemented by the family crest embedded in his formal attire, unmistakably signifying his superior status. "Viscount Tigelas," exclaimed Viscount Rod, stepping forward with an affable grin and extending his arm. Tigelas reciprocated, his hand exuding a palpable strength in comparison to Rod's robust palm. Their hands clasped firmly together. "Your support is imperative, my Lord Earl Yopu." Tigelas's voice resonated with fervor. Rod chuckled heartily. "I hope to navigate the waters of fortune alongside Viscount Tigelas in the future." This statement subtly conveyed Rod's intent to yield to Tigelas's influence. The smile on Tigelas's face blossomed even more brightly as he returned the firm grip, signifying their mutual understanding. The handshake symbolized a shift in the power dynamics between the two great factions of Vidalia. Though Rod laughed, he was, in reality, already subjugated. Releasing Tigelas's hand, Rod turned to his companion, Viscount Hetlane. Shall we invite Lord Tygelas for afternoon tea tomorrow? Viscount Hetlane's countenance appeared somewhat grim. Evidently, the youth was not yet as adept as Rod in navigating such social intricacies. Nevertheless, resolute, he extended his hand towards Tygelas, saying, Viscount, I hope to ensure that Miss Teresa returns home safely. There is no threat to Miss Teresa here, Tygelas replied coldly, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. Rod shook his head. Hetlane was indeed too young, making such a dismal remark at this juncture. However, he recognized the necessity of having Hetlane as an ally, lest he face utter ruin. As the nobility of the Studenberg territory gathered, a clear chime resonated from within the sanctuary. Clad in finery, Alice approached alongside a middle-aged man dressed in opulent garb. The man's features were not particularly handsome, yet his most striking attribute was an aquiline nose larger than average. Walking alongside Alice, the head of the Vidalian Church, he seemed undaunted by the latter's imposing presence. Rather, the pair strolled together, exuding an impression of his dominance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend a warm welcome to Lord Count Bibbo from the imperial capital, Alice announced, his voice devoid of enthusiasm, merely flat and matter-of-fact. The nobleman, indifferent to Count Bibbo's reaction towards Yali's, smiled gently and remarked, I have come this time to resolve the inheritance disputes of the Studenberg family. The great sovereign, like the blazing sun illuminating the heavens, embodies a paternal essence that nurtures every subject. The benevolent monarch is averse to any unpleasantness arising from the conflicts surrounding the Studenberg family. Thus, he has bestowed upon us his unwavering decree, as relentless as the sun itself. A flicker of disdain crossed the lips of Viscount Hertlein, harboring inward scorn for Count Bibbo. The audacity to present such blatant usurpation cloaked in righteous indignation. Where was the shame? It appeared there existed a considerable disparity between himself and the other dignitaries within the imperial capital. Yali stood coldly to the side, and his acquaintance, Arthur Lorelei, could discern that the bishop appeared decidedly displeased. Nevertheless, the bishop had already made concessions in this matter. Jop Studenberg. The voice of Count Bibbo resonated with undeniable authority. Upon hearing this commanding tone, Jop swiftly emerged, respectfully dropping to one knee. By the sovereign's decree. From this day forth, you shall be the 24th Count of Studenberg. We hope you shall dot a T that moment. As Jop knelt, his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The words of Count Bibbo scarcely registered. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He had ascended to the title of Count of Studenberg. This position, which he had not dared to even dream of 3 months prior, was now within his grasp. Although he wielded little actual power and was merely a titular count, the inheritance alone brought him immense satisfaction. Thus, he was oblivious to the verbal expressions of Count Bibbo, only aware of Bishop Yali's approaching him with the count's coronet in hand. Once this crown rested upon his head, he would be the new count. In the heart of the glorious square of Vidalia stood a massive stone, spanning over 100 feet in area, towering more than 10 feet high. Embedded within its center was a long spear, its dark shaft piercing the stone by a third. The Spear of Glory, once wielded by the first Count of Studenberg, was said to be a divine gift, and it was rumored that those recognized by the Spear of Glory were deemed heirs to the Count of Studenberg. This was the first time Qin Nan beheld the Spear of Glory, while Teresa was lost in reverie. Did you know, she began, that I came here with my mother when I was young? At that time, I wished to pull out this Spear of Glory and become the new Count of Studenberg. Listening to Teresa's words, Qin Nan smiled. It seemed this lioness harbored considerable ambition. The usually bustling square was devoid of people, evidently a result of deliberate arrangement. Observing Teresa as she approached the Spear of Glory, Qin Nan proposed, I believe you should don this armor. As he spoke, he retrieved a half-armor that he had carried on his back, presenting it to Teresa. Wearing this armor, you will resemble a count even more. Gazing upon the ancient armor imbued with the essence of ages past, Teresa felt an urge to inquire, yet ultimately, she remained silent, allowing Qin Nan to don the armor upon her form. As Teresa ascended the steps, her hands gently rested upon the Spear of Radiance. She did not exert immediate force, but instead tenderly caressed the spear. Mine, after all, is mine, Teresa proclaimed with fervor, and as she summoned strength in her arms, the Spear of Radiance began to tremble. Chapter 59. The elector in comparison to the imperial crown of the emperor adorned with purple wisteria. The count's coronet felt insubstantial, however, the moment it graced his brow. Count Yope felt a surge of emotion, an overwhelming urge to weep. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. From this day forth, he was Count Studenberg, the master of the free city of Vidalia. Though many rights of the Free City had been relinquished to the municipal hall by agreement, with his elevation to count, he would still emerge as one of the wealthiest nobles in the entire empire. Countless golden Marilons and the myriad benefits that accompanied them. Just as Yop reveled in the visions of his future, he suddenly perceived the world around him burst forth in radiant splendor. At that very moment, the great bell before the Hall of Thunder clanged into life. 1 toll, 2 tolls, 3 tolls. As the bell tolled, Viscount Tiglas, who had been observing the transformation of Yop from Viscount to Count, instantly paled. He was struck by a thought of an ominous legend that should not come to pass. It appeared that this legend had indeed manifested, filling Viscount Tiglas with an unsettling sensation. The expression of Viscount Rod became peculiar, an amalgamation of ecstasy, astonishment, vexation, and regret. The spear of radiance had been drawn, and this bell's toll was undoubtedly a divine proclamation. The voice of Viscount Hertline resonated with uncontainable joy, clearly reveling in the unfolding events. Count Yop's countenance, however, darkened considerably, and he shouted in exasperation, "I am the Count. I am already Count Studenberg. Her drawing of the Spear of Radiance is of no consequence. Viscount Tiglas, you tell them that even if she draws the Spear of Radiance, it bears no significance." Viscount Tiglas regarded the raging Count Yop and could not help but shake his head. Though he had been a key supporter of Yop's claim to the title, he had to concede internally that Yop truly fell short in comparison to Teresa. Without a doubt, he paled in comparison. Seeing that Viscount Tiglas ignored him, Count Yop rushed towards Count Bibber, exclaiming, "My lord, you must see. I am the true Count Studenberg. His Majesty's decree has confirmed my status as Count Studenberg." Count Bibber, his gaze flickering, clapped his hands towards Count Yop, saying, very well, do not be flustered." With that, he turned to Bishop Alice, stating, "Your Majesty's royal edict is immutable. Since he has been recognized as Count Yop and has completed the ceremony, then he is indeed Count Studenberg." Upon uttering these words, Count Bibbo's voice carried a hint of menace as he remarked, "Surely the bishop would not oppose your Majesty's decree to such a threat." Bishop Alice merely cast a cold glance at Count Bibbo and replied, "The will of God is not to be profaned. The Almighty is above. Count Bibbo, do you wish to defy divine law?" Count Bibbo's expression shifted. Despite his unwavering loyalty to the emperor, he dared not transgress the majesty of the Almighty. Bishop Alice stepped forward, positioning himself before Viscount Yopu, his palm descending upon the coronet that symbolized the Count of Studenberg, slowly removing it. "Child, it does not belong to you. Do not cling to it too tightly." Alice's words, though delivered with nonchalance, bore an undeniable weight. Witnessing the coronet being stripped from his head, Viscount Yopu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His innate fear of Alice momentarily eclipsed by a surge of impulse. "It is mine. It belongs to me," he bellowed, launching himself towards Alice. "Humph!" A disdainful snort escaped Bishop Alice's nostrils, and with it, Yopu's features contorted in agony, causing him to collapse to the ground. Viscount Tigolas hurriedly assisted Yopu to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Bishop Alice. "Bishop, is this not rather reckless of you? If anything were to happen to Count Yopu, how would you explain it to His Majesty?" "Yopu shall not become a count." Alice inhaled deeply, asserting, "He remains a viscount for now." At this juncture, he turned to Arthur and said, "Let us proceed to greet Lady Marquise Teresa." Count Bibbo cautiously took a step forward, declaring, "Bishop Alice, even if Teresa becomes the heir of the Studenberg family, she remains merely a countess. Pray, do not err in your address." Alice replied coolly, "Count, I advise you to read more in your leisure. It would be beneficial for you. Perhaps you might peruse the Holy Covenant. The Count of Studenberg, recognized by the Spear of Glory, is a Prince-Elector of the Holy Empire of Tianluo." The mention of Prince-Elector caused Count Bibbo's complexion to pale dramatically. The Holy Empire of Tianluo comprised hundreds of territories, the rulers of which he largely disregarded. However, the Prince-Electors were of paramount importance, for each was confirmed by the Almighty's Church and deemed worthy of ascending to the throne of the Holy Empire of Tianluo. Teresa, a woman they had previously deemed insignificant, had now emerged as a Prince-Elector. What shall we do next? Holding the Spear of Glory, Teresa gazed at Qin Nan, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Qin Nan was equally at a loss. Despite inheriting the memories of little Anduin, he did not possess extensive knowledge of this world. He could navigate ordinary matters with common sense, yet the intricacies of inheriting a countship eluded him. "I believe," Qin Nan suggested, observing Teresa's pale lips, "that you should first remove the holy armor." In that moment, Teresa came to the realization that her body felt different. Her hands began to tremble, and her entire being seemed to quiver. "How can this armor be so cold?" she inquired, her voice shaking as she struggled to remove the sacred armor. Observing the visibly cold Teresa, Qin Nan remarked with a hint of detachment, "To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. If you seek to reap the benefits of the sacred armor, you must endure its chill." A glimmer of understanding flickered in Teresa's eyes as she regarded Qin Nan with admiration, saying, "Lord Rambo, your words resonate profoundly. Thank you. I recognize that my success this time hinges largely upon your armor." Just as Teresa was about to speak further, she suddenly spotted a gathering of people approaching from ahead, among whom was the unmistakable figure of Alistair, brandishing the Count's crown. "It appears we needn't seek guidance on what to do next," Qin Nan remarked leisurely. "Miss Teresa, do not forget your promise. My treasury shall be shared with you." Turning to Qin Nan, Teresa spoke with a gentle yet solemn tone. Chapter 60. The pursuit of Filro in a single day, the world turned upside down. For the residents of Vidalia, such a dramatic shift was unprecedented. However, they welcomed Teresa's ascension to Countess with open arms, as it symbolized the will of the late Count. What excited them even more was that the Countess not only inherited the territory, but also attained the title of Elector by drawing forth the Spear of Glory. The title of Elector conferred not only a rank superior to that of a Count, but also the qualification to ascend as Emperor of the Empire. Within the entirety of the Holy Tianlu Empire, each Elector was a figure of immense power. Naturally, the free city of Vidalia hoped to have such a formidable individual to shield it from storms. The opulent Count's residence was now abuzz with nobility. The melodious strains of a violin wafted through the air, reaching even outside the estate. Qin Nan stood in a corner, a goblet in hand. Given his accomplishments as Rambo, he ought to have been at the center of attention. However, at that moment, he had little inclination to engage in social exchanges with the aristocrats. "Lord Rambo, may I persuade you to dance?" A strikingly beautiful woman, unforgettable in her allure, approached Qin Nan gracefully, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Those azure eyes seemed to possess an enchanting, soul-capturing power. Qin Nan shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but I require a moment to rest. Please feel free to enjoy yourself." His abrupt refusal caused a shift in the woman's expression, as this was her first encounter with such disregard in the circles of nobility. Though displeased, she ultimately responded with graceful composure, saying, "My lord, I hope you recover your spirits soon." Lady Pochinro's invitation was the first to be declined by the lord. Arthur Lore approached Qin Nan with a smile, saying, "I believe you have a matter to discuss with the esteemed bishop." "The esteemed bishop has been rather busy of late." Arthur Lorelei spoke in a deep voice. After all, the emergence of each elector is a significant event for the entire empire. Qin Nan understood the implication behind Arthur Lorelei's words. He was subtly informing him that although Lord Limbo was a confidant of Teresa, he still lacked the stature to be on equal footing with Bishop Alistair. "I have received news that a fifth sequence necromancer is set to enter Vidalia," Qin Nan stated solemnly to Arthur Lorelei. The fifth sequence necromancer? Arthur Lorelei's expression changed dramatically. As a punisher, their primary adversaries were the powerful necromancers and beastmasters. A fifth sequence master of spirit control could effortlessly transform an entire street's populace into puppets without a sound. Such an entity, regardless of where they appeared, would herald disaster. Should a grave incident occur involving Alistair, as the bishop of the Thunder Church in Vidalia, he would bear an inescapable responsibility. "I trust that the esteemed bishop would appreciate a discussion with you," Arthur Lorelei remarked after a brief pause. The quarter of an hour later, Qin Nan found himself seated in a private chamber alongside Alistair. The serene visage of Alistair made him appear like an ordinary priest. However, Qin Nan dared not let his guard down. Regardless of the sequence, reaching the fifth sequence signified the pinnacle of the extraordinary point. One step further, and they would ascend to demigod status. "Lord Limbo, I have heard that you wish to convey something to me?" Alistair inquired, fixing his gaze upon Qin Nan. "Initially, I perceived you merely as a fire element warrior skilled in divination, but it seems I have underestimated you. Your Grace, you flatter me. In comparison to you, I am but a minor figure," Qin Nan replied. Though his words bore a hint of flattery, they also held an element of truth. The chasm between the ninth and fifth sequences was indeed vast. Not to mention, if Alistair so desired, he could summon hundreds of ninth sequence beings to serve him at any moment. Alistair replied nonchalantly, "His Grace, the Lord of Thunder, once stated that while extraordinary beings may exist, they ought to adhere to the rules. Lord Limbo, do you concur with the Lord's words?" Qin Nan lacked the courage to oppose the Archbishop of the Thunder Church. After all, he would never engage in a verbal dispute without the strength to back it up. Moreover, he was currently seeking Alistair's assistance to avert disaster. "The Lord is absolutely correct. It is precisely due to my adherence to His Grace's words that I must report certain matters to you. Lord Alistair, Qin Nan said, meeting Alistair's gaze. A fifth sequence necromancer is poised to enter Vidalia. Alistair's expression remained calm as he pondered for a moment before responding. To my knowledge, there are only 3 or 4 spirit control masters active within the Holy Celestial Empire. Spirit control masters. At that instant, Qin Nan realized that the fifth sequence necromancer was referred to as a spirit control master. Upon contemplating the term spirit control master, he felt as though he had grasped something significant, yet could not articulate it. Meanwhile, Bishop Alistair observed Qin Nan impassively, exuding an air of detachment. It is Philro. After taking a deep breath, Qin Nan solemnly stated, according to my sources, it is Philro who seeks to enter Vidalia. His target is none other than Countess Teresa. No, it should be Marquis Teresa. Eris corrected Qin Nan's words, then leisurely continued, if even the whereabouts of Philro are known to the Lord, it seems I have underestimated him. Naturally, Qin Nan refrained from mentioning the quill and humbly replied, in terms of strength, I cannot possibly compare to His Grace the Bishop, but we too possess our own advantages. For instance, we have information that His Grace cannot obtain. Eris raised his glass of water and took a sip before stating, as long as the Lord can ascertain Philro's location, our Thunder Church will absolutely not permit him to escape from Vidalia. Observing Eris's calm yet confident demeanor, a flicker of envy arose in Qin Nan's eyes. He pondered when he might possess such confidence himself. It is settled. Once Philro makes an appearance, I will promptly inform His Grace the Bishop, Qin Nan declared gravely. However, Philro is a being nearly akin to a demigod. If we cannot eliminate him at the first opportunity, I fear that after startling the snake, finding his trail again would prove exceedingly difficult. Eris nodded in agreement, saying, rest assured, we will act at the first chance. I will have Arthur Thunderfall serve as our liaison. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate with Arthur, Eris said as he slowly rose. Additionally, regardless of your intentions, after the matter concerning Philro is resolved, I implore you to leave Marquis Teresa's side. I am aware that she left her home alone. Chapter 61. The Count's treasury. As he watched Eris depart, a chill crept into Qin Nan's heart. Remaining close to Teresa was a rather astute choice for Qin Nan, as becoming an elector with the backing of the Thunder Church made Teresa the safest option at present. Yet, Qin Nan did not intend to linger. The relationship between Philro and Archbishop Quickladon instilled a profound sense of pressure within him, as he feared that greater dangers might arise unbeknownst to him. Moreover, the Thunder Church might not necessarily intervene on his behalf. His conversation with Eris had been a test of sorts. Although this trial bore certain risks, Qin Nan still wished to discern whether the entirety of the Thunder Church within the Holy Tianlu Empire had indeed allied with Philro. At present, Eris' reaction afforded Qin Nan a slight sense of reassurance. Yet the demands of Archbishop Eris left him with the impression that the Thunder Church had its own designs concerning Teresa. As the moon reached its zenith and the songs and dances subsided, a servant approached Qin Nan respectfully, stating, my lord, the Marquis requests your presence. The gaze of the servant stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within Qin Nan, as it bore a tacit understanding that only men could comprehend. Draped in an elegant ensemble of black, Teresa sat gracefully in the expansive reception room, her delicate hand cradling a glass filled with ruby-red wine. At that moment, she exuded an aura of effortless ease and natural charm. Lord Limbo, come hither. Let us partake in a toast, for today fills me with joy. Teresa raised her glass, proclaiming, we have triumphed. Hearing her words, Qin Nan felt a surge of warmth within. After all, Teresa had not burned bridges. Lifting his own glass with a smile, he replied, congratulations, Lady Marquis. From this day forth, you shall be an elector of the Empire. Indeed, an elector. Delight danced in Teresa's beautiful eyes, reflecting a status that surpassed that of those who seek to dictate her destiny. Qin Nan remained silent, holding his glass, quietly observing the slightly tipsy Teresa. Until now, she had always struck him as a figure of masculine composure and resilience. Yet, in this moment, she appeared unguarded, as if surrendering to indulgence. Why, lord, would you consider becoming a baron in this dominion? Teresa swirled her wine, adding, I am aware that the rank of baron may not befit your capabilities, but I assure you, within a decade, I shall elevate you to the rank of Viscount Limbo. Teresa was clearly extending an invitation to him. A peculiar and enchanting sensation welled up within Qin Nan, one that set his heart aflutter. I appreciate your kind offer, Lady Marquis, but alas, I have sworn to accompany our leader across the world. As he uttered those words, a pang of regret struck Qin Nan's heart. He longed to convey to Teresa that his reluctance to remain stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from an inability to do so. Though you are the Count of Sturdenberg, an elector, these titles are but empty names. Your strength pales in comparison to that of Ares and his ilk. A fifth-tier entity, wielding a multitude of extraordinary beings, could effortlessly extinguish you. Teresa's eager gaze dimmed noticeably, though it soon vanished without a trace. Lord Limbo, you are indeed a rarity. I can only express my profound envy for your leader, who possesses your unmatched loyalty. Qin Nan felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. At that moment, he could not clarify to Teresa that his loyalty was solely to himself, leaving her to harbor her envy. Come, let us venture forth to explore the treasury left by my uncle. Take as you wish. While Teresa's disposition was not one that could be compared to the ordinary noblewoman, even the treasury of a count beckoned to her with allure. Moreover, at this juncture, that treasury belonged to her. Qin Nan's heart raced. This was precisely what he had come for. Although he sensed this day would arrive when Teresa unsheathed the spear of glory, the reality of its occurrence still thrilled and exhilarated him. Under Teresa's guidance, Qin Nan found himself in a basement forged from steel and concrete. At the entrance, he beheld numerous mysterious patterns. At first glance, they appeared chaotic and disordered, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that these patterns concealed countless variations within. Should one forcefully breach the entrance to the underground treasury, it is likely that an unforeseen retaliation would ensue. A tumult of thoughts surged within Qin Nan's mind as his gaze fell upon Teresa. As the newly appointed countess, Teresa undoubtedly possessed the key to unlock this vault. Without any pretense before Qin Nan, she retrieved a fist-sized insignia from her pocket and gently inserted it into a recess at the center of the grand door. With a series of mechanical clicks, the colossal stone door, seamlessly integrated with its surroundings, began to creak open as the door parted. Qin Nan was met with a chilling aura that surged forth from the treasury. Being a transcendent, particularly one of the Sun Monarch path, Qin Nan had a resistance to cold that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, at the moment the icy gust swept over him, he could not help but shudder, feeling a heightened sense of gravity regarding the Studenberg family, known for producing Elector's .4 armored stone statues, stood silently on either side of the treasury's entrance. Their archaic armor appeared to be relics from the era of the Kingdom of the First War. If auctioned, each piece would command a value exceeding 10,000 gold marlings. This meant that the worth of a single suit of armor surpassed that of the estate in Little Anderton. Qin Nan scrutinized the four statues, unable to discern any differences among them, yet an instinct told him that these stone sentinels were guardians of the treasury. Lord Limbo, you are the first outsider to enter the Studenberg family treasury in centuries, Teresa said with an elegant gesture, inviting him in. At this moment, Qin Nan was not inclined to be modest. To pass up an opportunity would be the act of a fool, especially when his heart yearned for precisely this place. Thus, he walked alongside Teresa into the treasury, which spanned over 100 square meters. The most striking feature was a massive table, over 10 meters long, that glimmered with a golden sheen. Surrounding the table were 22 chairs, each resplendent in gold. And why uncle crafted this table? It is entirely forged from gold, Teresa remarked as she settled into one of the grand golden chairs. Each of these chairs is worth 10,000 gold marlangs. Chapter 62. Fourth order evolution points, with each chair valued at 10,000 gold marlangs, and 22 chairs in total, not to mention such an extensive table. Qin Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, poverty had constrained his imagination. I am not good at math. How much does all this cost? Initially lamenting the loss of his 5,000 gold marlangs estate, Qin Nan now realized how narrow his perspective had been. He wished to tell Teresa, please, take these golden tables and chairs and trample my pride with them. I would adore them if you desire them. You may take a few of these chairs, Teresa replied with a charming smile. Did my face betray a hint of greed? Qin Nan thought to himself, ultimately shaking his head and saying, never mind. They are a complete set, and I would prefer not to disrupt that. She gazed at the begrudging expression on Qin Nan's face. Teresa's smile blossomed even more radiantly. With a lively gait, she approached a bronze metal chest and retrieved from her pocket a badge, which appeared no larger than an infant's fist. Gently, she pressed the badge against the center of the chest, and a series of unlocking sounds emanated from within. Once the sounds subsided, Teresa delicately opened the chest, revealing a small vial that gleamed like crystal, capturing Qin Nan's attention. The vial was merely the size of a finger and contained a half-full amount of colorless, transparent liquid. Teresa took out the vial and turned to present it to Qin Nan. This is the soul restoration liquid that the Count's estate has preserved for many years. It should be more than 10 drops. I have no further use for it, so I bestow it all upon you. In the face of such generous gifting, Qin Nan accepted it without hesitation, saying, Thank you for your generosity. I shall not be modest. What kind of fellow are you, accepting without a hint of reluctance? You display not a trace of gentlemanly demeanor. Teresa's eyes glinted with a semblance of reproach. How much does a gentleman weigh these days? Moreover, with my striking appearance and graceful demeanor, what if I were to enchant you to the point of distraction? How would I extricate myself from that predicament? However, upon being so directly confronted, Qin Nan's face flushed as he replied, I am one who prefers to speak candidly. Besides, between us, wouldn't the excessive politeness be rather hypocritical? Hearing Qin Nan's words, Teresa felt a wave of camaraderie wash over her. Qin Nan, preoccupied with his thoughts, paid little mind to Teresa's feelings and continued to survey the treasure vault. Beyond the golden furniture, a myriad of rare and exotic treasures lay scattered about, but none of these captivated Qin Nan's interest at that moment. What he truly sought were stones imbued with extraordinary transformative properties. After all, the most pressing matter for him was to enhance his strength, and those stones, harboring evolutionary points, represented the optimal means to achieve that. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Nan's eyes fell upon a cyan stone, its shape resembling a heart at first glance. This stone, I must have it. Teresa was aware of the stone's exceptional value, for it occupied a prominent position in the center of the vault. Yet, she readily agreed. Since you desire it, it is yours. Qin Nan feigned nonchalance as he placed the stone into his pocket, but the moment it touched the fabric, he chose to absorb it. The cyan stone transformed into energy and surged into his being. A message materialized in his mind. You have acquired 1 4th level evolutionary point. Please select the item you wish to evolve. A 4th level evolutionary point corresponded to a sequence 6 extraordinary being. Until now, the highest evolutionary points Qin Nan had obtained were merely 3rd level. Yet, within the treasure vault of Count Sturdenberg, he had effortlessly discovered a sequence 6 extraordinary trait. Are there any more of these cyan stones? Qin Nan inquired of Teresa, unabashedly disregarding his image. At that moment, he felt like a greedy scoundrel. Teresa, however, seemed somewhat displeased. This fellow was solely focused on finding treasures, devoid of any sense of charm. With me showing you such attention, would it hurt you to reciprocate a little? With a hint of exasperation, he retorted, search as you will. If you find it, it shall be yours, but do not lament if it eludes you. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nan ultimately retrieved the magical mirror from the dimensional space. Seizing this rare opportunity, he decided to unveil a fragment of his secrets. Moreover, despite his unwavering partnership with Teresa, revealing his alternative means might enrich their collaboration. Nevertheless, rather than directly inquiring of the mirror, Qin Nan opted to communicate through his mental prowess, thereby minimizing the exposure of his secrets. This mirror of mine excels at treasure hunting, he explained briefly to Teresa before commencing to receive feedback from the mirror within his mind. Great master, you are truly omnipotent. Oh, all these tables are crafted from gold. I believe such tables are solely fit for my display purposes. Only in this manner can my nobility be fully manifested. And of course, it serves as the finest reflection of your esteemed style. Although Qin Nan's mental strength surpassed that of an ordinary Sequence 9, the mirror was a Class 3 sealed object, having attained Sequence 7 status. While it was not adept in combat, the mental energy required to activate it was substantial. Furthermore, at this moment, Qin Nan was engaging in a mental dialogue with the mirror. Is there any extraordinary attribute present here? Qin Nan demanded with a threat. Do not waste words, lest I place you beneath the leg of this golden table. Great master, your threat deeply saddens your most loyal servant. Though your words cause me profound sorrow, I dare not defy your command in the slightest. Report, great master. Upon my observation, there are no extraordinary attributes here, much to your disappointment. Qin Nan's expression darkened. His need for extraordinary attributes was urgent, especially as he prepared to confront the nearly demigod-level spirit-controlling master. While Ares would primarily take action, Qin Nan equally sought to enhance his own strength, ensuring his survival in the forthcoming battle. The revelation of merely a Sequence 6 extraordinary attribute was a significant letdown. However, great master, according to my observations, there lies within this treasury an object of unknown origin. It is a tattered cloak. Perhaps you might find it useful. Guided by the mirror, Qin Nan approached a black cloak, albeit marred by 2 uneven holes, resembling a cast-off of little value. As he beheld the cloak, hidden in the corner of the treasury, he seized it with determination. Chapter 63. The ethereal shadow watching helplessly as the stone door slowly closed, Qin Nan, clutching the tattered cloak, was filled with regret. Why did I not take more? Though the gold and silver treasures hold little utility for me, they would serve well for admiration within the dimensional space. Why did I not seize them? Turning to Teresa, he queried, "Do you think we should venture inside once more?" After a moment of hesitation, Qin Nan produced Teresa's IOU and remarked, "I believe I could demand a bit more. This treasury can only be accessed once a month. If you wish to enter, you will have to wait another month." Upon finishing her words, Teresa brandished the badge in her hand and strode out with her head held high. Accessing once a month? Who would believe her? Qin Nan, regretting his own leniency, shook his head in resignation before returning to his chamber. A tattered cloak of indeterminate rank, a mere 4 evolution points, and such an abundance of soul-restoring liquid. This was already beyond Qin Nan's expectations. After meticulously surveying his surroundings and confirming his safety, he retrieved the small vial containing the soul-restoring liquid. Qin Nan had long since ascertained the method of consuming the liquid. He gently tilted the vial and allowed a single drop to fall. As the drop entered his system, he felt a jolt of energy surge through him. In an instant, he sensed his mental perception expanding rapidly. Without a trace of hesitation, Qin Nan slowly closed his eyes and began to visualize the dilapidated spatial map he had acquired from the barrier breaker. 1 light point, 2 light points, 3 light points. Previously, Qin Nan had attempted to visualize this spatial map, but after perceiving a few dozen light points, his mental energy would invariably become depleted, making it impossible for him to construct a spatial map composed of countless light points within his mind. However, now, bolstered by the effects of the soul-restoring liquid, as the light points emerged one after another, he gradually sensed 4 exceptionally distinct light points. Once these 4 light points were established, the flickering points seemed to be anchored as if by some unseen force. In a realm of void, Qin Nan felt the light points in his mind coalesce into a singular emptiness. Alas, it was but a fleeting moment before the 4 light points collapsed in a cacophony. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Nan perceived a significant increase in his mental prowess, yet this was not what thrilled him most. Rather, he was elated that his mental strength was finally on the verge of reaching the first stage of condensation, the illusory shadow. Once he accomplished the first stage of condensation, he could consume the new spatial potion and become a barrier breaker. The barrier breaker, elusive and untraceable, far surpassed the spatial apprentice in capability. Yet, it seemed he was not yet prepared for the potion that would elevate him to a barrier breaker. Lifting the test tube containing the soul-restoring liquid, Qin Nan hesitated momentarily before once again imbibing a drop. The maximum dosage of soul-restoring liquid permitted in a single day was 2 drops, and his current consumption remained within the limits. However, after swallowing this drop, Qin Nan did not visualize the fragmented spatial map again. Instead, he envisioned the diagram of the sun's incineration. Unlike others, he was on 2 different paths to advancement, each requiring his mental strength to reach the corresponding standard. If one path succeeded while the other faltered, he was uncertain of his chances for successful advancement. Regarding the 2 distinct sequences within him, Qin Nan felt a blend of admiration and trepidation. He cherished the combination of the 2 pathways, which enhanced both his combat prowess and mental strength beyond that of a typical transcendent. Yet, he feared not only the daunting challenge of advancement, but also the incessant whispers that echoed in his ears while cultivating the mental strength of the Sun Monarch sequence. Although prepared, each time Qin Nan heard those ramblings, he was overwhelmed by an urge to collapse. As the power of the soul-calming liquid surged, he began to visualize the fiery sun incineration diagram. During this visualization, Qin Nan was already poised to confront the potential madness that might arise. A phantom of flames slowly took shape in his heart, more stable and clearer than the previous spatial illusion. With the formation of this fiery phantom, Qin Nan's anxious heart grew heavier. However, to his astonishment, the haunting whispers that had plagued him did not manifest even as the fire phantom dissipated. Could it be that the tormenting whispers had vanished? If so, Qin Nan would be overjoyed, for these murmurs had profoundly impacted his cultivation. Though he was uncertain how these whispers would eventually manifest, the memory of the underground chamber of the Anderton family sent chills down his spine. Once the effects of the soul-calming liquid wore off, Qin Nan resolved to give it another try. After resting for a quarter of an hour, he resumed visualizing the fiery sun incineration diagram. The phantom of flames began to form in his mind, but at that very moment, a whisper echoed in his heart. "Save me, save me." This utterance caused the fiery phantom within Qin Nan to shatter violently. Twisting his expression in agony, he felt as though his mind was on the brink of collapse. In such a state, Qin Nan instinctively interrupted his visualization, feeling as though he were on the verge of suffocation. The intensity of the whispers seemed to escalate. Could it be that the stronger his mental fortitude, the more powerful the whispers became? If that were the case, Could he still advance in his cultivation? And without improvement, how could he confront the relentless pursuit of Philro? Frustrated and anxious, Qin Nan deemed his predicament nearly insurmountable. Since he could not devise a solution, he resolved to set it aside for the moment. Cautiously retracting the soul-calming liquid into his dimensional space, he realized for the first time just how insufficient the contents of the glass vial truly were. If only there were more of the soul-calming liquid, he could directly utilize it in his future cultivation, thereby nullifying the influence of the whispers. Setting aside thoughts of cultivation, Qin Nan now faced the most pressing issue at hand. The fifth-tier spirit control master, Philro, was about to enter Vidalia, and it was clear that his intentions were aimed at him. Qin Nan was uncertain how Philro had pinpointed his location, and this uncertainty kept him in a constant state of peril. This time, he hoped to eliminate Philro. Although a significant gap existed between them, if Eris intervened, there might be a chance to defeat Philro through cunning strategy. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the demon mirror and the eye of Medusa, contemplating the 4 evolution points he had acquired and deliberating on their allocation. After all, these were the only 2 level 7 sealed artifacts at his disposal. Chapter 64. Spirit Control Master in the Estate of Baron Tygolas. The despondent Lord Yup was drowning his sorrows in drink, unable to accept the events of the day. He had officially ascended to the title of Earl, basking in the glory of his achievements, when suddenly, the very coronet of earldom was forcibly wrenched from his head. Henceforth, he became the object of ridicule for countless onlookers. The golden city of Vidalia, once within his grasp, was now forever beyond his reach. He departed like a stricken hound, tail between his legs, from a city abundant with gold and opportunity. Lord Yopu, drinking will not resolve your predicaments, a cool voice echoed down from the lofty staircase, accompanied by the imposing figure of Viscount Tygilas, who descended with deliberate slowness. In the past, Yopu had harbored a deep-seated fear of Viscount Tygilas. However, at this moment, that trepidation had evaporated into thin air. Faced with the Viscount's stern visage, he nearly roared, "Indeed, liquor may harm the stomach, but in its absence, my sorrow festers. Can I still become the Earl of Vidalia? Will I regain my former privileges?" Viscount Tygilas's gaze grew increasingly frigid, resembling an enraged lion surveying its prey, one audacious enough to defy its commands. Yopu's courage gradually waned, his complexion paling. "Your failure is but a temporary setback. All that you lament shall be restored to you." The Viscount's voice resonated with a unique confidence, echoing in Yopu's ears. A tremor coursed through Yopu's heart. Though he had always held Tygilas in high regard, his faith now wavered. "Ha, that sounds delightful, but how is it even possible?" Viscount Tygilas responded coldly, "It is indeed possible. How could His Majesty the Sun King permit an Earl of Vidalia to exist outside his dominion?" With that, he fixed his gaze upon Yopu. "Prince Charles has departed the imperial capital. He has come to claim his beloved." Yopu's expression shifted. If Terisha were to become a princess, she would have no time to govern Vidalia. At the very least, in name, she would lack the capacity to oversee the city. As the father of Suha Leifu, the illustrious monarch could appoint an earl to continue ruling this most prosperous city of the divine celestial empire. Is that truly the case? How splendid! I knew His Majesty would not forsake me," Yopu exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Viscount Tygilas shook his head. Lord Yopu was indeed a hopeless case. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. His inability to achieve greatness would allow Tygilas to maintain control. At present, his immediate concern was not to console Yopu, but to prepare for the arrival of the spirit master Philro, who was coming to undertake a special mission. In merely an hour, Philro would arrive in Vidalia. The steam train station of Vidalia was the liveliest hub of the entire city, with throngs of individuals arriving from all directions daily. Clad in a black overcoat and wearing a hat, Philro emerged from the platform like a middle-aged clerk, grasping a black cane as he strolled forth. To have allowed a young lord to escape after a kill was nothing short of a disgrace for Philro. Such a humiliation pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving him in profound discomfort. He felt compelled to eliminate the little creature named Alden. Otherwise, achieving inner peace would be an arduous task. This mere insect, having just ventured into the realm of the extraordinary, had managed to toy with him as if he were a mere plaything. Had it not been for the Emperor's command, he would have pursued northward. Never anticipating that this individual had already arrived in Vidalia, from his inner pocket, he retrieved a golden pocket watch. Though it appeared somewhat antiquated, its intricate designs remained exquisite, embodying a sense of archaic elegance reminiscent of a bygone royal era. Such a golden timepiece in Vidalia was worth no less than 1,000 gold meringues. However, for Philro, The true utility of this golden watch was not to tell time, but to locate. Provided he possessed a sample of the sought individual's blood or hair, the watch would reveal the person's location once they came within 10 kilometers. This watch had been delivered to Philro through special means just a day prior. While acquiring the golden watch was fortuitous for Philro, the individual who had delivered it instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Ah, the little rascal is at the station. Gazing at the watch's dial, he was taken aback by a flickering position. He had assumed that upon arriving in Vidalia, it would take considerable time to locate young Alden, yet to his astonishment, he discovered his adversary's trail immediately upon arrival. What a delightful surprise, however. Amidst this joy, he remained on high alert. Although Alden's strength was of little concern to him, the young man was exceedingly cunning, and this time, he could not afford to let him slip away. Surrounding the steam train, could it be that this fellow intended to use the train to flee Vidalia? Marking the position on the dial in his mind, Philro swiftly made his way towards the direction of Qin Nan. His pace may not have appeared rapid, yet in the blink of an eye, he had traversed over 1,000 meters. The light on the dial, representing young Alden, drew ever closer. By Philro's estimation, the distance between them was now approximately 100 meters. 100 meters was a mere stone's throw away. With a mere thought, he, being close to demigod status, could easily bridge that gap. Yet, the closer he drew, the more cautious he became. The ease with which events were unfolding struck him as oddly unsettling, compounded by the persistent sensation that someone was watching him. His gaze flickered until it settled on a burly man who appeared formidable. The moment their eyes met, Philro reached out into the void, extracting the spirit of the large man. As a level 5 spirit controller, dealing with ordinary individuals was a trivial task. The burly man faltered momentarily before resuming his stride, albeit now altered in direction and with a somewhat dazed expression. Spirit controllers typically remain detached from physical combat, commanding bodies to resolve a myriad of challenges on their behalf. 1 minute later, standing 20 meters away from the brawny figure of Philro, Qin Nan finally caught sight of the position of the young Anerton on the dial. However, at that moment, the spot was occupied by a young man exuding an air of formidable strength. Chapter 65. The Battle of Supremacy. At that juncture, Qin Nan continued to don the mask of Rambo, yet his heart raced in his throat. Despite being aware that he was flanked by Bishop Yalasai and the Punishers such as Arthur Thunderfall, he still had to confront this eminent master of spirit control. While he was not entirely certain of the Master's capabilities, he understood that he was undoubtedly one of the individuals facing the greatest peril. This master of spirit control certainly possessed the means to locate him. The magic mirror nestled beneath Qin Nan's hat seemed to sense his anxiety and prudently refrained from uttering a single flattering word. It incessantly reported Philro's position. To Qin Nan's astonishment, Philro had become immobile. Could it be that he had sensed the ambush? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of horror flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. In that moment of astonishment, he beheld the brawny man and felt an unsettling difference emanating from him. The muscular figure offered Qin Nan a fleeting smile. This smile caused Qin Nan's expression to shift dramatically. Almost instinctively, he raised his revolver. While he was aware it might prove futile, it remained one of his most advantageous weapons. Yet, just as he lifted the revolver, he felt his body betray him, rendering him unresponsive. His finger, poised to pull the trigger, found itself unable to act. He sensed his soul becoming ensnared in a haze, losing awareness of his surroundings. This was the power of a master of spirit control. He had to break free from this constraining grip. If he failed, he would likely be silently dispatched. As tumultuous thoughts surged within him, Qin Nan endeavored to condense his spiritual energy into a spatial projection. However, the moment this projection formed in his mind, his heart quaked. The spatial projection disintegrated instantaneously. It was utterly ineffective. At that moment, Qin Nan felt a wave of numbness wash over his spirit, and he finally grasped a sobering reality. He was not on the same level as Philro. Bishop Yalasai, will you not act? If you do not intervene, I shall truly meet my end without a burial place. Qin Nan yearned to call for Yalasai's assistance, yet he found his body growing increasingly rigid. If this continued, he would surely perish. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, a boy clad in a black vest rushed forward with remarkable speed, colliding with Qin Nan in that instant of impact. A line of text illuminated within his dimensional space. When I encounter danger, an unexpected event will aid my escape. This line was pinned by Qin Nan at the onset of the battle, and he had never anticipated it would offer him any solace. The reason for pinning these words is that he was at a loss as to how to wield the quill in battle. Thus, he ultimately resorted to this form of writing. Seizing the moment of unexpected escape, Qin Nan swiftly pulled the trigger, and a silver bullet instantaneously shot towards the formidable figure with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. At the very instant the gun fired, Qin Nan quickly evaded, retreating as far as he could, for such a confrontation was far beyond his capabilities. However, just as he took 10 steps back, he felt his body once again slip from his control. The terrifying situation sent chills down Qin Nan's spine. Although he had been unexpectedly saved moments ago, he knew he could not count on luck a second time. "Eurisi, you must save me." Hope flooded Qin Nan's heart for Eurisi. He understood that in this dire moment, only Eurisi could rescue him. Just as his body was seized by control, several figures surged forth with great speed. Arthur Thunderfall led the charge, wielding a purple chain whip that crackled with violet lightning. With a resounding strike, the purple chain whip landed heavily upon the robust man, who, despite being struck by the cursed bullet, remained largely unaffected and was sent flying by the force of the blow. His form, engulfed in the tempest of thunder, turned black, accompanied by a smell of charred flesh. In that moment, Arthur Thunderfall resembled a deity of thunder, exuding an aura of destruction with every movement. Qin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. At that instant, he felt as though he had been granted a new lease on life. Yet, just then, a Punisher standing behind Arthur Thunderfall swung a massive dark hammer toward him with tremendous force. Arthur Thunderfall barely had time to defend himself, but fortunately, as the hammer swung, a burst of purple lightning enveloped him. Boom! Arthur Thunderfall was sent sprawling by his subordinate's blow, crashing to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Disbelief etched across his features. "Braid has been controlled by the Spirit Master. Be cautious." Eurisi's voice echoed through the void. As Eurisi's warning rang out, the Punisher known as Braid waved his hands, and a gray portal materialized before them. Upon the portal's opening, a swarm of phantoms surged forth. The moment Qin Nan felt the portal's emergence, a chill gripped his heart, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. It is the gateway to the realm of the dead. "Do not let him open it," Arthur Thunderfall bellowed, lashing his whip towards the portal. The whip crackled with thunderous power, yet when it struck the doorway to the realm of the dead, it felt as though it had struck nothingness. "Retreat!" Eurisi's voice resounded in the void. Qin Nan was perplexed by Eurisi's intentions, yet he understood that in such a situation, he had little chance of intervening. The battle of the fifth-tier powers was truly terrifying. The rapidly retreating Qin Nan dared not linger for even a moment. Just as he was withdrawing, a bolt of purple lightning thundered down upon the ethereal portal. The portal shattered explosively, and Alice, clad in a robe of thunder, soared into the air, emanating an aura of sheer terror. "Heh, who was it that welcomed me back then?" "Ah, it is you, Alice. But with such meager tactics, you shall not detain me." The Punisher, Braid, wielding a massive black hammer, laughed triumphantly upon catching sight of Alice. Alice's expression was icy. For him, this ambush on field had proven rather unsuccessful. Not only had they failed to draw out the master of spirit control, but they had also lost one extraordinary being. "You cannot escape," Alice articulated each word with a chilling precision. Chapter 66. The half-divine sealing artifact. Qin Nan retreated a full 100 meters before he finally exhaled deeply in relief. He found himself in a corner of the steam train station, where foot traffic was sparse. Thus, despite the ferocity of the battle between Alice and Philro, it had not attracted much attention. However, the recent scene of combat had instilled in Qin Nan an overwhelming sense of dread. It dawned on him just how fortunate he was to have escaped Philro's clutches. Had he lingered in Quickluidun, he would surely have met a grim fate. The Punisher, who had accompanied Arthur Lightning, was by no means inferior to Qin Nan in terms of prowess, yet he had been silently controlled by Philro. Although he still appeared to be alive and capable of action, Qin Nan sensed that this individual was likely already dead. Arthur Lightning, looking somewhat disheveled, rushed up to Qin Nan, a hint of dejection in his demeanor. "This time, we were somewhat careless." At that moment, Qin Nan had no time to reproach Arthur Lightning. After all, Philro was still a threat, and they needed to rely on Bishop Alice for the battle ahead. But rest assured, while Philro is formidable, he shall find it exceedingly difficult to evade the wrath of thunder. Arthur Lightning stated confidently, "The bishop possesses a half-divine sealing artifact. A half-divine sealing artifact." In recent days, through the magic mirror and other means, Qin Nan had acquired considerable knowledge about the arcane. He was well aware of the formidable power of such artifacts. A half-divine sealing artifact, when wielded effectively, could obliterate an entire castle. If Bishop Alice was underprepared yet possessed such a powerful item, one might wonder if he could summon a half-divine being directly. I trust that Bishop Alice will prevail at this crucial juncture. Qin Nan certainly would not utter any words of despair. Nodding in agreement, Arthur Lightning swiftly dashed toward a cracked stone pillar. Just as Arthur departed, Qin Nan suddenly felt the surrounding space twist unnervingly, and in the distance, Bishop Alice's form began to float slowly in the void. In that moment, Alice resembled a celestial being. Upon witnessing Alice in that state, Qin Nan felt an oppressive weight upon his heart and sensed a burgeoning urge for his very spirit to shatter. A glimmer of purple light manifested upon Alice's forehead, resembling an eye. As Qin Nan cast his gaze upon the violet light, a sharp pain pierced through him. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, for he sensed that if he did not shield his vision, he would be rendered unable to perceive anything in that moment. The formidable power of Yalasai stemmed from those purple eyes. What could this be? Qin Nan inquired in a low voice towards the magic mirror concealed within his inner pocket. Great and omnipotent master, this is the Eye of Destruction, a demigod sealing artifact from the Thunder Church. A handsome youth, as graceful as jade, gazes into the mirror, restless through the night. The aura of dominion emanating from you should summon all to your side. And should you shatter this Eye of Destruction, bestowing its extraordinary properties upon your most obedient and devoted subordinate, I too could ascend to the status of a demigod sealing artifact. When that time comes, whatever you wish to know, I shall reveal to you. Faced with such delusional encouragement, Qin Nan chose to sever his connection with the magic mirror, finding its vanity increasingly irksome in this critical moment. It sought the extraordinary attributes of a demigod. Though aware that he could not partake in this battle, Qin Nan still yearned to witness the unfolding conflict. Swiftly, he selected a stone pillar and ascended it with great haste. The advantage of becoming an extraordinary being was that his agility had significantly improved. The once insurmountable stone column was scaled by Qin Nan in a mere 10 seconds. That instant, he beheld a scene he had previously found elusive. A beam of violet light erupted from the Eye of Destruction on Yalasai's forehead, directly striking Braid. As an extraordinary being, Braid's physique was far more robust than that of an ordinary individual, especially considering that at this moment, a Sequence 5 Spirit Master controlled his form. Yet despite this, in the fleeting moment the lightning descended, Braid's body disintegrated into fine ash, leaving behind only a stone imbued with extraordinary properties, silently landing upon the ground. The violet extraordinary essence ignited a spark of fascination in Qin Nan's eyes, yet he dared not make a move. He feared that before he could rush forward, Yalasai's lightning would turn him to dust. Moreover, Qin Nan believed that Filro would not succumb so easily. Demigod sealing artifacts, Bishop Yalasai, do you truly think that only your Thunder Church possesses such relics? A mocking voice echoed, revealing a looming figure. The grim visage of Filro, crowned with a weathered diadem, emerged. Around Filro, a gray space rapidly took shape. Sinister, elongated tendrils emerged from unknown origins, while skeletal knights, mounted on bony steeds and wielding skeletal lances, joined dark-clad warriors shrouded in shadows. The swiftly expanding gray space enveloped an area spanning over 20 paces in an instant. Upon sighting the tattered crown, Qin Nan felt a shiver run down his spine. As an overwhelming dread washed over him, he even sensed his mental energy inexplicably drawn towards that crown. Retreat. This is the realm of the Lich. Arthur, in a frantic retreat, was followed by a dozen or so punishers. As a member of the Vidalia team tasked with handling the extraordinary, Arthur Thunderbolt and his companions possessed an ingrained sense of pride. However, the present circumstances had undeniably surpassed their capabilities. Within the realm of the Lich, even if they engaged in battle, it would merely squander their own lives. Qin Nan quickly retreated. Although he yearned to witness the clash of top-tier beings, he understood all too well that he was not entitled to observe the current conflict. To force himself into the fray could very well lead to his demise without a trace. Following Arthur Thunderbolt and the others out of the steam train station, Qin Nan finally exhaled in relief. Once bustling with activity, the station now stood deserted, as most had begun to flee upon the appearance of Filro. Arthur Thunderbolt silently surveyed the steam train station, shrouded in a veil of gray mist, his eyes shimmering with concern. While he held confidence in Bishop Alistair, the necromancer capable of wielding the powers of the Lich was not so easily dealt with. Boom, boom, boom. 3 minutes later, a resounding roar echoed through the void, accompanied by a bolt of purple lightning, thick as 3 feet. The divine punishment thunder. Upon witnessing the descending lightning, Arthur Thunderbolt trembled as he spoke. Chapter 67. The shattered crown as the thunder dissipated. The steam train station lay in ruins. A nearby Gothic structure was reduced to rubble, and the stone pillar where Qin Nan had taken refuge now bore two deep cracks. Arthur Thunderbolt and the others rushed forward, eager to ascertain Bishop Alistair's safety. Although the manifestation of the divine punishment thunder instilled confidence regarding Alistair's well-being, the presence of Philro, the master of spirit control, still evoked dread. Qin Nan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to dash forward and take a look. The unfolding battle had been ignited because of him. Regardless of the circumstances, to abandon the scene now would seem excessively callous, jeopardizing any future collaboration. Until Philro's fate was determined, Qin Nan was unwilling to forsake such a formidable ally as Alistair. Soon, Qin Nan caught sight of Alistair, draped in robes of thunder. At first glance, he perceived little change in the bishop's demeanor. Yet, when Alistair turned, Qin Nan was taken aback to see that half of the bishop's face was blackened, while the other half radiated vitality. The pallid side was vibrant with life, whereas the darkened half was in a state of decay. In that astonished moment, Qin Nan noticed writhing black maggots emerging from Alistair's discolored cheek. As these grotesque creatures surged forth, they were instantly reduced to ash by the lightning that enveloped the bishop. Yet, their relentless emergence suggested Alistair's condition was dire. "Bishop, how are you faring?" Arthur Thunderbolt rushed to Alistair's side. Concern etched across his features. Upon seeing Arthur, a faint smile graced Alistair's lips. However, the smile possessed an eerie quality. "I'm fine." Alistair's words barely escaped his lips when several of his teeth fell from his mouth. At that moment, Qin Nan found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly what it meant to be fine? What then constituted a state of distress? As Arthur Thunderclap reached out to collect the scattered teeth, they silently disintegrated into fine ash just as his fingers brushed against them. "I have succumbed to the decay wrought by Philro. However, his fate is far worse. I have already obliterated his corporeal form using the divine thunder." As Alice spoke, a note of regret tinged his voice. Alas, the Lich King's crown absorbed most of the divine thunder's might on Philro's behalf. In half a month, he shall resurrect in the realm of the Lich in the spirit world. A flicker of regret passed through the eyes of Arthur Thunderclap and his companions. After all, slaying a Sequence 5 spirit master is no trivial accomplishment. The Lich's crown has been shattered by me, and its fragments should now be scattered across Vidalia. "You must immediately seek out these shards," Alice urged with urgency. "I do not wish to encounter Philro adorned with the Lich King's crown again." "At your command, my lord," Arthur Thunderclap responded with a respectful bow. Alice's gaze gradually fell upon Qin Nan, and in that moment, Qin Nan felt as though the bishop's eyes might well drop from their sockets. What manner of means did Philro employ to inflict such profound harm upon Alice, a Sequence 5? Yet, the more he pondered, the more Qin Nan sensed the formidable strength akin to that of a demigod. Their injuries, if inflicted upon any lower-order extraordinary beings, would surely lead to certain death. Yet Alice, this bishop, remained composed enough to assign tasks. "Lord Limbo, I may have been overly confident this time," Alice remarked, bowing slightly towards Qin Nan. "Had I resorted to other measures, I believe Philro would have met his demise in Vidalia today. Why, Lord Bishop, you have already vanquished Philro and shattered his demigod seal. I trust that for a considerable time, Philro will dare not set foot in Vidalia," Qin Nan replied, though his words bore a hint of insincerity. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to continue speaking. After all, Alice's formidable power was evident, and a single displeasing word could render Qin Nan to a fate worse than death. To perish on the battlefield alongside those nearing demigod status would leave him bereft of any recourse for vengeance. Alice nodded gently. "Should Lord Limbo receive any news regarding Philro in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Next time, I shall not allow Philro to escape once more." Observing Alice's increasingly ghastly visage, with one hand transforming into bone, Qin Nan grew increasingly respectful. "Rest assured, my Lord Bishop, that upon receiving any tidings of Philro, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity." At this juncture, Qin Nan turned to Alice and said, "The Lich's crown lies scattered across Vidalia. I believe I can be of assistance to Lord Arthur Thunderclap in this endeavor. I hope you will permit me to participate in this search." Alice regarded Qin Nan for a moment before replying. "Lord Limbo, you are indeed a commendable diviner. However, I must caution you that although the Lich's crown is shattered, it still possesses the means of self-preservation. Relying on divination to deduce its location is futile, unless one aspires to a level superior to that of the Lich King's crown. During these days, it would be prudent for you to take good care of the Marquis." After Arist finished speaking, he strode purposefully towards the steam train station, his gait unaltered, yet the sound of clashing bones accompanied his every step. Several subordinates of Arthur Thunderfall followed Bishop Arist's swift departure, while Arthur Thunderfall remained behind. You four shall search for the fragments of the Lich's crown within a mile radius. Alan, keep an eye on the town hall, and report any peculiar occurrences to me immediately, asked the captain of the Videlian Punishers. Arthur Thunderfall quickly organized the affairs at hand. Qin Nan observed the hurried groups departing and, after a moment of contemplation, addressed Arthur Thunderfall. My lord Arthur Thunderfall, I believe my divination skills could assist you in locating the Lich's crown. Arthur Thunderfall gently waved his staff and replied, Mr. Limbo, I commend your confidence. However, the bishop has already stated that although the crown is shattered, it remains a demigod-level artifact. To ascertain its whereabouts, one must be at least a demigod. Rest assured, we Punishers possess the confidence to search for an item in Videlia. Qin Nan's eagerness to offer assistance stemmed mainly from the relentless pursuit by Filro, which had placed considerable pressure upon him. Arthur Thunderfall's subsequent refusal only deepened Qin Nan's displeasure. A fence needs 3 posts, and a good man requires 3 companions. Is it truly so burdensome to request my aid? Thus, he could only respond, in that case, I wish you all success in your endeavors. Chapter 68. The Ascension of the Lich King. Deep within the Thunder Cathedral of Videlia, Bishop Arist was immersed in a shimmering purple liquid. Sinuous purple serpents incessantly burrowed into Arist's flesh, rendering his face, half blackened and half white, even more grotesque. However, as these purple lightning serpents coursed through him, Arist's rapidly decaying body began to heal, though his muscles remained slack. At least no more corpse worms emerged from his skin. Master of spirit manipulation, cursed be you. Arist seethed, gritting his teeth as he felt his bodily injuries being contained. For this ambush, he had brought 2 demigod-level artifacts, yet ultimately reaped little benefit. Although Filro's body had collapsed and the Lich's crown shattered, his Eye of Destruction was similarly rendered unusable for the time being. Slay 1,000 foes, yet harm oneself 800. Nevertheless, this was an acceptable loss. For the Thunder Church, necromancers were their mortal enemies, especially one who posed a threat to the Elector. The capability to monitor a necromancer without detection suggests that there must be a formidable force aiding Teresa. Alistair rose slowly from the violet thunder pool, murmuring to himself. With a graceful wave of his hand towards the void, a dark robe of divine fabric swiftly draped over him. Now clad in a purplish vestment, Alistair stepped into a modest prayer chamber. Kneeling upon a violet mat, he commenced his silent supplication. As he closed his eyes in prayer, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped his spirit, as though he had returned to the realm of thunder. While he navigated the boundless tempest of lightning, an unsettling sensation surged towards him. Fixing his gaze, Alistair felt a tremor in his heart. The text of the Lich King's Ascension ritual flashed before him. Collapsing amidst brutal conflict, returning from the land of the dead, the potion for the Lich King's elevation, undying golden bones, or the attributes of the Lich King. The words that followed escaped his attention at that moment. He felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back. He swiftly opened his eyes, yet the scene of his battle with Filro surged vividly in his mind. Initially, they had been evenly matched, but as the fight progressed, Filro began to falter. Alistair had always believed his advantage stemmed from wielding 2 sealing artifacts. However, it now appeared to be a cunning plot. Filro was manipulating him for his own ascension. Meanwhile, Alistair foolishly assumed that Filro's spirit had departed to the spirit realm, seeking to reconstruct his form through the Lich's domain. Thunder above, had it not been for divine guidance, he would have committed a grave error. Although both Sequence 4 and Sequence 5 belonged to the realm of the sanctified, Sequence 4's holiness encompassed both divine and sacred elements. As the Bishop of the Thunder Church, Alistair was acutely aware of the disparity between Sequences 4 and 5. Were he the Eye of Thunder of Sequence 4, he would now hold a position among the 13 bishops wielding the scepters within the Holy See, rather than presiding over a mere diocese of the sacred celestial empire. He could not allow Filro to succeed in his ascension. Should he achieve it, the entirety of Vidalia would likely fall under his dominion as a lich. Although the Holy See possessed individuals capable of restraining Filro, they could not arrive in time. At this moment, he could rely solely on himself. Within the hour, he must ascertain Filro's whereabouts. Otherwise, he and his companions would meet a desolate end. Bishop Alistair swiftly materialized in the Thunder Cathedral and rang the alarm bell within, summoning most of Vidalia's extraordinary beings into action within a mere 5 minutes. They had to locate Filro's location within the hour. According to the requirements for ascension, Filro was certainly not permitted to stray more than 100 miles from the steam train station. Yet, searching for a concealed demigod within that distance was no simple task. When Qin Nan received the news, he was utilizing a magical mirror to probe the whereabouts of the Lich King's crown shards. The mirror, however, delivered a rather disheartening revelation. Arthur, along with his companions, had gathered all the fragments of the Lich King's crown. This outcome, while unsettling for Qin Nan, granted him a profound understanding of the might possessed by the punishers of the Thunder Church. The Thunder Church was a colossal entity, one he found difficult to shake or even to perceive its true strength. Nevertheless, this formidable behemoth was not without its flaws. Upon contemplating Mitsai, Qin Nan perceived that the Thunder Church was not an impenetrable fortress. His overwhelming strength concealed a significant vulnerability. Although Eris had allied with him against Filro, there lingered a sense of caution on Eris's part regarding their relationship. Otherwise, Eris would not have rebuffed his involvement in the quest for the Lich King's crown. Despite Filro being gravely injured, Qin Nan felt a sense of insecurity in remaining here, for Filro had not yet breathed his last. It was conceivable that he could return to Vidalia at any moment. "Lord Lumbo, may I intrude for a moment?" As Teresa's voice echoed, Qin Nan beheld Arthur Lightning. Clad in the garb of a punisher, Arthur's eyes were fraught with gravity, exuding an air of intimidation. Qin Nan's regard for Arthur had long since diminished, for his goodwill had been met with 2 unwarranted refusals, leaving him quite displeased. "Greetings, Your Grace." With Arthur present, Qin Nan observed the niceties of noble etiquette, bowing respectfully to Teresa. However, before Teresa could utter a word, Arthur interjected urgently, "Lord Limbo, this is no time for such formalities. I must inform you that the fragments of the Lich's crown possess no extraordinary attributes. Filro is utilizing the properties of the Lich King's crown to ascend to Sequence 4. In approximately 30 minutes, should he achieve demigod status, the entirety of Vidalia will transform into the realm of the Lich. At that juncture, none of us shall survive. Arthur's declaration left Qin Nan momentarily stunned. He had consulted the magic mirror, which had depicted the battle between Filro and Bishop Eris without issue. Everything appeared normal. Bishop Eris had vanquished Filro, resulting in not only the loss of the Lich's crown, but also the abandonment of his corporeal form, with only his true essence returning to the ethereal realm. Yet now, Arthur spoke such alarming words. Considering his connection with Filro, Qin Nan's demeanor grew serious as he intoned, "Is what you say true?" "Absolutely," Arthur replied with utmost solemnity. "This is the Lich's crown. Observe its appearance." As he spoke, Arthur handed Qin Nan a crown that had been pieced together and bound with wire. The moment he grasped the crown, Qin Nan discerned a troubling inconsistency. Chapter 69. The search for Filro the crown was remarkably light, devoid of any substantial weight. Most critically, as he lifted the crown, Qin Nan felt no trace of its exceptional nature. Even a damaged sealed artifact, when held, would radiate a distinct aura. "Lord Limbo, please divine Filro's current whereabouts," Arthur implored, his gaze fixed intently upon Qin Nan. Observing Qin Nan's apparent indifference, Arthur assumed the latter was still miffed by earlier events. He continued, "Within half an hour, if we locate Filro, he will possess no more than Sequence 8 or 9 strength. However, should that time elapse, he will ascend to become the Lich King. At that moment, perhaps we, the individuals present, might manage to escape, but the entirety of Vidalia would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow." Upon hearing this, Teresa grew anxious. Despite her unparalleled composure, Vidalia was, after all, her foundation. Should it fall victim to Filro's destruction, the greatest loss would be hers. "Lord Rambo, I implore you to take action at this juncture," Teresa stated earnestly. "If we can locate Filro, we shall acquiesce to any conditions you may impose." The we Teresa referred to encompassed herself and the Thunder Church. Qin Nan observed the eager countenance of Arthur Thunderstrike and solemnly remarked, "Filro is our shared adversary. Regardless of whether he is on the verge of completing the ascension ritual to become a Lich King. Even if he were not to ascend, I shall exert every effort in my power." Qin Nan's words resonated with sincerity. Filro was indeed his most formidable foe, and should Filro achieve his ascension, it would spell certain doom for him. At such a critical moment, all other matters must be set aside. The magic mirror's inability to locate Filro forced Qin Nan to place his hopes upon the seeking staff. He silently invoked Filro's whereabouts in his mind, and then gradually released his grip on the staff. However, instead of collapsing to the ground to indicate the direction, the staff stood upright in midair. The staff's refusal to fall signified that it, too, was unaware of the whereabouts of the person they sought. In desperation, Qin Nan altered the item he was searching for to the extraordinary attributes within the Lich King's crown and attempted once more. Yet, as he loosened his palm, the staff remained steadfast in the void. This peculiar circumstance could only suggest one conclusion. The staff's function had been obstructed. With the magic mirror blind and the seeking staff ineffectual, Qin Nan's means of locating objects had been nearly exhausted. Arthur Thunderstrike observed the staff's repeated upright position and recognized the gravity of the situation. Having witnessed Qin Nan's search for the will, he understood that the staff's collapse would be the only way Lord Rambo might receive a hint. And why, Lord? I am unable to find it. Qin Nan cast a glance at Arthur Thunderstrike, his voice tinged with resignation. After a moment's contemplation, Arthur replied, My lord, once you discover any trace of Filro, please contact me without delay. As he spoke, he swiftly made his way towards the exit. Why, lord? Even Bishop Alice is at a loss. You need not feel guilty, Teresa reassured him. Moreover, in half an hour, this place shall become exceedingly perilous. It would be prudent for you to depart soon. As she spoke, Teresa moved towards the door. Marquis, when do you plan to leave? Observing Teresa's retreating figure, Qin Nan hesitated for a brief moment before inquiring. Teresa paused for an instant, then without looking back, replied, The last one. In that moment, Teresa had exited Qin Nan's chamber, and he sensed an uncommon fortitude emanating from her. This was a resilience deeply embedded within Teresa's essence, one that Qin Nan had not previously perceived because she had never manifested it. The room fell silent, the crown dimmer than before, and Qin Nan's expression lost its usual tranquility. The master of spirit control of Sequence 5 has already left him feeling utterly powerless. What hope does he have of surviving in the presence of the Lich King of Sequence 4? A true demigod. With a brusque command, Qin Nan extracted the magic mirror and ordered, Help me locate the whereabouts of Fei Luo. Great master, your command is the supreme decree to the magic mirror. It replied, eager to please. Yet, the humble magic mirror lamented, Alas, I am truly unable to fulfill this request. The mirror displayed a green text of grievance, and upon seeing it, Qin Nan felt as though his head might explode. Ultimately, he allocated the only available 4th-level evolution point to the magic mirror, which allowed it to clearly trace Fei Luo's presence in Vidalia, akin to a Sequence 6 sealed object. However, as a Sequence 6 sealed object, activating the mirror proved increasingly arduous for Qin Nan. Merely posing one question left him feeling mentally drained. Did you not claim that nothing within 100 miles could escape your gaze? Qin Nan took a deep breath, unwilling to accept defeat. Great master, there are certain objects that surpass my level. When they automatically obscure my sight, I cannot perceive them, the magic mirror replied, filled with indignation. What can I do if my level is inferior? Observing the magic mirror's pitiful demeanor, Qin Nan snorted in frustration, regretting his decision to allocate the evolution point to it, as its use was proving to be an immense drain on his mental energy. Despite having reached the spectral level of mental power through the use of soul-calming liquid, he could only pose it 3 questions, rather than the usual 7 or 8 in a moment of resolve. Qin Nan stored the magic mirror away and retrieved a quill pen. Since the magic mirror is of little use, I shall resort to the quill. With the quill in hand, he hastily inscribed on paper, In 5 minutes, Arthur Thunder will encounter the soon-to-be-promoted Fei Luo. As soon as he finished writing, he noticed the words fading into oblivion. This phenomenon was not unfamiliar to Qin Nan. It indicated that the predictions he had made exceeded the quill's capabilities. The quill must feel quite aggrieved, for its master was demanding feats beyond its reach. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. Qin Nan continued to write several predictions, but everyone concerning Fei Luo silently vanished. Clearly, any information regarding Fei Luo surpassed the quill's scope. What to do? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Nan wrote, Qin Nan leaves Vidalia, escaping the pursuit of Fei Luo. Once again, as soon as he finished, the words disappeared. Chapter 70. A reunion of kindred spirits. Gazing at the erased text, Qin Nan's spirits plummeted. Although the quill was not intended for divination, it symbolized the unfolding of future events. The erasure of his written words signified that once Fei Luo ascended to demigod status, his chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. Perhaps, Arius possesses a means of escape. However, the likelihood of him taking his chances is virtually non-existent. After all, there exists no significant bond between him and Arius. A torrent of thoughts surged through Qin Nan's mind, yet each notion was promptly dismissed. What should he do? Should he merely await his demise at the hands of Filro? With an overwhelming sense of reluctance swelling within him, Qin Nan's hand fell upon the crown, linked by iron rods. This crown felt weightless, devoid of any practical purpose, yet he still had a first-class evolution point. Contemplating this evolution point, Qin Nan did not hesitate and directed his focus towards the crown. He was uncertain of what transformation would occur, but he felt compelled to attempt it. He hoped it would bear fruit. Even if it proved futile, the loss would not be catastrophic. While this evolution point was precious, What value did it hold if he were to lose his life? The damaged Lich King's crown underwent an evolution 1, transforming into the incomplete Lich King's crown, granting the ability to sense the presence of spiritual entities within a 10-mile radius. The side effect was significant. The user's physical form would gradually become ethereal. If the incomplete Lich King's crown was not removed within 30 minutes, the user's body would transform into a spirit. This side effect was indeed considerable. The transition from corporeal form to spirit signified the end of life itself. Gazing at the Lich King's crown, which had already begun to shift in hue, Qin Nan contemplated for a moment before resolutely placing the crown upon his head. The instant he donned the crown, Qin Nan perceived a figure meandering a mile away on the street. The term meandering was apt, for although the figure was clad in a long trench coat, it lacked a lower half. This bizarre sight sent chills down one's spine. However, just as Qin Nan sensed this wandering figure, he detected a flash of lightning, striking forcefully towards it. The wandering figure attempted to resist, but the lightning whip was overwhelmingly powerful. Far beyond what such an entity could withstand. In that instant, the figure was reduced to mere ashes beneath the might of the lightning whip. As the figure disintegrated, Qin Nan beheld a small black stone tumbling to the ground. Yet, before he could contemplate retrieving it, Arthur's lightning whip had already struck the small black stone with tremendous force. The stone shattered, its extraordinary attributes dispersing rapidly in all directions. As the scene collapsed, Qin Nan felt his body stiffen, an unusual rigidity manifesting. The side effects of the incomplete Lich King's crown were remarkably swift in their onset. Just as he marveled at this, preparing to remove the crown, he sensed a tremendous pull emanating from afar. This allure bore a connection to the incomplete Lich King's crown. In that instant of realization, a feeling blossomed within Qin Nan. He had discovered something. This incomplete Lich King's crown was reacting to Philro, who was on the verge of ascension. In less than 30 minutes, Philro would become the Lich King. Finding him now could mean the difference between life and death. Overwhelmed with joy, Qin Nan was poised to dash out of his room, but in that fleeting moment, he halted his steps. The shattered crown of the Lich King is difficult to elucidate, especially considering that, according to Arthur Thunderstrike, Philro is currently quite feeble, and taking action against him offers a considerable opportunity. Should I succeed in vanquishing a Sequence 5, I would acquire an extraordinary trait of Sequence 4, which would undoubtedly amount to a significant gain. However, if I were to disclose Philro's whereabouts to Arthur Thunderstrike, and the Thunder Sanctuary were to intervene, I fear I would gain nothing at all. The attitude of Yalisai, after his confrontation with Philro, in refusing to assist me, once again loomed in Qin Nan's mind. Moreover, Qin Nan harbored a concern that his displays of exceptional prowess might attract the attention of the Thunder Church. As the governing body of divine authority in the sacred celestial empire, the Thunder Church would not hesitate to act ruthlessly against any perceived threats. In an instant, Qin Nan removed the fragmented crown of the Lich King. The longer he wore this accursed relic, the more his body would become rigid. Fortune favors the bold. After taking a deep breath, Qin Nan resolved firmly. He sensed that Philro certainly possessed subsequent means. Yet he too was no longer the insignificant figure of yesteryear's. 3 minutes later, clad in a black cloak, Qin Nan departed from the Count's residence in Vidalia. No one hindered his exit, as most of the household servants had been dispatched to search for Philro. In accordance with Teresa's orders, as he left the estate, Qin Nan perceived a gaze upon him, yet he chose not to look back, unwilling to divulge his intentions to Teresa. "Who are you?" Just as Qin Nan advanced towards his predetermined location, a Punisher obstructed his path. The Punishers were in a state of urgency. The command from their bishop had alerted them to an impending storm. Although, as extraordinary beings, they were not necessarily at risk of perishing should Philro ascend to demigod status, they nonetheless resided in Vidalia, where their loved ones lived. Qin Nan tugged at his cloak, revealing his face, and declared, "I seek the whereabouts of Philro. It is Lord Limbo. Do you possess news of Philro?" A man who appeared to be the leader of the Punisher squad inquired solemnly. "No. I have merely emerged to lend my strength, for hiding in a room serves little purpose," Qin Nan stated with righteous conviction. Gazing at the Punisher leader, just as the leader was about to speak, he seemed to receive some directive, and promptly altered his tone, saying, "As you wish, my lord, I hope you find Philro." Qin Nan strode quickly towards his destined direction, and in mere minutes, he vanished into the night sky. That moment, Arthur Thunderstrike approached the group of Punishers, and the man who resembled their leader remarked, "Lord Limbo intends to flee." His tone was assertive, as he understood that the path chosen by Lord Limbo led out of the city. In this moment of decision, it was indeed reasonable for Lord Limbo to seek escape. After all, his life held greater significance to him than to us. Arthur Thunderstrike stated, Marquis Teresa hopes he can depart safely. Hearing Arthur's thunderous voice, the Punishers fell silent, yet their expressions grew increasingly grim. Chapter 71. Upon the lighthouse Storm Square, located in the southern part of Vidalia, is the liveliest place in the entire city. Although it was now deep into the night, the square remained abuzz with activity, bustling with life. The open-air beer stalls, where sailors clad only in light garments drank heartily, were filled with raucous laughter as they jested with the alluring women beside them. The sound of their mirth echoed through the air, while the lilting tunes from the harpists' hands continued to resonate, encapsulating the atmosphere of revelry and joy. This vibrant scene gathered around the towering lighthouse, whose light not only illuminated the distant sea but also brightened the entirety of Storm Square. Having rushed from the Earl's residence to the base of the lighthouse, Qin Nan took a quarter of an hour. Though he was acutely aware of the preciousness of time, the vastness of Vidalia, the most prosperous city of the Holy Tianlu Empire, consumed a significant portion of it. At this moment, Qin Nan had removed the mask of limbo, and to most onlookers, he appeared as a gentle-looking youth, a boy wrapped in a cloak beneath the night sky. Sir, may I offer you a drink? A wild woman in a red dress called out loudly upon spotting Qin Nan. He cast a glance at her before turning away and making his way toward the lighthouse. Towering over 50 meters, the lighthouse presented a formidable challenge, even with its staircase, as ascending it demanded considerable strength. 2 minutes later, Qin Nan found himself merely 10 steps from the summit. Yet, at this juncture, he cautiously halted, not out of excessive wariness, but due to his proximity to the ascending Filro. Although Arthur had claimed that Filro lacked formidable strength during his advancement, Qin Nan felt it prudent to exercise caution in the presence of such an entity. Sliding his fingers through the void, the armor of the first-generation Studenberg Count adorned Qin Nan's form. Clad in this armor, his presence mirrored that of an Elector-level Count. However, once donned, the armor sent a chill through his body, which he dismissed as inconsequential. With another deft movement through the dimensional space, he grasped the Sunfire Conflagration diagram. Wielding this artifact endowed him with the abilities of an 8th-order fire adept. The dual side effects of the armor and the diagram, one cooling and the other heating his blood, seemed to complement each other in an intriguing manner. The magical mirror commenced its report on the circumstances within the lighthouse. While it remained unable to discern the exact position of the extraordinary Filro, it did not hinder its ability to observe the surroundings clearly. Qin Nan also retrieved the sealing tome from his spatial inventory, unleashing the spirit of the werewolf sealed within. The 8th Order Elzalon exuded an ominous aura, suggesting an enhancement of power while contained in the tome. Having accomplished all this, Qin Nan produced a quill made of goose feathers. Although he found it difficult to predict the unfolding of events, he nonetheless inscribed the following words. Due to the arrival of Qin Nan, Filro's advancement has failed. Based on past experiences, writing with a quill pen about the fate of a near demigod like Filro, particularly in such a lowly manner, would typically result in failure. However, this time, the content penned by the quill showed no signs of alteration. Armed with various sealing artifacts, Qin Nan finally felt an overwhelming sense of momentum. At that moment, he truly was not fighting alone. The spirit of Elzwolong surged towards the lighthouse, and with the sealing book in hand, Qin Nan was able to witness everything atop the lighthouse through Elzwolong's spirit. The instant Elzwolong's spirit ascended the lighthouse, Qin Nan beheld the diminutive figure of Filro, standing merely a foot tall before the massive gas lamp. Filro's form gradually began to grow taller, appearing as though he existed in a liminal space between reality and illusion. Upon seeing Filro, Qin Nan was taken aback, for his own strength paled in comparison to Filro's. Should Filro be in his full state, Qin Nan would undoubtedly face certain death. Nonetheless, regaining his composure in an instant, Qin Nan urged Elzwolong's spirit to charge at Filro. Elzwolong's ethereal form transformed its hands into a pair of deadly claws, lunging fiercely towards Filro's corporeal body. As Elzwolong approached, Filro had already opened his previously closed eyes, yet he remained motionless, as if the target of Elzwolong's wrath was not him. However, at the moment the claws were about to strike Filro, the ferocious spirit of Elzwolong inexplicably came to a halt, standing beside Filro as though he were a subordinate. In that moment, Qin Nan, holding the sealing book, felt an overwhelming loss of control over Elzwolong. A page belonging to Elzwolong in the sealing book had now become nothing but a blank sheet of paper. Upon closer inspection, Qin Nan could discern faint traces upon it. The realization struck Qin Nan. Filro had seized control over Elzwolong. This thought surged through Qin Nan's mind, prompting him to swiftly activate another sealing paper. The spirit of Philly quickly ascended the lighthouse, as Philly's spirit burst forth. Qin Nan did not hesitate. He understood that the longer he allowed Philro time to grow stronger, the more perilous his situation would become. Should he permit Philro to advance unchecked, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, the moment Philly's spirit surged forth, Qin Nan propelled himself upward from the lower steps towards the lighthouse. Upon reaching the summit, Qin Nan witnessed Philly's spirit being cleaved in two by Elzwalong's spirit, which now emanated a more menacing aura than when Qin Nan had commanded it, its power considerably amplified. Faced with this dire scenario, Qin Nan did not falter. He instinctively drew his revolver and fired a shot at Philro. The bullet was propelled with astonishing speed. In the instant the gunfire erupted, Philro, standing merely a foot tall, pointed towards the void, conjuring a wall of bones that materialized instantaneously before him. The bullet whizzed through the air, crashing heavily against the makeshift barrier in that fleeting moment of collision. Qin Nan initially believed that his exorcising bullet would rebound upon him. Yet, to his astonishment, he beheld the skeletal wall ignited by pure white flames, which, in the blink of an eye, was reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the exorcising bullet vanished without a trace. At that moment, Philro, caught between the realms of reality and illusion, emitted a soft gasp of surprise. "Lord Anerton, I did not anticipate encountering you here," Philro's voice rang clear. Reminiscent of a youth, Qin Nan replied calmly, "I had anticipated this, for I have come expressly to seek you, Master Philro." "Anerton, you cannot slay me," Philro asserted, confidence saturating his tone. Chapter 72. What do you compare with me? Although Philro had not succeeded in his ascension, his mind remained remarkably lucid. When he proclaimed that Anerton could not kill him, he appeared serene outwardly, while tumultuous waves surged within. Though a spirit manipulation master like Philro, Qin Nan, embodying Lord Anerton, appeared as nothing more than an insignificant insect. With a mere flick of his finger, he could easily erase this minor lord from existence. Yet now, he found himself in a defensive stance, a considerable blow to his pride. Had the visitor been Bishop Yalith, he would not have entertained such thoughts, for at that time, his energies would be primarily focused on survival. "Is that so? Does your mother know how proud you are?" Qin Nan taunted with a wicked grin, once more lifting the silver revolver in his hand. The second shot of the silver revolver was destined to miss, of course, had there been the fortuitous intervention of a quill. The outcome might have been unexpectedly favorable. Alas, this time, Qin Nan was devoid of such a boon. "Anerton, although I am currently in a state of ascension, I have regained the combat prowess of Sequence 9. Moreover, this Sequence 9 allows me to wield all skills of the Necromancer up to Sequence 4. You are no match for me, so I advise you to patiently await the completion of my ascension. I can assure you that not only will I spare your life, but I shall also present you with an unforeseen surprise." His words were not mere intimidation. To him, they bore the weight of truth. The only falsehood lay in the promise of sparing Anerton, for that decision was beyond his authority. Though the demigod was no longer what he once was, the one who assigned him tasks was truly formidable. Qin Nan remained silent. The moment Philro concluded his entreaty, he decisively pressed the trigger of the silver revolver. The second bullet was not aimed, and thus, he harbored no expectations for this shot. However, upon firing, he was taken aback to discover that the spirit of Elzalrin had indeed been struck. This outcome left Qin Nan uncertain whether to rejoice or lament, for regardless, the spirit of Elzalrin was still considered his possession. Yet, at this moment, Qin Nan could no longer afford such concerns. One must risk the wolves to save the children. In the instant the second shot was fired, Qin Nan's hand reached out into the void, and a heavy sword materialized in his grasp, descending upon Philro's form with great force. Philro witnessed in dismay as the spirit he had just controlled was mercilessly slain by a single shot from Qin Nan. A flicker of ferocity flashing across his eyes. His earlier claims regarding his own prowess were considerably embellished. While he boasted the ability to wield all skills beyond Sequence 4, this statement was only half-truthful. In reality, his mental energy was merely at Sequence 9, and the other techniques he could employ beyond Sequence 4 were limited to a singular use. During the process of advancement, once such techniques were enacted, their reuse became exceedingly arduous. For instance, the method he utilized to control the spirit was enacted the moment Elzwalong charged at him, driven by the palpable power emanating from Elzwalong, which approached Sequence 8. Now, having been reduced to ashes by a single shot, the trump card he had relied upon, Elzwalong's demise filled Philro with both discomfort and a seething fury. "Die!" he bellowed, flicking his fingers towards the void, summoning a skeletal spear that hurtled through the air towards Qin Nan with incredible speed. Although this skeletal spear possessed only the power of Sequence 9, its wielder was Philro, endowing it with superior hardness and velocity compared to those wielded by ordinary necromancers. Qin Nan's great sword, while formidable, could not match the speed of the skeletal spear. Nonetheless, a fierce collision ensued. In the aftermath of the clash, Qin Nan was propelled backward several paces, yet the skeletal spear was similarly cleaved in two. As Philro observed the failure of his skeletal spear, a glint of savagery flickered in his gaze. He scoffed, his eyes gleaming with a jade light as they fixed upon Qin Nan. Unbeknownst to Qin Nan, the intensity of that gaze heralded an extraordinary peril. Just as he contemplated whether to close his eyes, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the holy armor enveloping him, reminiscent of the aura of the first Count Sturdenberg. Under this formidable presence, the essence of that gaze dissipated entirely. Philro's soul-piercing eye was merely a supplementary tool. His true lethal strike aimed at Qin Nan was embodied in the colossal skeletal serpent he had summoned, its length exceeding 3 zhong. Although the serpent seemed somewhat clumsy in its movements, the power it exuded was undoubtedly at Sequence 8. The skeletal serpent surged forward, swiftly closing in on Qin Nan. In Philro's estimation, despite Qin Nan's capabilities, he was fated to meet his end in such dire circumstances. Having expended numerous techniques as a Sequence 9, he should have exhausted all his trump cards. It was now time for his annihilation. The thought of having depleted his prepared methods left Philro seething with rage. Yet, just as Philro stewed in his resentment, Qin Nan, taking a deliberate step back, suddenly swung his sword heavily at the skeletal serpent. This strike appeared unlikely to inflict any harm upon the massive creature. However, as he executed the swing, a crimson flame erupted from Qin Nan's sword, swiftly enveloping the skeletal serpent. The very instant the flames erupted, Qin Nan's palm reached out into the void, and a fiery orb surged toward Philro with tremendous force. Philro's expression darkened considerably. His recent exertions had nearly depleted his reserves of power. Faced with the whistling fireball, 3 words flashed through his mind. Firebearer. This Alden was concealing his true strength. This fellow, already a Sequence 8 firebearer, had been masquerading as a mere fire spirit warrior. Confronting a firebearer now seemed an insurmountable challenge. Swiftly, Philro waved his hand, conjuring a deathly canopy before him. However, his deathly veil was utterly devoid of strength, and as Qin Nan's fireball bore down upon him, the canopy was torn asunder in an instant. At that very moment, wielding his greatsword, Qin Nan surged forward with remarkable speed. Philro, having nearly exhausted all his skills, was taken aback by the scene before him. He recognized that he had reached a perilous juncture. Alden, should you advance another step, we shall both meet our demise at the hands of the Grim Reaper. Philro bellowed, his voice laced with menace. Chapter 73. The silent fate. Philro's face was taut, brimming with a sense of humiliation. Had those words been directed at Arist, he would have felt no shame. Yet, uttering them to Alden, a mere Sequence 9, was a profound disgrace. This indignity made Philro's cheeks flush with heat. Nevertheless, despite his discomfort, he could only endure, for he had no alternative. To preserve his life, he had no choice but to resort to such tactics to compel Alden to retreat. Observing the grim determination etched on Philro's face, Qin Nan showed no inclination to withdraw. With a flourish of his massive sword, a crimson flame surged forth, ruthlessly cleaving toward Philro. Although Qin Nan suspected Philro's words might hold some truth, he recognized he had no other options. Time was not on his side. Furthermore, should Philro ascend to demigod status, he would be left with no place to bury his remains. This moment represented his optimal opportunity to eliminate the threat that Philro posed. He could not afford to relent as for Philro's potential countermeasures. Qin Nan's sole preparation was to confront them head-on. While he often preferred to deliberate before acting, he was not one to shy away from a dire confrontation when necessary. The flames surged, enveloping Philro in an instant. In the past, such fire would have posed no threat to him. Yet now, as a Sequence 9, Philro found himself showing signs of combustion beneath the fiery embrace. In that moment, Philro comprehended that this young Alden would not entertain any notions of reconciliation. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, Philro would never succumb to inaction. He intently intoned, "Omnipresent God of Death, I offer all that I possess in exchange for your favor." Qin Nan, unaware of Philro's incantation, felt an unsettling chill as he listened to Philro's murmurs. The principle of inflicting 1,000 deaths while suffering 800 in return was abundantly clear to Qin Nan. Yet even with this knowledge, he found himself unable to halt his actions. Almost instinctively, he hurled his heavy sword at Philro with great force, and simultaneously, a A silver revolver reappeared in his grasp. Bang! Qin Nan unleashed his third shot at Philro. After the inaccuracy of the second shot, the third returned to form. The bullet, imbued with the power to vanquish evil, pierced through Philro's armpit, igniting a flicker of silver flames that began to consume his body. Philro displayed no signs of panic. In fact, a faint smile graced his lips. Rapidly, he proclaimed, "Let him plummet into the depths of hell. May his spirit endure eternally as a fifth-tier spirit master." Philro possessed myriad techniques. And at this critical juncture of ascension, his ultimate gambit was this sacrificial rite of death. Although he currently wielded only ninth-tier strength, the body he was sacrificing held the potential of a fourth-tier Lich King, allowing him to potentially eliminate a fifth-tier or even a demigod of the fourth tier. Initially, this was a method he was most reluctant to employ. Once invoked, it would signify the collapse of all his hard work. However, he found himself with no alternative. To Philro, it felt as though he were casting countless gold coins alongside a mere stone into the abyss. The Grim Reaper above. How unfortunate I am this time. Though resentment lingered in his heart, the incantation on his lips showed no sign of faltering. Yet, just as he was about to utter the final word, a thunderous roar erupted from the void. This thunder drowned out Philro's voice, sending tremors through his heart. In that moment of trepidation, a bold proclamation appeared on the dimensional parchment of Qin Nan. In the midst of battle with Philro, I unexpectedly evaded a crisis. Qin Nan paid no heed to anything else. He continued to channel the flames derived from the blazing sun, which descended heavily upon Philro once more. Boom! Philro's form was utterly engulfed by the flames, and at that moment, he found himself incapable of reciting his incantation anew. Within the relentless inferno, Philro's expression became grotesque as he nearly bellowed, "Anderton, I shall return in 6 months. I hope you can survive until my return." Accompanied by Philro's unwilling roar, his form transformed into a swirling mass of flames, vanishing without a trace. On the undulating surface of the sea, a cruise ship was slowly making its way towards Vidalia. A sailor standing on the deck, focused on locating the lighthouse, suddenly felt the beacon brighten considerably. With the thunder resounding above and the position of the lighthouse firmly established, we shall soon be able to enter Vidalia in 30 minutes' time. Brothers, the delectable steaks, the spirited maidens, and the strong spirits of the old ship tavern beckon us forth. Let us muster our strength. The entire cruise ship was suddenly infused with exhilaration, the sound of the foghorn resonating across the vast sea. Unbeknownst to Qin Nan, the death of Philro had yielded such a multitude of benefits. At this moment, he stood atop the lighthouse, trembling uncontrollably. Having utilized an excess of sealing artifacts, he felt as though his head might explode. Throughout the battle, Qin Nan sensed the overwhelming depletion of his mental fortitude. Yet the heightened tension compelled him to persist. Now, with Philro's threat extinguished, the aftereffects of the various sealing artifacts surged forth within him. The blazing sunburning image ignited the blood within, while the Count's armor chilled the surroundings. The two forces, during combat, exhibited a certain balance. However, now that the battle had subsided and he had just relaxed, Qin Nan felt his body oscillating between feverish warmth and chilling cold, his muscles akin to being pricked by needles in discomfort. The aftereffects of the sealing tome, the quill, struggling to rise, Qin Nan hastily stowed away the holy armor, the eternal sun, and the quill. He could not ascertain whether he had indeed slain Philro, but he felt confident that, for the time being, Philro would not trouble him again. More importantly, this being, on the verge of ascending to demigod status, had utterly failed in this endeavor. Qin Nan gazed towards the site of Philro's disintegration, hoping to glean some rewards from this encounter. After all, the demise of a rank 5 entity should leave behind valuable remnants. Before him lay a sizable black stone, as large as a fist, alongside an ancient-looking parchment. The moment Qin Nan laid eyes upon the black stone, he made his way towards it. Chapter 74. The storm approaches. Arius knelt before the statue in the sanctuary, silently reciting the scripture held in his hands. However, at this moment, the storm poet's heart was anything but tranquil. He was consumed with urgency, for soon he would face a demigod. Although he possessed a sealing artifact of demigod caliber, he understood well that possessing such an artifact did not equate to being a demigod himself, and even with all his might, he might not stand against that supreme being. As for the highest echelons of the temple, each was preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving no time to come to his aid in such haste. Vidalia was destined to become a realm of liches, and he, the bishop, found himself utterly powerless. What time is it? Setting aside the partially recited scripture, Arius inquired of the young priest attending to him. The young priest replied respectfully, 5 minutes remain. It is not yet midnight. 5 minutes. Arius's heart sank. He knew that the mission to locate Filro had, in essence, failed. Rising slowly, he addressed the young priest, prepare yourself. Take my letter and depart Vidalia at the earliest opportunity. A flicker of surprise crossed the priest's eyes as he spoke. Bishop? Could it be? Just as Alastair was preparing to reprimand him, Arthur Thunderbolt rushed over, exclaiming, Bishop, we have found nothing at all. In that moment, Alastair's demeanor shifted to one of remarkable calmness, as he replied coolly. As a semi-divine being on the verge of ascension, Filro would undoubtedly conceal his presence exceptionally well. It is entirely normal that you cannot locate him. That a glimmer of guilt flashed in Arthur Thunderbolt's eyes. As the leader of the Punishers, he was acutely aware of the impending consequences. Yet, as the head of the Punishers, he found himself utterly powerless, a reflection of his own inadequacy. Bishop, I believe Lord Rambo has not exerted himself fully. Perhaps he possesses some hidden means yet to be revealed, Arthur Thunderbolt ventured, articulating his assessment, albeit without any supporting evidence. Alastair shook his head and replied, it is too late. Even if Rambo employs arcane methods to find Filro, by now, Filro has likely restored his power to Sequence 5. A Sequence 5 Spirit Master is virtually unmatched throughout Vidalia, let alone a Spirit Master capable of swiftly ascending to become a Lich King. Should we then retreat? Despite being the captain of the Punishers, Arthur Thunderbolt was not a mechanical man. He too could contemplate the notion of withdrawal when the situation turned dire. Alastair nodded, instructing, you must ensure the safety of the Lady Marquis as you escort her away. Remember, above all, to safeguard her well. Being as for me, with thunder above, I shall buy you some time. At this juncture, Alastair's face bore an expression of solemnity. Arthur Thunderbolt longed to offer solace to Alastair, yet he understood that in the annals of the Thunder Church, no sanctuary had ever withstood the onslaught of a death wizard. If Alastair, as the bishop, were to flee, the circumstances he would face would likely be no better than death itself. With the Eye of Destruction and other seals prepared, Alastair awaited the moment when he would fight with all his might. Not only Alastair, but among those waiting was also Viscount Tiglas. However, in contrast to Alastair's gravitas, the heart of Viscount Tiglas brimmed with anticipation. Everything was about to change. Viscount Tetraus gazed at the jovial Count Yope beside him and remarked with a smile, soon, you shall become a Viscount of Vidalia. When that time comes, remember how you attained this position. Only then can you hold onto your title for a longer duration. Count Yope's hands trembled as he absorbed the news regarding Filro from Viscount Tiglas, a spirit master of the same caliber as Bishop Alastair, one on the verge of becoming a Lich King, a being of the utmost significance. His emergence would rewrite everything. Please convey to Lord Filro, when requesting his intervention, to refrain from excessive ferocity. Count Yope's tone was nearly pleading. After all, the greatest value of Vidalia lies in the wealth that continually converges upon it. Rest assured, Master Filro is not a madman. Upon uttering these words, Lord Tygalas chuckled and remarked, he is acutely aware of his intentions. At this juncture, Lord Tygalas spoke solemnly. Furthermore, I have arranged a performance for you. When the sanctum lies in ruins, when the Countess meets her demise, and when the realm of the Lich threatens to engulf all of Vidalia, you shall take matters into your own hands, wielding your courage and strength to conquer the Lich King. It is amidst your righteous and compassionate counsel that he will be compelled to depart Vidalia in disgrace. And you will safeguard Vidalia, emerging as its sovereign. Listening to Lord Tygala's words, Lord Yopu's eyes flickered with a hint of derision. Your words are eloquent, but do you believe anyone will take them to heart? Will His Majesty believe? Will the Thunder Church? Lord Tygalas replied languidly. His Majesty will undoubtedly believe. Have no worries. As for the Thunder Church, within the sacred realm of the Holy Celestial Empire, they cannot oppose what His Majesty deems to be true. Remember, you are a hero, the hero of all Vidalia. Here, I have a few words for you to memorize well. Faced with the unwavering Lord Tygalas, Lord Yopu fell silent, instead extracting a script-laden parchment to scrutinize it closely. At the Count's estate, Teresa polished the Spear of Glory, for soon she would wield this spear, a symbol of the Sturdenberg family's honor. In battle, as she cleaned the spear, she felt a surge of power coursing through her, as if this cold weapon had gained a semblance of vitality. However, she was acutely aware that although the Spear of Glory had begun to awaken, she would undoubtedly not be a match for a demigod. She wondered if Lord Lonbois had already ventured far away. The thought of the departing Lord Lonbois filled Teresa with a tumult of emotions. She reminded herself that this Lambois was merely an ally motivated by self-interest, and there was no necessity for him to fight alongside her. His departure at this moment was his best choice. Yet in her heart, she longed for this wild lord to stand beside her in battle. Perhaps it is for the best that he has left. Ultimately, Teresa consoled herself. Just as she set the spear of glory down, a bell tolled, resonating throughout all of Vidalia. It was 12 o'clock. The hour had arrived. Chapter 75. Where is the promised return of the king? Ladies and gentlemen, above all, let us preserve our lives. Arthur Thunderstrike stood before the Punishers, his tone imbued with rare warmth. Most of the Punishers of Vidalia were nurtured by Arthur Thunderstrike himself, and he held an extraordinary affection for these subordinates. However, this time, Arthur Thunderstrike knew that he could no longer shield them. Though they were all extraordinary beings, they would likely struggle to survive in the impending realm of the Lich. All the Punishers remained silent, each one acutely aware of the mounting pressure. Before the specter of life and death, no soul could remain indifferent. As the clock struck midnight, Arthur Thunderfell intoned solemnly, "Let us depart." Dozens of Punishers, imbued with a sense of tragic valor, followed Arthur Thunderfell toward the Count's estate. The entrance of the Hall of Thunder. Alistair watched the departure with a hint of reluctance in his gaze. For Alistair, these Punishers were individuals he had watched grow. Now, he was resigned to his inevitable fate, while the futures of these young warriors hung precariously in the balance. Naturally, the weight of such circumstances bore heavily upon his heart. With a sense of instinctive reverence, he tapped 5 times upon his chest, silently uttering a blessing. Beyond that, he found himself powerless to assist these young souls any further. Prepared for what lay ahead, Alistair awaited the arrival of the Lich Kingdom in quietude, fully aware that someone like Filro would show no mercy. His thirst for vengeance would surely compel him to come. As time trickled by, Alistair began to reflect upon the tapestry of his life, recalling how he had once been a mere priest, cherished by his mentor, and subsequently ascended to become an extraordinary being. These memories surged within him, leaving an ache of nostalgia in their wake. It was 12:30. Turning his gaze to the clock atop the cathedral, Alistair shook his head. Filro truly bore a grudge. Was he intent on driving Alistair to the brink of despair through sheer terror? Yet, having just attained the title of Lich King, did Filro not fear the sudden emergence of some supreme entity from the Holy See? Could it be that his newfound power had rendered him overly exuberant, impairing his judgment? As moments slipped away, Alistair, consumed by speculation regarding Filro, suddenly noted that it was already 1 in the morning. In his estimation, he had scarcely expected to endure until this hour, yet here it was. Still, Filro had not arrived. In that instant, a thought flickered in Alistair's mind. Could it be that this calamity had passed? Perhaps Filro's ascension had faltered, or some complication had arisen. Otherwise, how could he remain absent at such a critical juncture? With thunder above, the divine still sheltered his people. Alistair, with fervent devotion, tapped 5 times over his heart, silently extolling the thunder god. Meanwhile, at the estate of Viscount Tegaras, the moment had arrived when Viscount Jop had memorized every word to perfection. At this juncture, he could utter even a single note without faltering. Provided Filro made his appearance, he would undoubtedly deliver each word with the valor of a fearless hero. Yet, despite his thorough preparation, an unsettling stillness enveloped the entire city. A man clad in black silently materialized at the estate of Viscount Tegaras, speaking in a hushed tone. "My lord, the entirety of Vidalia is devoid of issues. Has something transpired with Viscount Tegaras?" Viscount Yopu immediately questioned. Is it possible that the demeanor of Viscount Tygilas was exceedingly grim? The composure that typically suggested he had everything under control had vanished completely. It must be that Master Filro's advancement encountered some issues. Tygilas stated coldly. Keep a vigilant watch on the situation from all directions. Should any unexpected events arise, report to me at once. Yes, my lord Viscount. A man clad in black swiftly departed, while Viscount Yopu inquired. Tygilas, do you think these things of mine are no longer necessary to practice? Practice, even if you find no immediate use for it this time. As long as you train diligently, there will come a day when it will prove invaluable. A glimmer of intensity shone in Tygilas's gaze. Viscount Yopu, remember, we have not yet lost. Behind us, there is not merely one Filro. Should one Filro fall, others will follow, and we shall have supporters. Tygilas declared with unwavering confidence. One day, you shall become a count, the master of Vidalia. At the count's residence, Teresa and Arthur Lolii had ceased their confrontation. Arthur Lolii, who initially intended to incapacitate the countess and carry her away, was now consumed by one thought. What on earth has transpired? The bishop stated that Philro would ascend to become the Lich King at 12 o'clock, and post-12, the realm of the Lich would descend upon Vidalia. Among them, few would survive. Yet now, with the clock striking 1, the ascended demigod had yet to arrive. It seemed the bishop had erred this time. Vidalia had been spared. The punishers, too, murmured quietly, having prepared themselves for certain death, yet the current situation suggested a miraculous turnaround. Clatter! The sound of polished shoes striking the floor shattered the tranquility of the Countess' residence as several punishers rushed out, only to behold Qin Nan striding in. "Lord Rambo, did you not leave?" Arthur Lolei inquired, astonished. Qin Nan, momentarily taken aback at being addressed as Rambo again, soon responded with a nonchalant smile. "I merely stepped out to attend to some matters. I did not leave." As he spoke, Qin Nan turned to Teresa. "My Lady Marquis, I do not recall bidding you farewell." Upon hearing this, Teresa felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I knew Lord Rambo was not one to depart without notice. If the Marquis has no further plans, I shall retire to rest." Qin Nan bowed to Teresa. Teresa smiled and replied, "It has been said that significant events would unfold tonight. However, it appears that may not come to pass. Please, do rest, sir." "Thank you, my Lady Marquis." As Qin Nan departed, Teresa suddenly addressed Arthur Lolei. "Do you think Lord Rambo has gone to thwart Philro? Marquis, do you truly believe such fanciful notions?" Arthur Lolei retorted without hesitation. Chapter 76. The arrival of the prince. As Qin Nan stepped into the room, his expression tightened. It seemed he had forgotten that he had already bid farewell to Teresa. Now that the crisis with Philro has been temporarily resolved, his quiet return is rather perplexing. Upon reflection, Qin Nan comprehends the nature of the situation. The damned after-effects? Why must every sealed object come with such repercussions? Rubbing his somewhat stiff face, Qin Nan returned to his former chamber. Without the interference of Philro, being a guest of an elector has its own advantages. The shadows that loomed over him should have dissipated for the time being. However, according to Philro, it seems this fellow will make a reappearance after a while. Fortunately, he has already eliminated the possibility of Philro ascending to demigod status. Nestled in the armchair of his study, Qin Nan felt as though his lightweight frame had been hollowed out. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted and fatigued. The various applications of different sealed objects had rendered his mental energy severely depleted. Although he was stronger than an ordinary person, even a rank 9 extraordinary being could leave him overwhelmed. Moreover, he was currently unable to utilize any of those sealed objects. Extracting a drop of soul-calming liquid from the dimensional space, Qin Nan adeptly swallowed it. As the liquid coursed through him, he quickly envisioned the fiery sun incineration diagram. This time, devoid of any mumbling, a blazing flame apparition gradually formed in his heart. The fiery apparition slowly solidified, and Qin Nan felt as if he himself were transforming into a ball of fire. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and suddenly, the condensed flame extinguished. Awakening from his visualization, Qin Nan let out a long sigh of relief. The effects of a single drop of soul-calming liquid had restored about half of his mental energy. Assessing his mental state, he swallowed another drop of the liquid. Previously, he would consume only 1 drop a day, as that was his limit. Exceeding this amount within a single day would not only diminish its efficacy but also harm his body. Yet now, Qin Nan felt that his mental energy could easily accommodate 2 drops. This time, rather than visualizing the fiery sun incineration diagram, he envisioned the fragmented void diagram. Countless specks of light surged in his heart, ultimately coalescing into an ethereal shadow of space. Although the shadow of space did not increase, Qin Nan sensed it becoming increasingly solidified. At this moment, his mental energy barely reached the threshold for advancing to rank 8. Once he finished this bottle of soul-calming liquid, he should attain the realm of mental energy projection. Regrettably, he had yet to discover the potion formula for the Firebearer. Relying solely on his bloodline, he felt that his hopes for advancement were rather slim. After all, the power of the bloodline is finite, and merely awakening it was already quite commendable. On the following morning, Qin Nan appeared considerably more spirited. Just as he was about to assess his gains, he heard someone say, "My lord, the Marquis requests your presence in Vidalia. There is only one Marquis, and that is Teresa." Recalling his earlier calm return, Qin Nan naturally followed the servant to the drawing room of the Count's estate. "Mr. Simon's pastries are delightful. Would the lord care for a serving?" Teresa was elegantly indulging in a portion of cream cake at that moment. After Qin Nan gracefully saluted and greeted, he took a seat across the table and playfully remarked, "As you command." The servant trailing behind Teresa swiftly flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes. In times of great peril, you scurry away faster than a rabbit, hastily seeking refuge. Yet once the danger has passed, you return with undue enthusiasm, sharing delectable feasts and engaging in jovial conversation with the Marquis. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? However, observing the Marquis's demeanor, it appeared he bore no grudge against this individual's lack of loyalty. Astonishingly, there seemed to be a trace of warmth in his gaze towards him. Contemplating this, the servant could only swallow his discontent and properly present a slice of cake. Teresa waved her hand, signaling the servant to withdraw, and then earnestly stated, Bishop Alastair informed me that he received divine revelation indicating that Philro's ascension to the rank of the 4 Lich Kings has failed. Without lifting his gaze, Qin Nan continued to savor his cake, saying, Failed? That's splendid news. By the thunder above, this is the best tidings I have heard. As he spoke, Qin Nan's fingers swiftly tapped 5 times over his heart, sketching an image of thunder. Teresa elegantly placed a cherry from her cake into her mouth before inquiring, My lord, could you enlighten me on who thwarted Philro? Gazing at the expectant Teresa, a smile crept upon Qin Nan's lips as he replied, I believe this should be attributed to my efforts, Marquis, you see? After I departed the Count's estate, I encountered Philro just as he was on the verge of a successful ascension. Before Qin Nan could finish his sentence, a chorus of footsteps approached, accompanied by derisive laughter. What a splendid tale you weave, but tell me, is the storyteller perhaps a bit too fanciful, too amusing? The speaker was Arthur Thunderstrike, followed closely by the Viscount Hurtline, who regarded Qin Nan with a disparaging gaze. My friend aspires to remain low-key, yet alas, his prowess does not permit it. What grounds do you have to look down upon me? Qin Nan shot a sidelong glance at the newcomers, continuing to relish the exquisite cake with nonchalance. Lord Lambeau, since it was you who disrupted Philro's ascension, congratulations. You have gained an immortal foe. Arthur Thunderstrike respectfully bowed to Teresa before continuing. Although Philro's ascension has failed, the contingency he left in the spirit realm is sufficient to ensure his revival. Lord Lambeau, he shall return to seek you out in 6 months. Qin Nan felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Thunder Church would be privy to the details of his conversation with Philro. Judging by Arthur Thunderstrike's expression, he did not seem aware that Qin Nan was the very individual tasked with dealing with Philro. The sole explanation for his knowledge could only be that the Thunder Church possessed information regarding Philro. Setting aside other considerations, this alone warranted Qin Nan's heightened regard for the Thunder Church. My Lord Marquis, we have received word that Prince Charles is set to arrive in Vidalia today. The bishop requests that you convey his apologies to His Highness, as the bishop is unwell and cannot personally welcome the prince. Teresa paused momentarily. Although she had not encountered Prince Tukulus, she was aware that he was the 3rd in line to the throne of the Holy Tianluo Empire. The arrival of a prince was no trivial matter for her, a newly appointed elector. Moreover, there was another matter at hand. She requested that the Count issue a decree for the municipal hall to assist us, the Thunder Sanctuary, in apprehending Anilton Hardensolen, who conspired with Philro. In the roaring steam train, 2 individuals were calmly engaged in a game of chess. The pieces, crafted from red and white jade, produced a melodious sound as they moved across the board. The young man, in his 20s, held the red pieces. His emerald eyes set within a face chiseled like stone radiated charisma. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a relaxed yet poised aura around him, akin to a deity, making it difficult to gaze upon him. Why, Lord Slobins, if you continue to play in this manner, I shall inevitably win this match, the young man declared with a cheerful laugh. The one referred to as Slobins appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. Though he could not compare in youthful allure, he possessed a certain mature charm. Your Highness's skills in chess have become increasingly refined, Slobins remarked as he gently placed his jade piece down. I am no longer a match for you. It is all thanks to your esteemed guidance, my lord, the young Tukulus replied respectfully. Though his words bore a hint of formality, they were received with warmth. Your Highness, His Majesty has entrusted you with 2 matters. Which do you deem more significant? Slobins inquired. Without lifting his gaze, Tukulus responded, undoubtedly, the marriage alliance. Slobins studied the young prince's countenance for a moment before thoughtfully replying. Your Highness, I believe the execution of Anilton is of greater importance. Startled, Tukulus abruptly looked up. He had already familiarized himself with both tasks upon receiving them. The heir of the Studenberg title, who claimed the Spear of Glory, would not only gain the recognition of the Thunder Church but also ascend to the status of elector. What does being an elector signify? It represents the qualification to become the emperor of the Holy Tianluo Empire. Despite the fact that the Slanton family had maintained their hold on the throne for many years, undercurrents of challenge still stirred within the empire. Each elector is a contender, forming a marriage alliance with an elector would not only diminish one challenger but also fortify the imperial throne of the Slanton family. Your Highness, your task initially only encompassed the first matter, which is quite customary for the royal family. However, not long ago, His Majesty conveyed a second task via a secret telegram. His Majesty's urgency regarding the young Annelton indicates that you should prioritize him, Slobins explained. After a moment of contemplation, Tukulus respectfully addressed his mentor. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Upon reaching Vidalia, I shall endeavor to complete this task as swiftly as possible. Slobinsai nodded and remarked, Your Highness, apprehending young Anderton is not an insurmountable task. His Majesty has already dispatched a sealed artifact. As long as young Anderton remains in Vidalia, he shall find no escape. At this point, it was Charles's turn to be taken aback once more. To him, eliminating a lord in collusion with the necromancer was hardly a matter of great consequence. He had not anticipated that his father would go to such lengths, even sending a sealed artifact. What could this signify? It indicated that the illustrious sovereign, who illuminated the entirety of the sacred Tianlu Empire, was now in a state of utmost urgency. Should he fail to fulfill this mission, it would be tantamount to a grievous lack of awareness, leading to a dire fate. Master, I comprehend now, he exclaimed. There's no need for such gravity. A mere lord is of little significance, as long as we can locate him. He shall be cornered. Qin Nan had returned to his residence. Having just sighed in relief from evading the pursuit of Filro, he now felt a wave of anxiety wash over him once more. The realization that he had conspired with the necromancer Filro, rendering himself a wanted man, was utterly absurd. To Qin Nan, this was incomprehensible. Yet, this claim had been confirmed by both the sacred Tianlu Empire and the Thunder Church. In that moment, his doubts intensified. He must depart Vidalia swiftly, perhaps even flee the sacred Tianlu Empire altogether. Although he was concealed by the mask of evolution, with Filro's demise and the prince's arrival, it was inevitable that a multitude of powerful beings would flock to Vidalia. What if one of those formidable individuals could discern his true identity? Qin Nan had yet to determine where to escape to, but he was acutely aware that the farther he was from the Sun King, the better. However, before his departure, there were matters he needed to attend to, such as procuring the materials required to become a wall breaker and the potion formula essential for a fire caller. He resolved to visit the Oracle's abode once every few days to exchange for the items he needed before making his exit. With a firm resolve, Qin Nan gently waved his hand, and a dark stone, resembling a heart, appeared before him. This stone was an extraordinary trait left behind from Filro's demise, and anticipation swelled within Qin Nan's heart. After all, Filro was but a step away from ascending to the rank of a demigod in the fourth sequence. The extraordinary trait within Filro should have attained the demigod's level. Thus, Qin Nan was eager to discern the classification of this evolution point. As his fingers grasped the black stone, it transformed into a surge of power that sent shivers through his being, flooding into his body. You possess a 6th rank evolution point. Please select the item for evolution. With this line of text manifesting in Qin Nan's mind, his expression shifted from rigidity to sheer elation. A 6th rank evolution point, if converted into a sealed artifact, signified an artifact of the 4th sequence. This meant that the stone he had acquired contained the extraordinary attributes of a demigod. The thought of possessing the extraordinary attributes of a demigod left Qin Nan's heart in a tumultuous state of excitement. Although he did not observe the clash between Filro and Yalisai from a close distance, he profoundly sensed the overwhelming might displayed during their confrontation. In the presence of such formidable power, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Whom should this evolution point be bestowed upon? Qin Nan's first thought gravitated towards the magic mirror. However, he ultimately dismissed this notion. Should the magic mirror acquire this evolution point, while its range of perception might indeed expand, the accompanying consumption of mental energy would also be considerable and cannot be overlooked. Posing a single question to it might lead to an unsustainable drain on his mental resources. Furthermore, it currently resides as a sealed object of Sequence 6, and the likelihood of successfully evolving it into a Sequence 4 sealed object is quite slim. As for the other sealed objects, after much deliberation, Qin Nan still could not come to a decisive conclusion. Yet, just as he was about to set it aside, he suddenly felt a weight upon his heart, as if something were pressing down on him. Chapter 78. The Order of the Bronze Pillar. All wanted criminals must report to the City Hall within 3 days. Otherwise, they shall be executed. Fugitives will be slain. A voice surged into Qin Nan's mind. This voice did not emanate from the system within him, but rather from the void itself. Upon hearing it, Qin Nan's heart trembled. He sensed that he had been inexplicably marked by something unseen. What is happening? Qin Nan could no longer afford to concern himself with the mental energy consumption of the magic mirror and hastily summoned it to inquire. Master, the astute and brilliant master, I foresee dire consequences this time. I observe that at the city hall, an ancient bronze pillar has been erected, inscribed with legal texts that possess a peculiar power capable of identifying all criminals within the city. On the mirror's surface, pale characters flicker rapidly, though, all-powerful master, quickly engage your brilliant mind and devise a solution. This bronze pillar casts a shadow over the entirety of Vidalia. Should I continue to pry further, I shall undoubtedly be marked as a criminal. With a mere gesture, it can summon rain or cloud. My omnipotent master, you must not allow this dreadful bronze pillar to remain. It is far too terrifying. Qin Nan gazed at the seemingly feeble magic mirror, his expression growing increasingly grave. Although he was unaware of the pillar's designation, its menacing presence lodged a knot in his throat. The reason for his designation as a criminal must surely relate to his collusion with the wanted Filro. The sudden appearance of this bronze pillar at the city hall was undoubtedly connected to the influential figure who sought to bring him down. Contemplating the individual he suspected, Qin Nan yearned to confront them directly and demand, "What have I done to deserve such a bitter enmity? Why exert such effort to see me perish?" Alas, he could only envision this scenario in his mind, for the disparity between them was insurmountably vast. After a moment of reflection, Qin Nan resolved to investigate the bronze pillar. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary is crucial for any chance of victory. Lord Lembo, this evening the Count's residence will host His Highness Prince Tuckeles, and the Marquis hopes you will prepare adequately to avoid any impropriety. A servant of the Count's estate, noticing that Qin Nan was about to depart, respectfully offered a reminder. Qin Nan nodded in acknowledgement. A gesture of response, as a distinguished guest of the Count's household, he swiftly requested a horse-drawn carriage pulled by 2 steeds. The streets of Vidalia remained bustling with activity, devoid of any peculiarities. However, as the carriage drew nearer to the town hall, Qin Nan felt an increasing lightness in his heart, as if some unseen force was beckoning him. No, I must not proceed to the town hall. As a transcendent individual, Qin Nan's mental prowess was far superior to that of ordinary folk. Yet, in this moment, he still sensed the profound influence of that summons. Approaching the copper pillar, he feared he might never return. To the docks. The coachmen swiftly altered their course, racing towards the harbor. As Qin Nan observed the passing scenery, a singular thought consumed his mind. How could he escape this place of turmoil? Such power emanated from a mere copper pillar. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly glimpsed a sign affixed to a drab gray building, the House of Divination. Upon seeing the sign, Qin Nan prepared to instruct the coachman to halt, yet ultimately swallowed his words. Magic mirror, when does the gathering at the House of Divination commence? All-knowing and omnipotent master, it is truly an honor for the House of Divination to capture your attention. Whenever you, the great master, require it, they shall convene at your behest. Lines of golden script rapidly materialized within the mirror. Now a 6th-tier sealed magical mirror, it consumed mental energy at an alarming rate. The manifestation of these words weighed heavily on Qin Nan's mind. The mirror's aftereffects were its incessant verbosity, and as it advanced in rank, its responses grew increasingly verbose. The humble, earth-like House of Divination would hold a gathering this evening, seemingly attuned to the needs of their great master. The assembly would commence at 9 o'clock tonight, with the secret phrase for attendance being "Praise the Storm." Having acquired the desired information, Qin Nan hastily stowed the magical mirror away. This contraption drained mental energy far too rapidly. It was best to silence it for the time being. Nonetheless, Qin Nan felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to obtain information without lifting a finger. This magical mirror, capable of perceiving a radius of 100 kilometers, was indeed an indispensable tool for both home and travel. However, until his cultivation reached an appropriate level, he resolved not to elevate its tier. The docks of Vidalia bustled with activity, where the darkening waters bore witness to a myriad of steamships, both large and small, dapper gentlemen adorned in formal attire, sailors brimming with the scent of the sea, and merchants engaging in animated discussions of trade enlivened the expansive port. A steamship docked at the harbor had formed a queue extending over 100 meters. Those holding tickets, with the assistance of sailors, swiftly ascended the steep gangway to board the vessel at that moment. Qin Nan felt an urgent need for a ticket. "Hurry aboard, you wretched fool. We have but an hour left before departing from Vidalia. If you continue to babble, we shall surely miss the boat." The coarse shouts were laced with impatience. A sailor, towering at 2 meters, rushed forward, attempting to urge a female passenger who appeared to be in her 30s onto the ship. However, The moment he grasped her left hand, she suddenly went into a frenzy, clutching at her own neck. Her expression turned alarmingly frantic, as if a noose were constricting her throat. The robust sailor, startled, instinctively released his grip, but in that fleeting moment, the passenger collapsed onto the deck. A chilling thought surged through Qin Nan's mind. Execution by hanging. Though he could not perceive the rope, as an extraordinary being, he sensed that the passenger's body exhibited no signs of discomfort. Her recent behavior suggested she had been subjected to a form of strangulation. Everyone, do not panic. The gentleman is experiencing cardiac distress. Several enforcers rushed over, swiftly lifting the deceased passenger, declaring, "We shall take him to the doctor at once." Ignoring the chaos on the dock, Qin Nan felt an increasing heaviness in his heart. At that moment, Arthur Thunder approached him, stating, "Under the shadow of the Order Pillar, escape leads only to death." This marks the 12th victim of the day. The Order Pillar. Qin Nan feigned astonishment and inquired of Arthur Thunder. Arthur replied coolly, "You may not know of the Order Pillar, but you must have heard of the ancient king, Emperor Alamos." Though Qin Nan himself held no recollection of Emperor Alamos, the memories of Little Andon contained legends of this emperor. Tales spoke of his dominion over lands surpassing the Holy Heavenly Empire, how he transformed the vast storm sea into a tranquil lake within his empire, and how he once felled a legendary sun-child with his sword. Such hearsay was regarded by Little Andon as mere stories, yet the emergence of the Order Pillar led Qin Nan to a profound realization. These rumors might not merely be fables. It was said that Emperor Alamos, in his quest for divinity, forged 13 Order Pillars to subdue his vast empire. Ultimately, however, this legendary figure capable of commanding deities was slain by his own subordinates. Since the death of Emperor Alamos, the 13 Order Pillars vanished without a trace. Some claimed they were destroyed, while others asserted they were scattered far and wide. Now, in light of Emperor's fury over Philro's ascension to demigod status in Vidalia, he has bestowed this singular Order Pillar. Though it is but one, even a demigod would be influenced under its authority. Qin Nan's heart grew ever colder. If previously he had only a 60% certainty regarding his formidable adversary, he now possessed a near conviction that the one intent on his demise was none other than the Sun King. The notion of Philro's accomplices was merely a deceptive guise, rendering him without escape. If one were to oppose his majesty within the sacred Tianluo Empire, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It is imperative to vacate Vidalia post-haste, even to flee from the sacred Tianluo Empire. Can a demigod escape the confines of the Bronze Pillar seal? Qin Nan felt a jolt of shock within, though he maintained a facade of composure. Arthur Thunderstrike remarked, "A being of demigod caliber can indeed breach the seal of the Order's Bronze Pillar, yet such an act would undoubtedly draw our attention." When Arthur uttered the word "we," his eyes brimmed with a sense of pride. Qin Nan perceived that Arthur's "we" did not refer to the Punishers, but rather to the entirety of the Thunder Church. "My lord, the Order's Bronze Pillar will issue warnings to all wrongdoers. If you encounter anyone who has been warned, please advise them to adhere to the dictates of the Bronze Pillar. It is the path of least loss." Upon concluding his words, Arthur hastened toward another direction, for there, another individual was desperately clutching their own neck, struggling for breath. "Is this fellow suspecting me?" Qin Nan pondered, watching Arthur's departing figure with a grave expression. Although he had not committed any wrongdoing, his current status was that of a wanted criminal, and being suspected by the Punishers was certainly not favorable news. Return, Qin Nan instructed the coachman of the Count's estate and promptly closed the carriage window. The seal that only a demigod could dismantle was beyond his reach at this moment. How to escape from Vidalia? Qin Nan contemplated the sealing artifact in his hand, but the conclusion was invariably disheartening. The magic mirror could merely serve as a tool for observation, lacking any combat prowess. The quill pen operated in accordance with the laws, yielding great results with minimal effort, yet any attempt to act contrary to those laws rendered even minor tasks exceedingly difficult. For instance, escaping from this sealed bronze pillar. As Qin Nan wrestled with his predicament, he suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over his mental faculties. This inexplicable sensation momentarily stunned him, prompting him to inquire of the coachman, "What is our current location, my lord?" "After 2 more intersections, we shall arrive at the town hall," the coachman replied, as respectful as ever. However, upon hearing this response, Qin Nan was taken aback, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The route back to the Count's estate did not typically pass by the town hall. Ordinarily, the coachman would opt to retrace their original path. Why was he not returning the same way? Qin Nan struggled to maintain his composure. The coachman remained unperturbed, stating, "I just recalled that I needed to stop by the bakery to purchase some oat bread. so I thought I would check if Mrs. Mary S. Bakery was open. My daughter adores Mrs. Mary S. oat bread, but she has been closed for the past few days. Return to the original path, Qin Nan commanded decisively. I have matters to report to the Marquis. The coachman acquiesced and swiftly altered their course. Yet, at the moment of this directional shift, Qin Nan felt a significant suppression of his mental faculties. The Order's bronze pillar compelled one to instinctively consider surrender. Having felt the formidable presence of the Order's copper pillar, Qin Nan's eyes were now shadowed with a hint of gloom, as he realized that his time was rapidly dwindling. Upon returning to the Earl's residence, he found the estate bustling with activity, as Viscount Rod directed the servants with beads of sweat glistening on his brow. My lord, at tonight's ball, Prince Charles will be dancing the opening waltz with the Earl. This is indeed a grand occasion for our Vidalia. Have you secured a dance partner, or shall I assist in introducing a few? The Viscount's face was alight with smiles, clearly eager to cultivate a rapport with Qin Nan, a trusted confidant of the illustrious Teresa. Qin Nan shook his head and replied, Viscount, you are aware of my circumstances. I am quite unfamiliar with this place. That is of no consequence. I shall ensure that suitable arrangements are made for you. My lord. At this juncture, the Viscount raised his eyebrows with a mischievous grin, adding, several ladies have discreetly inquired about your esteemed self. Seeing the Viscount's knowing expression, Qin Nan managed a strained smile in response. Yet, he found little joy in the festivities at hand. Upon returning to his quarters and confirming that everything was securely locked away, Qin Nan delicately traced a line in the air with a feather quill, inscribing, Tomorrow, I will depart Vidalia safely. He did not detail the process. He merely recorded the outcome. However, upon completion, the words vanished without a trace, signifying that the future he pinned was unattainable. In a fleeting moment of resolve, Qin Nan wrote again, Tomorrow, a flaw will manifest in the Order's copper pillar. This phrase filled him with a glimmer of hope. If it were to come true, it would present him an opportunity for escape. Yet, as he gazed eagerly at the inscription, it too disappeared without a trace. Chapter 80. How to break free. The magic mirror offered no assistance, and the feather quill could not shatter the restraints of the Order's copper pillar. Other sealing artifacts appeared equally ineffectual. With a wave of his hand, Qin Nan summoned all the sealing objects from his dimensional space, scrutinizing each one in turn. No, this won't do either. With each ineffective artifact returned, only a tattered cloak and a parchment remained in his view. This cloak, a relic from the treasury of Count Studentenberg, bore no power due to its damaged state. Qin Nan had initially intended to restore it, but ultimately abandoned the notion due to his meager supply of evolution points. Now, however, he found himself in dire need of a new sealing item, one that could facilitate his escape from Vidalia. Could this worn cloak serve that purpose? In a moment of contemplation, he extended his finger, still possessing a 6th grade evolution point obtained from Filro. This point could undoubtedly evolve an artifact to a semi-divine level of sequence 4. However, given the rarity of this evolution point and the potential complications associated with direct evolution, Qin Nan had refrained from utilizing it until now. Would applying this evolution point to the cloak yield any benefit? Could this cloak evade the suffocating grasp of the Order's copper pillar? After much deliberation, Qin Nan found himself in a state of indecision. After all, he possessed only a single semi-divine evolution point at this moment. A misstep could render his chances of escape even more elusive. In his hesitation, Qin Nan's gaze once again fell upon the parchment scroll. This scroll was a remnant of Filro's failed ascension. Although Qin Nan had acquired an extraordinary semi-divine trait from Filro, the only item he had obtained from him was this very scroll. The scroll was weathered and depicted a magical array. Yet Qin Nan could not discern its utility. The thought of investing an evolution point into the scroll flickered briefly in his mind before being cast aside. Despite its remarkable origin, he was acutely aware of his dire need for evolution points. Without even a primary evolution point, how could he afford to experiment recklessly? After storing all his possessions in the dimensional space, Qin Nan resolved to wait until the evening's trading session at the diviner's abode to determine how best to utilize his semi-divine evolution point. After all, there was a possibility that he might encounter a more advantageous option at the upcoming trade. As he consumed 2 drops of soul-soothing liquid, Qin Nan began to visualize the fiery sun incineration diagram. As the ethereal flames gradually manifested in his mind, he entered a state of transcendence, lost to both self and surroundings. The sun had yet to set, but the entire Count's estate was already abuzz with activity, particularly in the grand kitchen at the rear of the estate, which had been bustling since the afternoon. Clad in splendid attire, Teresa resembled a blooming flower, drawing the attention of all. The supporting nobles, including Viscount Rod and Viscount Hetline, encircled her. Holding a glass wine goblet, Qin Nan silently observed the lively scene. Although he had not paid much attention to Teresa in recent days, the current spectacle of her being the center of attention suggested that her influence in Vidalia was on the rise. Lord Lembo, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. A woman in a black gauze dress stood gracefully before him. She donned a flowing red cloak, wide-sleeved and unbuttoned, which elegantly accentuated her exquisite silhouette. How should I address you, my lady? Noticing her attire, Qin Nan swiftly selected an appropriate form of address. I in Vidalia. The fashion of unmarried women differed significantly from that of those who were married. Oh, Lord Lembo, you may call me Baroness Baobelli, the lady responded, her crimson lips suddenly leaning toward Qin Nan. Poor Baron Baobelli has already succumbed to the divine realm of thunder 6 months ago. Pray tell, what do you mean by that? Though Qin Nan possessed a charming allure, he could not fathom the implications of her words. If he were to accept every visitor without discernment, it would surely lead to chaos. Just as he completed his internal lament, he noticed the lady suddenly place her hand on her forehead, feigning a state of overwhelming sorrow, as if on the verge of fainting. The potions of fire spirit warriors and star guardians had endowed Qin Nan with perceptive abilities far beyond that of an ordinary person. He could easily see that the woman was devoid of any genuine sorrow. Her fainting spell was merely an act. Perhaps it would be best to retreat a bit. With little interest, Qin Nan instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding the collapsing figure of Baroness Baobelli. However, he underestimated the lady clad in red. At the moment she realized she was about to fall, her body executed a sudden spin, her hand firmly grasping Qin Nan's arm. Astonishingly, the fallen figure regained her footing. Why, Lord, please forgive her momentary sorrow, the Baroness lamented. Ever since the Baron departed for the divine realm of thunder, my heart has been increasingly burdened. Goodness, are you truly seeking a heartfelt conversation with me? Qin Nan reflexively glanced towards Teresa's position, only to find her gazing intently at him, her smile seemingly tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Just as Qin Nan prepared to employ his skills in heartfelt discourse to enlighten the Baroness, a loud voice from outside announced, His Highness Prince Takarlis has arrived. The bustling hall fell into an immediate hush as everyone, led by Teresa, moved to greet the newcomer. Following behind the crowd, Qin Nan was eager to discern what the son of the Sun King looked like. His father pursued him relentlessly, and this time, the prince had brought with him a sealing artifact akin to the Order's copper pillar, seemingly intent on his demise, which only fueled Qin Nan's curiosity about Prince Takarlis. Dressed in pristine knightly attire, Takarlis entered with an aura reminiscent of the blazing sun. Upon laying eyes on Takarlis, an unusual feeling surged within Qin Nan. He felt an inexplicable urge to draw closer to the prince. The same extraordinary attributes naturally gravitate towards one another. In an instant, he recalled Lu Dan's words, and at that moment, he was certain that Prince Takarlis was an extraordinary fire element warrior. Yet, the question lingered. What rank did he hold? As Qin Nan pondered this, Takarlis's gaze shifted toward him. In that moment, Qin Nan sensed a glimmer of curiosity in the prince's eyes. Chapter 81. Without mercy, Takarlis's gaze lingered on Qin Nan for a brief moment before he smiled and said, You must be Lord Rambo, for I have heard it was your escort that brought Teresa to Vidalia as a prince. Takarlis's proactive greeting was a testament to his humility and respect, earning him additional regard from those around him, including Viscount Rod. Qin Nan held no fondness for Takarlis, as it was this very prince who had orchestrated his current predicament. Observing the nobles crowding around the prince, Qin Nan resolved to issue them a warning. At the very least, he could not allow Prince Takarlis to seize all the initiative upon his arrival. After all, these nobles wielded significant power over Vidalia. Moreover, the way the prince had looked at him suggested that he might have discerned something about Qin Nan. If he were to retreat now, he would become an easy target for passive aggression. Your Highness, you flatter me. It is the will of the God of Thunder and the esteemed Lord Marquis that I come to Vidalia to inherit all that belongs to the Sternberg family. I find myself here, with little to show for my efforts. Though there have been numerous setbacks and the machinations of petty individuals at play, the truth remains that the divine cannot be deceived. The countenance of Viscount Tagaras, trailing behind Studenberg, shifted dramatically. They were utterly unprepared for Ramber's audacious tone when addressing His Highness the Prince. His words were a blatant insinuation against His Majesty the Emperor. Ramber, one must be accountable for one's statements. Do you comprehend that your previous remarks border on treason? Count Bibbo, having failed in his duties, felt an urgent need to demonstrate his worth, hoping to garner the favor of Prince Takarlis. Treason? Ha! I am but a humble scholar. Do not attempt to intimidate me. Qin Nan regarded Count Bibbo with a frosty demeanor. I am only aware that the title which ought to be inherited by my lady was not only stolen along with the will but, upon its recovery, was further complicated by the emperor's decree. According to the customs of our esteemed heavenly Luo Empire, it seems the emperor ought not to interfere in matters of title succession. Since you, your highness, have arrived in Vidalia, might you provide an explanation for us and for Marquis Teresa as well? Qin Nan's words struck like a dagger, causing Prince Tukulus' expression to shift. Having been welcomed by the entirety of the Vidalian nobility, he believed everything was under his control. Yet now, Ramber's aggressive discourse had rendered him quite uncomfortable, leaving him momentarily speechless. After all, the facts are undeniable. The Emperor's edict and the recent retrieval of the Spear of Glory are events that have transpired not long ago. Lord Ramber, I suspect there must be some misunderstanding at play here. Tukulus interjected, preventing Count Bibbo from speaking, and patiently explained. The Emperor appointed Viscount Yope solely to ensure the continuity of the Studenberg family title. Of course, it is evident that His Majesty may not be fully aware of the late Count's will. Although Tukulus attempted to clarify, his rationale felt rather tenuous. Qin Nan chuckled dryly. I shall take your highness's words at face value. As the host, Teresa should typically speak when Qin Nan does. Yet, she remained silent, a smile playing on her lips as she watched Qin Nan, as if she were merely an observer of a play. In truth, Teresa harbored far greater resentment towards the Sun King concerning the matter of title succession than Qin Nan did. After all, the bitterness of having gained and then lost is truly unpleasant, especially for her, who nearly risked her life for the title. Were it not for the armor that Ramber had provided, Teresa felt she might never have been able to wield the Spear of Glory, and perhaps she would have already departed Vidalia in a woeful state. Lord Ramber, you seem to have indulged a bit too much. Perhaps you should find a place to rest. Teresa gestured to a servant standing behind her. Attend to him. Quickly Dio declare that Lord Ramber had overindulged before the banquet had even commenced is an action that even a fool would deem lacking in sincerity. As the Count Bibber's expression shifted, he sensed that the time had come for him to perform. What better way to demonstrate unwavering loyalty than to directly admonish an elector and compel respect for His Majesty the Emperor? Marquise Teresa, your behavior towards His Highness the Prince is most disrespectful. If you refuse to punish Limbo, then we must take our leave, Bibber declared, turning to Prince Charles. Your Highness, let us return to this moment. Qin Nan did not retreat. He remained silent, observing Teresa to see how this noblewoman would navigate the situation. Not only Qin Nan, but everyone present was watching Teresa intently. After all, those gathered were the local nobility of Vidalia, eager to gauge Teresa's actions and thereby determine the extent of their loyalty to her. Teresa's demeanor remained calm, and as Count Bibber announced his departure, she replied coolly, in truth, Count Bibber, you were never welcomed by the Sternberg family. This invitation was extended solely in consideration of His Highness the Prince. If you choose to leave, I can only say, I shall not see you off with that. Teresa firmly closed her lips, her captivating eyes fixed on the assembly. Prince Charles, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, hesitated briefly before addressing Teresa. Marquise, regarding the matter of succession, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. However, that is all in the past now, and I think it more prudent for us to focus on the present. Your organization of this welcome ball has been delightful, beautiful Marquise. May I request the honor of a dance? Prince Charles bowed gracefully, embodying elegance. Meanwhile, Count Bibber's face flushed with indignation, akin to that of a liver. In the sacred court of the Holy Tyrolean Empire, he was considered a figure of significance, yet now he found himself publicly humiliated. What was more, Prince Charles had shown him no respect by departing thus. It was an utter disgrace, however. To leave at this moment would render him a laughingstock. A tempest of anger and helplessness surged within him. Chapter 82. The storm of praise, my lord, you have been somewhat reckless, remarked Viscount Hetline, approaching Qin Nan with discontent. Your actions will surely draw the Emperor's ire upon the Marquise. Qin Nan's gaze was fixed on the elegantly dancing crowd. He was taken aback by Teresa's performance, and likewise surprised by Prince Charles. For Qin Nan, it would have been perfect if Prince Charles could have simply departed with a flourish, taking the Order of the Copper Pillar with him. Regrettably, this prince exhibited a demeanor of refined restraint, neither retaliating nor voicing complaints, and instead allowed the festivities to continue. As for Viscount Hetline, Qin Nan felt no affinity for him. He was merely an inconsequential bystander. Blame? He scoffed. His Majesty is quite eager for Viscount Jep to become Count Sturdenberg, and that sentiment shall never waver. Submissiveness will only render one vulnerable to exploitation. It is only by asserting the elector's authority that the Marquise can attain all that she desires. Hertline found himself at a loss for words. Although he harbored a dislike for Qin Nan, He could not help but concede that the opinions of this Lord Rambo, albeit blunt and simplistic, were indeed the most effective. Just as he prepared to engage in a discussion with Qin Nan, he noticed the latter turning away. Such a display of utter lack of decorum was truly irksome. "Do you flaunt your arrogance without your father's knowledge?" Hertline mused bitterly, and with a sense of indignation, he took his leave. In that moment, Qin Nan wished to depart, yet he found himself devoid of a valid excuse to do so. Just as he grappled with his restless thoughts, the elegantly attired Lady Baobelli, draped in a black lace gown, approached him. "Esteemed lord, your words to His Highness the Prince were simply magnificent. Did you know? Everything you just uttered was utterly enchanting," she said, her hands clasped together with a fervent gaze. "Why, lord, would you do me the honor of sharing a dance?" Qin Nan shook his head vigorously. His mind was consumed with thoughts of escape, leaving no room for entanglements with this woman. Just as he prepared to dismiss her with haste, an idea struck him. "Madam, I am not particularly skilled at dancing, nor do I relish the revelry. Perhaps we could seek a more secluded spot to enjoy a drink instead." "How decisive and straightforward you are, my lord." "Your character is truly captivating," Lady Baobelli replied, her eyes sparkling and a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. As they conversed, they strolled into the garden of the Earl's estate, where a small table awaited them, adorned with wine glasses and chilled bottles of wine. "To our acquaintance," Qin Nan declared exuberantly, pouring Lady Baobelli a generous glass. His intention was to intoxicate her, thereby facilitating his own departure. However, after 2 glasses, he discovered that events were not unfolding as he had anticipated. The lady's tolerance for alcohol seemed to rival his own. Aside from her cheeks deepening in color, she exhibited no signs of inebriation whatsoever. What to do? Was he to resort to knocking her out? After a moment's hesitation, an idea flickered in Qin Nan's mind. He promptly addressed Lady Baobelli. "Madam, I possess a mirror that can determine who the most beautiful woman in the world is." Upon hearing this, the tender affection on Lady Baobelli's face intensified. As she feigned leaning closer to Qin Nan, she playfully chided, "Oh, my lord, you certainly have a way with words. Others claim that Lord Rambo lacks romantic sensibilities, but in my view, they are simply mistaken. You, my dear, truly excel at charming the heart." Qin Nan instinctively recoiled slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. It appeared that his cleverness had backfired. This self-indulgent lady could at best be described as possessing lingering charm, a flower past its prime. How could she still consider herself? "Why, lord, do hasten and retrieve your mirror. Let us inquire together who the most beautiful woman is," Lady Baobelli exclaimed eagerly, her eyes shimmering like water as they gazed at Qin Nan. He, of course, would not delay. He swiftly extracted the silver-tinged magical mirror from his pocket. Upon seeing the exquisite mirror, a glint of delight sparked in Lady Baobelli's eyes. She deliberately blew a breath upon the mirror before eagerly proclaiming, "Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in all the world?" At the very moment when Lady Baobelli posed her question, she observed a flicker upon the mirror's surface, and subsequently, she collapsed onto the floor. The great master noted that this woman had exhausted her mental energy excessively and required a substantial rest. A line of gilded script appeared upon the mirror. With a swift motion, Qin Nan hastily stowed away the magic mirror, fearing that it might reveal a plethora of text, which would not bode well. "Roti, come here for a moment." Qin Nan beckoned to the 2 maids from the count's estate, signaling for them to approach. Lady Baobelli had indulged too much in drink. They should find a suitable place for her to recuperate. Though the 2 maids wore expressions of surprise, they complied and quickly assisted Lady Baobelli towards the guest room. While Qin Nan made his way outside the count's estate that moment, the exterior of the count's estate was heavily guarded. Although the threat from Filro had dissipated, the arrival of Tukulus still rendered many cautious. "My lord, do you have any instructions?" a member of the guard respectfully inquired upon seeing Qin Nan emerge. Qin Nan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am feeling rather unwell. I wish to step outside for some fresh air." As he spoke, he strode purposefully towards the exit, and before he could venture far, he overheard whispers. "Do not provoke Lord Lambois." He had initially intended to enjoy this splendid evening with Lady Baobelli, but alas, she has overindulged. How unfortunate! No wonder Lord Lambois wears such a grim expression. Listening to these discussions, Qin Nan shook his head, thinking to himself, "Do they truly believe I am that easily swayed? Such a gross underestimation of my taste." Utilizing the magic mirror to survey his surroundings and confirming that he was not being followed, he promptly removed his sunglasses and changed into a fresh outfit. Donning a sailor's cap and dressed in a blue canvas ensemble, Qin Nan swiftly made his way to the diviner's abode. Although the diviner's house was open, it was devoid of light, presenting a desolate appearance. However, according to the magic mirror's observations, there were at least a dozen individuals patrolling the vicinity of the diviner's house. Aware that lingering might raise suspicions, Qin Nan proceeded directly to the entrance of the diviner's abode. As he entered, a servant clad in black attire cautioned, "Sir, the diviner's house is closed. Please return tomorrow if you have business." In a low, resolute tone, Qin Nan replied, "Praise the storm." While he felt a certain degree of confidence, the outcome ultimately hinged on whether the secrets provided by the magic mirror were indeed accurate. Chapter 83. The secret cloak in a stone palace spanning 100 paces. Qin Nan, shrouded in a cloak that concealed his visage, sat quietly in a corner of a long table. Compared to the trading event at Quickluidon, the gathering at Vidalia was markedly more vibrant. Not to mention, the number of participants was roughly double that of Quickluidon. The long stone table was surrounded by extraordinary beings, each cloaked to obscure their faces. At the head of the table sat a robust man adorned with a similar wooden mask, referred to as Mr. Wood, yet he was more imposing than the Mr. Wood from Quickluidon. Leaning against a single compliment, Qin Nan entered this place, exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged any interaction. He was keenly aware of the potential repercussions of a misstep, revealing his intrusion. "Esteemed guests, let us commence." Mr. Mu's voice, though husky, resonated with a unique authority. After a brief silence, a man seated to the upper left of Qin Nan spoke. "Mr. Mu, esteemed guests, I wish to acquire a means to depart from Vidalia within 2 days. Whoever can facilitate my exit, feel free to state your terms." The moment these words escaped his lips, Qin Nan comprehended that this individual was likely another fugitive, evidently yearning to escape the constraints of the Order's pillars. This inquiry resonated deeply with Qin Nan's own concerns, prompting him to anxiously regard M.R.Mu and the others. Once more, silence enveloped the room. For a full 2 minutes, no one dared to speak. Qin Nan's disappointment mirrored that of several attendees, their expressions betraying a similar disillusionment. M.R.Mu gently tapped the table with his fingers, declaring, "The shackles of the Order's pillars can only be shattered by the might of demigods. Allow me to offer you all a piece of advice. If your transgressions are not egregious, it would be prudent to visit the municipal hall sooner rather than later." His words sent a wave of dread across the assembly, as many faces paled at the implication. To them, Mr. Mu was not only enigmatic but also immensely powerful, seemingly capable of anything. Many had gathered with fervent hopes, yearning for M.R.Mu to unveil a path to salvation, only to be met with the disheartening suggestion of self-surrender at the municipal hall. "Mr. Mu, does even the House of Divination lack the means to counter the Order's pillars?" The questioner's emotions began to spiral out of control, with a light tap on a small bell before him. M.R.Mu swiftly restored silence, his demeanor icy as he proclaimed, "There are a total of 13 Order's pillars, which serve as the seals employed by Emperor Alamos against the gods. Should all 13 be gathered, even the divine would be powerless. Presently, though Vidalia possesses but one, we are certainly no deities." The disgruntled man muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it, had I known this cursed thing would emerge in Vidalia, I would never have come ashore." The phrase "came ashore" led Qin Nan to surmise the man's identity. He was a pirate, and a wanted one at that. In the Holy Celestial Empire, the law regarding pirates was unequivocal. They were to be hanged at the dock's flagpole. To heed M.R.Mu's advice and surrender at the municipal hall would be tantamount to walking into a trap. The grand stone hall fell once again into silence, an uncomfortable stillness enveloping the trading assembly, as no one dared to break the tension. Amidst Qin Nan's swirling thoughts, the man, presumably a pirate, proposed, "If we cannot dispel the Order's pillars' oppression, might we not assault the municipal hall and shatter the Order's pillars?" This audacious suggestion was nothing short of audacious folly. Mr. Mu shook his head and remarked, "The entire Vidalia is enveloped under the shadow of the Order's copper pillar. Unless you possess the might of a demigod, even if you were to shatter the town hall, it would be futile. Moreover, Alaris would never allow you to breach the town hall." At this juncture, Mr. Mu's gaze flickered, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Furthermore, at Prince's side, there exists an entity of Sequence 5, who would certainly not remain indifferent. Was there truly no alternative? The relentless brigand, at this moment, bore a tone of desperation. Those present believed that even if Mr. Mu proposed the most stringent conditions, the brigand would acquiesce without hesitation. In Vidalia, there once existed an artifact capable of resisting the constraints of the Order's copper pillar. However, regrettably, this object had long since been damaged. "What is it?" Curiosity did not emanate from the brigand, but rather from a man seated at the upper left side of the stone table. merely 3 seats away from M.M. You cast a glance at this figure before responding. The invisibility cloak, the first-generation invisibility cloak of the Count of Studenberg. This cloak possesses the unique ability to obscure the binding of the Order's copper pillar. Alas, it was severely damaged during a battle by the Count of Studenberg himself. Before the pirate could interject, the man seated in the third position on the left eagerly inquired, "Is it possible to repair it?" If so, I believe everyone present would be willing to join forces to accomplish this. Impossible to repair. Mr. Mu shook his head. According to the records of our divination family, after the cloak was damaged, the Count of Studenberg sought the aid of a top-tier Sequence 3 entity for its restoration. Regrettably, that Sequence 3 sage declared that the cloak was beyond repair due to the extent of its destruction. Having said this, Mr. Mu fell silent, yet the implication was clear to all. None among them possessed the capability to restore it. If we had the strength of Sequence 3, we would disregard the Order's copper pillar altogether and simply shatter it. Qin Nan's heart instinctively raced. He had not anticipated that the tattered cloak could indeed counter the Order's copper pillar. If this were true, then departing Vidalia would be a breeze. Even if he remained in Vidalia, it was likely that Tukulus and the others would be unable to trace him at that moment. Qin Nan yearned to enhance the invisibility cloak immediately, eager to see what form it would take with 6 evolution points. Observing the anxious pirate and the others eagerly awaiting Mr. Mu's counsel, a sudden, audacious thought sprang into Qin Nan's mind. A wild and daring idea. The materials required to advance to a flame walker were numerous, and given that his golden malong was limited, why should he procure them all? This was an opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. Chapter 84. I know a big shot seized the moment, for it may not come again. In a fleeting thought, Qin Nan swiftly reached a decision, his voice somewhat subdued. Perhaps, I can provide a means of departure from Vidalia Point. One should not reveal all their talents too ostentatiously. It is often wiser to conceal one's cleverness beneath a facade of simplicity. After all, the nail that sticks out tends to get hammered down. Qin Nan understood this principle all too well, yet he found himself in a position where he could not afford to be low-key. Such opportunities to gather extraordinary individuals were rare indeed. Qin Nan's words struck like thunderclaps, igniting a flicker of hope in the eyes of those who had been engulfed in despair. Almost instinctively, all gazes turned towards him, the astonishing news leaving them in a state of shock. Even M.M. regarded Qin Nan with a mix of skepticism and anticipation, waiting to see his next move. The thought of silently breaking the seal of the Order's copper pillar was beyond the capabilities of the diviners. It was astonishing that someone attending this trade fair claimed he could achieve such a feat. M.M. cast a questioning glance in Qin Nan's direction, his eyes betraying a hint of doubt. With his level of cultivation, he could easily discern that Qin Nan was at most a Sequence 8 practitioner. While Sequence 8 also belonged to the realm of the extraordinary, to Mr. Mu, they were mere insignificant figures. With a mere flick of his hand, he could crush a Sequence 8 as one would an ant. Not only Mr. Mu, but even the pirate, after sizing up Qin Nan, coldly remarked, "Surely you jest?" Qin Nan replied unhurriedly, "Such a daunting task, of course, I cannot accomplish alone. However, an elder I know has claimed he can assist in breaking the seal of the Order's copper pillar." At this juncture, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Nan added, however, "The opportunity to leave here does not come without a price, why lord. State your terms, as long as you can facilitate my departure from Vidalia. I am willing to pay any amount of golden marlang." The pirate interjected without delay. With the pirate's words, the others fell silent, yet their expressions betrayed their thoughts. They were willing to pay any price for the chance to escape. Qin Nan shook his head, stating, "The elder did not specify a price. He only mentioned that there are a total of 5 spots available, and those who meet his conditions will be granted a place." Qin Nan's primary intention was to acquire the potion formula and related elixirs of the fire communicator, but after hearing Mr. Mu's words, he seized the opportunity to strike a deal. However, the value of Sequence 8 potions and formulas was rather low, and Qin Nan felt it more prudent to seek out other, more valuable items first. Under the threat of death, these formidable beings would surely rush to present their most precious possessions for trade. It seemed that fostering fierce competition would yield favorable results. The eager extraordinary individuals, including the pirate, calmed down, their gazes now filled with hostility as they assessed one another. With only 5 spots available and at least 7 or 8 contenders, the pressure from the Order's copper pillar had led them to regard Qin Nan as their sole savior, my lord. "Are you certain this elder you speak of can indeed facilitate our escape?" M.M. slowly inquired amid the silence. His question was one that weighed heavily on everyone's minds, drawing an intensified focus upon Qin Nan. Facing the gaze of this Sequence 5 individual, Qin Nan felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Had it not been for his mental fortitude reaching the level of an ethereal shadow, under the penetrating gaze of Mr. Mu, he felt he might very well crumble. Taking a deep breath, Qin Nan assumed a sincere demeanor. Regarding your inquiry, I too harbored doubts at the outset. After all, I am also a wanted individual. Qin Nan's words swiftly alleviated the hostility emanating from the pirates and others present. Since they were all wanted individuals, it implied a shared camaraderie, thus enhancing their trust in Qin Nan considerably. Mu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Nan, awaiting his response. Aware that he could not sway Mr. Mu, Qin Nan proceeded. The reason I choose to trust that elder is due to his mastery far surpassing mine, and his profound understanding of all my affairs. I believe there is little for him to deceive me about. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Mu spoke. The authenticity of the information stands at merely 10%. I urge you all to exercise caution. Furthermore, transactions are not permitted within the confines of the diviner's house. Items traded outside this establishment are not guaranteed by the diviner's house. Though Qin Nan had only transacted once within the diviner's house, he was well aware of the established rules. He was not taken aback by Mr. Mu's declaration, for had he been in Mr. Mu's position, he would have acted similarly. My lord, I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, even if I were to approach the municipal hall, I would not spare you. The pirate's tone was laced with an unmistakable threat. Qin Nan, however, remained unflustered. I am merely assisting that elder in disseminating information and do not compel anyone to participate. Should you continue to speak in such a manner, I regret to inform you that I wish to have no dealings with you. The pirate abruptly stood from his seat, yet ultimately complied and sat back down. Though his rank was not insignificant, he understood that he could not resort to violence here. Mr. Mu would not allow such an affront. Moreover, for him, the information from Qin Nan was his only lifeline. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence our trading. Mr. Mu gently tapped the small bell before him, his tone brooking no dissent. The trading within the diviner's house resumed, yet Qin Nan sensed that many attendees appeared somewhat distracted, and some were covertly scrutinizing him. I seek the potion formula for the Fire Spirit Warrior Sequence 8, the Flame Caller. Naturally, it would be preferable if someone possesses these potions. After a brief pause, Qin Nan finally articulated his request. Being the focal point of attention, his demand for potion formulas immediately captivated everyone's interest. I possess the formula for the Flame Caller potion. I hope to exchange it for a passage out of Vidalia. What say you? A burly man, still imposing beneath the cloak's cover, spoke in a gruff voice. Qin Nan sensed that the speaker was not of the Fire Spirit Warrior sequence, yet he did not doubt the man's words. After all, the first individual to respond to him should possess a certain degree of confidence. Your Excellency, although the formula for the 8th potion is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to a place to depart from Vidalia. Qin Nan stated bluntly. Moreover, these places are not mine to offer. You may propose alternative means of exchange, such as Jin Malong. Chapter 85. A transaction for 1 Jin Malong. At present, Qin Nan possesses little Jin Malong, for when he departed from Quikaluadin, he was utterly destitute. Upon arriving in Vidalia, he managed to procure some Jin Malong from a few of the extraordinary beings he had bested, yet the total amounted to merely over 1,000. While 1,000 Jin Malong may denote affluence in his estate, in a place like Vidalia, it is hardly a substantial sum. However, based on Qin Nan's understanding of extraordinary affairs, the potion formula for the fire manipulator is valued at no more than 1,000 Jin Malong. After all, possessing the formula does not equate to possessing the potion itself. When Qin Nan proposed Jin Malong as a means of exchange, the individual who claimed to possess the fire manipulator's potion hesitated momentarily and then replied, Jin Malong holds little utility for me at present, for if I cannot leave Vidalia in due time, it would mean certain doom. If you could secure me a spot, I would not only provide you with the fire manipulator's potion formula, but I could also offer you a principal ingredient from the potion. Upon hearing this, Qin Nan's heart surged with joy, yet his demeanor remained composed as he stated, I hope the formula for the fire manipulator's potion can be traded at the House of Diviners. Qin Nan's insistence on conducting the transaction here was not born from respect for Mr. Mu, but rather from his suspicion regarding the authenticity of the fire manipulator's potion formula. After all, if a single word were altered, it could cost Qin Nan his life. Very well, 1 Jin Malong. The trader, upon hearing Qin Nan's words, declared the price. The value of the potion formula is undeniably precious, yet one might argue it lacks worth. After all, transcribing the formula incurs no loss for the seller. Upon stating the price of 1 Jin Malong, the seller promptly handed over a scroll inscribed on sheepskin and an object resembling a crimson eye to Mr. Mu.As, the host of the trading event at the House of Diviners. Mr. Mu has overseen countless transactions. This particular exchange was unprecedented, for these two items, each worth at least 1,000 Qin Malong, were sold for a mere Qin Malong, and quite eagerly at that. After perusing the potion formula and assessing the object resembling a crimson eyeball, he solemnly declared, "The items are authentic." Qin Nan then produced 1 Qin Malong and presented it. However, after doing so, he earnestly added, "I hope the items you submitted will meet the satisfaction of that elder." With the completion of this transaction, the man who had already revealed his identity as a pirate remarked, "I can offer you a drop of blood from an ancient fire giant to ease your ascendance to becoming a fire manipulator. My request is the same as his." Qin Nan, still a novice in the realm of mysticism, found himself rather uninformed regarding the utility of the blood of the ancient flame giant. However, upon hearing the tone of the pirate, he sensed that the item he possessed must hold considerable value. "I have merely assisted the elder. If any of you wish to sell me something, I kindly ask that you conduct your transactions at the House of Divination." The pirate, known for his brazen and unrestrained demeanor, was displeased with Qin Nan's stance. Yet, despite his dissatisfaction, he found himself powerless, for his very life was in Qin Nan's hands. "My good sir, the blood of the ancient flame giant can be yours for merely 1 gold marlang." The pirate's voice was laced with evident irritation. As he spoke, he handed a crystal vial, shimmering with a crimson glow, to Mr. Mu, the vial exuding an aura reminiscent of a fierce blaze. Upon witnessing the red light, Qin Nan felt an overwhelming urge within his own blood to ignite. He surmised that the blood of the ancient flame giant would prove immensely beneficial to his fire spirit warrior. Since the opportunity to leave Vidalia was equally available to anyone, Qin Nan promptly retrieved a gold marlang. Mr. Mu, increasingly perturbed, had not anticipated that the gathering he presided over would devolve into such a scenario, clearly benefiting this young man at the expense of the others. However, according to the rules of the House of Divination, as long as one party was willing to pay and the other to sell, the transaction price was solely their concern, and the house would not intervene. The blood of the ancient flame giant can indeed enhance the fire spirit warrior's capacity to withstand fiery powers, no doubt about it, Mr. Mu remarked after scrutinizing the blood. Qin Nan accepted the vial and placed it into his pocket. Observing Qin Nan's actions, the pirate's impatience diminished considerably as he glimpsed a flicker of hope. "Why, good sir, I possess an extraordinary trait of the Fire Spirit Warrior series, willing to trade it for 1 gold marlang, under the same conditions as before. Furthermore, I have 3 drops of soul-soothing liquid." Almost simultaneously, 4 or 5 individuals rose, each eager to present their wares to Qin Nan, hoping he might favor them when distributing the opportunity to leave Vidalia. Listening to their offerings, Qin Nan felt a surge of desire. Although the items proposed were predominantly of the 8th or 9th rank of extraordinary quality, most held potential utility for him. "Dear friends, I appreciate your goodwill. However, the elder has stated he possesses only 5 slots. Thus, even if you sell your items to me now, I may not be able to assist you." Qin Nan's words brought a sense of calm to the anxious extraordinary beings, who realized that their chances of securing a spot depended on whether their items could satisfy the elder's expectations. However, there are still those who argue, "These 3 drops of soul-soothing liquid are of no use to me. Since you, young brother, aspire to ascend to sequence 8, they would serve you well. Here, take a golden marlang, and let us transact." Half an hour later, the dealings at the House of Divination concluded. In Qin Nan's possession, besides acquiring 7 or 8 extraordinary items, he also obtained 10 small slips of paper inscribed with the names of various desired items. These slips detailed the possessions that the extraordinary individuals wished to exchange for a coveted spot to leave Vidalia, along with their respective contact information. Upon exiting the House of Divination, however, Qin Nan did not immediately peruse the contents of the slips in hand. Instead, he set forth with haste towards the path ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure had begun to trail behind him. Chapter 86. The Mask of Evolution. The streets at night were nearly devoid of pedestrians, cast in an eerie stillness beneath the glow of gas lanterns. Qin Nan, still maintaining the visage of little Anderton, hastened towards the direction of the Thunder Sanctum. Soon, he entered a narrow alleyway. At the precise moment he turned into the alley, he suddenly spun around, and with a resounding crack, fired his silver revolver into the void behind him. The silver exorcist bullet struck the emptiness, causing it to warp and twist. Amidst this distortion, a figure clad in clownish attire, revealing only its upper body, materialized in the void. As this spectral jester became aware of Qin Nan's perception, it instinctively attempted to flee into the distance. However, having already discerned its presence, Qin Nan would not permit such an easy escape. Almost instantaneously, as the specter turned, a ball of flame, akin to a fireball, surged forth to envelop the ghostly figure. Though Qin Nan had yet to master the art of pyromancy, the evolved fiery sun incineration technique enabled him to wield most of a pyromancer's abilities. The ghost, shrouded in flames, managed only a fleeting scream before its form was reduced to ashes, vanishing into the void. Yet, at the moment of the specter's disappearance, a gray stone fell to the ground. Qin Nan, unwilling to let such a stone go to waste, swiftly grasped it, watching as it transformed into energy that rapidly surged into his being. Having completed this, Qin Nan soared into the air and, in the blink of an eye, found himself within a 24-hour tavern. The raucous tavern was alive with a frenzied atmosphere. Amidst the throngs of people, Qin Nan quickly donned the mask belonging to Lord Rambo and, utilizing his extraordinary speed, changed into a tailored trench coat. Stepping out through a side door of the tavern, Qin Nan had undergone a remarkable transformation. Magic mirror, can you confirm that I am not being followed? Qin Nan inquired mentally. Great master, your movements are truly magnificent. From the dispatching of that specter to the transformation of your attire, it was all executed seamlessly. You are the swiftest and most resolute individual I have ever encountered in this world, and my admiration for you is as boundless as the waves in the vast ocean. Qin Nan found himself increasingly exasperated. This accursed mirror had become ever more loquacious. Did it not realize that, through sheer mental fortitude, he was receiving its responses, each word sending a jolt of discomfort through his very psyche? Such flattery was utterly pervasive and insufferable. Get to the point. Otherwise, once I board the ship, I shall cast you into the depths of the ocean, where you may prattle on as you please. Qin Nan's threat evidently bore fruit, for the mirror's reply swiftly morphed into, Master, all means of tracking you have been effectively thwarted. Should there exist anything I have overlooked, it would indicate an insurmountable disparity in strength. If you wish to evade, it would be an impossible endeavor. Qin Nan exhaled in relief, although the mirror was quite verbose. Its judgment of the situation remained remarkably reliable. Nevertheless, even with this assurance, Qin Nan traversed several convoluted paths around Vidalia, even making a detour to the Thunder Temple in search of Arthur Thunderfall. Of course, his sole objective was to shake off any potential pursuers lingering behind him. At midnight, Qin Nan returned to the Count's residence. The festivities within the estate had already dissipated, yet Teresa awaited him. Unyielding in her vigil, upon his entrance, Teresa knitted her brow and reproached him. My lord, if you desire to drink, the Count's abode is replete with options. Why must you venture to the docks at this late hour? Is the tavern there more amusing? It was only then that Qin Nan recognized the potent scent of alcohol clinging to him as he emerged from the tavern. However, the fact that Teresa could detect even this faint aroma compelled him to admire the keen senses of the noblewoman. Thank you, my lady, for your concern. I am a person who relishes freedom and occasionally indulges in a bit of revelry. His words cast a shadow over Teresa's mood, prompting her to respond. My lord, I hope you can remain to assist me. Do you not realize that your words today made me feel that Vidalia is in dire need of individuals like you, and I personally require your counsel? Should you choose to stay, within 3 years, I shall make you a hereditary baron. As one who inherited the memories of the late Anerton, Qin Nan understood that the title of hereditary baron was not easily attained. To illustrate, Anerton himself was bound by the regulations of the Holy Celestial Empire. His father was a baron, thus relegating him to the status of a lord. Such titles diminished in hierarchy. In contrast, a hereditary baron retained its prestige indefinitely, presenting a significant allure to the fallen nobility of the Holy Celestial Empire. Observing Teresa's hopeful expression, Qin Nan thought to himself, I too wish to remain joyfully in Vidalia as a noble. But alas, the Sun King of the Holy Celestial Empire relentlessly pursues me without cause. I dare not linger on his territory. I appreciate your kind offer, my lady, but I have already devoted my life to my elder brother. In this moment, Qin Nan could only employ another version of himself as a shield. Teresa, profoundly disappointed, fell into a moment of silence before she melancholically inquired, Then, might I ask you a favor? Please consult your elder brother to discern what price I must pay to keep you in Vidalia. I am sorry, my lord, but in this lifetime, I can only follow my elder brother. With that, without waiting for Teresa's response, he excused himself, stating, I feel somewhat weary and shall take my leave for a while. Striding into his chamber, Qin Nan meticulously surveyed his surroundings before finally removing the mask from his face. This mask had the side effect of intensifying the anger within him, and through Qin Nan's assessment, it was advisable to remove the mask every half hour. Yes, he gazed upon the visage that belonged to Limbo. A sudden thought flickered in Qin Nan's mind. This mask was merely a 9th-tier seal, capable of altering only one face. Given his urgent need to depart from Vidalia, could he perhaps augment it with a second evolution point to see if he might acquire an additional countenance? Having just obtained a second evolution point, Qin Nan hesitated not for a moment and infused the point into the mask. The mask showed no apparent changes, yet within Qin Nan's heart, the new abilities bestowed by the mask's evolution swiftly manifested. It could now generate two distinct faces and adjust one's height within a 20-centimeter range. The side effect? An increasingly volatile temperament. Witnessing the results of the mask's evolution, a smile danced in Qin Nan's eyes. For in this realm of Vidalia, his means of survival had increased. However, the forthcoming evolution was of paramount importance to him, as it bore the weight of his very existence. Chapter 87. Half-Divine Evolution Point. The black cloak, unadorned and simple, bore no remarkable features, save for a fist-sized hole at its center. Upon acquiring this cloak, Qin Nan had merely inspected it before casting it into the dimensional space. Yet now, this very cloak was entwined with his fate. As Qin Nan scrutinized the cloak anew, he abruptly noticed that the location of the fist-sized hole was alarmingly close to his heart. An icy shiver coursed down his spine. He surmised that this breach in the cloak might be inextricably linked to the demise of the first Count Sturdenberg. In the Holy Celestial Empire, the death of an elector was no trifling matter. Nevertheless, while Qin Nan entertained such speculation, it felt like a distant concern. His immediate priority was, after all, his own life. His fingers brushed against the black cloak, and in an instant, he infused it with a sixth-tier evolution point. A hint of black luminescence emanated from his fingertips, enveloping the cloaked eye in the blink of an eye. The black cloak acquired a mysterious sheen, and the fist-sized hole vanished without a trace. The damaged invisible cloak evolved into a clandestine cloak, capable of rendering its wearer invisible, allowing for the seamless transformation into any attire, and concealing a space of 10 feet in diameter. A flicker of ecstatic realization surged within Qin Nan's heart. To conceal a space of 10 feet meant that this area was entirely removed from the normal flow of time and space. This implied that, although the Order Copper Pillar enveloped all of Vidalia, he could at any moment create an opening within this realm. Amidst the fleeting thoughts, Qin Nan was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to test the capabilities of the mysterious cloak. At that moment, a line of text reappeared in his mind. The secret cloak is prone to being lost in obscurity, never to return. The notion of being lost in secrecy tightened Qin Nan's heart. Indeed, this enigmatic cloak harbored peril. Should it be used for too long, it might forever conceal him from the world. In an instant, Qin Nan donned the cloak, and as he activated its power, he felt an unsettling disconnection from his surroundings, as if he no longer belonged to this realm. However, this sensation paled in comparison to the rapid depletion of his mental energy, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The consumption was alarmingly swift. He realized that he could only sustain the use of the cloak for a mere minute. After that, he would be unable to wield its power. While the capabilities of such semi-divine artifacts were formidable, their toll was undeniably steep. With a greedy breath, Qin Nan hastily unwrapped the cloak. The room returned to normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in that moment, Qin Nan acutely sensed the cloak's transformative nature. Under the protection of the Order Copper Pillars, escaping from Vidalia should pose no insurmountable challenge. Retrieving a vial of calming liquid from the dimensional space, Qin Nan let 2 drops fall onto his tongue. Still feeling somewhat insufficient, he finally allowed a 3rd drop to fall. The 3 drops coalesced into a wave of warmth, igniting a blazing phantom flame within his somewhat dulled mind. The pinnacle of the spiritual realm. Qin Nan felt he had attained a significant level of mastery. His rapid advancement was not solely due to the continuous consumption of mental energy, but also attributed to the 20 drops of soul-rejuvenating liquid bestowed upon him by Talisa. For ordinary transcendent beings, consuming a single drop typically served as the threshold to the phantom realm, leading to gradual cultivation thereafter. Few dared to be as reckless as Qin Nan, who directly utilized the soul-rejuvenating liquid for training. As the essence of the liquid fully melded with his spirit, Qin Nan experienced a refreshing clarity. He refrained from immediate practice, instead scrutinizing the terms presented by the pirate and others at the Diviners Guild trade meeting. 9,300 gold marlangs. This straightforward offer clearly indicated that the bidder, in a desperate bid for survival, had laid bare his entire fortune. This was the price from a powerful individual who had gifted him a drop of ancient flame giant blood. Evidently, it represented the totality of their wealth, as suggested by the figure of 300. Based on Qin Nan's estimation, the ancient flame giant's blood could be valued somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 gold marlangs. Yet this individual was decisively resolute. as evidenced by their willingness to relinquish the ancient flame giant's blood without inquiry. 21 drops of soul-rejuvenating liquid. Qin Nan flipped over another note, which similarly reflected the bidder's utmost commitment. This was from the individual who had gifted him 3 drops of the liquid, indicating that they too had exhausted their resources. However, it is truly astonishing that a transcendent being possesses such an abundance of soul liquid. The flame griffin puppet, endowed with the ability to soar through the skies, caught Qin Nan's attention, causing his heart to grow solemn. According to his understanding, the flame griffin is itself a transcendent entity. Equivalent to a sequence 7 existence, a sequence 7 puppet is inherently formidable, and one must not overlook the fact that this flame griffin can also carry a person aloft. Naturally, this flight is not continuous. From Qin Nan's perspective, controlling the flame griffin puppet likewise demands mental fortitude. Yet, even so, for Qin Nan, who is fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the Sun King, this is a rare and invaluable asset. One by one, various items surfaced in Qin Nan's mind as he perused the slips of paper, through which he sensed the strength of those attempting to escape from Vidalia. Most of them were transcendent beings below sequence 7, and the items they offered in exchange for their lives were primarily low-sequence extraordinary goods. As he surveyed the dozen or so items, Qin Nan gradually selected 4 slips of paper, but ultimately, he extracted 3 additional slips from the remaining ones. The conditions detailed in these 7 slips were the most appealing to him, for the demands presented by these individuals promised to yield boundless utility. Casting a glance at the cloak not far from him, Qin Nan could not help but shake his head, reflecting. Whether it's a single sheep or a flock, it matters not, I have merely stated 5 slots, without specifying how many times. With 2 days remaining, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to make a significant gain before departing from Vidalia. Resolute in his thoughts, Qin Nan's countenance grew increasingly composed. He understood that while this endeavor might yield substantial rewards, the risks involved were equally considerable. It was now the 2nd day, and time was of the essence. Just as Qin Nan plotted in silence, the warning of the Order's copper pillar reverberated once more in his mind. Chapter 88. Terrifying intuition in the stillness of the night, the residence of Viscount Tigalas remained brilliantly illuminated. Within the opulent yet antiquated hall, Prince Tukalas sat quietly at the center, while Count Bibbo expounded his views with great fervor. His words flowed forth in a torrent, but the essence of his discourse was singular. He demanded severe punishment for the disrespect shown to the prince by Lembo. His Highness the Prince must ensure that this crude and ill-mannered individual pays dearly for his reckless utterances. For Tukalas, although he harbored a distaste for Count Bibbo, he was reluctant to offend him. It was not a matter of being incapable of inciting ire, but rather his aspiration to ascend to the imperial throne of the Holy Tianlu Empire necessitated a commendable reputation. Individuals like Count Bibbo were nothing but liabilities, ineffective in achieving success and adept in bringing about failure. Thus, it was prudent to adopt a policy of appeasement towards such characters. Consequently, in the face of Count Bibbo, Tukalas deemed it wisest to allow him to speak freely. After Count Bibbo and his associates took their leave, only Tukalas and Slobins remained in the chamber. Sitting at the center of the hall, Tukalas ungraciously shifted his body, appearing rather fatigued. Your Highness, your performance just now was truly commendable. However, if you could maintain that demeanor consistently, it would be nothing short of perfection. Slobin swirled the vibrant red wine in his glass, speaking with a cheerful smile. Tukalas laughed heartily, saying, Teacher, I understand that your request is for my benefit, yet if I were to become a mere puppet, there would be no need for me to vie for the throne. It has long been said that this Teresa is a rather untamable little lion. It seems the rumors hold true. However, I appreciate her spirited nature. Slobins nodded, remarking, Indeed, Marquis Teresa is quite an asset, but for her to become your ally, she must be completely subjugated first. As for Lord Lembo, he must face strict punishment. Lord Lembo, what a splendid name. Yet, it is unnecessary for us to take action against him. Tukalas replied indifferently, I believe that by tomorrow he will appear among those surrendering at the town hall. Is he a criminal? Slobins was taken aback. He had always considered Lord Lembo to be a supporter of the Teresa family. Before arriving in Vidalia, Slobins had already begun devising a strategy for dealing with Teresa's confidant, never imagining that such a person would turn out to be a criminal. Not only a criminal, but also the very person we seek. Tukalas's voice carried a hint of amusement. Perhaps we should refer to him as Antun Hayden Soren. Lord? Slobin's expression instantly froze. The name Antun Hayden Soren was all too familiar to him. One might even say that one of Tukalas's most crucial missions in coming to Vidalia was to eliminate this lord. Although Slobins was unaware of the reasons behind the necessity to kill this young lord, he knew one thing well enough. It was the Emperor's decree in the Holy Celestial Empire, particularly for someone of Tukulus' stature. The Emperor's decisions are of paramount significance. All else is of no consequence. How do you know? Despite being Tukulus' mentor, Slobins maintained a deep-seated respect for his student. This respect was primarily reflected in his choice of address. Though he was a teacher, Slobins had always referred to Tukulus with honorifics. However, this time, he chose to use you. Tukulus paid no heed to this minor slip on his teacher's part. In fact, he found it rather delightful. It signified that even his mentor was not invincible. Intuition, Tukulus asserted with conviction. Though I have encountered numerous fire spirit warriors, the moment I laid eyes on the disguised Lord in Tun, I knew it was him. It was a sensation that stemmed from my very bloodline. Had anyone else attempted to deceive Slobins, they would undoubtedly have faced his unrelenting wrath. But Tukulus was different. Slobins knew that his disciple would never jest regarding such a matter. Your intuition is indeed remarkable. I increasingly believe that the motives behind His Majesty's execution of Lord Anerton are far from simple. Duke Charles nodded and remarked, all along, I have felt that it was somewhat beneath His Majesty's dignity to execute such a minor lord. Yet now, upon encountering young Anerton, I am compelled to acknowledge the brilliance of His Majesty's decision. You know, dear teacher, young Anerton evokes an inexplicable sense of closeness, yet it is a connection that cannot coexist. In a fleeting moment of seeing him, I almost sensed that he might be a brother left behind by the great monarch. Slobins quickly gestured for silence, saying, Your Highness, it would be prudent to tread carefully when discussing matters pertaining to His Majesty. I recall instructing you not to speak of His Majesty in any capacity. The playful smile on Duke Charles's face vanished in an instant. Your admonition is duly noted, and I shall strive to amend my ways. The conversation swiftly shifted back to young Anerton, with Charles inquiring, Why do you not apprehend Lord Anerton at once? In that very moment, a badge emanating a dark luminescence appeared in Slobin's hand, and Charles felt as though the space around him had been shrouded by some unseen force. Teacher, this sealing artifact cannot be employed for prolonged periods, Charles warned, his expression laced with caution, I am aware. But in Vidalia, we ought to exercise prudence. Certain matters are best kept between us, Slobins replied calmly. The reason I refrain from capturing him is that I do not wish to squander time embroiled in conflict with Teresa. You know I detest wasting time on matters that are already predetermined. As Charles spoke, his confidence radiated. Under the shadow of the Order's copper pillar, he has but one path left, surrender. Moreover, the fact that one of my closest confidants is a criminal colluding with the necromancer Filro, even Teresa, as elector, will face censure at that juncture. The only one capable of aiding her will be myself. Why should I squander time sabotaging such a mutually beneficial outcome? Slobins nodded, yet still expressed concern. Are you not afraid he may escape again? Do you truly believe that, as a criminal, he can elude capture under the Order's copper pillar? Charles replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Chapter 89. Get in the car. Gray held a wine glass. His visage marred by despondency. As a rank 7 storm warrior, he was considered a prominent figure in the endless seas. Serving as the second officer aboard the Black Butterfly, his bounty stood at 10,000 gold marlangs. Of course, this amount pertains solely to the Holy Celestial Empire. If one were to account for bounties from other realms, the figure would undoubtedly soar to 20,000 gold marlangs, a sum equivalent to the entirety of an ordinary viscount's wealth. Despite the bounty looming over him, Gray had never taken it to heart. In his view, no one yet born could capture him. His visit to Vidalia was prompted by a fortunate 2-week holiday, allowing him to unwind in a place he knew well. Had it not been for his indulgence in drink, he would have departed before the cursed Order's copper pillar was erected. At that time, he perceived no imminent threat, thus he lingered. However, upon awakening, he discovered that the entirety of Vidalia lay shrouded beneath the oppressive shadow of the Order's copper pillar. Although he possessed numerous abilities, escaping Vidalia proved impossible. As for the captain, he was hardly a reliable ally. The Pirate King's only recourse to save him was to assault Vidalia. Such an endeavor was utterly infeasible, as the Black Butterfly would face not only Vidalia's guard, but also the formidable Thunder Sanctuary. Under the might of the Thunder Sanctuary, the Black Butterfly would be akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. That individual must be deceiving. Not only had I fallen for the ruse, but even the House of Divination had become an accomplice. Gray downed the contents of his cup with a bitter smile of self-mockery. In his view, should or Daimyo choose to intervene, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yet he had previously gauged Mr. Mu's willingness to assist, which was non-existent. Though it was entirely reasonable for or Daimyo to withhold aid, Gray could not shake a sense of dissatisfaction. "Sir, a gentleman has requested that I deliver a letter to you," whispered the server, holding a bottle of wine. Gray accepted the letter, generously rewarding the server with a few copper coins before hastily opening it. 1113 today. Board the public carriage marked 19 at No. 23 Copper Anchor Street. Latecomers will be left behind. Below this line, there was no signature, only a terse note. Prepare the items you promised. Gray felt his heart race. He recognized the author of the letter. Quickly tucking the letter into his palm, he surveyed his surroundings with caution. A heart pounding with fervent hope surged within him. The individual with the quota was beginning to take action. Moreover, he had indeed secured a coveted spot. After a moment of ecstatic joy, Gray was struck by the realization that this could be a trap, yet he found himself with no alternative. As the second mate of a pirate ship, Gray was accustomed to navigating the precarious line between life and death in his dealings. With the once hopeless situation now tinged with a sliver of hope, he could not afford to be indecisive. He had to seize this opportunity. Thus, he chose to believe. After all, the items he possessed would remain ownerless upon his demise. Rather than allowing them to benefit the one wielding the order's copper pillar, he would gamble on this chance. Memorizing every word on the note, Gray crushed the paper in his fist, then drained his wine glass in one swift motion, hurrying toward Copper Anchor Street. Though 3 hours remained, Gray recalled the captain's teachings: never engage in an unprepared battle. Standing at number 33 Copper Anchor Street, he observed 4 or 5 public carriages marked with the number 19, continuously ferrying passengers with no hint of the extraordinary. He dared not act rashly, choosing instead to wait anxiously. The 3 hours passed excruciatingly slowly. When his golden pocket watch indicated 11:10, Gray's tension heightened. Only 3 minutes remained, yet for Gray, those fleeting moments felt more protracted than a century. His mind churned tumultuously, conjuring every conceivable scenario that might unfold. Perhaps deception awaited him, or even death. While betrayal might be bearable, Gray absolutely could not afford to perish. Ding-a-ling. Accompanied by a chime, Gray beheld a carriage marked with the number 19, precisely as the clock struck 11:13. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped into the carriage. Although he could discern nothing remarkable about the short, amiable-looking driver, he found himself devoid of options. Inside the public carriage, he was alone. However, upon taking his seat, he noticed a mirror. Words swiftly materialized upon its surface. "Place what you have promised beneath the seat." Upon reading this message, Gray felt a wave of relief wash over him. The fact that this enigmatic individual could communicate through a magical mirror suggested extraordinary abilities, and at the very least, it implied a sanctuary for his survival. Without further delay, Gray placed the prepared golden marlin banknotes in the designated location. "My lord, how shall we depart from Vidalia? Could you possibly provide a rough description?" Gray inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Yet the only response to his query was a curt command: "Silence." The mirror's words compelled Gray to obediently close his mouth, just as he caught sight of the outside world. He had reached the edge of Copper Anchor Street, and if he could break free from its confines, he would escape the oppressive grasp of the order's copper pillars. However, he had witnessed more than once how wanted criminals, driven by the urge to flee Vidalia, had met their demise at the very threshold of this street, felled by the might of the order's copper pillars. Though he was an extraordinary being, he understood all too well that he could not evade their binding force. "What are you planning? Are you fully prepared? I must inform you, our pirate crew is well versed in treachery. I have already sent a telegram to our captain. If you are intentionally leading me to my doom, our captain will not spare you." Gray's voice brimmed with menace. The mirror quickly responded with a single line: "There is no telegram aboard your ship." This revelation made Gray's mouth twitch in frustration. Indeed, the Black Butterfly pirate ship lacked a telegram. This was owing to the fact that the captain, who instilled fear in Gray, had a disdain for overly mechanical contrivances. Just as Gray was about to inquire how this knowledge was possessed, he noticed that the carriage had already sped past Copper Anchor Street. Life and death hinged upon this very moment. Chapter 90. Thus, they emerge at the edge of Copper Anchor Street. The carriage hurtled onward. Although Gray had faced life and death battles before, his heart raced with an intensity that threatened to burst forth. He was engulfed in a state of sheer terror. Could this carriage truly be trusted? At that moment, Gray's palms were slick with sweat, and he began to question the wisdom of his hasty choice. "Observing your pitiful state, you seem to be impervious to demise." Within the mirror, which had remained silent for an extended duration, a line of text suddenly materialized. Although scolded, Gray's heart remained unrelaxed. At such a juncture, what significance do notions of face and dignity hold? In the face of life and death, these ephemeral concerns are rendered utterly trivial. You may disembark. Just as Gray felt the tension mounting in his throat, not only did golden letters emerge in the mirror, but they were also accompanied by a broad, beaming smile. Upon reading the words, Gray glanced around, realizing he was still on the periphery of Copper Anchor Street. Yet, this boundary differed from the previous one, for the earlier edge lay within the confines of Videlia's urban expanse, while the current one remained similarly ensconced. Apart from this distinction, what felt different to Gray was the absence of pressure emanating from the Order's copper pillar. His mental acuity warned him that advancing further would lead to peril. In that moment, Gray experienced a profound epiphany. He had miraculously escaped from a seemingly fatal predicament. A rush of elation coursed through him as he stammered, I made it out. The mirror quickly displayed a message. You've survived, yet you linger? Are you foolish? Once the carriage returns to Vidalia, your escape will be impossible. As he beheld the carriage making its way back to Copper Anchor Street, Gray jolted awake from his stupor, hastily leaping down and sprinting towards the docked ships. For Gray, the specific vessel mattered little. What was paramount was that he needed to be on a ship. As a pirate, he felt secure only upon the deck of a ship. Standing upon the planks, Gray cast his gaze once more towards the edge of Copper Anchor Street, where he saw the carriage gradually entering. Everything appearing so normal. Yet, the more ordinary it seemed, the greater his dread grew, for he understood all too well the immense power required to traverse freely beneath the Order's copper pillar. The thought of reclaiming the price he had paid had previously crossed his mind, but now, Gray dared not entertain it even for a moment. Watching the seagulls soaring freely over the sea, his yearning to return to the ocean intensified, for that was truly his domain. The ominous black number 19 carriage followed its planned route, successively transporting extraordinary beings out of Vidalia. Throughout this process, every extraordinary individual faced a mirror. Although they were filled with curiosity about the enigmatic figure who had extricated them from Vidalia, none dared to inquire about the identity of the black carriage's owner. It was not a matter of desire, but rather one of fear. To them, the Order's copper pillar represented an unsolvable enigma. Now, this mysterious powerhouse, armed solely with a carriage, could ferry them away. The magnitude of such power was overwhelmingly formidable. They were merely low-tier extraordinary beings, and upon escaping the shadow of the Order's copper pillar, their immediate instinct was to flee as far as possible. Once the last passenger disembarked, Qin Nan drove the carriage back into Vidalia. At this moment, he had secured the public carriage in front of an inn and, clutching a ticket procured from the black market, made his way towards the dock. Without the concealment of a secret cloak, he was naturally subject to the pressure of the Order's copper pillar. However, at this juncture, he harbored no apprehensions. Having successfully dispatched the majority from Vidalia, he was confident in his own ability to depart. Removing his mask, Qin Nan appeared as a young man setting forth into the unknown, reminiscent of countless others at the Vidalia docks. Approaching the periphery of the Order's copper pillar's influence, Qin Nan donned the secret cloak, now transformed into a scarf, and nonchalantly exited Vidalia. Sir, the Crimson Tulip welcomes you. A burly man clad in sailor's attire glanced at Qin Nan's ticket and cheerfully announced, Your cabin is on the 3rd floor. Best of luck. Nodding subtly in acknowledgement, Qin Nan ascended the gangway with his suitcase, but the moment he boarded, his smile froze in place. This sailor was, in fact, an extraordinary being. Recognizing the unusual nature of the Crimson Tulip, Qin Nan wasted no time and swiftly made his way to his cabin. As he settled into his modest quarters, a horn blared, and through the window, he witnessed Vidalia receding into the distance. Finally, he was leaving this place. Locking the cabin door and hanging a Do Not Disturb sign, Qin Nan began to sift through the items in his storage space. Although he had mentioned a total of 5 slots, his cunning nature led him to conduct separate transactions, ultimately dealing with a remarkable total of 14 extraordinary beings. Not to mention, from the dealings alone, he had amassed nearly 40,000 gold meringues. In accordance with the standards of the Holy Celestial Empire, possessing such a sum certainly classified one as affluent, for few could readily produce 40,000 gold meringues at once. Moreover, compared to this considerable sum, what Qin Nan had gained the most were various extraordinary items. At this moment, he possessed almost 30 drops of soul-soothing liquid, derived from the blood of a flame giant, 7 pieces of extraordinary attributes, and 3 or 4 sealed items. However, these sealed items were largely of little use to Qin Nan. His primary motivation for acquiring them was simply to seize the opportunity, for why not take advantage of such chances? Upon inventorying his possessions, Qin Nan realized that he had thoroughly prepared the materials necessary to concoct the potion for advancing to a fire channeler. Now, should he wish, he could produce the potion at any given moment. Yet, in comparison to the fire channeler, he lacked most of the primary materials needed for the wall breaker potion, having only acquired a few auxiliary components from the slain fire channeler. This scarcity stemmed not only from the elusive nature of the wall breaker materials, but also from Qin Nan's desire to maintain the secrecy of his dual extraordinary paths. According to Luden's diary, 10 days' journey from Vidalia lay the island of Jardamore, where numerous extraordinary beings covertly traded goods. Gently tapping his fingers on the table, Qin Nan mused to himself that it was high time for him to advance. If he delayed any longer, his mental fortitude would inevitably falter due to the strain of utilizing too many sealed items. For instance, at this very moment, he possesses 3 or 4 evolution points of the secondary extraordinary characteristics, yet hesitates to casually apply them to the items in his possession. He fears that should these items ascend, he would lose control over them. Under Qin Nan's gaze, Vidalia gradually dwindled into a mere speck, and as he watched the distant figure of Vidalia fade away, a flicker of sardonic amusement danced in Qin Nan's eyes. The prince, upon seeing the grand gift he had bestowed upon him, must surely be overjoyed, floating in ecstasy. Chapter 91. Beneath the copper pillar in the early hours of the morning, the crimson sun ascended from the ocean's surface, heralding the dawn of a new day. Within the confines of the count's estate, Teresa clutched the letter in her hands, her spirits considerably dampened. The one she had placed such high hopes upon, Lembo, had indeed departed. Did she not matter enough for him to lend her a hand? Though Teresa had anticipated that this loyal subordinate would eventually leave, she had not foreseen his abrupt and resolute departure without so much as a word. It is often said that one should not hang themselves from a crooked tree. Could he not have sought another? One day, he would realize that leaving this place was the gravest error of his life. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by the gentle sound of a knock, the respectful voice of a maid broke through her reverie. Marquise, today is the day you are to visit the town hall. If you do not depart soon, you may find yourself tardy. Die in an instant. Teresa composed herself. As the Marquise of Vidalia, she could not allow herself to falter over such trivial details. I shall be there shortly. 15 minutes later, Teresa arrived at the town hall, surrounded by her attendants. Though only a fortnight had passed, she had already grasped a significant portion of the power bequeathed to her by the late count. While her status as elector played a role, it was primarily due to her resolute demeanor. Those willing to support her remained. Those who did not, faced no excuses and were summarily dismissed. In Teresa's eyes, some matters could be compromised, yet others warranted no leniency whatsoever. My lady, why is Lord Lembo not present? Tucaris inquired, approaching Teresa with a cheerful demeanor. Today, Tucaris was clad in formal attire, his golden sash and crimson metal enhancing his handsome visage, imbuing him with an air of both valor and refreshing charm. Despite Teresa harboring no particular feelings for Tucaris, she could not help but admire his striking presence. Lord Lembo has left Vidalia, Teresa replied rather coldly. Anyone who finds themselves in a prince's thoughts would likely seek to distance themselves. Wouldn't you agree? Tucaris appeared oblivious to Teresa's discontent, responding with an air of ease. My lady, Lord Lembo has not departed from Vidalia. I am confident that you shall encounter him today. Teresa's expression shifted. She sensed a hint of danger in Tucaris's tone. Just as she prepared to further inquire, she noticed Bishop Eris approaching slowly, accompanied by Arthur and others. Let us proceed to greet His Excellency the Bishop, for one never knows when this esteemed individual may ascend to the status of a demigod walking the earth. As Tucalis spoke, he made a gesture of invitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Teresa stepped forward. After exchanging pleasantries, Eris remarked indifferently, this time, His Highness the Prince has undoubtedly performed a great service for Vidalia. The sinners of Vidalia shall, from this day forth, face the judgment of justice. Tucalis chuckled heartily, responding, Your Excellency, you flatter me. I am merely carrying out the Emperor's will, doing what is within my capacity. I cannot accept such exaggerated praise. Teresa was well aware of the Order's copper pillar. Although she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Tucalis, she held no objection to the copper pillar. In fact, she had a profound appreciation for it, as its presence would bring considerable stability to her dominion of Vidalia. She even hoped that the copper pillar would remain in Vidalia for an extended period. However, this was fundamentally impossible, as the power required to sustain the copper pillar was immense. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, if the copper pillar lingered in one location for too long, the inhabitants would inevitably become puppets under its control. There is no need for your highness to be modest, Eris remarked as he casually took a seat. Tucalis turned to Teresa and said, Marquise, you may find yourself encountering more acquaintances this time. At this moment, Teresa sensed that Tukulus and his companions were targeting Qin Nan, yet she could neither locate him nor fathom how to assist him. I am guilty. I am the wanted Razuo. Just as a torrent of thoughts surged through Teresa's mind, a figure suddenly dashed towards them in a frenzy. Kneeling before the town hall, he loudly proclaimed his transgressions, and as he burst forth, the agents stationed outside swiftly apprehended Razuo, securing him with iron chains. Is this the infamous demon Razuo? I never anticipated he would be so young, exclaimed someone, taken aback by the sight of the captured Razuo. Teresa had indeed heard of Razuo's notorious name and recognized him as one of the most heinous criminals in Vidalia. This man had been pursued by the old count for 3 years, yet it was astonishing that he had concealed himself within Vidalia all along. Why, Lord, there are many individuals beyond your imagination who will make an appearance here, Tukulus said coolly. This time, all recorded offenders in Vidalia will come forth to confess. Just as Tukulus had indicated, Razuo was merely the beginning. With his confession, numerous wanted criminals hiding in Vidalia began to arrive at the town hall. Though some preparations had been made for such a scenario, the increasing number of confessors rendered the situation somewhat chaotic. Ultimately, it was Teresa who rallied Vidalia's guard to restore order amidst the turmoil. Ariel remained aloof, observing the unfolding events with a detached demeanor. Yet, as time passed, Arthur Lolii, standing beside him, could no longer contain himself and remarked, Your Highness, why are there no extraordinary beings present? I recall that at least 10 wanted extraordinary individuals were hidden within Vidalia. Tukulus, maintaining his composure, replied, The mental fortitude of extraordinary beings surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Thus, they will never surrender until the very last moment. He continued, There is no need for Lord Arthur Lolii to fret. Should they choose not to appear beneath the Order's pillar, what awaits them will not be judgment, but rather death. Arthur Lolii fell silent, standing behind Ariel, and began to wait in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, Tukulus turned his gaze towards Teresa and stated, Marquise, you may be unaware, but beneath the Order's pillar, we possess the means to extract confessions of their crimes from each fugitive, revealing their whereabouts since being wanted. I am confident that you shall soon encounter an old acquaintance. With that, a smile graced the prince's lips. Chapter 92. A fruitless endeavor. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and tranquility gradually returned outside the town hall. Tukulus took out his golden pocket watch and glanced at it, instinctively furrowing his brow. Alton had yet to arrive. If it were merely Alton's absence, Tukulus would not be overly concerned. However, despite the numerous fugitives coming forth to surrender, none were extraordinary beings. Logically, they should have appeared by now. Master, is there something amiss? Tukulus inquired, directing his gaze towards his companion, Slobensei. Slobensei, equally taken aback by the current situation, understood that as a mentor, he must maintain a composed demeanor at all times. Do not worry. Beneath the Order's pillar, unless one is a demigod, there is no means of escape. Ultimately, they will all be ensnared by the Order's pillar. The will of extraordinary beings is, after all, somewhat more formidable. Tukulus nodded. Just as refreshments arranged by Viscount Tagaras were delivered by a servant. With a glass in hand, Tukulus swiftly shifted the topic of conversation. It must be acknowledged that in terms of social acumen, Prince Tukulus was a masterful conversationalist. Alas, no matter how captivating his discourse, it could not impede the relentless descent of the setting sun. As dusk approached, golden rays illuminated the void of Vidalia, as if chains were manifesting within the air. Ordinary folk remained oblivious to the nature of these golden chains, but for extraordinary beings, the reality was clear. This was the crystallization of order. Once these golden chains fused with Vidalia, the city would fall under the dominion of the Order's pillar. The time has come. Ariel, who had remained largely silent, as if he were a mere specter, suddenly declared without reservation, It is time to retract the Order's pillar. The master of the Order's pillar. Tukulus was already aware that it was indeed time for its retraction. In truth, according to the plan, he should have retracted the Order's pillar an hour ago. Yet, even now, young Alton had not shown himself, and no extraordinary beings had made an appearance. While he could afford to disregard the extraordinary, he was determined to locate Alton. If little Anildun cannot be found, how will he explain himself to the Sun King? The bishop remarked that there are still numerous criminals at large, and I believe this Order pillar requires additional time to stand firm. The tone of Tukulus was noticeably stiff. In the past, he had always maintained his composure, yet now he seemed unconcerned with such niceties. 10 minutes. Yalasai pondered momentarily before raising a finger and declaring, Within 10 minutes, if no more criminals are apprehended, you shall relinquish the Order pillar. Otherwise, I can only implore the thunder to shatter it to pieces. The expressions of those standing beside Tukulus, including the Viscount Tagalas, grew exceedingly grave. They were well aware, having often interacted with Yalasai, that once this bishop resolved upon something, he would not waver. When he stated 10 minutes, it meant precisely that. Tukulus's complexion shifted, yet he ultimately chose silence, fixating intently on the location of the order pillar, awaiting the arrival of the extraordinary criminals. At that moment, Teresa felt an acute sense of anxiety. Although Tukulus had not explicitly stated it, she sensed that the esteemed Lord Lembo she held in high regard was likely a wanted fugitive. Should Lembo be captured and divulge the circumstances of his time spent with her, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Despite wielding the Spear of Radiance, her foundations were still tenuous, and neither Viscount Yope nor Viscount Tagalas had pledged their allegiance to her. 10 minutes. If Lembo did not arrive, all would be well. Teresa's emotions were tumultuous, her desire for those 10 minutes to swiftly pass overwhelming. Time flowed like a river, indifferent to human will, and as the radiant sun's glow began to wane, those 10 minutes rapidly slipped away. Your Highness, relinquish the order pillar. Yalasai rose slowly from his seat, his tone brooking no argument. Tukulus's expression darkened considerably. He gestured dismissively towards Slobensei, who had begun to speak, and quickly approached the order pillar. Tukulus's hands struck the inscriptions upon the order pillar with haste. The towering structure, originally 10 zhang in height, swiftly diminished to the size of a palm. This time, the prince has utilized the order pillar to capture over 20 various fugitives for Vidalia. Truly a momentous achievement. I propose we celebrate this occasion for His Highness. Viscount Tagalas exclaimed with hearty laughter. With the capture of these fugitives, the agents could surely enjoy a respite in the coming days. Viscount Yope and others voiced their agreement with Tagalas's proposal, including Teresa, who also acknowledged the success of the fugitive apprehensions. However, Tukulus was acutely aware that he had already botched a significant portion of this mission. That detestable Anildun had likely long since fled Vidalia. Nevertheless, despite his discontent, Tukulus did not believe that Anildun could evade capture indefinitely. He understood that his father, the resplendent son of the sacred celestial empire, possessed ample means to ensure the disappearance of those he wished to eliminate. Within the cabin of the Crimson Tulip, Qin Nan, having consumed 2 drops of soul-soothing liquid once more, felt invigorated and in excellent condition. He believed that, given his current condition, if he were to consume the nearly assembled Igniter's potion, he would possess an 80% chance of successfully advancing. However, Qin Nan was concerned that solely relying on a single potion for his promotion might disrupt the sequence of spatial patrons. Thus he felt compelled to refrain from advancing for the time being. Lying on a boat barely over a meter wide, Qin Nan began to contemplate how to best utilize his existing evolution points. Drawing upon the imposing influence of the Order's copper pillar, Qin Nan had garnered considerable rewards from his final transaction in Vidalia. Those extraordinary individuals he had extricated from Vidalia had, as a toll for passage, bestowed upon him a total of 7 extraordinary attributes. While these attributes were not potions, the extraordinary beings believed that, with sufficient audacity, one could sometimes ascend to become an extraordinary being solely based on these attributes. Of course, more often than not, extraordinary attributes could lead to utter chaos. Yet, with the right craftsman, these extraordinary attributes could be transformed into sealing items. Hence, the extraordinary beings held these attributes in the highest regard. Had it not been for the pressing urgency imposed by the Order's copper pillar, they would not have willingly relinquished such precious attributes. 1 Attribute of Sequence 7, 3 of Sequence 8, and 3 of Sequence 9. These extraordinary attributes had now coalesced into evolution points, residing in Qin Nan's mind. For him, the pressing issue was how to allocate these evolution points. Chapter 93. The Song of the Sea Nymphs venturing into the ocean necessitated the possession of certain sealing items suitable for underwater combat. Otherwise, should the ship encounter difficulties, what could a landlubber like Qin Nan rely on to ensure his survival? Yet, which enhancements would enable him to navigate freely beneath the waves? Through the evolution of various items, Qin Nan had reached several conclusions, notably that the direction of an item's evolution is significantly influenced by its inherent purpose. For instance, the silvered magic mirror and the goosefeather quill. Seemed he might need to acquire a swimming suit. Just as Qin Nan reveled in his thoughts, a melodious chime resonated, and upon hearing it, he felt a pang of hunger. The Crimson Tulip provided 3 meals a day, but the times were fixed. Should he miss a meal, he would be left with only leftovers. Since arriving in this world, despite facing numerous dangers, Qin Nan had never deprived himself in terms of sustenance. Whether at the manor or in Vidalia, he had always been particular about his meals. Now, Having largely escaped the threat posed by the Sun King, Qin Nan, donning the countenance of an ordinary Vidalian gentleman, had no intention of denying himself. Exiting his private cabin, he made his way to the dining hall located on the upper deck of the Crimson Tulip. Before even stepping inside, he was greeted by an alluring aroma, which only intensified his already growling stomach. Upon reaching the deck, Qin Nan beheld several vendors hawking their wares. They were of modest stature, their skin bronzed by the sun, a stark contrast to the denizens of the Holy Celestial Empire. The sight of these individuals reminded Qin Nan of the southern continent. According to the annals of the sacred Tianluo Empire, amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth, there exist two significant landmasses. One is the Storm State, the realm of the sacred Tianluo Empire, and the other is the southern continent. The boundless six seas lie nestled between these two lands. The sacred Tianluo Empire boasts numerous territories on the southern continent, which not only yield substantial revenue for the empire, but also provide a steady stream of servants from the south, in Vidalia. Many nobles take pride in employing servants hailing from the southern continent. Sir, I have the fragrant essence of the incense whale. 100 grams for 1 gold marlang, which will allow you to a man, burdened with an assortment of goods, rushed towards Qin Nan, enthusiastically promoting his wares, revealing a broad smile filled with white teeth. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Nan instantly grasped the man's intent. After all, the essence of the incense whale is an essential luxury among the nobility, whether in Quequaluidan or Vidalia. This is especially true for the elderly aristocrats, who have a particular fondness for such fragrances. 100 grams for 1 gold marlang is indeed a bargain. By Vidalian standards, it would typically cost no less than 3 gold marlangs for that quantity. It seems the taxation in Vidalia is quite exorbitant. I have no need for this at the moment. Qin Nan waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was too soon for such a pitch. Undeterred by Qin Nan's refusal, the man produced a white ring, proclaiming, "Sir, this is a ring carved from the bones of the incense whale. Legend has it that such a ring brings good fortune. Would you care to purchase one for just 1 silver NAL? The bones of the incense whale." Qin Nan had been seeking an item to experiment with his notions, and this fishbone ring perfectly suited his desires. 1 silver NAL will suffice. As he spoke, Qin Nan retrieved a silver NAL from his purse and tossed it to the vendor. Upon receiving the fishbone ring, Qin Nan noted its weight, which was significantly greater than that of an ordinary ring. He could even sense a faint chill emanating from it. "Brother, such a fishbone ring would only cost 6 copper coins in Vidalia. You've made a poor investment," remarked a young man with striking blue eyes, dressed in a black tailcoat and a tall top hat, which lent him an air of seriousness. Qin Nan chuckled and replied, "Thank you for the reminder. However, since I've made the purchase, let us consider it a mere trinket." Although the vendor from the southern continent felt vexed by the disruption to his business, he could only swallow his frustration. As Qin Nan continued speaking, he stepped into the dining hall, where a neatly attired attendant swiftly approached him. "Sir, may I inquire what you would like to eat? We have delectable pan-seared veal and exquisite wine from Poland." Taking the menu presented by the attendant, Qin Nan scrutinized it carefully before declaring, "I shall have a serving of pan-seared veal, a portion of tenderly seared longsha fish, a vegetable oyster soup, and a glass of wine from Poland." Having made a substantial profit, Qin Nan promptly ordered a selection of specialties. Despite their training in decorum, the attendants could not hide their radiant smiles upon serving a patron of Qin Nan's wealth. Delicate dishes were swiftly served, and with a flourish of his knife and fork, Qin Nan soon consumed a delectable pan-seared longsha fish. This exquisite fish not only lacked any fishy odor, but was also cooked to a melt-in-your-mouth perfection. Sipping on Polish wine, he leisurely gazed at the azure sea, feeling an overwhelming sense that this was the life of adventure he had longed for. At that moment, a haunting melody wafted through the air, and as he heard the enchanting song, a feeling of enchantment washed over him. In that instant of rapture, an ethereal flame flickered to life in his heart, and with its emergence, Qin Nan's expression instantly regained clarity. It was then that he noticed a figure leaping from the deck of the Crimson Tulip, plunging into the sea below. The leap caused a significant splash, and amidst the cascading water, a vivid crimson hue emerged. Mermaids. There were mermaids. Attention all passengers, please cover your ears with anything at hand. Do not listen to the song, do not heed the siren's call. The announcement blared through the ship's speakers, causing the previously elegant diners to be thrown into a state of disarray. Just then, a muffled thud reverberated through the ship, accompanied by a series of crashing waves that erupted upon the surface of the ocean. The thunderous cannon fire echoed for a full minute, and when it subsided, the sea returned to its tranquil state. However, the once jubilant diners now bore expressions of unease. Some hurriedly concluded their meals, fleeing the dining hall as if pursued. Qin Nan intercepted the attendant who had just served him, inquiring, "What is happening?" "Sir, it is an unfortunate incident. The sirens, typically found 1,000 miles offshore, have unexpectedly appeared in our inland waters, catching the guard team off guard. Rest assured, such occurrences will not happen again," the attendant replied with an air of sophistication, yet Qin Nan detected a glimmer of concern in his demeanor. Chapter 94. The Master of the Waves. Mermaids dwell in the depths of the 6 seas, and one must venture 3,000 miles out to catch a glimpse of their existence. This was a fragment from Alden's recollections of a travelogue about the 6 seas. Published 5 years ago, the travelogue indicated that in this brief span, the mermaids, once residing 3,000 miles deep in the ocean, had now ventured to a location merely 100 miles from Vidalia. Was this a migration of the mermaids, or something else entirely? Gentlemen, it was merely an unforeseen incident. The mermaids have been driven away, as Captain. I assure you that all is safe. A resounding voice echoed through the ship's cabin. The death of a single person in the vast ocean is but a mere accident. Qin Nan, along with the startled crowd, departed the dining hall and returned to his solitary cabin. His quarters measured a mere 3 square meters, containing only a bed and an exceedingly small washroom. Lying on the bed, images of the figure that had leapt from the deck flooded Qin Nan's mind, amplifying his sense of vulnerability in the boundless sea. Subconsciously, he retrieved the cold fishbone ring and pressed his finger against it. Although unaware of the ultimate evolution of the fishbone ring, Qin Nan harbored hopes that it would provide him with the means of survival in the vast ocean. For instance, after departing from the ship, he wished to endure for a period amidst the sea's embrace. The first-level evolution point of the fishbone ring grants the wearer the ability to breathe and swim underwater with the grace of a fish. However, the side effect is a gradual decline in intelligence. Intelligence decline. Upon seeing this drawback, Qin Nan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The very ability he yearned for was within reach through the fishbone ring. Yet the incessant decline in intelligence was undeniably disheartening. Contemplating this, Qin Nan extended his finger once more. He still possessed 3 secondary evolution points, and should he so desire, the fishbone ring could continue to advance. However, with each subsequent upgrade, the mental energy consumed would increase, along with the severity of the resulting side effects. After careful consideration, Qin Nan directed his finger toward the fishbone ring. The second-level evolution point 1 would enable the wearer to swim and breathe freely in water while granting control over the currents within a 10-mile radius. The side effect? A doubling in the rate of intelligence decline. Observing this anticipated drawback, Qin Nan shook his head. While the prospect of diminishing intelligence was daunting, he reasoned that as long as his mental fortitude remained robust, he could at least stave off the effects. By managing his time wisely, he hoped to mitigate such adverse consequences. With the fishbone ring secured in his dimensional space, Qin Nan finally exhaled in relief. At the very least, within this maritime expanse, he was not without means of resistance. Producing a drop of soul-calming liquid, he swallowed it whole. Although his mental energy had already reached the 8th sequence of advancement, Qin Nan remained vigilant in his cultivation of mental strength. As the liquid's essence surged into his mind, he once again envisioned the fiery sun incineration diagram, the ethereal flames growing increasingly tangible. In a mere quarter of an hour, more than half of the soul-calming liquid's energy had been expended, and the once ethereal flames in Qin Nan's heart now bore a hint of solidity at their core. According to Luden's cultivation notes, such a phenomenon was nearly unheard of at the 9th sequence. Now, Qin Nan's ability to achieve this was primarily due to the soul-calming liquid. This rare elixir, difficult to obtain, was typically bestowed only a few drops to meritorious 9th sequence transcendent beings, even within the Thunder Church. Yet here was Qin Nan, utilizing the soul-calming liquid as though it were a common training material, which had accelerated his progress in mental energy. With a clear mind, Qin Nan waved his finger through the air, summoning the magical mirror into his grasp. Now an object of the 6th sequence, the mirror manifested and instantly displayed dazzling bursts of fireworks upon its surface. The radiant brilliance coalesced into words. "Great Master, your most loyal servant is at your service." Gazing at this proclamation, Qin Nan couldn't help but curse under his breath. His previously invigorated spirit now felt somewhat dizzy. Why couldn't they communicate plainly? Just how many sea demons lurked around this vessel? "O great Master, Supreme Sage, even before the enemy has launched their attack, you have already anticipated their moves and prepared for the storm. What an extraordinary manifestation of intellect. It seems that no matter how swiftly I gallop, I cannot keep pace with you." A series of flattering golden inscriptions gleamed upon the mirror's surface. Qin Nan's expectations for the sealing artifact were not excessively high. However, As this fellow continued to ascend in rank, the flattery grew ever more resounding. For an ordinary person, receiving occasional compliments can uplift one's spirits, yet for Qin Nan, it was an exhausting drain on his mental energy. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, the mirror perceptively displayed several lines of numbers. The all-knowing master revealed that within 100 miles, there were a total of 103 sea demons, among which one had even advanced to become a wave controller of Sequence 7. Sea demons at Sequence 7. Qin Nan was taken aback. According to the esoteric knowledge he had acquired, it seemed that sea demons were typically limited to a maximum of Sequence 9, with most merely using their enchanting songs to beguile ordinary mortals. How could it be that a sea demon had now emerged as a wave controller of Sequence 7? Great Master, the spiritual energy of the entire cosmos is awakening, and the constraints of ascension will be shattered. It is not inconceivable for sea demons to attain Sequence 7. With time, one would grow accustomed to such occurrences. The golden inscriptions reappeared, and although Qin Nan felt somewhat dazed, he could not help but voice his irritation upon reading the words on the magical mirror. What on earth are you saying? Are you trying to drive me to madness? What are these sea demons gathering around the crimson tulip for? Oh, all-knowing master, your insight is truly unparalleled, as you have discerned their nefarious intentions with but a glance. Your sagacity is indeed unmatched. In that moment, Qin Nan was genuinely incensed. This wretched magical mirror was squandering his time, and he felt an urge to strike it, just as he was on the verge of losing his composure. The mirror displayed yet another line of text. Master, from the communications of these sea demons, I sense they are searching for something aboard this vessel. Searching for something? That seems rather irrelevant to me. Just as Qin Nan exhaled a sigh of relief, the golden surface of the mirror revealed another line. They plan to sink the ship to the ocean floor before commencing their search. Chapter 95. Sinking ship, sinking the ship. Qin Nan furrowed his brow. Although he possessed the fishbone ring, allowing him to traverse the waters as a land dweller, who would relish being submerged in water? After all, being in the sea is not only inconvenient, but the longer he wore the fishbone ring, the more rapidly his intelligence would decline. Who knows, in the end, he might become fish-like, with only fleeting moments of memory. If he were to become dull-witted and ignorant as a result, it would be a tragic fate. Although Qin Nan had slain a Sequence 7 Lu Dan, the true prowess of Lu Dan had not been fully displayed. Now, with over 100 sea demons led by a wave controller amidst the boundless ocean, the extent of their combined strength was beyond Qin Nan's imagination. However, one thing is certain. If this vessel lacks adequate defenses, the likelihood of its sinking is exceedingly high. Is the ship adequately prepared? Qin Nan once again inquired of the magic mirror. Oh, benevolent and compassionate master, you are truly kind-hearted and tender. This band of fools aboard is utterly incapable of comparing themselves to your omniscience and omnipotence. These simpletons are only aware of how to defend against the sea demon's attacks. As for other preparations, they have made none whatsoever. Even if the captain of this ship is a Sequence 8 fighter, he possesses little recourse when faced with these wraiths. The presence of a Sequence 8 captain aboard did not surprise Qin Nan. After all, he had discovered a crew member who was a Sequence 9 upon boarding. How can one impede the actions of the sea demons? Qin Nan's head was beginning to spin, yet he could not resist asking, as this matter pertained to his very survival. The silver magic mirror seemed to sense Qin Nan's deteriorating condition. Pausing momentarily before revealing a line of text, disrupt their ritual. Accompanying this message, more silver script appeared on the mirror, detailing a ritual known as Deep Sea Tempest. Should this ritual proceed unimpeded, the ultimate outcome would be the complete submersion of the Crimson Tulip into the depths of the ocean. Images of shipwrecks and sea demon assaults flooded Qin Nan's mind, leading him to ponder that even extraordinary beings might find themselves irretrievable in such dire circumstances. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Qin Nan retrieved a quill and swiftly inscribed upon his notebook, "Arrive safely at Jiadman Island." Once this phrase was pinned, it promptly vanished from sight. Clearly, the quill's prophecies could not alter the final fate. Thus, the words inscribed ultimately faded away. How unfortunate he was, having encountered a formidable being intent on sacrificing Teresa to the abyss aboard the train to Vidalia, and now, at sea, facing sea demons in search of something. Could this be what is known as the fate of the protagonist? With a self-deprecating smile, Qin Nan began to contemplate an escape route. Alas, the vast expanse of ocean surrounded him, rendering departure impossible without a vessel. He could only imagine the arduousness of surviving in a small boat upon the open sea, a scenario he had never experienced. Aside from fleeing, there was but one option: to halt the impending catastrophe. After thorough contemplation, Qin Nan concealed the magic mirror within his hat and exited the chamber. At this moment, the cabin had regained its tranquility, and Qin Nan observed numerous individuals making their way towards the deck, accompanied by the sound of cheerful laughter echoing from afar. "Sir, how may I assist you?" a steward inquired softly as he noticed Qin Nan approaching. "Please summon Captain Kodainan for me. Inform him that I wish to treat him to coffee." The steward was momentarily taken aback. Such a request from a passenger was unexpected. Nevertheless, as an experienced steward, he quickly devised a solution. "Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize, but Captain Kodainan is currently occupied." The attendant's words were abruptly interrupted by Qin Nan. "Captain Kodainan has just concluded his training and is now savoring a cup of coffee. The most delightful and comfortable of moments. He is sure to appreciate it. If it is inconvenient for you, I shall simply seek him out in room 305. The attendant's expression shifted, for aboard the Crimson Tulip, the captain's quarters were shrouded in secrecy. Even he was unaware of the captain's precise location, yet this guest spoke of it with such certainty. It appeared that this individual shared an extraordinary connection with the captain. Upon making this assessment, the attendant respectfully replied, "Please hold on, sir. I shall attend to this at once." Qin Nan gazed at the departing attendant, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. The reason he had chosen to divulge such information to the attendant was singular, to convey to Captain Kodainan that he was no ordinary person. Once again in the restaurant on the top floor, numerous patrons were engaged in conversation while enjoying their beverages. Qin Nan secured a seat and casually observed his surroundings. At this moment, everything aboard the ship seemed unchanged. However, a closer inspection would reveal a substantial rope added along the edge of the deck. Within 5 minutes, a tall, bald man approached Qin Nan. This robust figure appeared to be in his 40s, his weathered face bearing the marks of time. Upon noticing the gentlemanly demeanor of Qin Nan, he furrowed his brow. Were it not for the attendant's earlier remarks that piqued his interest, he would not have taken the time to join a stranger for coffee, despite his own yearning for a cup. "How should I address you?" Captain Kodainan inquired as he settled into a white wooden chair, his voice low. "You may call me Anderton. The reason I invited the captain here is to convey a crucial piece of information. This ship is destined to sink imminently." Captain Kodainan's face flushed with anger as he glared at Qin Nan, saying, "Mr. Anderton, do you comprehend the repercussions of informing a captain aboard a ship that it is on the verge of sinking? I assure you, those who dare to do so are typically cast overboard." The formidable aura of Sequence 8 emanated from Kodainan as he spoke, exuding a wild ferocity that caused several patrons nearby to instinctively close their mouths, some even casting cautious glances in his direction. However, Kodainan's imposing presence held little sway over Qin Nan, whose dual Sequence 9 abilities rendered him nearly equal in strength. More importantly, his mental acuity had significantly enhanced under the influence of the soul-calming liquid. In terms of power, he was hardly inferior to Kodainan. "Captain, my earlier warning was not a curse but a statement of fact." Although Kodainan appeared furious, deep down, he remained unfazed. As a captain who has traversed the vast oceans, Kodainan appears rugged and formidable at first glance. However, beneath that exterior lies a meticulous and discerning nature. Over the years, had it not been for his cautious demeanor, Kodainan would have long since succumbed to the embrace of the sea god. "Sir, since you have boarded this vessel, you are a distinguished guest aboard. Now, as the captain, I extend to you my final act of clemency, and I hope you refrain from uttering such unreliable statements in the future." As he spoke, Kodainan took a sip of coffee, rose to his feet, and declared, "This coffee is delightful. Today, it is on me." Qin Nan, observing Kodainan's intent to depart, felt a wave of urgency wash over him. He understood all too well that the success of his plan hinged upon this captain's cooperation. If Kodainan were to dismiss him as a charlatan without hesitation, it would spell the abrupt end of his aspirations. Although the consequences of such a dismissal would fall upon the captain, Qin Nan himself would not escape unscathed, suffering considerable losses in the process. "Captain, if you harbor doubts about my words, perhaps we should put them to the test. As a diviner, I possess the ability to foresee many events." Lifting his coffee cup for a sip, Qin Nan adopted an air of confidence, as if everything were within his grasp. Kodainan, while regarding Qin Nan's claims as alarmist, chose not to turn away, for a captain must exercise caution in certain matters. "Then enlighten me. Upon my return to the office, who will be the first to seek my presence?" With this question, a sly smile graced Kodainan's lips. He himself was unaware of who would approach him first. So how could this interdone possibly know? In truth, he had no idea, as he was unfamiliar with the names of the crew aboard the Scarlet Tulip. However, this challenge posed no obstacle for Qin Nan. After making a gesture as if in deep contemplation, he spoke earnestly. The divine reveals to me that in 15 minutes, it will be your second-in-command who seeks you in your office. Are you certain? Kodinan replied with a smug smile. Unfortunately, I must inform you that my second-in-command was on night watch last evening and is currently resting in the quarters. Thus, Mr. Interdun, I offer you one final warning. Sit quietly aboard the ship, refrain from theatrics and alarmist rhetoric, or I fear the consequences may be ones you are unwilling to bear. With a gentle smile, Qin Nan responded, Captain, your brow bears a shadowed eye in the spirit of magnanimity. Allow me to offer you an additional warning. In 17 minutes, you may encounter a slight misfortune involving blood. Kodinan scoffed and coldly replied, I had already declared that this round of coffee was on me, but now, I regret to inform you that you shall be responsible for the cost. With that, Kodinan strode away with purpose. Watching the departing captain, Qin Nan shook his head in resignation. Though he had failed to persuade Kodinan on this occasion, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, any rational individual would not hastily seek counsel from someone merely because they had been warned of impending calamity. Moreover, the individual before us is a seasoned captain. Resolute in his convictions, he grasped the quill pen, paused for a brief moment in contemplation, and swiftly inscribed. 14 minutes later, the second mate, jolted awake from his slumber, recalled that he had neglected to inform Captain Kodinan of a significant matter, and in a flurry of anxiety, rushed to Kodinan's office to convey the message. Startled from his reverie, Kodinan hastily rose to locate Alton, only to be struck on the knee by a hammer that flew from the corridor. Having completed this account, a faint smile flickered in Qin Nan's eyes. The quill pen, now an artifact of Sequence 8, possessed the remarkable ability to predict outcomes, wielding considerable influence over the formidable beings of that echelon, provided that it did not contravene the laws of reality. Yet, Qin Nan was destined to endure the repercussions of mischief. Leisurely finishing his coffee, he summoned the attendant with a wave, instructing, if Captain Kodinan inquires about my whereabouts, please inform him that I have gone to the deck on the first level. The attendant nodded, watching as Qin Nan departed. Back in his quarters, Kodinan found Qin Nan's words echoing in his mind. Although he harbored doubts regarding the utterances of this unexpected visitor, a subtle unease regarding Qin Nan's prophecy of the ship's impending doom began to take root within him. The Crimson Tulip, while not the most advanced iron steamship, was undeniably robust. Even the fiercest tempest would struggle to claim it. The current course was deemed one of the safest routes, where no troubles could possibly arise. After self-reassuring, Kodinan casually picked up a report just as he was met with a rapid knocking at the door. Irritated, he responded, Come I in, ASA Captain. He felt compelled to maintain his authority, ensuring his subordinates understood the importance of not disturbing him at inopportune moments. The figure that entered was a burly man adorned with a red beard, prompting Kodinan to rise to his feet in surprise. What brings you here? The captain's uncharacteristic reaction stemmed primarily from the fact that this man was the second mate, who under normal circumstances should have been asleep. Captain, I just remembered that I neglected to mention something. Your daughter sent a telegram yesterday. Kodinan rummaged through his desk and produced a piece of telegram paper, asking, Is this it? You delivered it to me yesterday. The second mate paused, momentarily bewildered. In the midst of his drowsiness, he had suddenly recalled his oversight in reporting the telegram to Kodinan, leading to his hasty arrival. I genuinely delivered it to you, he replied in a dazed manner. Kodinan nodded affirmatively and then stood, stating, I must go meet someone. As he spoke, he flung open the door, only to be confronted by a heavy object hurtling towards him. As a combatant, Kodinan's reflexes were remarkably swift, yet just as he reached out to grasp the object, the somewhat dazed second mate collided into him. His outstretched arm abruptly altered its course, failing to seize the weighty item, instead merely grazing its tail. The sweep was not particularly swift, yet regrettably, it altered the trajectory of the heavy object, as the weight descended upon his knee. A piercing, heart-wrenching pain instantaneously assailed Kodinan's heart. He gazed upon the hammer that had fallen to the ground, and in his eyes, amidst the anger, there flickered a trace of fear. It seemed that the soothsayer's nonsensical ramblings held a modicum of truth after all. Chapter 97. A fortuitous mistake. Staring at the azure waters, Qin Nan felt no semblance of joy. What if the captain disregarded his counsel? What course of action should he pursue next? By all accounts, with his eloquence, he ought to be able to persuade him. However, what if this fellow was simply obstinate and unyielding? If that were the case, he would need to find a location near the island to disembark from the Crimson Tulip. Resolute in his decision, Qin Nan felt an immediate sense of relief, and just as his gaze returned to the sea, he noticed Qin Nan and another individual rushing towards him. Lord Alton, I wish to confirm something with you. Is it true that the ship sank? Qin Nan fixed his unwavering gaze upon Qin Nan, fearing the answer he might receive. At this juncture, Qin Nan certainly had to continue to mislead Qin Nan. No, he ought to present facts and reason to convey to Qin Nan that this matter was indeed irrefutable and not merely a product of his prophecy. Yet, just as he was about to speak, an unexpected force surged into his heart. Mischievous imp, a prankster, familiar with the quill, Qin Nan instantly comprehended the predicament he was about to face. In that moment, his heart brimmed with helplessness. Damn it, these enchanted objects all seemed to possess side effects. Almost as soon as Qin Nan's frustration mounted, his mouth betrayed him. Captain, how could the ship possibly sink? When did I ever suggest such a notion to you? You are the captain, the helmsman, the cornerstone. Do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric and nonsensical chatter. Listening to his own words, Qin Nan felt a surge of exasperation. This insufferable prankster necessitated utmost caution during use. Rather than becoming irate at Qin Nan's retort, Qin Nan humbly apologized. Mr. Alton, I realize I have wronged you. I beg your forgiveness, as you rightly said. The lives of thousands aboard this vessel hang in the balance, and I implore you to provide your guidance. At this, Qin Nan bowed deeply in deference. The second mate, who had hurriedly followed Qin Nan, wore a bewildered expression. He could hardly fathom why the usually imperious captain was conversing so deferentially with an ordinary passenger, his demeanor exceedingly obsequious. At this moment, Qin Nan had yet to reclaim his voice and could only yield to the side effects directing his body. What does this have to do with me? Even if the ship were to sink, I could still escape. Why should I advise you? This statement reeked of provocation. The second mate had clenched his fists, yet Qin Nan grew increasingly anxious. Lord Alton, I acknowledge that all of this is my fault. After this incident, I shall make amends to you. I beseech your forgiveness just this once. As he spoke, Qin Nan bowed once more in reverence. At this moment, Qin Nan had already taken control of his body. Gazing at the earnest Qin Nan, he suddenly felt the unintended consequences of this mischievous spirit, which seemed to have inadvertently bolstered Qin Nan's unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Since you acknowledge your faults and are willing to amend them, very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Qin Nan cleared his throat and spoke. Let us find a more suitable place to converse. The crowd here is rather overwhelming. The second officer, who was trailing behind Qin Nan, immediately tensed at these words. Currently, the deck where Qin Nan stood was nearly deserted. So when he mentioned the presence of too many people, the second officer's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there were others lurking nearby? Mr. Anderton, please follow me, Qin Nan said, showing no hesitation in appeasing Qin Nan. Gesturing respectfully for him to proceed. 5 minutes later, Qin Nan found himself seated in a reception room spanning a generous 20 square meters. While such a space might be considered rather modest in Vidalia, on a ship, a 20 square meter reception room was quite opulent. After the attendants served coffee, Qin Nan spoke in a grave tone. Mr. Anderton, please enlighten us on the calamities our vessel is destined to face. The second officer, having grasped the gist of the conversation, widened his eyes in anticipation, albeit with a different aim than Qin Nan's. His objective was to discern any inconsistencies in Qin Nan's words, thereby unmasking this audacious individual who dared to play tricks in front of his superior. A sinking ship, indeed, you dare to assert. Qin Nan continued. It is the monstrous waves that will overturn the Crimson Tulip. Frankly, were it not for my own presence aboard this vessel, I would find it impossible to remain an indifferent observer. Before Qin Nan could respond, the second officer interjected coldly. Sir, you may be unaware of the tumultuous seas our ship has already endured. I must inform you that merely 3 months ago, we faced a catastrophic hurricane, yet those tempestuous waters could not bring down the Crimson Tulip. Qin Nan waved his hand dismissively. Crow, this is not your place to speak. Silence yourself at once. Despite Qin Nan's reprimand, Qin Nan could still detect a lingering wariness harbored by the captain towards him. With a faint smile, he remarked, Indeed, a catastrophic wave cannot topple the Crimson Tulip, but the combined might of over 100 sea monsters could surely drag it beneath the waves. According to my calculations, among these sea creatures, there exists a tide wielder. The mention of over 100 sea monsters caused a profound change in the countenance of both Qin Nan and his companion, while the notion of a tide wielder filled Qin Nan's eyes with trepidation. In the depths of the ocean, an extraordinary being of the sea goddess rank could wield powers unattainable by ordinary individuals. Just consider the tide wielder of Sequence 7, who could rival an average Sequence 6 in the water. Is what you say true? Crow's voice trembled with impatience. Ignoring Crow, Qin Nan remained composed, fixing his gaze on Qin Nan. For now, he required nothing more than the captain's decision. After taking a deep breath, Kodinan respectfully bowed to Qin Nan and remarked, "Your Excellency, the purpose of our discussion is not to intimidate someone of my standing. If we were indeed to be besieged by the Tide Masters, what course of action should we pursue? This matter seems more appropriate for me to inquire of the captain." The recent antics of the mischief maker led Qin Nan to perceive that Kodinan might possess a penchant for masochism. Since he appeared to relish such discomfort, Qin Nan felt inclined to indulge his proclivities. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Nan's words, Kodinan's expression became increasingly deferential as he replied, "Lord Anderton, the might of our vessel, the Scarlet Tulip, is sufficient to contend with minor sea marauders or formidable beings of the ocean. However, facing over 100 sea demons is truly beyond our capabilities. I humbly request your guidance." The second mate then interjected with a scoff, "Captain, he might genuinely be at a loss. Otherwise, why would he be here prattling on with us?" Chapter 98. "All will obey my command." The second mate and his captain engaged in a harmonious exchange. Yet how could their ruse deceive Qin Nan? As the urgency did not pertain to him, Qin Nan remained unperturbed. With a cold smile, he regarded the two, awaiting the continuation of the performance. Kodinan felt somewhat awkward. It appeared that this diviner was no easy opponent, possessing a mind as intricate as a wasp's nest. Just as he prepared to seek an opening, Qin Nan spoke up. "I say, Captain, to unravel the mystery of the sunken ship. We possess but a single opportunity. Should we fail to seize it, I can only forewarn you of one inevitable outcome: the destruction of the ship and the demise of its crew." With the proverbial ladder provided, Kodinan promptly turned to Qin Nan and said, "We must disrupt the sea demon's ritual to halt the cataclysmic tidal wave." Qin Nan stated with utmost directness. Upon hearing this, Kodinan's countenance grew somewhat uncomfortable. The task of sabotaging the sea demon's ritual in the depths of the ocean was exceedingly daunting. Although we have extraordinary beings of the sea goddess lineage among us, the disparity in facing 100 sea demons and a tide master seems insurmountable. Humph. I suspect that if Lutaisuo were to embark on such a venture, he might flee at the first sign of danger. For this is a perilous endeavor. The second mate's words dripped with sarcasm, clearly doubting the feasibility of Qin Nan's plan. Kodinan shot a glare at Kluo, admonishing him sternly, "Kluo, mind your tone and be mindful of your demeanor." Kluo retorted, "Captain, I merely wish to state a fact." "Captain Kodinan, there is no need for you to send anyone into the depths. Simply heed my commands and fire at the designated moment as per my instructions." In matters of life and death, Kodinan believed that resolving such crises would invariably require a significant sacrifice. However, hearing the diviner speak so lightly of the situation suggested that averting this crisis might not entail bearing excessive risk. This notion contrasted sharply with Kodinan's understanding. He had always believed that overcoming grave crises necessitated some form of sacrifice. For many years, he had navigated the vast seas, accustomed to the ways of the waters. Yet now, he was suddenly informed by someone that a tremendous crisis could be averted simply by remaining aboard the vessel. Could this truly be possible? Is what you say genuine? Although Kodinan felt somewhat impolite for posing such a question, he nonetheless spoke up. Qin Nan nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I am certain." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel, and whenever you deem the moment opportune, you may issue your command." At this juncture, Kodinan solemnly inquired, "Mr. Anelton, do you have any further requests?" "Rest assured, I shall not hesitate to fulfill any request within my capabilities." Qin Nan believed that regardless of whether Kodinan's declaration was sincere, he would at least accommodate any reasonable demands made. Initially, Qin Nan thought to let the matter rest, but upon reflection, he realized that such a fortuitous opportunity warranted a more enthusiastic display. It is better to be utilized than to be deemed useless. After a pretense of contemplation, Qin Nan casually remarked, "The divination I perform is quite taxing on my mental faculties. If you could procure some soul-calming liquid or extraordinary attributes, that would be most advantageous." Kodinan could not suppress a twitch of his lips. Soul-calming liquid. He had no idea where to obtain such a substance. This fellow, who had been silent until now, truly astonished him with his demands. Despite his inner discomfort, Kodinan forced a smile and replied, "Mr. Anelton, I genuinely cannot acquire soul-calming liquid. However, I do possess an extraordinary attribute. Please allow me to offer it as a temporary solution." As he spoke, Kodinan retrieved a blue stone the size of an infant's fist from his pocket. Upon seeing the stone, Kluo exclaimed loudly, "Brother, this is an extraordinary attribute of an 8th sequence deep-sea fighter. Not long ago, someone offered 3,000 gold meringues, and you refused to part with it. Now you are giving it away to a charlatan. Are you out of your mind?" With that, He glared at Qin Nan and said, "Anelton, your previous words were nothing short of grandiose. Do not overstep your bounds." Qin Nan smirked, his lips curling into a slight smile. "I am not one to impose upon others. If you are hesitant, then we need not waste any more time here." As Qin Nan's words left his lips, Kodinan handed the stone to him, saying, "Sir, once spoken, words cannot be retracted. Please take this for the time being. Additionally, where may I find you should I require your assistance?" After Qin Nan revealed his cabin location, he sought an excuse to bid farewell to Kodinan, who made no effort to detain him. "Boss, this fellow is clearly a fraud. If there truly were that many sea demons performing a ritual, we could easily thwart them with cannon fire. In that case, the 6 seas would be devoid of sea demons," Kluo complained after Qin Nan's departure. Kodinan shook his head. "This Anelton does possess some skill. Let us give him the benefit of the doubt this once. As long as he remains on the ship and does not set foot on land, everything remains within our control. Have you forgotten the most popular adage over the 6 seas?" For a brief moment, Crow seemed to recall something, and in a deep voice he declared, "Over the 6 seas, all belongs to the captain." After uttering these words, he clasped his hands in prayer, wishing fervently that what this individual had stated was indeed true. Otherwise, he would find that even death could be considered a stroke of fortune. Only 20 minutes had passed since Qin Nan returned to his quarters when there came a knock at the door. "Mr. Anderton, aboard our vessel, there happens to be a vacant first-class cabin. Lord Kodinan kindly invites you to rest there." Qin Nan did not decline such an invitation. According to the market rate of the Crimson Tulip, a first-class cabin required no less than 50 golden marlangs. The reason Qin Nan refrained from occupying a first-class cabin was not due to an inability to afford it, but rather a desire to remain inconspicuous. However, with the imminent threat of sea demons intent on the destruction of the Crimson Tulip, maintaining a low profile was no longer feasible. Thus, since subtlety was no longer an option, he resolved to fully indulge in the experience. The spacious first-class cabin was not only lavishly adorned, but also offered expansive transparent windows through which one could savor the surrounding vistas. As Qin Nan sipped his coffee, he leisurely admired the scenery. Just as he reached the halfway mark of his drink, he spotted a small black speck suddenly appear on the distant horizon. This black shape was diminutive and easily overlooked. Yet the moment Qin Nan laid eyes upon it, his heart tightened with unease. At that instant, the magical mirror position nearby swiftly revealed a line of text. "The sacrifice is about to commence." Chapter 99. The chronometer, though small, the ominous cloud advanced with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped much of the sky under the tumultuous winds. Beneath this gathering darkness, human strength appeared utterly insignificant. Even the Crimson Tulip began to sway incessantly. The arrival of the cloud plunged the entire vessel into a state of urgency. Passengers hurriedly retreated into the cabins, forcibly ordered to remain indoors, while the crew swiftly executed various commands. Qin Nan remained unmoved, sitting firmly in his seat, his coffee untouched and spilling not a single drop at ease. He gazed through the closed window, quietly observing the fury of the tempest outside. In that moment, he appeared as though he were appreciating the wild and formidable power of nature. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps echoed, accompanied by a frantic voice calling out, "Mr. Anderton, the captain requests your presence." Qin Nan did not open the door. Instead, he responded loudly, "Tell Kodinan that the time is not right. Do not disturb me." The sailor who had come to summon him was momentarily taken aback, finding himself in the frustrating position of encountering such a languid individual amidst his pressing urgency. Remembering the captain's admonition not to offend this esteemed guest, he could only shake his head and depart. The silvery magical mirror stood still, revealing no further inscriptions. Qin Nan retrieved his gold-cased pocket watch from his shirt pocket to check the time, then shook his head. Just as he was about to return the watch to his pocket, a sudden thought surged into his mind. Since he often kept this gold watch on him to check the time, why not consider evolving it? At present, Qin Nan possesses 2 first-class evolution points, which he has refrained from utilizing as a precautionary measure. Now that he has conceived such an idea, he does not hesitate and directly allocates 1 evolution point to his exquisite golden pocket watch. The watch, originally radiating a brilliant golden sheen, instantly lost its luster after the allocation, transforming from a resplendent timepiece into something akin to an antiquated copper watch. In terms of appearance, the value of this golden pocket watch has plummeted by at least 90%. Just as Qin Nan muses over the inherent risks of evolution and the need for caution, a message surges into his mind. Golden pocket watch first-class evolution point 1. Evolving into the timepiece of stasis. Function: it can halt time for 1 second within a 10-meter radius, A pause of 1 second. Qin Nan is filled with a mix of surprise and delight. Although fleeting, a mere second of stasis could facilitate numerous actions. For instance, in a life-and-death struggle, a single second could prove fatal for an adversary. Side effect: consumes 3 days of the user's lifespan. While 3 days may seem trivial to extraordinary beings, it accumulates and could become significantly perilous. Observing the side effect of the 3-day lifespan, Qin Nan decides to stow the golden pocket watch in his pocket. For the time being, he opts against advancing its level, as the ensuing consumption of lifespan would undoubtedly be greater. A burden he feels ill-equipped to bear. Just as Qin Nan laments the burdensome side effects, the door is abruptly thrust open, and a furious Keilu storms in. "Lord Anderton, the captain requests your presence." "Why are you not attending?" The current tumult is clearly the work of sea monsters. Keilu's voice is loud, sounding almost like a roar. Qin Nan does not harbor much fondness for Keilu. Does a loud voice equate to prowess? "Mr. Keilu, it is not yet the time to act. Allow the captain to manage these tempests, and when it is time to intervene, I shall inform him." Keilu steps forward slowly, an air of menace emanating towards Qin Nan. However, Qin Nan pays little heed to Keilu, who is evidently a beastly fiend of Sequence 9. "Listen, my friend, do not provoke me. You are no match for me. If you wish for your captain to carry you away, feel free to wreak havoc here." Qin Nan's words serve as an effective deterrent, and Keilu ultimately suppresses some of his fury. "Why, Lord?" The captain suspects that the sea monsters have made their move. Keilu states, his tone restrained, "We have already lost 2 brothers, ensnared by the sea monster's enchantment." Qin Nan does not doubt Keilu's words. However, given the current circumstances, he feels powerless to effect significant change. Thus, he reassures him, "I believe what you say, but the time is not right. Even if I were to act, it would be of little consequence." Keilu's eyes reveal increasing impatience, yet he ultimately huffs in resignation and turns to leave. Watching Keilu's retreating figure, Qin Nan shakes his head. 3 minutes later, Kedden strides into the room. This moment, Kodinan appeared largely unchanged from before, save for his clothes being slightly dampened by the rain. "Mr. Anderton, I have heard from Crow that your recent conversation was rather unpleasant. Crow has a rather irritable temperament, and as the captain, I extend my apologies to you." As Kodinan spoke, he bowed respectfully. Qin Nan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "By thunder, my disagreement with Mr. Crow was merely trivial. There is no need for you to concern yourself, Captain. The hour is not yet upon us, and if you have no other matters to attend to, I intend to rest well." Upon hearing Qin Nan's words, Kodinan's expression soured slightly, feeling discomfort at being dismissed at such a time. In that moment, his suspicions regarding Qin Nan deepened, yet he ultimately replied, "Please do rest well." "Sir, I take my leave." As Kodinan traversed the swaying cabin, buffeted by the storm, his doubts multiplied. However, he lacked the time to investigate whether Anderton was indeed a charlatan. His foremost concern was to safeguard his ship amidst the tumultuous seas. The vessel navigated through towering waves, at times soaring several meters atop the crests, and at others plunging into the whirlpools of the monstrous swells. Even as an extraordinary being, Kodinan found the exertion taxing. Persevere, he reminded himself, relying on his years of experience to guide the Red Tulip through this perilous ordeal. At long last, the ominous clouds began to dissipate, the monstrous waves receded, and the ocean surface regained its tranquility. Even the golden sunlight began to pierce through the clouds. Cheers erupted aboard the ship, and at that moment, Qin Nan, seemingly awakened from the cabin, strode forth with purpose. "Prepare yourselves, you have but 1 minute." Qin Nan pointed ahead, addressing Kodinan with utmost seriousness. "Captain, this fellow is merely a fair-weather friend, appearing to play tricks now that the storm has calmed." Crow interjected furiously before Kodinan could respond. "Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings." Several burly men surrounding Captain Kodinan cast hostile glances at Qin Nan. These individuals were all extraordinary beings aboard the Red Tulip, well aware of what Qin Nan had told Kodinan. Yet to them, Qin Nan's actions appeared as nothing more than an attempt at deception. "I say, esteemed gentlemen, you are all well versed in the ways of the world, so allow me to inquire. Have you ever seen a duck swimming? On the surface, all seems calm, yet beneath the water, tumult rages. The reason I assert that this is the most perilous moment is that the sea witch's ritual to summon the great waves is nearing completion. Good counsel is often wasted on the damned. You have but this one moment's opportunity. Whether to heed it is your own decision." Crow attempted to speak again but was silenced by Kodinan's gesture. Without further ado, he swiftly ordered a stout sailor beside him, whose fierce countenance suggested a readiness for battle. "Prepare all cannons aboard." The sailor, albeit with a hint of reluctance, cast a sidelong glance at Qin Nan but replied dutifully, "Aye, Captain. Position at southwest 35 degrees, distance 260 meters." Qin Nan spoke bluntly. "After I issue the command, the cannons must fire within 3 seconds. If anyone dares to hesitate, who will take responsibility for the consequences?" The sailor, with an air of arrogance, replied, "I, Captain Polly, have never missed my mark in the blink of an eye." All 5 cannons aboard the Crimson Tulip were primed and ready to unleash their fury. At this moment of impending action, a warning from the magic mirror flashed across Qin Nan's mind. The sea monster's sacrificial ritual was nearing completion. In 10 seconds, they would rise from the depths, finalizing the last step of their grim ceremony. From the magic mirror, Qin Nan had learned that this final step involved the sea monsters surging forth from the ocean, harnessing the gathered waves to strike at their intended targets. This action was swift. A mere instant was sufficient to execute it. As the ritual reached its climax, the sea monsters would be at their most vulnerable. Presenting a fleeting opportunity to disrupt the ceremony, "Fire!" Qin Nan commanded Cody with an unwavering tone. Cody immediately relayed the order, "Fire!" The thunderous roar erupted from the Crimson Tulip, and almost simultaneously, the 5 cannons belched forth flames, unleashing their wrath upon the sea. Chloe observed the booming artillery with a quiet smirk. How astute this captain was, completely hoodwinked by this fellow's silver tongue, rendered hesitant to act decisively. What more could he say? Just as Chloe was musing, a terrifying scene unfolded before him. Hundreds of sea monsters emerged almost simultaneously, their gaze fixed upon the Crimson Tulip. Though they were in the water, their positioning suggested they were orchestrating some nefarious ritual. While the specifics of the sea monsters' intentions eluded him, the sheer number of their sudden appearance startled Klod in that very moment of revelation. The thunderous cannon fire engulfed the area where the sea monsters had surfaced. Boom! The waves roared, and the earth seemed to tremble as the monstrous beings were hurled by the colossal surges. Green blood swiftly mingled with the seawater. A towering sea monster, standing 3 zhang high, let out a deafening roar, but as its cry resonated, the cannon fire struck it with merciless precision. Its massive arm plummeted into the ocean, and the creature bore the marks of scorching black wounds. Were it not for the extraordinary resilience of this colossal sea monster, it would have met its demise amidst the cacophony of cannon fire. Yet, even so, this 7th-tier wave manipulator, despite its formidable physique, suffered grievously from the unanticipated onslaught. The tumultuous waves propelled the giant sea monster swiftly back into the depths. Meanwhile, the thunderous cannons, without any further command from Qin Nan, relentlessly continued to bombard the surface where the water monsters had emerged. Boom, boom, boom. A full 5 minutes elapsed before the cannons finally ceased fire under Cody's directive. The azure surface of the sea has once again regained its tranquility. However, the grotesque remains of the sea monsters, scattered haphazardly across the water, instill a sense of dread. Though most are oblivious to the nature of the sea monsters' rituals, they are acutely aware that should the sea creatures complete their rites, a grim fate awaits them. After all, the presence of over 100 sea monsters, along with a seemingly higher-ranked wave controller, could not be a mere coincidence near the Red Tulip. They are not here to jest. "Mr. Anderton, I sincerely thank you for saving our lives," Cody exclaimed to Qin Nan without delay. Initially, he had only half-heartedly believed Qin Nan's assertions, and his order to fire was rooted in his customary caution. Although indiscriminate cannon fire would deplete their ammunition reserves, it was not a significant concern for Cody. If discharging a few cannonballs could avert a potential crisis, he would gladly do so as a captain. Yet the scene before him now sent shivers down his spine. Had he disregarded Qin Nan's counsel, the consequences would have been dire. "Let us all be well. The captain need not fret," said Chloe, standing beside Cody, his face etched with guilt as he addressed Qin Nan. "Mr. Anderton, it is entirely my fault for my arrogance, ignoring your wise counsel, which nearly led to calamity. Please, punish me as you see fit." In that moment, Chloe unexpectedly knelt upon the deck. The surrounding pirates exchanged incredulous glances. They were all too familiar with Chloe's temperament, known for his arrogance and obstinacy. Now, witnessing him kneel before the diviner was utterly astonishing. Qin Nan regarded the prostrate Chloe with a hint of perplexity. Despite lacking a personal connection with him, he could sense Chloe's disposition. To Qin Nan's understanding, this individual was far from accommodating. Why, then, was he suddenly groveling before him? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. At this moment, the gazes of many pirates converged upon Qin Nan, unspokenly urging him to assist Chloe in rising. Qin Nan rummaged through his pocket before approaching Chloe. Just as he was about to offer his hand, a sharp flash of a blade sliced through the air from Crow's grasp, aimed straight at Qin Nan. On the occasion of my debut, I find myself, despite not being a novice author, still beset with trepidation. For every author, the moment of publication is pivotal, often foreshadowing the future of the entire work. Compared to previous launches, this one feels particularly daunting. The abrupt termination of my last book has amplified my pressure. Thus, I earnestly hope that all my esteemed supporters can extend their encouragement, allowing me to proceed with renewed confidence. At this juncture, I must express my gratitude to my editor, Qinghu, whose unwavering support from the initial concept to the content has been invaluable in this journey. Amidst the trials of the literary world, I wish for the passage of time to be gentle, and for all endeavors to flourish. The cat must express gratitude to the esteemed Tianhai Shangyun, Haiba, Feng Yufei, Zifiyu, and other steadfast literary friends for their unwavering support over the years. It is precisely due to your relentless loyalty that the cat has been imbued with inexhaustible motivation to forge ahead, a sentiment deeply etched in its heart. As per tradition, allow me to update all the esteemed patrons. This evening, I shall unveil an impressive 10 chapters at once, allowing for a thoroughly exhilarating reading experience. The initial chapter count upon launch will be set at 1,000, with an additional chapter added for every extra 100, with no upper limit. Come now, let us revel in this moment and overwhelm the cat with your enthusiasm. Brothers, with just over 2 hours remaining until the launch, I beseech you to lend your support to the cat and this book. I shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion and present a flurry of updates. Chapter 101. The Marquis of Grey Shadows. Crow's swift strike left Qin Nan utterly astonished. As the captain of the Crimson Tulip, Qin Nan had endured numerous battles, yet he never anticipated such a turn of events aboard his own vessel. Although Crow was headstrong, he had not descended to the depths of treachery. How could he possibly launch an attack against Mr. Andon, who had just valiantly saved the Crimson Tulip from peril? Such an act of ingratitude was beyond Qin Nan's comprehension. However, at that moment, despite being a rank 8 fighter, and despite his disdain for Crow's treacherous maneuver, he found himself powerless to prevent the unfolding calamity, helplessly witnessing the blade soar towards Qin Nan. The knife was as swift as lightning, and it seemed that Qin Nan would be unable to evade it. Just as the onlookers felt a pang of regret for the diviner, Mr. Andon, time itself appeared to stretch, creating an illusion of suspension. Soon, they beheld Crow being forcefully propelled away, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. The knife slipped from Crow's grasp, and he bent over, almost unable to straighten himself. Resembling a giant shrimp, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage, as he glared at Qin Nan, seemingly wishing to devour him whole. Crow, have you lost your senses? How dare you ambush Mr. Andon? Qin Nan reprimanded vehemently. The immediate sound of Qin Nan's inquiry was unmistakable. Yet many could sense that the captain was still intent on defending his crew member. Crow cast a detached glance at Qin Nan before calmly explaining, Captain, Mr. Andon is the target of the Marquis of Grey Shadows. If you protect him, you shall become an enemy of the Marquis. After taking a deep breath, Crow continued, I have already informed the Marquis. He is aboard our ship. We have half an hour remaining, and in that time, the Grey Shadow will meet us. The Marquis of Grey Shadows was not a noble of the Holy Heavenly Empire, nor was he a marquis bestowed by any kingdom. His title belonged solely to himself. Upon hearing Crow mention the Marquis, Qin Nan had already discerned the true nature of this Grey Shadow. Among the myriad pirates of the 6 seas, the most formidable were the 4 dukes and 6 marquises. According to many accounts, each of the 4 dukes had attained a semi-divine level, while the 6 marquises, though not as powerful as the dukes, were no less formidable. Aboard their vessels, even semi-divine beings found it challenging to vanquish them, aided as they were by their enchanted artifacts. Among the 6 infamous pirate marquises, the Grey Shadow Marquis stands out as the most notorious for his ruthless killings. Crow, how did you come to know that the Grey Shadow Marquis seeks to apprehend Mr. Anderton? A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Crow's lips as he replied, Not long ago, the Grey Shadow Marquis issued a death warrant. The target of this decree is none other than the extraordinary individual skilled in divination and disguise, who departed from Vidalia on the very day we left. Since receiving the order, I have been covertly searching for this wanted person. The description fits Mr. Anderton perfectly. Not only is he extraordinary, but he also possesses a talent for divination. Considering the timing of his boarding, who else could it possibly be? Crow chuckled darkly, however. Even the wisest can make a mistake. I was a bit hasty earlier. I should have awaited the arrival of the Marquis. Listening to Crow's words, Qin Nan instinctively shook his head. Despite his high estimation of the Solar King's power, He had not anticipated that this Solar King would be even more formidable than he had imagined. Among the 6 pirate marquises of the seas, there was someone who obeyed his commands. Qin Nan had believed that by entering the seas, he had escaped the Solar King's dominion and would finally be able to relax. Little did he know that disaster was ever present, and Crow had unwittingly ensnared him in such a predicament. Captain, seize Anderton at once. If he escapes, it will spell doom for everyone aboard this ship. Crow replied coldly, you are well aware of the Marquis's temperament. My leader, if we anger the Marquis, it is likely that not a single soul on this ship will survive. Upon hearing Crow's words, Qin Nan's expression darkened, his gaze shifting to Qin Nan. As Qin Nan turned, several sailors who had been following him skillfully repositioned themselves, silently encircling Qin Nan. Though they had yet to strike, the palpable tension was understood by all. Qin Nan felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He had just urged Qin Nan to fire the cannons, effectively saving everyone on board. If the sea monsters completed their sacrificial ritual, all would perish. Yet these ungrateful wretches shamelessly prepared to betray him for their own gain. Qin Nan scrutinized Qin Nan closely and asked earnestly, Mr. Anderton, are you truly the one being pursued by the Grey Shadow Marquis? I hope you can provide me with a reason to believe you. I shall do my utmost to clarify your situation. What if I am? Qin Nan countered, if you truly are the one sought by the Grey Shadow Marquis. I regret to say that I am powerless to assist you. I must ask you to remain here until the Marquis arrives, at which point a decision will be made. The impending arrival of the Grey Shadow Marquis meant certain doom for Qin Nan. And what if I choose not to wait? Before Qin Nan could respond, Crow interjected brusquely, that is not your decision to make, for we will ensure that you remain here. Qin Nan fell silent, yet his actions spoke volumes. As someone spoke towards Qin Nan, Mr. Anderton, we all hold you in high regard, but in this matter, we kindly ask for your understanding. Just as the words were uttered, 2 ropes, imbued with iron wire and astonishingly sturdy, were hurled swiftly towards Qin Nan. He even discerned divine patterns woven into the ropes. If he were to be ensnared by such bindings, escape would prove exceedingly arduous. However, the current Qin Nan was no longer the naive fledgling who had just arrived in this world. Although he was at Sequence 9, his dual Sequence 9 status had been forged through countless battles. At the very moment the ropes were about to draw near, a 2-handed greatsword materialized in Qin Nan's grasp, and he swung it fiercely towards the oncoming bindings. Simultaneously, the seal he had released allowed Phil's ethereal form to leap forth, launching a bone spear towards Kro. In that instant, Qin Nan, the combatant, moved like the wind, swiftly closing in behind Qin Nan. A pair of bronze gauntlets manifested upon his hands, crashing down upon Qin Nan with tremendous force. Chapter 102. The Fishbone Ring. Qin Nan struck with the swiftness of a gale, yet just as his gauntlet was about to collide with Qin Nan, he inexplicably felt his body come to an abrupt halt. This momentary pause left Qin Nan bewildered. In that fleeting instant of terror, he beheld a revolver materializing in Qin Nan's other hand. As the bullet discharged, Qin Nan felt a surge of vitality return to him. The combatant's mastery over his strength allowed him to swiftly twist his body. Although he could not entirely evade the whistling bullet, this motion enabled him to avoid a fatal blow. The bullet, imbued with demon-slaying and shattering effects, struck directly into Qin Nan's right shoulder, creating a gaping wound the size of an infant's fist. This turn of events was beyond Qin Nan's expectations. He had anticipated only a minor injury. Yet it became apparent that he had lost a significant portion of his combat prowess. With the 2 ropes severed by Qin Nan, the dozen or so crew members surrounding Qin Nan surged towards Qin Nan. Most among them were Sequence 9 extraordinary beings. Though individually their strength was not formidable, together they constituted a force not to be underestimated. In an instant, a deluge of various attacks rained down upon Qin Nan. Having employed the sealed tome, the golden shell pocket watch, and the revolver, Qin Nan felt his head spinning. The utilization of these 3 sealed artifacts had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Yet this was not the time for respite. Despite Qin Nan's injury, he remained a threat. With a swift motion of his hand through the air, Qin Nan summoned the Radiant Sun's incineration map. As he activated the map, his eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. He cast a glance at Crow, who radiated an aura of brutality, and pointed decisively at him. Though the gesture was unhurried, it was accompanied by the emergence of a fireball that enveloped Crow in an instant. As a beast apostle of the ferocious pathway Sequence 9, Cluo possesses a physique and combat prowess far superior to that of an ordinary individual. However, while harnessing the powers of the beastly fiend, he is simultaneously vulnerable to its weaknesses. The surging flames instill a profound terror within him. With a savage roar, Kluo abandons his assault on Qin Nan, frantically veering away in a desperate bid to extinguish the terrifying blaze, his mind too fraught with fear to contemplate any further plans. Yet, at the very moment he turns away, Qin Nan unleashes another ball of flame, which, due to a miscalculation in trajectory, lands directly in front of Kluo. Both Kluo and Qin Nan exhale a sigh of relief upon realizing the fire's errant descent. However, before they can fully savor their good fortune, Qin Nan's figure materializes before Kluo in an instant. Utilizing the secret technique of the Flame Bearer, Flame Leap, blinded by fury, Qin Nan swiftly closes the distance to Kluo, and with a mighty swing of his heavy sword, he cleaves Kluo in two, who, ensnared by the flames, has no time to defend himself. Kluo is dead. You have slain Kluo. Qin Nan, taken aback, feels as though 1,000 wild horses are galloping through his mind. In that moment, he does not retreat. Instead, he charges wildly towards Qin Nan, as a captain. He is imbued with extensive combat experience and understands that retreating in such dire circumstances would lead to utter ruin for his crew. The consequence of such a retreat would be their total annihilation. Though the pain from the revolver's injury causes him to grimace as a fighter, he instantly transforms into 4 or 5 phantoms. Lunging towards Qin Nan, as a sequence 8 fighter, he can typically conjure up to 8 manifestations, each indistinguishable from reality. Qin Nan, now consumed by bloodlust, finds his mind somewhat dulled. This mental fog is a result of his spiritual energy reaching a critical threshold, the illusory flames coalescing in his heart threatening to unravel. The prolonged battle has taken its toll. At that moment, Qin Nan suddenly perceives a tremor in the space around him. Amidst this quaking, he glimpses a grayish-white expanse emerging on the previously serene sea, a gray sky, a gray ocean, and a ship slowly making its way from the Ashen Realm towards this azure world. He senses that this gray vessel has already begun to breach the boundary between the two worlds. Though the nature of this grayish-white domain eludes him, Qin Nan acutely feels the danger emanating from the ship. The Marquis of Grey Shadow, one of the 4 dukes and 6 marquises, has arrived with his pirate ship. While not wholly familiar with the Marquis of Grey Shadow, Qin Nan recognizes that persisting in this conflict will yield no advantage for him. In that fleeting moment, he resolves to act decisively. With a press of the golden pocket watch in his hand, the 4 or 5 illusions conjured by Qin Nan coalesce into the void. This solitary second, seemingly insignificant to many due to its fleeting nature, has become a matter of life and death for Qin Nan. In an instant, the majority of the phantoms disintegrate, and with their collapse, Qin Nan's true form is revealed. Qin Nan swiftly retreats to the edge of the deck, and in a mere heartbeat, he seizes a gray stone left behind by Crow and leaps into the air, plunging overboard. Released from the shackles of time, Qin Nan hastens to the deck's edge, as he grasps the railing and peers outward. He witnesses Qin Nan's body plunge into the depths below. Pursue him. Lockhart, you and the others, hurry and chase after him. We must capture him, or none of us shall survive. Qin Nan, disregarding the pain in his arm, urgently bellows at his subordinates. Crow's demise has instilled a profound fear of Qin Nan among the crew. Yet, upon seeing the formidable gray vessel slicing through the void, terror etched itself upon their faces. Without a moment's hesitation, several sailors leapt from the ship. They are transcendent beings of the Sea God sequence. Though merely at the lowest rank of Sequence 9, they are formidable enough to rival ordinary Sequence 8s in the ocean. As they plunged into the sea, they resembled fish, searching amidst the tumultuous waves. That very moment, a figure clad in black trousers, adorned with a pale purple scarf, and with eyes gleaming with a gray radiance, suddenly appeared at the bow of the ship, casting a chilling gaze upon Qin Nan. Where is he? The voice, serene and devoid of any ripples, resonated in Qin Nan's ears from hundreds of meters away. The clarity of the sound was haunting. Etched into his memory, Qin Nan's heart trembled. As a formidable figure among the 6 seas, he was acutely aware of the Marquis of Grey Shadow's notorious reputation. The Marquis has allowed him to escape, Qin Nan reported in a state of sheer terror. Crow was poised to assassinate him, but he sensed the plot and killed Crow before diving into the sea. Hastily, Qin Nan added, upon Crow revealing that you had put a bounty on him, we commenced our assault. But that Anderton is exceedingly cunning. Not only did we fail to apprehend him, but he also wounded several of our men. The gaze of the Marquis of Grey Shadows turned coldly upon Qin Nan, who then lightly caressed the ring upon his finger. With this peculiar gesture, threads of gray swiftly emerged from the ring, cascading into the water below. The moment these gray strands submerged, an unprecedented terror surged within Qin Nan. He sensed that these threads possessed a lethal force. Regrettably, in the presence of the Marquis of Grey Shadows, he found himself bereft of even a fragment of opportunity to speak. A chilling scream echoed through the water, and alongside this anguished cry, a figure adorned with shimmering scales leapt from the depths. Yet, despite the swift movements of his figure, his circumstances remained unchanged. At the very moment he leapt, a gray appendage surged forth from the water's surface, forcefully slapping against his body in the sunlight. It revealed a brownish form, silently transforming into a pallid gray before vanishing without a trace. Qin Nan gazed at the silent silhouette that had disintegrated into ashes. His heart heavy with sorrow. At that instant, he felt an urge to speak, for the one who had perished was unmistakably one of his subordinates, who was desperately searching for an heir done in the sea. However, the words that lingered on his lips were ultimately swallowed back. It was not that he lacked the desire to explain, but rather that he feared doing so. As the captain of the Crimson Tulip, Qin Nan had spent many years navigating the seas, thoroughly studying the 10 renowned figures of the 4 dukes and 6 marquises who ruled over the 6 seas. The purpose of his research was, of course, to prepare himself in advance, as he feared encountering such formidable individuals who might seek to trouble him. For Qin Nan, in this precarious situation, he could do but one thing: avoid provoking, avert his gaze, and refrain from interference. On the azure surface of the sea, gray bodies began to emerge one after another, some fish, some sea creatures, and even sailors who had fallen into the depths. The moment they surfaced, they would dissolve into clouds of gray powder, disappearing without a trace. The subordinates standing behind Qin Nan cast fearful and resentful glances at the sea, mourning for their fallen comrades while fearing that the Grey Shadow Marquis might suddenly go mad and strike at them. If that were to happen, their chances of survival would be slim. They needed to capture an heir done quickly. Only then would they find safety. Qin Nan prayed silently, yet among the bodies that continued to surface, there was no sign of an heir done. The gray appendage writhed in the water, accompanied by a gray ship sailing from the gray horizon into the vast blue sea. This gray appendage resembled a massive net, swiftly searching ahead. Wherever it ventured, layers of gray shadows of sea creatures and large fish appeared. 3 minutes later, the frenzied gray appendage transformed into a series of dashed lines, plunging back into the ring of the Grey Shadow Marquis. The figure standing at the bow, resembling a dark sorcerer, now seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Just as Qin Nan withdrew his gaze from the Grey Shadow Marquis, that very figure inexplicably manifested upon the Crimson Tulip. Upon witnessing the ominous silhouette, Qin Nan promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I greet you, Lord Grey Shadow Marquis. When did an heir done depart?" The Grey Shadow Marquis did not part his lips, yet his voice resonated clearly in Qin Nan's ears. Hearing that voice only intensified Qin Nan's fear. Nevertheless, in such a tense situation, he mustered his courage and replied, "My lord, the moment you appeared, an heir done leapt into the sea. According to your assertion, an heir done should be in the water. However, all life within a 5-mile radius has been slain by my siphoning appendages, and an heir done is conspicuously absent. Why is that?" The words of the Marquis of Grey Shadow, devoid of any emotion, echoed as they had at the outset. Yet, upon hearing the reason, beads of sweat began to trickle down Qin Nan's forehead. He was acutely aware that this moment was crucial for his very survival. Should his response fail to satisfy the Marquis, he would undoubtedly find himself on the brink of death. "My lord," he began, "when you arrived, he leapt into the sea, as if sensing your presence." After articulating these words with utmost sincerity, Qin Nan cast a gaze of hopeful anticipation towards the Marquis. At that moment, he sought not the Marquis's praise, but merely the chance to survive. As long as the Marquis spared his life, he would be content. It was entirely plausible for this fellow to have escaped the confines of the Order's copper pillars and eluded the allure of the spirit-sucking tendrils. The Marquis of Grey Shadow spoke with an air of indifference. "It seems this matter may yet yield a small surprise." He then fixed his gaze upon Qin Nan and remarked, "Foolish creature, had you not erred, he would have perished already." As he spoke, tendrils of gray light began to manifest in the Marquis's hand. Upon witnessing these rays, Qin Nan felt an icy shiver course through him. He had witnessed the might of these gray lines before, understanding that even a single strand could transform into a tendril, one capable of reducing him to a gray husk, ultimately vanishing from existence. After the wave of terror subsided, his voice trembled with trepidation. "My lord, please spare me, my lord." Just as the words were on the verge of escape, the tendrils reformed into beams of light, retreating into the Marquis's ring. The Marquis regarded him with an expressionless demeanor, coldly stating, "I shall grant you half a month. If you can uncover Alton's whereabouts, this matter will be settled. However, should I remain empty-handed after that period, your fate will be sealed." As the Marquis uttered these words, a tempestuous wind suddenly surged from the ocean's surface. The previously motionless figure of the Marquis of Grey Shadow fell soundlessly, transforming into a mere sheet of paper, swept away by the raging winds into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, on the gray vessel, an eerie silhouette of the Marquis re-emerged. Chapter 104. A true man beneath the crimson tulip, Qin Nan swam through the water like a fish. At that moment, his pallid face betrayed his exhaustion, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This trembling was a manifestation of sheer fatigue. Qin Nan felt as though his mind were numb, teetering on the brink of collapse. With trembling fingers, he retrieved a small vial of soul-calming liquid from the dimensional space. In a moment of hesitation, he ultimately consumed 2 drops of the elixir, marking the 12th dose he had ingested that day. Such avaricious consumption of the soul-calming liquid was deemed wasteful by all practitioners. However, Qin Nan had no other recourse. The moment the Marquis of Grey Shadow had unleashed the spirit-sucking tendrils, a profound sense of impending danger had washed over him. He was acutely aware that if he could not evade the grasp of those soul-sucking tendrils, his fate would be sealed. With life hanging in the balance, Qin Nan's sole recourse was the cloak of concealment. When he emerged from Vidalia, he had only been able to don this semi-divine cloak for a mere few seconds. Yet now, in order to fend off the encroaching tendrils, Qin Nan had to endure until they retreated far away. Left with no other option, he clutched a small vial of soul-replenishing liquid in one hand, while enveloped in the cloak with the other. As 10 seconds elapsed, he found himself compelled to imbibe the first drop of the liquid. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Although the soul-replenishing liquid swiftly restored his mental fortitude, the sensation of rapid recovery juxtaposed with its swift consumption was anything but pleasant. As the soul-sucking tendrils finally withdrew, Qin Nan felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to madness. Despite the remaining supply of the liquid, he was unwilling to endure such torment any longer. Fortunately, just as he felt he could no longer hold on, the tendrils finally departed as he had hoped at that moment. Although the fishbone ring diminished his intellect, the presence of the soul-replenishing liquid allowed him to endure the discomfort. Harnessing the power of the fishbone ring, Qin Nan not only swam through the water but also capitalized on the current's strength. He was now utilizing the shifting waters to gradually advance towards the crimson tulip. With the energy from 2 drops of the liquid restoring much of his mental acuity, he slowly made his way to the mooring rope of the crimson tulip. Though the term rope was used, it was in fact a chain thick as a finger. Grasping the chain, Qin Nan promptly removed the fishbone ring. While the ring allowed him to breathe underwater, wearing it was an unbearable ordeal for him. Setting aside the discomfort of diminished intellect, the struggle for breath as an extraordinary being was intolerable over time. Yet he could endure short intervals beneath the surface. Confirming that entry into the vessel was feasible, Qin Nan retrieved the magic mirror and inquired once more, "Master, how could you doubt your own heart?" The mirror responded, "I can assure you." This time, the magic mirror offered a succinct answer without unnecessary embellishments. However, was such self-reference not exceedingly narcissistic? Fortunately, the already highly intelligent mirror sensed Qin Nan's current state and realized that further prattling could lead him to cast it into the depths of the sea, potentially sealing its fate as an object of sequence 6 from ever seeing the light of day again. Following the route devised by the magic mirror, Qin Nan seized the mooring rope and swiftly approached the bottom of the crimson tulip, using the vessel's drainage pipes to silently infiltrate the hold in stark contrast to the upper cabins. The hold beneath the crimson tulip was not only filled with stale air but was also overcrowded, with no partitions to provide privacy, as over 100 people sat or lay haphazardly together. The sudden appearance of Qin Nan elicited only a numbed response from nearly everyone present. They were indifferent to the addition of another person in their midst. Finding a slightly vacant spot, Qin Nan settled down to rest in silence. Here, he naturally found it impossible to meditate for recovery. However, a brief nap was still achievable. After half an hour, Qin Nan felt significantly rejuvenated. Although his mind remained somewhat foggy, the previous sensation of a splitting headache had dissipated. "It's time to eat." A voice, tinged with impatience, echoed from the entrance. Accompanying this voice was a towering figure clad in blue shorts, a brawny man whose robust frame was accentuated as he unceremoniously slammed a large iron barrel onto the deck. Inside the barrel were elongated black loaves of bread, each measuring over a meter in length. Observing these loaves, Qin Nan deemed them suitable for use as makeshift weapons. He had no desire to consume the black bread. However, those in the cabin rushed eagerly towards it. "Everyone behave," Each person can take only one. Any fool who dares to be greedy will have their hand chopped off. The bare-chested pirate threatened, asserting, in my territory, I am the one who calls the shots. The black bread was swiftly snatched up, with some individuals disregarding its hard texture, devouring it ravenously. Witnessing such a scene, Qin Nan shook his head, preparing to sleep a little longer. Yet, just as he closed his eyes, a figure appeared before him. It was a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, wearing a monocle over his left eye, exuding an unexpectedly refined aura. My friend, are you feeling unwell? Regardless of how you feel, you must eat something. Here, take this piece of black bread. The moment the man uttered the words black bread, a wave of profound terror washed over Qin Nan, sending chills down his spine. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp the man's arm. The man, taken aback by the swiftness of this seemingly frail, near-death individual, found himself struggling to break free. Yet, despite the man's background, he was no match for Qin Nan, who had undergone 2 enhancements of Sequence 9. As he held the man's struggling arm, Qin Nan scrutinized the palm, where he discovered a mouth, an unsettling sight. This mouth revealed a set of menacingly white teeth, appearing exceedingly grotesque. Die! The man, realizing his secret had been unveiled, uttered a soft exclamation, and the mouth on his palm sprang forward, lunging at Qin Nan. Unfortunately for him, his speed could not surpass that of Qin Nan, who swiftly retrieved the sunburning sky diagram from his dimensional space and hurled a fireball towards the gaping maw. A strange, anguished scream erupted from the mouth as Qin Nan's fist crashed heavily into the gut of the assailant, causing him to collapse to the ground. Just then, footsteps resonated from outside. Chapter 105. The Moon Worship Gate. What is going on? Let me tell you, if anyone fights again, I will toss them into the sea. The burly man's face peered down from above the cabin, his expression rife with irritation. At this moment, although many gazes were directed towards Qin Nan, none dared to utter a word. The flames conjured by Qin Nan had already extinguished, and most were oblivious to what had transpired during his display of power. Those who had witnessed the event remained even more silent. The formidable figure of the burly man swiftly retreated, harboring no intention of descending. The individuals surrounding Qin Nan instinctively created a space around him. Despite the cramped conditions within the cabin, they preferred to squeeze together rather than approach Qin Nan. Who are you? Qin Nan inquired in a deep voice, regarding the man who was struggling to open his eyes. The man remained mute, casting a look of bitter resentment towards Qin Nan. His hand, which had once possessed a mouth, was now charred black, and the menacing mouth that had posed a threat to Qin Nan had vanished. Faced with the obstinate man, Qin Nan chose silence, extending his hand into the void to summon a massive sword from the dimensional space. As the sword materialized, disbelief and terror filled the man's eyes. He refrained from answering Qin Nan's question, still harboring a faint desire to provoke further inquiry. However, he could never have anticipated that Qin Nan would employ such a crude and direct method to silence him forever. With the man's demise, a dim, grayish light emanated from his body. As this light appeared, the man's form began to contract rapidly. With a soft thud, an ancient bronze seal fell from his body, while the man's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a pile of tattered rags silently lying on the ground. The man's flesh had presumably been consumed by the seal. Qin Nan regarded the seal with caution. After a brief moment of contemplation, he hurled a fireball towards it. The skill of the firebearer could dispel ordinary impurities. Yet, at the moment the flames struck the seal, the blazing fire inexplicably vanished without a trace. Confronted with the sudden appearance of the bronze seal, Qin Nan waited for a few minutes before ultimately deciding to examine it closely. He sought to uncover the peculiarities surrounding this seal. However, as he reached for it, he activated the radiant sun-burnt sky technique, enveloping his hand in flames. The instant he grasped the seal, a vivid image flashed in his mind. A man clad in royal robes casting 7 seals into the void. Do you desire the treasures of the moon worship sect's king? There lies the wealth amassed by the king throughout his life, concealing secrets to ascend to the divine realm. Such enticing words swiftly surfaced in Qin Nan's mind, accompanied by the vision of a mouth, one that appeared upon the surface of the bronze seal. This mouth reminded Qin Nan of the one that had adorned the arm of the deceased man. Upon seeing this mouth, Qin Nan promptly cast the bronze seal into his dimensional space. After a moment, he employed his mental energy to sense his dimensional space, discovering that the mouth on the seal had vanished. Only then did he exhale a long breath. The king of the moon worship sect. Though many years have slipped away into the abyss of time, the name that has persisted within the sacred empire of Tianluo is still regarded as a symbol of wealth. According to Enur Dun's recollections, This moon-worshipping king was the sovereign of a kingdom on the southern continent, possessing the extraordinary ability to command various deities to amass riches on his behalf. He was the wealthiest monarch in all the realm. However, the circumstances surrounding the downfall of this moon-worshipping king and his kingdom remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, one fact is universally acknowledged. As he neared his demise, the moon-worshipping king concealed his treasures deep beneath the six seas. The pirates of the six seas are fervently in pursuit of the legendary treasures of the moon-worshipping king, fantasizing about the day they might ascend to greatness. The assailant who dared to strike him is likely bewitched by this bronze seal, venturing forth in search of the moon-worshipping king's fortune. As for why he approached, it might have been an attempt to offer sustenance to this enigmatic seal. Amidst this cascade of thoughts, Qin Nan recalled the gathering sea monsters. It is highly probable that these sea creatures were also drawn to the moon-worshipping king's seal, thus prompting their aggression towards the Crimson Tulip. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring the moon-worshipping king's treasures seems rather bleak at present. After all, this bronze seal is merely one of the 7 cast aside by that monarch, and he must contend with the relentless pursuit of Marquis Grey Shadow. Currently, the most pressing matter for him is to expedite his ascension to Sequence 8. Resolute in his determination, Qin Nan gradually rose from the cabin. Although he had not fully recovered, he was undeniably in a significantly better state than when he first boarded the vessel. Retrieving the artifact-finding staff from the dimensional space, he slowly ascended the ladder towards the upper deck. The passengers in the cabin averted their gazes, seemingly fearful of drawing his attention. Upon exiting the cabin, Qin Nan inhaled deeply the briny sea breeze, its salty tang invigorating. Although the fetid air of the cabin posed no real harm, the oppressive atmosphere was indeed unbearable. Didn't I say not to wander around? Are you deaf, or what? How did you manage to escape? A sailor clad in shorts rushed out, swinging his hand towards Qin Nan. Before the sailor's palm could reach him, Qin Nan's staff had already struck him forcefully. Taken by surprise, the sailor stumbled and fell, only then realizing Qin Nan's true appearance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Honor Dun. I have come solely to collect a debt. Qin Nan smiled at the sailor, adding, since you did not partake in the assault against me, you are not among the principal debtors. Rest easy. At that moment, the sailor finally grasped the situation, but just as he opened his mouth to respond, Qin Nan's staff landed heavily upon him. Once more. 2 minutes later, Qin Nan arrived at Captain Gideon's quarters. At this moment, Gideon had yet to rest, his mind racing as he pondered how to fulfill the orders of Marquis Grey Shadow, fully aware that failure to comply could lead to his demise. Knock, knock, knock. The moment the knock resonated, Nan's countenance turned icy, and he erupted in an unrefined tirade. Haven't I made it clear? Don't disturb me unless it's urgent. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you incapable of remembering a lesson? Captain, following bees to flowers and flies to latrines. I once prided myself on being a paragon of civility. Yet here I am, confronted by a boorish lout like you, compelled to break down the door. Accompanied by Qin Nan's taunts, the door to the captain's quarters was violently shattered, and Qin Nan, brandishing a silver revolver, strode in. At this moment, Nan's foremost desire was to locate the insidious Qin Nan, for he had witnessed firsthand the formidable might of the Grey Shadow Marquis. Though the 6 seas are vast, once one is targeted by any of the 4 dukes or 6 marquises, escape is nearly impossible, unless he vows never to set foot on the ocean again. Moreover, Nan was acutely aware that the enigmatic diviner, Alton, had also deemed him an adversary. Undoubtedly, he had intervened to save the entire ship, yet Nan and his companions were to surrender him to the Grey Shadow Marquis. Such enmity is not easily reconciled. Seated in the cabin, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, Nan harbored a profound loathing for Crow. Were it not for Crow's reckless decisions, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Yet Crow was already dead, having forfeited his life for his folly, and no matter how much animosity Nan felt, he could do him no further harm. Just as he began to succumb to inebriation, he beheld the intruding Qin Nan, the silver revolver gleaming ominously in his grasp. Nan was well aware of the revolver's lethal potency, and upon recognizing Qin Nan, he instinctively chose to retreat. He knew he was no match for Alton. His only chance of survival lay in regrouping with his subordinates. He was acutely aware that the cabin behind him was partitioned with sturdy pine boards. Though resilient, they could be easily breached with a resounding crash. Nan, an adept fighter, was skilled in modulating his strength. As he burst through the wall, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. He could not perceive what transpired behind him, but as a combatant, he sensed an imminent peril approaching. The assailant came from his rear. With no time to turn around, Qin Nan swiftly maneuvered his body to evade a fatal blow, yet one of his arms was brutally severed. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of a shadow with clawed hands. The werewolf Elzolan, though currently confined to a spectral form, still possessed the combat prowess of Sequence 8. Just as Elzolan's strike failed to connect, a skeletal spear surged towards Qin Nan from another direction. Injured and his agility diminished, he failed to evade the spear, which had already grazed his body. Attempting to dodge, Qin Nan found himself bereft of time. As he turned once more, the spear plunged into his flesh. The claws of the werewolf Elzolan sliced through Qin neck with unwavering precision. In an instant, Qin, his eyes wide with shock, found himself rendered utterly speechless. From the moment he entered until the fatal blow was struck, Qin Nan executed his actions with remarkable swiftness, leaving no room for hesitation. As Qin's life ebbed away, several sailors residing nearby rushed over in alarm. Upon witnessing Qin's crumpled form, the spectral figure of Elzolan brandishing his claws, and Qin Nan wielding a silver revolver, their faces turned ashen. The captain was dead. The memory of their previous encounter, where the transformed Qin Nan, as Anderton, had leapt into the sea under their assault, lingered vividly in their minds. The hopeless specter known as the Marquis of Shadows had failed to locate Anderton, and with Qin's demise, how could they possibly stand against this formidable adversary? Greetings, it has been a while, and I have missed you all dearly, Qin Nan remarked, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of his mouth. No one dared to speak or move, fearful that any action might be misinterpreted by this terrifying foe. With Qin dead, I believe I should assume the role of captain. Is there anyone who objects? Qin Nan surveyed the crowd with an air of calmness. As seasoned sailors navigating the six seas, they had encountered numerous changes in leadership, some even having experienced such transitions firsthand. However, this particular change was far too abrupt. Qin Nan did not press them. He remained silent, waiting patiently. Should anyone dare to speak out at this moment, the bullets in his possession would surely find their mark without hesitation. After a full half-minute of silence, he chuckled. If you have objections, please keep them to yourselves. If you have none, feel free to remain silent. I hereby declare myself the new captain of the Crimson Tulip. With that, he cast a glance around the room and continued. Those who recognize the tides of fortune are wise. It should not require my explanation to discern who is astute and who is a fool. Allow me to offer you one final warning. I am a diviner, and your every move is laid bare before my eyes. At this juncture, Qin Nan's gaze settled upon a diminutive sailor. Keldo, your brother perished at Qin's hands. You have harbored a desire for vengeance, yet your lack of strength has compelled you to endure in silence. Remember, the word endure carries the weight of a blade. A dragon is mighty and versatile, while a hero knows when to yield and when to strike. Even Qin was oblivious to your grudge. Your disguise has truly earned my admiration. The slight sailor, previously overlooked by the others, now found himself at the center of attention due to Qin Nan's sudden revelation. After a brief moment of silence, he stammered. How did you know I had a grudge against Qin? Do not forget, I am a prodigious diviner. Anything I wish to know is within my grasp. Qin Nan spoke languidly. From this day forth, you shall serve as the first mate aboard this vessel, and upon my departure, you will assume the role of captain. Therefore, navigate this ship with utmost diligence. Do not let me down. Kelder promptly stepped forward, respectfully kneeling at Qin Nan's feet, declaring, as you command, captain. Following his formal gesture, Kelder turned to the other sailors, urging, are you not to pledge your loyalty to the captain? Do you still intend to remain loyal to Qin Nan? Under Kelder's leadership, all the sailors began to swear their allegiance. With each name they uttered, Qin Nan revealed a secret pertaining to them, secrets of various natures, yet ones that the sailors believed were known to no one else. This peculiar situation filled the sailors' gazes towards Qin Nan with trepidation. They felt not as if they were in the presence of a mere man, but rather an omnipotent demon, before whom they possessed no means of resistance. With the allegiance of the elite crew of the Crimson Tulip, Qin Nan solidified his control over the vessel. After hastily directing Kelder with a few instructions, he retreated to a room on the upper deck to rest. Once inside, Qin Nan retrieved the mirror of sorcery. It was the mirror that had divulged the secrets of the sailors to him as he had just subdued them. Oh, all-powerful master, your ability to dominate the world is indeed a miraculous phenomenon of the ages. Your devoted servant is in utter awe of you. The sailors aboard this ship are now entirely under your formidable influence. Henceforth, you shall be known as Captain Anderton. Chapter 107. Item advancement. Is there any news regarding the Marquis of Grey Shadow? Qin Nan inquired as he lifted his cup and took a sip. He scolded, "My mental energy is somewhat depleted. Spare me the flattery, for I have developed an immunity to it. Master, this is no mere flattery. It is a testament to your unparalleled strength. You truly are exceedingly modest. At present, there is no intelligence regarding the Marquis of Grey Shadow." Very well. Qin Nan ceased his conversation and fell into a deep meditation. Having exhausted the last drop of soul-soothing liquid, he now had to rely solely on his own cultivation. In this moment of reflection, he envisioned a map of time and space. Having reached the realm of shadows, he swiftly conjured a space composed of luminous points within his mind. As the points multiplied, the space within his consciousness became enveloped by their brilliance. Ultimately, 2 points, due to spatial constraints, connected, forming a singular point that was twice the size of the other's point 2, 3, 4. As more and more points fused together, the space comprised of these luminous dots evolved into a vast point occupying 1/10 of the luminous space. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as a small dimension. In comparison to the nascent space formed by individual luminous dots, this 1/10 space resembled a genuine realm. The emergence of this small dimension signified that Qin Nan's mental prowess had ascended into the third realm of solidification within the realm of manifestation. In the realm of the extraordinary, it is typically only upon reaching sequence 8 that one begins to gradually delve into the tangible form. Yet, astonishingly, Qin Nan has ascended to the realm of tangible form without the aid of any advancement elixir. As the mental space collapsed once more under the strain of his psychic energy, Qin Nan opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt far more invigorated than when he first boarded the Crimson Tulip. Setting aside other matters, Qin Nan found himself in a state of mental clarity and refreshment. After stretching his limbs, he retrieved the magic mirror and inquired about the changes aboard the Crimson Tulip. Following a round of flattery, the mirror informed him that the sailors displayed no signs of unrest. Even those with whom they shared close camaraderie refrained from private conversations, each appearing as if their tongues were bound. Qin Nan was satisfied with this state of affairs. What he desired was not unwavering loyalty from the sailors, but rather their obedience. Great master, all-knowing master, as long as you entrust tasks to your capable and compliant. The golden script reappeared upon the silvery surface of the magic mirror. Upon seeing these words, Qin Nan waved his hand, banishing the mirror into the dimensional space. This creature had once again succumbed to its old habit. No matter the circumstances, Qin Nan could not allow it to wander further down the path of narcissism. Reclining once more in the spacious chair, Qin Nan's thoughts shifted to the enigmatic Marquis of Grey Shadows. Were it not for that secretive cloak, he would likely have met a dire fate. What grievance could he possibly hold against the Sun King that compelled such relentless pursuit? If only he could confront the Sun King, he would implore him to divulge what offense had been committed. Please, tell me, do not bottle it up within and suffocate yourself. Alas, Qin Nan could not meet the Sun King, nor did he dare to seek him out. His fingers instinctively drummed upon the tabletop as his mind fixated on enhancing his combat prowess. With the advancement elixirs incomplete, stepping into sequence 8 was a formidable challenge. Thus, he resolved to elevate his ceiling items. However, enhancing these items necessitated consideration of their consumption of psychic energy, given his current limitations. 2 first-tier evolution points, 3 second-tier evolution points, and 1 third-tier evolution point, along with a 9th sequence trait obtained from Kelly and an 8th sequence trait from Kodinan, comprised Qin Nan's entire assets. While he had yet to devise a plan for the first-tier evolution points, he had begun to contemplate the second-tier points. The first thought that struck him was the golden pocket watch. Although it could only halt time for a fleeting second, to Qin Nan, it was an invaluable asset. In certain critical moments, a mere second of pause could determine life or death. Though the 3-day lifespan cost was disheartening, it paled in comparison to the stakes of life and death. However, the psychic energy consumed by the golden pocket watch was also considerable. Currently, Qin Nan's mental energy was only sufficient for 4 consecutive uses of the watch. For an advancement, it should allow for 2 uses. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Nan ultimately decided against upgrading the golden pocket watch. Although the temptation was great, the toll on his psychic energy was overwhelmingly steep. The second item that Qin Nan contemplated for advancement was the sealing tome. However, he had yet to gather all 3 spirits of the tome. It was not for lack of desire. Rather, the recent adversaries he encountered failed to meet his expectations. In his attempt to vanquish Kodinan, Qin Nan had initially intended to absorb Kordinan's body into the sealing tome. Regrettably, Kordinan's level was too high for the tome to accommodate. Activating the sealing tome of sequence 9 did not consume too much of Qin Nan's mental energy. He could sustain its combat for approximately half an hour. Should he elevate the tome to a sequence 8 sealing artifact, he estimated that he would be able to fight for at least 10 minutes. Throughout the recent battles, Qin Nan had come to a stark realization. Many life and death skirmishes could conclude in mere minutes. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he produced the sealing tome, as his finger descended upon it. A second-tier evolution point was absorbed into the tome. Your sealing tome's second-tier evolution point 1, gaining 4 sealing slots, with the highest sealing spirit at sequence 7. You may summon the spirits within the tome to battle or harness their abilities. The side effect, forgetfulness. When the evolution details of the sealing tome flashed in Qin Nan's mind, he was overwhelmed with elation, for the implications of its advancement exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated an increase in the number of sealing pages or an elevation in sealing rank, but he had not foreseen the ability to utilize the powers of the sealed spirits. This meant he could draw upon the strength of the Elzalon werewolf, as well as the capabilities of the Phil undead sorcerer. The distinctions between summoning and utilizing powers in combat were monumental. Just as Qin Nan reveled in the evolution of the sealing tome, an urgent knock echoed through the door. "Captain, trouble. We have encountered the Black Shark pirate crew, and they demand our immediate surrender." The frantic voice of Kelder burst into the room. The Black Shark pirate crew. This was the first time Qin Nan had heard of them. However, just as he opened the door, the thunderous roar of cannons resonated from afar. Accompanied by the booming artillery, the Crimson Tulip rocked violently. Chapter 108. Enhanced the ship. The cannonade rumbled as 3 enormous black ships emerged from the depths of the sea, propelled by the winds. Although these 3 vessels were certainly smaller than the Crimson Tulip, their speed was vastly superior. "Have you encountered the Black Shark pirate crew before?" Qin Nan inquired, taking a deep breath. "Captain, the Black Shark pirate crew is a recently risen faction of pirates, notorious for their brutality. Targets marked by them seldom find a path to survival," Kelder replied, his complexion ashen. After being appointed as the first mate by Qin Nan, Kelder had felt a sense of pride aboard the Crimson Tulip. However, he never anticipated that they would find themselves face-to-face with the Black Shark pirate crew, a band infamous for their ruthless reputation, which left no room for mercy. The fate of any ship that crossed paths with the Black Shark pirate crew was invariably grim, a dead end. Qin Nan, however, remained remarkably composed. He gazed at the 3 imposing vessels drawing ever closer to the Crimson Tulip and inquired, "Is our escape feasible?" The captain, with a tremor in his voice, replied, "Our speed pales in comparison to theirs. We stand no chance of evasion. Moreover, their artillery reaches us from a greater distance. The likelihood of fleeing is indeed minuscule." Observing Kelder's despondent demeanor, a flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Nan's mind. At this juncture, utilizing the fishbone ring to engage in combat aboard the 3 ships seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. Yet the fate of the Crimson Tulip remained uncertain. After all, to ascend to the heights of piracy across the 6 seas, trailing only the 4 dukes and 6 marquises, one must possess formidable strength. As various thoughts flickered through his mind, Qin Nan's gaze fell upon the Crimson Tulip. Although not a steel behemoth, it was constructed from massive timber and fine iron. In terms of age, it could still be considered a relatively new vessel. "Captain, what course of action shall we take?" Kelder implored, unable to restrain his impatience at Qin Nan's silence. A twinge of disappointment welled up within Qin Nan as he regarded Kelder's anxious expression. Not long ago, Kelder had treated him with utmost respect, yet now he dared to question him so impertinently. Such audacious behavior suggested that Kelder believed his captain incapable of determining his fate. Would he have dared to act so recklessly under Kodinen's command? Qin Nan fixed his gaze upon Kelder and asked coolly, "What do you propose?" "I do not know," Kelder replied, shaking his head. Although he professed ignorance, his demeanor made it clear to Qin Nan that even under Kodinen's leadership, escape remained a distant hope. What should be done? At this critical juncture, should I abandon the ship entirely or confront those pirates head-on? Weighing his options, Qin Nan recalled his evolution points. While aboard the steam train, he had contemplated augmenting its capabilities, but since it did not belong to him, he had dismissed such a reckless notion. However, this ship was his. Amidst the whirl of thoughts, Qin Nan felt an overwhelming surge of fervor within him. Resolutely, he pointed towards the mast beside him. "Crimson Tulip, first evolution point 1. Within 1 hour, speed will double, with the side effect of increased turbulence." The prospect of intensified turbulence seemed tolerable. Upon reading the side effects, Qin Nan felt a wave of calm wash over him. Yet, he was not entirely satisfied with this evolution, as the Crimson Tulip's evolution level appeared to be rather low. Another thought flitted through his mind. Qin Nan once more cast his gaze upon the Crimson Tulip, contemplating whether to allocate a second evolution point. Should he do so, the ship might undergo unforeseen transformations. Ultimately, however, he dismissed this reckless idea. After all, He did not intend to linger aboard the Crimson Tulip for long. If he invested too many evolution points into it, he would be the one to suffer. Such a losing proposition was not one Qin Nan, ever shrewd, was willing to entertain. You take the helm, alter our course, and navigate past those 3 vessels. They shan't catch you. As Qin Nan reached this point, he issued a command in an irrefutable tone. Go, and do not let me down. Kelder could scarcely believe his ears. The captain's order was utterly absurd. He was all too aware of the speed of the Red Tulip, as well as that of the 3 vessels belonging to the Black Shark pirates. Captain, the speed of the Red Tulip. Kelder's words trailed off as he met Qin Nan's cold, piercing gaze. Recalling the captain's ruthless execution of Qin Nan, Kelder took a deep breath and hastily made his way to the helm. Inside the helm, several sailors were maneuvering the Red Tulip. Upon seeing Kelder, nearly all of them turned their attention towards him. Kelder, does the captain have a plan? Kelder inhaled sharply and replied, the captain stated we must exert ourselves to the utmost and simply sail. He claims our ship is faster than that of the Black Shark pirates. The expressions of the sailors instantly soured. They were acutely aware of the Red Tulip's capabilities. The 3 vessels of the Black Shark pirates, having yet to push themselves fully, were already significantly faster than the Red Tulip. How could they possibly hope to win in a race against them? Did you mishear the captain's orders? Kelder regarded the sailor coolly, stating, how could I possibly misinterpret the captain's command? Enough chatter. We must devote ourselves entirely to sailing. As for the rest, we shall address it later. The first sailor who had spoken scoffed, it seems we are to be abandoned. The helm was now enveloped in a cloud of despair. Yet, despite their inner turmoil, they dared not relax their vigilance regarding the Red Tulip. After all, any moment they could evade capture was a moment gained. Perhaps the vast ocean would offer some unforeseen change that would allow them to escape the clutches of the Black Shark pirates. Although Qin Nan was some distance away from the helm, he observed Kelder and the others with keen awareness. Clearly hearing their exchanges, he chose to disregard their dialogue. At this juncture, all that mattered was that Kelder and his crew steered the ship diligently. The 3 ominous black vessels drew ever closer to the Red Tulip, their crews nearly able to discern the features of their foes. The pirates of the Black Shark crew let out shrill cries, akin to sharks that had caught the scent of blood, poised to lunge forth for a bite. Just as they were about to unleash their fury, the speed of the Red Tulip suddenly surged. Chapter 109. Sailing away amidst the Black Shark pirates, one of the large black ships held a middle-aged man with a pale visage, clothed in an exquisite evening gown. He gazed intently through a copper monocle at the Red Tulip, or rather, he savored the sight of his prey. The Red Tulip is truly unimpressive, he murmured, gently lowering the monocle from his eyes. A robust man, appearing to be in his 30s and leisurely puffing on a pipe, remarked, Qin Nan is nothing but a piece of trash. In truth, we hardly require this many people. If the boss is willing, he can simply sit back and enjoy the show while I handle everything myself. Sufficient to send Qin Nan to the depths of the ocean to feed our little treasures. As he spoke, the burly man removed his pipe from his mouth and let out an eerie howl into the air. Accompanying this sound, a multitude of black sharks leapt from the water. These sharks, though seemingly smaller than the average, revealed their dark blue teeth in the moment of ascent. A middle-aged man in an exquisite evening gown smirked faintly, well acquainted with the temperament of his old comrade. Hence, he had no inclination to engage in idle chatter. He certainly would not disclose that Qin Nan was not his true objective for being here. Boss, look quickly. The Crimson Tulip is attempting to flee. Has Qin Nan lost his wits? The burly man pointed at the frantically escaping Crimson Tulip, his eyes gleaming with derisive amusement. The middle-aged man, also furrowing his brow, understood well the nautical intricacies. If one found themselves ensnared and lacking speed, escape was nigh impossible. A veritable dead-end. It was laughable. They would pursue and ensure Qin Nan learned that some matters cannot simply be evaded at will. 3 black shark pirate ships surged forward like predatory sharks, rapidly closing in on the Crimson Tulip, which they perceived as their next meal. However, 2 minutes later, the expressions of both the pipe-smoking man and the elegantly dressed middle-aged gentleman grew exceedingly grim. Without the need for a telescope, they sensed that the distance between the Crimson Tulip and themselves was swiftly widening. What was happening? How could the Crimson Tulip be moving so swiftly? These 3 black shark pirate ships were among the fastest vessels. How could the gap only increase? Boss, let me take the lads over. The burly man cast aside his pipe. His face twisted in a fierce grimace. We cannot catch up, the man in the evening gown replied coldly. Even if you plunged into the sea, you would not match the speed of the Crimson Tulip. The burly man, filled with rage, vehemently declared, Qin Nan, if I see you again next time, I will surely kill you. After a moment of contemplation, the man in the evening gown extracted a black ring from his pocket. Once he adorned his finger with the ring, he muttered solemnly, I curse the commander of the Crimson Tulip. He shall meet his demise at my hands. As the incantation left his lips, a mouth suddenly sprouted from the black ring, biting deeply into the flesh of the man's finger. A drop of fresh blood trickled down from the hand of a man clad in an evening gown. Yet his smile only grew more radiant. You cannot escape. A faint voice, emanating from the elegantly dressed man, was laden with an eerie chill as Qin Nan fled from 3 black shark pirates aboard the Crimson Tulip. A trace of a smile graced his lips, however, before he could fully relax. A wave of profound terror suddenly engulfed his heart. He sensed an unfamiliar presence deep within his soul, yet when he sought to investigate, he found nothing amiss. Qin Nan was certain that this was no mere illusion. Something was undeniably amiss. Lost in thought, he retrieved the magic mirror. Though its range of detection extended only 100 miles, Qin Nan believed the mirror would provide him with a satisfactory answer. What has transpired? He inquired of the mirror. Who was it that just struck against me? Oh, great master, it was Count Kantz from the Black Shark pirate crew who has cast a curse upon you. Though the cursed ring in his possession cannot kill you instantly, he can ascertain your location from a distance of 50 miles. 50 miles, a distance at which he could pinpoint his location. Such a capability was not far removed from that of the magic mirror. What is Count Kant's rank among extraordinary beings? Qin Nan continued to question after a brief contemplation. The mirror paused momentarily before swiftly revealing a passage of text, which boldly declared, All-powerful master, Count Kantz has not made a move within my observational range. According to various pirate conversations, his rank is possibly 6, though it remains unclear to which specific rank he belongs. Qin Nan observed the fading characters with a gentle shake of his head. He had not anticipated that immediately after dealing with the Marquis of Grey Shadow, he would attract the attention of a rank 6 entity. Moreover, this being possessed the ability to locate him. Although 50 miles seemed vast across the boundless sea, being under the watchful gaze of such a rank 6 individual was hardly a pleasant prospect. Captain, we have evaded the Black Shark pirates. Kelder approached Qin Nan with deep respect, his demeanor reverent. Qin Nan regarded Kelder and replied coolly, How far are we from arriving at Jiadman Island? Captain, if we maintain our previous speed, we should reach Jiadman Island by tonight, Kelder answered cautiously, genuinely hoping to sail at the earlier pace, for he was a sailor who relished the exhilarating sensation of swift navigation. Qin Nan looked at Kelder and remarked, That speed is only suitable in times of desperation. What about our ordinary pace? Just as Qin Nan spoke, a violent tremor caused his cup to crash to the ground, nearly sending Kelder tumbling as well. Qin Nan swiftly steadied Kelder, saying, This turbulence should pass shortly. Keldo exclaimed, with the waves so gentle, How can the ship be rocking so violently? Damn it, could there be hidden reefs beneath us? Qin Nan refrained from responding. And it seemed that Keldo, realizing he had neglected to answer Qin Nan's inquiry, promptly stated, Captain, at normal speed, we should reach Jiadman Island by tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening. Qin Nan found this answer somewhat satisfactory. At that moment, he was desperately eager to enhance his strength. Chapter 110. The Fruit of the Abyss. Though Jiadman Island marked the first stop after departing from Vidalia, it does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Holy Tianlu Empire. According to the Sunset Pact established 3 centuries ago, Jiadman Island belongs to the Taro Empire, and the sanctum upon the island is also under the domain of the Storm Church. With the storm above, we have finally arrived at Jiadman Island. Upon catching sight of the island's dark coastline, Keldo could not help but express his thoughts. Qin Nan, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Keldo. He had always perceived him as a devotee of the god of thunder, yet he had not expected him to invoke the storm at this moment. Captain, while Jiadman Island does not reject followers of thunder, it would be prudent to declare the storm above if one wishes to conduct affairs here with ease. Keldo chuckled heartily. In the Holy Tianlu Empire, I prefer to say the thunder above. Observing Keldo's demeanor, Qin Nan shook his head and remarked, Very well, once we approach Jiadman Island, allow the guests to disembark and stretch their legs. I have matters to attend to and shall rest for a while. If, prior to slaying Qin Nan's authority was primarily founded upon his might, then having escaped from the clutches of the Black Shark pirates, an indomitable pressure emanated from him that permeated the hearts of all present. I, Captain, Keldo responded respectfully. After entering his cabin, Qin Nan began to observe his surroundings through the magic mirror, ensuring that no one was paying him heed before changing into a different outfit and removing the mask from his face. Although his current mental fortitude could withstand the mask's adverse effects, wearing it was ultimately an uncomfortable affair. 20 minutes later, Qin Nan, along with the majority of the passengers aboard, stepped onto Jideman Island. At this moment, he donned a somewhat worn black suit, resembling a downcast young nobleman. Jideman Island has never been short of adventurous youths seeking to reclaim their ancestors' glory overseas. Without revealing any curiosity, Qin Nan swiftly followed the route provided by the magic mirror and soon entered a seemingly ordinary shop. Old Chekhov's little store. This shop is renowned on Jideman Island for trading extraordinary items. According to Keldo, most sailors, upon acquiring unfamiliar objects, would exchange them at Old Chekhov's shop. Naturally, they also procure the items they require from this establishment. Despite its modest size, the shop boasts 3 rooms filled with an array of boxes, dazzling all who enter with its vibrant assortment. Qin Nan stepped into the quaint little shop. A young attendant clad in white linen shorts approached him without a hint of disdain for his disheveled appearance. "May I inquire if you require anything for sale?" The attendant surveyed Qin Nan with a keen eye, promptly treating him as a valued customer. After casting a glance around the shop, Qin Nan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The elusive yuan tongue roots. As an auxiliary material for advancing to a wall breaker, Qin Nan had been diligently tracking the whereabouts of yuan tongue roots during his time in Vidalia. Unfortunately, due to the lack of any leads, he had been unable to procure this material. Yet, here it lay before him. Having nearly gathered all the materials for a firebearer, what he now sought were the components for a wall breaker. "I would like to make a purchase," he said after a brief moment of contemplation. "Additionally, I wish to sell some items." Upon hearing this, the attendant's lips curled into a knowing smile, yet he became increasingly respectful as he replied, "Sir, may I inquire what you wish to buy?" Given his experience with fallen nobility, the attendant understood that respect was paramount. It would enable him to earn more gold meringues from them. "I will decide after I take a look," Qin Nan replied. After perusing the items in the shop, he discovered 5 essential ingredients required for wall breaker potions. Although these were merely auxiliary materials, he felt a surge of joy at having found such a substantial collection all at once. "Do you have any Wujin fruits?" After a moment's hesitation, he posed the question. The Wujin fruit was the most crucial auxiliary material for wall breaker potions, second only to pure gemstones. Not spotting any marked with the label of Wujin fruit, he turned to the attendant who followed closely behind him. "Sir, we have previously sold some Wujin fruits, each valued at 500 meringues. Are you certain you wish to purchase?" The attendant's voice, though gentle, carried an undertone that suggested the price was exorbitant and perhaps beyond Qin Nan's means. However, Qin Nan remained unfazed by such insinuations, calmly responding, "If available, I would like to purchase several." The attendant's expression shifted dramatically. Filled with regret for having judged by appearances, he had never anticipated that this seemingly downcast gentleman would make such a statement. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly admitted, "Sir, we are currently out of Wujin fruits. However, if you wish, I can provide you with the contact details of the individual who sells them to us, so you may reach out to him directly to inquire if he has any in stock." With a smile, Qin Nan retrieved a gold marong from his pocket and casually tossed it to the attendant. The attendant's eyes sparkled with admiration as he quietly remarked, "At the Red Scorpion Tavern, located 100 meters away, there is often a gentleman named Weiming's son who frequents there for drinks. He is the one who supplies us with the Wujin fruits. 15 minutes later, having acquired over 20 items, Qin Nan left Old Chikfu's shop, thoroughly satisfied. Among these items, only 8 are required for him to advance to sequence 8.as for the recipe for the breaker. Qin Nan still lacks pure gemstones and the interstis fruit. However, he has already gathered all the necessary items for the potion of the Firebringer. This means that, should he wish, he can ascend to the rank of Firebringer at any moment. Just 3 minutes after Qin Nan left the small shop, the attendant who had served him cautiously addressed his companion. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. Please keep an eye on things for me." "Heh, no wonder the boss says you're a lazy one." Slipping away like this multiple times in response to his companion's jibes, the attendant merely chuckled in retort before hastily making his way to the back of the shop, though he did not head to the restroom. Instead, he entered a rather ominous-looking room. "My lord, someone has inquired about the interstis fruit, and I have introduced him to Mr. Weiming's son." The person in the room nodded gently and replied, "Excellent. This month, you shall receive your due reward." Upon hearing this, the attendant's smile grew even more radiant. That very moment, more than 20 miles away, at a modest harbor, a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire gazed towards Jideman Island, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. "Jideman Island, is it? You cannot escape." Chapter 111. Weiming's son as a bustling transit point with countless ships docked, Jideman Island boasts hundreds of inns and taverns of varying sizes. Upon leaving Old Chikfu's shop, Qin Nan did not immediately seek out Weiming's son. Instead, he entered a mid-range establishment known as the Bunnytail Inn. Although it required a silver null for just 1 day's stay, the advantage was that once paid, a room could be reserved without concern for one's name. Once settled in his room, Qin Nan's thoughts turned to the potion of the Firebringer. While he was not yet prepared with the materials required for the breaker, he had already gathered everything needed for the Firebringer. Indeed, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Prince Tukulus. Had he not erected the Order's copper pillar, how could those oppressed extraordinary beings have bestowed so many benefits upon him? To collect the ingredients for the potion of the Firebringer would have otherwise demanded an immense effort. Now, was it time to concoct the potion of the Firebringer? Despite his eagerness, Qin Nan ultimately decided against taking the risk. He was an extraordinary being of two different sequences. Although his ascension to Sequence 9 had been a stroke of fortune, he could not afford to gamble with his life any further. After some deliberation, Qin Nan took out the magic mirror to search for Wei Mingsun's whereabouts. A Sequence 6 sealed item. The magic mirror, despite its increasing demand for mental energy, was undeniably effective in many aspects, proving to be quite powerful, for instance, when it came to locating items. Great Master, the information you provided is too vague. Your humble servant has managed to find a total of 15 individuals named Wei Mingsun for you. Upon reading the inscriptions that appeared on the shimmering silver mirror, Qin Nan straightforwardly inquired, at the Red Scorpion Tavern, "Is there anyone by the name of Wei Mingsun?" "Omnipresent Master, you truly are the creator of my being. At the Red Scorpion Tavern, there is indeed a man named Wei Mingsun indulging in drink. Within the shimmering confines of the silvered magic mirror, a line of text once again materializes. This Wei Mingsun has just received a message indicating that others are searching for the elusive Wujin fruit. Great Master, based on the descriptions I have gleaned from various texts, I suspect that this Wei Mingsun may harbor secrets." Qin Nan refrained from further discourse with the silvered magic mirror, acutely aware that this Wei Mingsun, reputed to be selling the Wujin fruit, possesses undisclosed mysteries. "Can you discern his intentions?" Qin Nan staved off a throbbing headache, urgently inquiring. "Great Master, I can only perceive events within a radius of 100 miles. This does not imply I can ascertain the plans of individuals. Should the Master find my abilities lacking, I could be granted another ascension. As the saying goes, the journey reveals the horse's strength. If you were to elevate me to a semi-divine artifact, I believe I could undoubtedly fulfill your—" Glancing at the incessant babbling of the magic mirror, Qin Nan casted a scornful glance, deeming it merely a surveillance device. Feeling his mental fortitude waning, he prepared to stow the mirror in his storage space. However, just as he reached for it, the thought of the Black Shark pirate crew struck him. According to Kurter, these ruffians would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Their leader had marked him, and he could not afford to be indifferent. Where is the Black Shark pirate crew located? Instead of directly inquiring about the pirate ship of the Black Shark crew, Qin Nan asked about a pirate, valued at 100 gold meringues, who had been wanted around the ports of the Six Seas, as he had heard from Kurter, belonging to the Black Shark crew. With his growing understanding of arcane knowledge, Qin Nan recognized that extraordinary beings, particularly those of higher ranks, possessed the ability to conceal their tracks, even masking the whereabouts of their belongings. Though uncertain whether the Black Shark pirate crew would shroud their vessel, he deemed it prudent to pose less conspicuous questions to elicit results. He discovered that they were currently gambling aboard a pirate ship on the western side of Jideman Island. At that moment, the magic mirror remained silent. Qin Nan, feeling a slight heaviness in his eyes, waved his hand to retract the mirror into his dimensional space, then closed his eyes to begin meditating on the spatial diagram. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Nan let out a long sigh of relief. While the magic mirror was indeed useful, prolonged use of a sixth-tier artifact strained his mental capacity. The Black Shark pirate crew was merely 20 miles away, and those audacious pirates might strike at any moment. Rubbing his forehead, Qin Nan began to ponder the disparity between himself and the Black Shark pirate crew. Although he possessed some knowledge of them, it was superficial at best. After all, he could only rely on the magic mirror to observe their actions and location. As for the number of pirates and the rank and strength of their most formidable extraordinary members, he remained utterly in the dark. Through that enigmatic ring, his whereabouts were equally pinpointed by the formidable members of the Black Shark Thieves Guild. This implies that the advantage he gained from the magic mirror was not as pronounced as he had hoped. Securing the pure gem and the abyssal fruit, thereby ascending to the rank of Sequence 8, was the ambition Qin Nan had set for himself prior to his arrival on Jideman Island. Upon exiting the humble shop of Old Shakeview, Qin Nan felt he was not far from achieving his goal. However, he now realized that reaching this objective was far from straightforward. He must first contend with the Black Shark Thieves Guild before he could even contemplate acquiring the abyssal fruit. Yet, he pondered, could his strength truly suffice to deal with the Black Shark Thieves Guild? Amidst a flurry of thoughts, an idea emerged in Qin Nan's mind. While he may lack the power to confront the guild, there were indeed individuals on Jideman Island whom the Black Shark Thieves Guild feared. For instance, the Sanctum of the Storm Church. After pacing back and forth in the room for several moments, Qin Nan made a resolute decision. 5 minutes later, clad in denim overalls and sporting a cap, he made his way to the main street of Jideman Island. Given the island's modest size, the Storm Sanctum here lacked the expansive plaza of the Vidalia Thunder Sanctum. Nonetheless, it remained the most imposing structure on the island. Standing 300 meters from the Thunder Sanctum, Qin Nan observed the bustling crowd outside before finally selecting a young boy playing nearby to deliver a letter to the bishop of the sanctum. The letter contained but a single line: the location of the Black Shark Pirates. Whether or not the bishop would take action against the guild was entirely at his discretion. After watching the boy enter the Storm Sanctum, Qin Nan proceeded towards the Red Scorpion Tavern. Despite Wyming Sun's dubious intentions, he felt compelled to take a chance for the sake of the abyssal fruit. The Red Scorpion Tavern was modest in size yet bustling with activity. As Qin Nan entered, a boxing match was underway within the 2-square-meter ring, where two burly men were throwing punches with fierce determination, having no retreat but to advance. The deafening cheers stirred a palpable excitement in the air. No one paid heed to Qin Nan's entrance. He approached the bartender, who was diligently polishing the drinkware with a white cloth, and ordered a glass of Danifu ice beer. Danifu ice beer was a local specialty of Jideman Island. Though slightly sour in taste, those who appreciated it sang its praises. 2 copper coins, the bartender cheerfully declared, placing a generous 500-milliliter glass of ice-cold beer before Qin Nan. The 2 copper coins posed no concern for him, and he readily handed over 3 coins to the bartender before casually inquiring, "Which one is Mr. Wyming's son? I have a matter to discuss with him." "That gentleman over there, the one drinking," the bartender replied nonchalantly. Pocketing the coins, he pointed to a middle-aged man in his 40s, seated in a corner. The man was dressed in adventurer's attire, and the scars on his face bore a somewhat menacing appearance. At that moment, he appeared indifferent to the vibrant match unfolding before him, instead focusing intently on his drink. Through the reminder of the magic mirror, Qin Nan had already discerned that this Wymanson was merely a fisherman, engaged in a game of willing participants. Although he was acutely aware of this, in his desperate need for the elusive Wujin fruit, Qin Nan felt compelled to take a risk and engage with this individual. He was curious to see what this cunning person, who went to great lengths to seek out the Wujin fruit, truly desired. "Mr. Wymanson, may we converse?" Qin Nan inquired as he approached Wymanson, a drink in hand. A smile gracing his lips, Wymanson, with bleary eyes, cast a glance at Qin Nan before responding unfavorably. "If I say no, would you swiftly depart far from here?" "What a mouthy fellow!" Qin Nan inwardly cursed, understanding that should he make a hasty exit, Wymanson would likely devise a means to retain him. However, he was reluctant to reveal too much of himself at this juncture. Thus, with a tolerant smile, he replied, "Mr. Wymanson, I come to you with sincere intentions. I trust you would not wish to cross paths with me over the matter of Jean Malong." As he spoke, Qin Nan produced 2 Jean Malong coins, the sound of their metallic clash resonating with an unusual allure. A fleeting glimmer of greed crossed Wymanson's face, only to be quickly suppressed as he coolly stated, "State your request. I wish to purchase 5 Wujin fruits from you." Wymanson took a sip from his glass and replied, "There are none left." Qin Nan recognized that Wymanson's words had but one purpose, to lure him into a trap. Yet, for the sake of the Wujin fruit, he was willing to play along. "Mr. Wymanson, I urgently require the Wujin fruit. Should you provide me with 5, I am prepared to offer 100 Jean Malong for each. 100 Jean Malong per Wujin fruit was indeed a considerable offer. Yet Wymanson shook his head. "You were too late. Had you made this offer half a month ago, I would have sold you all the Wujin fruits. Alas, they are no longer available. If you insist on purchasing, you must return in 3 years." For one who was eager to advance in the realm of spatial favor, 3 years felt like an eternity of torment. 200 Jean Malong per Wujin fruit, Qin Nan stated decisively, offering a lofty price. He believed that to entice the other party, this figure would suffice. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Wymanson altered his stance. "Those Wujin fruits originate from a relic that is currently awakening. The fruits I gathered are from the outskirts of the relic, which harbors certain dangers that I dare not confront alone. I am preparing to organize a group to explore the relic, and I see you possess some skills. You may join us. If you accompany me into the relic, I assure you a share of the treasures within, but you must provide me with 1,000 Jean Malong for the 5 Wujin fruits." Qin Nan observed Wymanson, who appeared to be swayed solely by the allure of Jean Malong, and nodded in agreement. "Agreed, however. I shall only pay a deposit of 200 Jean Malong prior to receiving the Wujin fruits." The remaining sum must be discussed only after I have received the invaluable fruit. Wymanson nodded and replied, very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, I require 200 gold marlangs from you at this very moment. In Vidalia, gold marlangs were plentiful for Qin Nan, and parting with 200 of them was not particularly painful. After handing over the 200 gold marlangs to Wymanson, the latter declared, we shall set sail together the day after tomorrow. Remember, I will be waiting for you at the dock at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should you fail to arrive by that appointed time, I shall assume you have chosen not to come. As he spoke, Wymanson downed his beer in one gulp and strode purposefully towards the bartender, exclaiming, now, serve me a wager of 100 gold marlangs. This time, I intend to. Observing the boisterous Wymanson, Qin Nan shook his head. He could not discern anything particularly extraordinary about this man, yet it was precisely this unremarkable demeanor that hinted at his exceptional nature. What rank of extraordinary being was he, after all? Contemplating the agreed-upon time with Wymanson, Qin Nan's brow furrowed slightly. He had already dispatched his message, yet it remained uncertain whether the Black Shark pirate crew had caught the attention of the Storm Sanctuary. If the Storm Sanctuary did not intervene to alleviate his predicament, Qin Nan felt the likelihood of being ambushed by the Black Shark pirates was exceedingly high. After all, he was not aboard the Crimson Tulip at present. Although he had sent word to the Storm Sanctuary, he had no means of influencing whether the bishop of the sanctuary would take action. He could only hope that, as the legend suggested, the Storm Sanctuary harbored a deep-seated animosity towards thieves of the ilk of the 4 dukes and 6 marquises. In the Storm Sanctuary, a man clad in a black suit was respectfully reporting to the bishop before him. According to our observations from the outside, the Black Shark pirate crew is stationed upon a desolate island. They have employed secretive methods to obscure the location of their ship, yet they cannot evade the scrutiny of the naked eye. The diminutive bishop exuded an air of authority. By the thunder above, these wretched scoundrels have dared to tread upon Jiadman Island. Such an affront to the divine must not go unpunished. Prepare yourselves. This time, we shall ensure that those who blaspheme the gods experience the full fury of the storm. Thunder Above, Chapter 113. The beastly thugs savoring the lamb stew accompanied by onion, Qin Nan relished the unique oat bread of Jiadman Island. The rich, savory broth of the stew melded perfectly with the flavor of the oats, providing an exquisitely refreshing sensation to the palate. As Qin Nan indulged in this culinary delight, he perused the adventurer's morning report provided free of charge by the inn. This newspaper, though merely 2 pages in length and dubbed the adventurer's morning report, predominantly contained news regarding commodity transactions. Among the various trading announcements, the item that captured Qin Nan's attention was a brief notice. The second mate of the Black Shark pirate ship, a python named Bailey, was dead, with a bounty of 10,000 gold marlangs placed upon his head. The cause of death was not disclosed. It merely stated that someone had presented his severed head to the governor of Jiadman Island and claimed the reward of 10,000 gold marlangs. The identity of the notorious Jumong Bailey eluded Qin Nan's knowledge. However, as the second mate of a fleet, his status within the Black Shark pirate group was undeniably significant. The demise of such a figure indicated that his efforts in dispatching a message to the Storm Church had indeed borne fruit. As Qin Nan silently offered a prayer for this unfortunate second mate, the door of the modest eatery swung open, allowing a man clad in flamboyant shorts to stride in hastily. Old Blue, bring me a serving of pan-fried scaly fish, a bowl of oyster soup, and a glass of sweet wine. The man, short in stature with a dark complexion, clearly bore the marks of a life spent at sea. His entrance immediately captured the attention of the diners enjoying their breakfast. One patron, seemingly on friendly terms with him, jested, Simon, it appears you've struck it rich on this voyage, indulging in such a lavish breakfast. Aren't you afraid of overindulging? You ought to treat us as well. Simon, unperturbed by the banter, received a plate of pan-fried fish accompanied by a substantial chunk of dark bread from the rotund proprietor. Simon, the dark bread pairs splendidly with the scaly fish, the owner remarked before waddling back to the counter. You Old Blue. Simon, far from expressing displeasure at the unexpected substitution, seized his fork and eagerly dug into the fried fish. Despite Old Blue's cantankerous demeanor, he excelled at preparing this dish, which Simon nearly missed savoring upon his return. Allowing the savory juices to cling to his beard, Simon mused aloud, What's the matter? Simon, has something happened? A colossal storm suddenly brewed near the western deserted isle. Had my ship not been at a safe distance, we would have undoubtedly been engulfed by the tempest. Amidst the storm, I cannot fathom which unfortunate soul angered its wrath, resulting in shipwreck and loss of life, he lamented. Listening to Simon's account, Qin Nan's suspicions crystallized. He rose slowly, striding out of the eatery adjacent to the Rabbit Tail Flower Inn. May not a single soul from the Black Shark pirate group remain, he muttered, setting forth with purpose toward the dock. Although Waymerson had indicated a rendezvous at 8 in the morning, Qin Nan was reluctant to place his entire fate in another's goodwill. Arriving early at the dock might afford him the opportunity to encounter something of use. The morning on Jideman Island bustled with activity. Masked, Qin Nan soon reached the dock, where he surveyed the scene from an elevated vantage point. Quickly noticing that many were boarding the Red Tulip, a tinge of nostalgia washed over him at the sight of the grand vessel where he had first donned the captain's hat. Nevertheless, he resolutely decided he would not take on the role of captain aboard the Red Tulip. To speak of the matter lightly, the specter of the Grey Shadow Marquis alone was enough to give Qin Nan cause for concern. Half an hour later, despite not having spotted Waymerson, Qin Nan was greeted by the sound of a foghorn emanating from the Red Tulip. Having briefly held the position of captain, he understood that the horn signified the imminent departure of the Red Tulip from Jideman Island. It appears that Keldo has successfully received the letter he left for himself, and one can only hope that this time, he will reach his destination without incident. After silently offering a prayer for Keldo, Qin Nan turned his attention away from the gradually departing Crimson Tulip, which, to him, was merely a transient vessel. As the Crimson Tulip vanished from sight, a figure clad in a black sailor's attire approached Qin Nan. "Wilmson." "Ha, mate, you've certainly arrived quite early," Wilmson remarked, giving Qin Nan a pat on the shoulder. "I in my revelry yesterday, I neglected to ask how to address you." "Tony," Qin Nan replied without a flicker of hesitation. While Qin Nan conversed with Wilmson, 2 men and a woman gathered around him. One man was tall, towering over 2 meters like a great bear, exuding an intimidating presence. The other man, shorter yet equally robust, stood beside the towering figure, displaying a complementary strength. Both men bore a slightly darker complexion, setting them apart from the inhabitants of the Holy Celestial Empire, and their gazes toward Qin Nan carried a hint of animosity. The woman, draped in a flowing black robe, revealed only a glimpse of her youthful skin, suggesting she was not yet of age. "Esteemed companions, we are now assembled, so let us embark," Wilmson declared, gesturing toward a medium-sized vessel moored nearby. "Our goal lies a day's journey from here, so let us make haste." Once aboard, Qin Nan discovered that the ship housed not only 2 sailors, but also a steam engine to propel it forward. Settling into the cabin, Wilmson smiled and said, "On this expedition to explore the ruins, we may encounter dangers, so I believe it prudent for us to become acquainted. I am Wilmson, an extraordinary beast warrior of Sequence 9. Upon hearing this, a chill washed over Qin Nan. Wilmson ought to be referred to as a beastly marauder rather than a warrior. However, in such a moment, Qin Nan chose to keep his thoughts to himself, quietly observing the introductions